Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 568, Spider Society Headquarters. Gwen and the others quickly obtained their watches at the headquarters. Stepping out, Gwen truly felt the sheer vastness and eccentricity of the multiverse. The person in charge of equipment distribution was actually Aunt May, naturally, an Aunt May version of Spider-Man. I never dreamed there could be an Aunt May version of Spider-Man, and honestly, how on earth did Aunt May even get bitten by the spider? As Jessica listened to Gwen, she didn't pay much mind to the elderly lady. Instead, she looked at the watch on her wrist and asked back uncertainly, "So, with this thing, I can just travel across the multiverse at will? I mean, as long as I follow the manual. Not in our universe. Earth 616 is protected by a very strong reality barrier, so you can't just come and go as you please. That's why we have to use the Baxter building of the Fantastic Four as a transit hub." Cindy gave Jessica a brief explanation. Jessica nodded, only half understanding, and then looked at the various signs along the street. From a certain perspective, the Society's headquarters wasn't much different from a regular city. It was filled with all sorts of advertisements. Spider-Man Rescue Special Training, teaching you the correct way to save a lover thrown from a great height by an enemy, rather than snapping their spine with a web line. That ad copy seems a bit off. It is a bit weird. For some reason, Gwen felt a sudden chill. Then, she heard a voice that was familiar, or more accurately, a voice that was unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable. That's because in most universes where Peter Parker is Spider-Man, his first love ends up being thrown from a great height by an enemy. And in most of those universes, the outcome for the lover is not very good. Jessica looked over and saw a Spider-Woman dressed in the same outfit as Spider-Gwen appear beside them. She nodded thoughtfully. So that kid Peter really is Spider-Man? She didn't know. Realizing what she had just let slip, the newcomer Spider-Gwen looked at Jessica. Although Spider-Women were fewer in number than Peter Parker's, they were still a fairly common spider totem. Having interacted with several versions of Jessica Drew, this Gwen had assumed this one also knew Peter's true identity, but it appeared she didn't. "I basically knew, or guessed it, anyway. I just lacked a bit of evidence." "Well, then I guess I won't do a full self-introduction." If Jessica hadn't known Peter Parker was Spider-Man, then she certainly wouldn't know that Ghost Spider was Gwen Stacy. Thus, Spider-Gwen simply shrugged and introduced herself. "I'm Ghost Spider from Earth 65. By the way, this name is actually really great, much better than Spider-Woman." Jessica was a bit speechless. Is that name really that bad? Hard to say. Maybe it's just more literal. Gwen picked up the topic. "But you know, it's fine if it's a universe with only one Spider-Man. But in a universe with multiple spider totems, especially one that already has a Spider-Man, if you add a Spider-Woman on top of that, people would think she's his older sister." Big question marks appeared over the heads of the other three. How did she reach that conclusion? Batwoman is Batman's cousin, Supergirl is Superman's cousin. So, people might assume Spider-Woman is Spider-Man's sister, or something. Jessica added after she finished, "Plus, I actually am 2 years older than Peter." "Let's just skip this topic," Gwen sighed. Peter was pulled away by Miguel, that double-door refrigerator of a man, to discuss some things. "We aren't very familiar with this place. Why don't you show us around?" "Sure. Honestly, there are plenty of fun places at headquarters. I can take you for a tour," the resident Spider-Gwen said, adding a point, "but if you want something truly interesting, it's going on recruitment adventures in different universes. Seriously, that's way more fun than wandering around here. Have you ever been to a cartoon universe? Everyone there is in a Disney style, and Spider-Man is a pig." Peter and Miguel took the elevator down from the hub. As they descended, Miguel explained the final category of anomalous cases. "Setting aside those universes that the web of destiny does not wish for us to enter, there is one last type of universe, one you are very familiar with. Earth 616, right? The one with the powerful reality barrier that can't be penetrated." "Not entirely correct. Earth 616 is indeed one of them, but it isn't the only one." Using the model displayed by his watch, Miguel quickly isolated several special universes, 3, to be precise. "This is your universe, Earth 616, the place where the reality barrier is strongest. This one here is Earth 199999. We've observed that this universe is very unique. It produces absolutely no cosmic variance. Everything in this universe is one of a kind. Earth 199999. Oh, the MCU movie universe. According to the lore, before their version of Kong was killed, that universe was bound by the TVA and the sacred timeline, so it produced no temporal branches. It was a completely independent universe, and until Kang was killed, no universe similar to the MCU would appear. From that perspective, it wasn't unreasonable for Earth 199999 to have a powerful reality barrier. It might even be different from the barrier of Earth 616, their barrier was set by He Who Remains, making it fundamentally impenetrable. After listening, Peter simply said, "No need to worry about that one for now," and moved to the next topic. And the other one? The other one. I find it very baffling. Based on its fluctuations, it is almost identical to your universe. You could say it is a variant universe belonging to Earth 616. But we've explored many variants of Earth 616, which is why its specific strength is so puzzling. Simply put, I can't find a reason why this universe should be so unique. Miguel added, however, after consulting with several of the scientist Spider-Men in the society, we've reached a possible conclusion. It's likely that this universe isn't just a simple variant of Earth 616, but rather a sort of control group, a corresponding existence. That is why you two are so special. Peter had a faint, sinking feeling. He asked back, what's the universe designation? He hoped it wasn't a designation he recognized, because the more famous the number, the bigger the trouble usually associated with it. But Miguel clearly wasn't going to bring him good news. Based on the vibration frequency, the universe designation is 1610. Chapter 569, Chapter 569, a long-awaited thanks. When Peter and Miguel found Gwen and the others, they were sitting in on a class. The instructor for this course was the most experienced Spider-Man in the entire headquarters with the longest combat record, Peter Parker of Earth 19529. The story of his universe was also known by another name, Spider-Man, Life Story. To put it simply, this Spider-Man had become a hero at the age of 15 in 1963, and in his universe, it was now 2013. He had been fighting for nearly 50 years, battling from the age of 15 all the way to 65. When the Society found him and warned him about Morlun, it came as a surprise that Earth 19529 had already encountered Morlun. His clone, Ben Reilly, had been killed by the Inheritor. Upon receiving the news, the restless old-timer came to the headquarters to serve as an instructor. Indeed, no one was better suited for the role of coach than him. A large number of Spider people were training here so they could return home and do a better job of thrashing their villains. Additionally, he wasn't the one running the rescue special training class, as the Gwen of his universe hadn't died from being dropped off a bridge by the Green Goblin. You don't seem particularly worried about Earth 1610. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is in that universe, but I have an intuition that they can handle their own problems. Just like most people's universes, as long as no one interferes, everything will proceed as it should. Peter truly wasn't that worried about Earth 1610. After all, while the Ultimate Universe was notorious for being grim and full of bad writing, its danger level was actually significantly lower than that of Earth 616. It was just that the moral standards of the people there were several notches lower, and the writer's complete lack of care for the characters meant people died frequently. Peter watched two Gwens dressed in identical outfits sparring in the training hall. It was easy to tell which one was from Earth 616 and which was from Earth 65, the amateurish one was from 616, while the well-trained one was from 65. Furthermore, their hairstyles were different, one had short hair and the other had long hair. Aside from that, there really wasn't much of a difference. Miguel chatted with Peter for a few moments before leaving again. He had his own Earth 928 to attend to and couldn't spend every waking moment focusing on the headquarters. It was only after Miguel left that Peter noticed Jessica walking toward him. So, Spider-Man is Peter Parker. For a long time, I never made the connection. It's quite strange, really. Jessica stood beside him, speaking of the matter before letting out a helpless laugh. Oh, how should I put it? The moment my powers awakened, it was as if everything just clicked together. Suddenly, it felt like you just had to be Spider-Man. Theoretically, the spider serum doesn't just grant spider powers, it also significantly enhances all bodily functions, including intelligence. So. Jessica looked at Peter, tilting her head as she asked, "Are you saying my original IQ wasn't high enough?" No, that's not what I meant at all. Peter hurriedly explained himself. He only relaxed when he saw Jessica break into a casual smile. Jessica then looked at the two Gwens training together and finally said what had been on her mind. "I've been wanting to say thank you. After all, you were the one who saved me during the Battle of New York. And I never imagined back then that I would gain spider powers myself. Now that I know what you're capable of, I feel even more strongly that I should thank you. Thank you, Spidey. Thank you for persevering until now, just to make our world a little bit better." Peter scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Actually, I've always felt like I'm just doing what I can. And that's exactly why you deserve this thank you." After Jessica finished speaking, her expression turned serious. "You probably know I found Cindy and the others because I was looking for you for a reason, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" There was a brutal murder at a funeral home in Harlem. 7 people were killed. I went to check out the scene. The victims' heads were missing, and it looked like they were bitten off by some massive mouth. The moment he heard this description, Peter's expression instantly became solemn. On the current Earth 616, the characteristic of heads being bitten off could only point to one type of creature. Symbiotes. That's impossible. Both Venom and I confirmed that the symbiotes that came to Earth with it, as well as Grendel, are all dead. The Avengers also analyzed the artificial symbiotes Otto created. Their feeding doesn't rely on the act of eating. The current situation between Peter and Venom was rather mysterious. After Otto used molecular vibration to separate the two, Venom teamed up with Flash Thompson as a temporary partner. They continued to work together throughout the Kang dynasty, and Flash had since become a formal host. Furthermore, Venom felt that it was starting to fall behind in Peter's level of combat. On the other hand, Peter, who had obtained anti-venom through Mr. Negative's healing, found that Venom couldn't return even if it wanted to. Although anti-venom was mindless, it had a very strong self-defense mechanism. If it tried to merge with Venom, anti-venom might very well kill the other symbiote. Thus, the two had temporarily parted ways. I also asked headquarters to contact Flash, and his reply was the same. So I came to ask you, since you're much smarter than him. Jessica continued to list the clues she knew. The perpetrator came out of the incinerator. According to the funeral home's records, they were cremating the body of a death row inmate from Rikers Island that night. But there haven't been any records of death row executions recently. A non-existent death row inmate. Peter thought rapidly. The records might have been erased. No, more likely, he's been dead on record for a long time but was actually being subjected to some kind of human experimentation. In that case, the killer might not necessarily be a symbiote. Peter stopped mid-sentence because he remembered he had once investigated the status of Carnage's host, Cletus Cassati. Cletus had been imprisoned on Rikers Island, but nearly a year ago, shortly after Peter first joined the Avengers, he had supposedly been executed. But if I can give you a name to look into, Senior. Cletus Cassati. In some universes, he is the host of the symbiote known as Carnage. I've checked his files, and theoretically, he died a year ago, but I'm not so sure about that now. What Peter was even less sure about was the source of Carnage. If Carnage had truly appeared, where did it come from? After all, he was certain that Venom had never spawned any offspring. But, what if it really was Carnage? If Cletus really is still alive? Peter's expression became grim. Then Flash is in danger. Chapter 570, Deadly Carnage. After receiving intelligence from Spider-Woman, Eugene Flash Thompson, the new S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit and host to a symbiote, gave up his football practice for the next few days to begin a meticulous search and investigation. If the fact that this guy named Cletus survived was deliberately concealed, and he lived to become the host for a new symbiote, then why? I don't know either, but it's very likely that more than just the 5 of us came to Earth originally. The arrival of the symbiote dragon Grendel on Earth occurred during the Viking Age, nearly 2,000 years ago. Looking back now, it wasn't impossible that other symbiotes who worshipped Null had attempted to reach Earth during the intervening years. Thus, the 5 of them might not actually be the only symbiotes on the planet. But if that were the case, the potential number of symbiotes on Earth was a complete unknown. Although Clintar had long been dedicated to erasing Null's existence from history and actively exiling those who fell under his influence, the unique nature of the symbiote hive mind meant that while they could fool outsiders, there was no point in trying to deceive the local symbiotes of Clintar. Ever since Null was sealed, every newborn symbiote knew of his existence. This meant that in every generation, individuals would emerge who were corrupted by Null, and any of them could have come to Earth. It was just that Riot and the others were the ones who actually managed to undo Grendel's seal. Then, the consciousness of Grendel and Null had been consumed by Peter and Venom. Now, Null's consciousness was roughly split, half within Venom and half within Peter. Presumably. I smell blood again. Alright then, let's go see what's happening. A mass of viscous black liquid seeped out from the wall, then leaped down beneath an overpass. This was an alleyway in Harlem, shielded by the bridge above, making it a classic, hard-to-observe dead end. Whether it was a stroke of good luck or bad, Flash and his partner didn't find the haunting symbiote. Instead, they stumbled upon a different criminal act. A man lay dying on the ground, apparently the victim of an assault. Flash immediately hurried over to check his condition, but Venom quickly reported some very unpleasant news. This man is a drug peddler. He clearly reeks of addictive substances. There was likely a dispute during a transaction. After a cold analysis, Venom added, I'm not sure if he can be saved, but even if he is, he probably won't change his ways. Then what should we do? Oh right, take him to Mr. Negative or the Little Spider. Their current abilities should be able to eliminate drug addiction. My point is, he's a seller, not just a user. Back across the ocean, he's the type who would be executed hundreds of times over. Then we should amend the law before executing him. As Flash spoke, he picked the man up. He wasn't sure where Spider-Man was, but fortunately, he knew exactly where Mr. Negative's FEAST center was located, so he quickly rushed toward it. Warning, the following section contains content that may cause physical discomfort. As for Carnage, or rather, Cletus and Carnage, they were currently having dinner. Dressed in a formal suit, Cletus stood in the dining room of an apartment. He lit a pair of candles on the dining table, turned off the lights, and walked to his seat. Before him was a beautifully prepared gourmet meal, perfectly seared steaks and organs. He poured a glass of red wine for himself and for Carnage, then drizzled lemon juice over the meat, added a sprig of fennel, and set the napkin and cutlery. After a formal gesture inviting his partner to start first, he pulled out his chair and sat down. Did you know? In the East, especially in Southeast Asia, raw monkey brains are considered a delicacy. They savor them just as you are savoring yours now. Smiling, Cletus used a fork to steady the meat, then began to slice it with deliberate slowness. They secure the monkey to a cart-like serving apparatus and wheel it before the diners. Then, they have the chef slice open the monkey's skull. Unfortunately, the walls of the entire room were covered by the crimson symbiote streaked with an eerie black. No scream could penetrate the barrier. I don't understand, but it's comfortable. Cletus listened as Carnage emitted a harsh, piercing sound. It had only just learned to speak and wasn't yet proficient, but Cletus simply continued to smile, listening patiently until it finished. He thought for a moment, chuckled, and stuffed a cut piece of meat into his mouth, chewing thoroughly before swallowing. He picked up a napkin to dab his mouth, then smiled as he replied. Why do biological organisms eat? The essence of the question is survival. Any life form needs to survive, they need energy, so they kill one another and eat one another. But humans, on this foundation, evolved. People are always debating what makes humans different from animals. Some say brain capacity, some say tools, some say language. But if you ask me, it's enjoyment. Enjoyment is the most crucial thing that distinguishes humans from animals. Animals eat to survive, but humans can create all sorts of obstacles to survival for the sake of it. We seek stronger sensory stimulation, we pursue better flavors and seasonings. We explore the differences between rare, medium well, and charred. And that's just in eating. We evolved away our body hair because we found that wearing animal skins protected us better, yet we began to pursue the magnificence of clothing. We use language for better communication, yet we enjoy beautiful music. We created writing to record events, yet we use poetry to intoxicate ourselves. Cletus became so engrossed in his speech that he forgot to eat. He gave an apologetic smile, set down his knife and fork, and looked sincerely at the symbiote before him. This is why I hope you can be like me, and enjoy food with elegance. Go prove that we are superior. Cletus's mouth pulled back into a wide, happy grin. Exactly. But while humans have improved everything for the sake of enjoyment, they have improved almost nothing regarding one thing: slaughter. Slaughter to seize resources, slaughter for self-preservation, slaughter to prove authority. This has remained virtually unchanged for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Cletus's tone became rhythmic and mournful. If we cannot enjoy the slaughter, how are we to ever truly shed our bestial nature? So, my love, let us enjoy the slaughter together. At this point, Cletus picked up his knife and fork once more. But first, let us enjoy the food provided by our inferiors. Chapter 571, The Deductive President. Having returned to Queens, Peter resumed his daily life, more accurately, his summer vacation life. It was hard to imagine that nearly half the summer had already slipped away, and a full month of it had been consumed by the Kang dynasty. While most people possessed memories of a timeline where the Kang dynasty never happened, a timeline where the Avengers successfully boarded Kang's flagship and gave him a thrashing, Peter was different. For him, a whole month of his summer had been spent living through the Kang dynasty, and even after returning, there was still cleanup work to be done. And then there's Carnage, even Carnage. Peter muttered to himself as he pondered. Carnage and its host seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Normally, a symbiote's trail should be easy to find, especially one belonging to such a villainous strain. Symbiotes require phenethylamine to survive, and the simplest way to obtain this substance is from the human brain. Theoretically, once you found headless corpses similar to those at the funeral parlor, you could track them all the way. But as of now, could he have guessed wrong? Was that strange murderer not Carnage at all? It was possible, after all, symbiotes generally fear fire, yet that individual had crawled out of an incinerator. Peter was deep in thought, his brow furrowed, when his phone rang. He checked the message and grabbed his things, preparing to head out. Today was his date with Cindy. Since there were no major emergencies on the police band, Peter intended to relax for a while. He needed to clear his head. However, before stepping out, he made 2 phone calls. The first was to Jessica. Hello, Senior. How is the investigation into Cletus coming along? Executed in November 2012. Same as what I found. The information Jessica had uncovered matched Peter's own. He had already checked these records through the Avengers systems, which was why he had originally assumed Carnage no longer existed. As for Cletus being an inmate at Rikers Island, that could hardly be considered a unique link. There is one thing that's quite strange, though. Jessica sat in her home, her computer hooked into S.H.I.E.L.D. systems as she searched for related intel. A correctional officer from the death row section of Rikers Island died 2 days ago. The cause of death was listed as heart failure, but it looks highly suspicious. Peter paused. Just one guard died. Yeah, just one. Strange, right? Generally, if you're trying to hide something, it's better to wipe out all the leads rather than just one. If this guard really looked after a cell that the others couldn't access, the other guards would still know the area existed. Killing just one person doesn't achieve the primary goal of silencing witnesses. This wasn't so much a lead as it was a trap, a lure designed to draw someone into investigating. Such traps usually serve one of two purposes, either to lead someone into an ambush or to set up a series of chaotic distractions to create a smokescreen. But the question was, why? Let's set aside all the clues for a moment, even the one about the enemy being a symbiote. What we know for sure is that a monster crawled out of an incinerator. This monster was a death row inmate at Rikers, but there have been no recent execution records for that facility. Jessica laid out her deduction over the phone. Why? Because someone wanted to keep these death row inmates. Why? Based on this murder case, it was for secret human experimentation. They needed test subjects. This was something Hydra and other organizations had done plenty of times. For example, the experiments on Luke Cage took place in a secret base at Rikers Island. Peter had even scouted it before. Then, would this be an isolated case? Peter immediately caught Jessica's drift. Unless it was a unique situation like Captain America's, an experiment is never conducted only once. These trials had undoubtedly been carried out many times. The reason they were only being discovered now was likely because this particular one was a success. So, if we investigate the execution records of major prisons and the cremation logs of funeral parlors, we should be able to find these deceased subjects quickly and study their characteristics, if they have any. Peter rubbed his temples, following his senior's line of reasoning. And the reason for the cremations was to destroy evidence. Since these inmates no longer exist on record, no one comes to claim their ashes. Incineration is the fastest way to destroy evidence resulting from failed experiments. Peter's perspective suddenly shifted, and he grasped the situation instantly. In other words, the death row inmates must undergo the modification during a specific window of time before their scheduled execution. Exactly. Jessica smiled with satisfaction, having already completed her deduction a step ahead. She had pulled the surveillance footage from Rikers Island within 72 hours of the homicide, searching for clues. There are 2 segments of footage missing from Rikers. Not just those 2, it seems all related surveillance on the surrounding roads within that timeframe has a few seconds of missing data. Do you know what that proves, Peter? To be able to destroy evidence on such a scale within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system was, paradoxically, a glaring admission of guilt. There was only one answer: the people conducting these human experiments had to be insiders within S.H.I.E.L.D. Having reached this conclusion, Jessica's expression soured. She had already learned from Peter and Cindy back at the base that S.H.I.E.L.D. was heavily infiltrated by Hydra. However, actually coming into contact with it was still shocking and troublesome. Jessica's deduction reached a temporary stopping point, but conversely, she now had a wealth of information to investigate. Peter hung up the phone and used his Spider-Man-specific mobile to contact the other person tasked with investigating the matter. Agent Venom, Flash Thompson. Good morning, Agent Venom. Any findings regarding the enemy? It's hard to say. Flash sat pale-faced at the entrance of an apartment. The horrific scene inside had left him terrified. He found it hard to believe such a monstrous person existed, someone who would turn human beings into food and utensils. He had spent a long time vomiting outside and hadn't quite recovered when Peter's call came through. I'm not entirely sure if this is related to the guy we're tracking, but this is undoubtedly the work of a vicious monster. Don't worry, Spidey. No matter what kind of monster this is, Agent Venom will bring it to justice. Hearing Flash's forced cheerfulness, Peter let out a helpless sigh before offering a reminder. If you need help, Flash, let me know. I'm always here. Chapter 572, Chapter 572, Perhaps Spider-Man has no normal life. After finishing his call with Flash, an invisible Peter reached a suitable location and slipped into a public restroom. Inside a stall, he deactivated his cloaking and retracted the anti-venom suit. There was no helping it. Compared to New York's traffic conditions, traveling by web-swinging was simply far more efficient. Jonah Jameson's exquisite voice was still broadcasting along the way, though this time, he wasn't hurling insults at Spider-Man or anyone else. Rare as it was, Jonah wasn't even commenting on social news, but was instead introducing something else entirely. I am very pleased to announce that NASA will be launching a manned space mission at the end of this month. Of course, for our society, this might not seem like a monumental event, but this is the first time in human history that we are sending a craft to explore Earth's orbital path. We will be launching the ship to an unprecedented distance. At this point, Peter caught a rare glimpse of Jonah smiling with a touch of bashfulness. I am deeply honored to tell everyone that my son, John Jonah Jameson III, will be one of the 3 astronauts on this mission. I must admit I report this news with a mix of pride and personal bias, but should a father not feel glory in his child's outstanding growth and achievements? I only remember that your son went to space and turned into a werewolf, Jonah. Thank goodness my spider sense can see the future now, otherwise, I'd have to invent a better excuse for the Avengers. Peter didn't actually have many memories of JJJ's son. His primary takeaway was the men going to space and becoming a werewolf. Consequently, Peter sent a message to the Avengers, hoping they could persuade NASA to scrap the manned launch, ideally by sending an unmanned probe first to thoroughly investigate the mission site. Having handled that minor detail, Peter arrived at the cafe where he had agreed to meet Cindy. Seeing that she hadn't arrived yet, he took a seat and ordered coffee for both of them. He began scrolling through his phone while waiting. He soon came across a news headline about a sharp drop in Oscorp's stock price. The mastermind behind this was Otto Octavius. As a lifelong hater of Oscorp, Otto had left Norman a massive gift before his death, a mountain of incriminating evidence regarding Oscorp technologies, most of which concerned the illegal seizure and preemptive filing of patents. During the less than 48 hours he held control of New York, Otto had spent every spare second of his time trying to spite Norman. The result was that even though Otto was as dead as could be, he had left a colossal mess for Oscorp. Speaking of which, Norman Osborn's memories of this past month were quite normal. Although he had been beaten by Otto and left hanging from Avengers Tower for a day, according to his perception of events, he believed he had been quickly rescued by Spider-Man and sent home. Norman had spent the month busy handling company affairs, primarily by smearing Otto's name and claiming that information spread by a terrorist and criminal was untrustworthy. However, this didn't seem to stop Oscorp's market value from shrinking, though it didn't look like it would go bankrupt just yet. While Peter continued scrolling through the news, he heard hurried footsteps. He looked up to see Cindy wearing a black dress. She slowed her pace, looking a bit sheepish. "Sorry I'm late." No, not at all. I just have a habit of being early for everything." Peter quickly interrupted her. He could guess Cindy's thoughts and actions. Once she sensed Peter might have arrived, she likely rushed over. It wasn't really necessary. As Peter said, he was used to arriving early to wait for people. Even before he gained his spider powers, he would show up to middle school events an hour or two early just to avoid traffic. If he actually encountered a situation like that now, it would be even more awkward. The two sat down together. The waiter, showing great timing, brought over their coffee and snacks. After the waiter left, Peter opened his mouth and then, quite normally, it seemed, found himself at a loss for words. It appeared Cindy felt the same. After a long silence, the first thing Peter managed to ask was, how have things been at S.H.I.E.L.D. lately?" "Well done, Peter Parker. Really great. First question on a date and you ask about S.H.I.E.L.D. I just hope Cindy doesn't turn around and ask me how things are with the Avengers." Peter glanced around, and after confirming the distance of the other customers, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine. Training intensity has dropped lately, and the number of missions. I don't think I've had any real missions since joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Cindy spoke while stirring the foam on her coffee. Her mission seemed to be simply keeping an eye on Spider-Man and nothing else. She paused for a moment before asking a question in return. "Do you have any other plans for the summer? If you aren't busy these next few days, we could actually go." Before the two could exchange more than a few words, a violent commotion erupted outside. Peter's spider sense didn't tingle in the traditional sense, but it timely helped him foresee what would happen in the next few seconds. A large truck roared across the road, followed by several police cars screaming in pursuit. No, wait, the faint sound of sirens was already audible in the distance. Peter instinctively stood up, then looked at Cindy with an awkward, apologetic smile. "I guess if we leave now, we should probably pay the bill first, or wait for that truck to crash over here." "You wouldn't choose the latter." Peter chuckled helplessly. He hurried to call the waiter over to pay, then immediately rushed out of the cafe. Cindy followed close behind. As soon as they stepped outside, they could see the large black truck speeding toward them in the distance. This really is a date fit for Spider-Man, the so-called Parker Luck. Peter looked at Cindy. The silk agent, her date interrupted, was clearly suppressing a flare of annoyance, ready to vent it at any moment. However, she held back and looked at Peter first. "Well, it looks like our date itinerary has changed a bit." As Peter spoke, he looked around, planning to find a spot to switch into the anti-venom suit. The beauty of a symbiote suit was that you never needed a specific phone booth to change clothes. New York in 2013 probably didn't have many phone booths left for people to change into red and blue uniforms anyway. With that thought, he looked at the distant truck and asked Cindy with a smile, "Shall we?" Chapter 573, Chapter 573, New York is exceptionally peaceful today. New York was exceptionally peaceful today. Although a group of criminals had robbed a bank right on the main street and attempted a getaway in a heavy truck, they were swiftly intercepted by the two spider-powered heroes, Spider-Man and Silk. Regrettably, J. Jonah Jameson's broadcast for the day didn't involve questioning or slandering Spider-Man, leaving this peaceful day feeling slightly incomplete. The bank robbers weren't supervillains either, they didn't even possess decent equipment, acting as if they were still living in the era before 2012. "Thank you, Spider-Man." The officer in charge of the pursuit wasn't Captain Stacy, but he was familiar enough with Peter. Peter glanced at the number of patrol cars that had joined the chase and noted something of interest. "You seem to be a bit short-handed today, officer." "I'm glad you noticed, Spider-Man. Thanks for being on our side." Hearing this, the policeman couldn't help but start complaining. That whole mess with Dr. Octopus exposed a lot of scum, and a huge number of bastards were fired, which I'm happy about, but the city council turned around and cut our staff by 15%. Several precincts were shut down, and the jurisdictions were reshuffled. Now we have to cover a lot more ground with fewer people. Peter didn't have much of a solution for the typical American political gridlock, so after a brief farewell to the officer, he turned to Cindy. "I'm guessing it's not the best time to go for coffee anymore, right?" "The Empire State Building." Peter smiled, he knew exactly what Cindy meant. Every spider hero had their own unique spot to unwind, usually atop a New York landmark where they could enjoy some private time. Peter's personal sanctuary was known to almost everyone close to him, such as Cindy or Felicia. Gwen probably knew too. Actually, let's not. It's a bit too high up. Let's just wander around the city. By the way, do you know Laurie? He's an old man who keeps pigeons. I'm quite friendly with his birds, I can take you to meet them. Beyond that, there were many other people. Peter didn't mind introducing Cindy, the friendly neighbor, to the neighbors he knew. New York was exceptionally peaceful today. While Peter and Cindy were on their date, Flash and Venom were following the scent of blood to hunt down a killer. Flash had become exceptionally enraged after seeing the horrific crime scene and vowed to hunt the perpetrator down. Meanwhile, Jessica continued to investigate the scene, searching for more useful clues. However, besides her, S.H.I.E.L.D. had specifically dispatched a team with deep experience in dealing with symbiotes to assist. It was Coulson's bus squad. This isn't a sight you see every day. Looking at the blood-soaked scene, Agent Ward offered Jessica a dry, emotionless word of concern. Jessica looked at the scene somewhat numbly. "I'm all right. I've drugged myself to make sure I don't lose my stomach." "Very smart." Ward offered a rare word of praise. In the entire bus squad, only he and May could stomach the scene, the science duo certainly couldn't. Ward knelt by the body of the hostess, whose head had been split open, to examine the details of the deceased. He stood up and glanced at the dinner plate. "Looks like our killer is a big fan of the movie Silence of the Lambs." "Maybe. By the way, the reports say that aside from Agent Venom and Spider-Man, you are the only one who can truly be called a symbiote host." Jessica looked at Ward. Because of his long-term bond with Riot, Ward had obtained a symbiote codex, making him a key support asset for the bus squad. "What does it feel like to be bonded with a symbiote?" Ward fell silent for a moment, looking at Jessica before turning his gaze back to the scene. He picked up a used fork and said casually, "It's absolute hell, especially if you have a dark past. You'll dream. You'll dream about your past and how you became what you are. And then, it amplifies your desires, your thoughts, and every impulse. It starts to become you. All the moral shackles you have are devoured by desire, and then it devours you, until you don't exist anymore." After listening to Ward, Jessica added, "But Spider-Man didn't lose himself." Well, perhaps for someone who wants to save the world, being controlled by a symbiote doesn't change much. A symbiote takes on the nature of its first host. Ward paused suddenly, then refined his wording. "It is heavily influenced by the first host. For example, Riot acquired my way of thinking and my fighting skills. So, if what happened here was truly done by a symbiote and its host together, this guy is going to be a nightmare to deal with. The combination of a symbiote and its primary host is always a case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. If a madman meets a symbiote, the symbiote will be infected by the madness, and the madman will become even more insane because of the symbiote." From the files, the Cletus Cassati that Peter Parker suspected was far less insane than what these murders displayed. In other words, assuming he had been bonded with a symbiote, he was now more deranged than ever before. And yet, no one could pin down his trail. Why? We haven't found any relevant information in all of New York, no surveillance footage, no witnesses, no related records. I'm almost starting to doubt if the enemy is even a symbiote. Skye, feeling weak after throwing up, was assisting the team with her hacking skills from the Airbus. But as soon as she finished, Simmons and Fitz from the science team collectively rejected her theory. They spoke in unison over the comms channel. Impossible. It's absolutely a symbiote. Ward raised an eyebrow. And the reason is? Remember, Ward. When we were dealing with symbiotes, we discovered that these alien organisms emit a specific signal frequency to communicate. We've been trying to replicate that signal for transmission. If our enemy wasn't a symbiote, there should only be 2 signals at most, those being the responses from Spider-Man and Agent Venom. Did you pick up a third? Actually, there's only one, but we can confirm that this signal originates from neither Agent Venom nor Spider-Man. Fitz explained as he adjusted his equipment for more precise triangulation. And this signal is coming from within New York City. Right in Manhattan. Once we have the approximate coordinates, we'll notify Agent Venom and find this guy. Chapter 574, Chapter 574, Who is the prey? Based on the signals we've simulated, the target will undoubtedly believe a symbiote is contacting them. Thanks to Agent Venom's assistance, we can send legitimate communication data instead of garbled noise. Simmons, acting as the biological expert, explained the mechanics of the device. According to our previous analysis of symbiotes, the recipient can perceive an approximate broadcast location. So, as long as the target provides a response, we can have Agent Venom hunt them down immediately. A trap. Having returned to the safe house, Ward was quick to grasp the concept as he contemplated the device. Meanwhile, Skye continued hacking into surveillance feeds across New York. While using S.H.I.E.L.'s supercomputer to cross-reference facial data of deceased prisoners against pedestrians, she couldn't help but ask a question. Why are we solving this ourselves? Everyone turned to look at Skye. I mean, we've already confirmed that a symbiote is behind this, right? Why don't we just tell the Avengers and let them handle it? Especially since the last symbiote crisis that blanketed all of Manhattan was resolved by them. Why are we taking this onto our own shoulders? Because problems that S.H.I.E.L.D. can solve should not be handed over to the Avengers, Coulson said as he walked in, offering a brief explanation before turning to Fitz, who was monitoring the signal source. Fitz, have you synchronized positions with Agent Venom? Yes, it's constantly syncing. We're further narrowing down the location, we've been at it this whole time. We can see the subject's movement trajectory on the map right now. Fitz overlaid the signal map onto a virtual projection of the city. Everyone stood up and gathered around the rapidly moving signal source, thinking to themselves that this thing was moving incredibly fast. His movement speed is approaching 40 meters per second. That's fast even for a superhuman, excluding speedsters like Quicksilver. That one behind him is Agent Venom, he's in pursuit. After listening to Fitz, Skye tilted her head, watching the target's seemingly erratic movement path. Suddenly, she looked at Simmons. Is it getting closer to us? Don't worry. Although the field reports suggest it isn't afraid of high temperatures and possibly immune to sonic waves, we have force field projection devices around the perimeter. Even a molecular organism like a symbiote won't be able to get close easily. Just as Simmons finished speaking, the power in the safe house flickered for a moment before the backup generators kicked in to restore electricity. Coulson scanned the room and suddenly questioned Fitz. If we're running solely on backup power, how long can the shields hold? 15 minutes, that should be enough time for Agent Venom to arrive. If not, we can always notify Spider-Man. But things were seemingly not that simple. Skye suddenly screamed. Everyone looked at her computer screen. The surveillance footage showed a creature appearing near the safe house. The monster was undoubtedly a symbiote, but it looked entirely non-humanoid. It hunched its body, yet it still stood over 2.2 meters tall. Red, viscous biomass shot through with black impurities flowed across its form. Its tall stature was paired with a body so gaunt it was barely humanoid. It looked like a skeletal frame draped in a layer of bloody skin. From the ribs down, the only thing connecting to its lower body was a blood-red spinal column. Its limbs were terrifyingly slender, with arms and legs exceeding 1.5 meters in length, and each of its 10 fingers was 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Then there were its eyes. Unlike the relatively regular shape seen on Venom or Anti-Venom, its white eyes were surrounded by constantly twisting and deforming biomass. It looked far more unstable, more fragile, as if the eyes could only form a rough outline that was being destroyed and reconstructed at every second. Even more terrifying was its current state. Because the building's power had been cut, the elevators were theoretically out of service, but it was pulling itself bit by bit out of the elevator doors. Bright red, blood-like membranes were being dragged through the gap in the doors by the monster. The parts that were pulled out didn't fully reintegrate into its body. Instead, they turned into thin, streamer-like tendrils floating around its limbs. So this is the killer we've been looking for. Purely based on appearance, he's considered ugly even by symbiote standards. After Ward offered his brief critique, he decisively flipped a switch, causing Fitz to jump. Why are you wasting power? Testing to see if this guy actually has a weakness. Besides, reinforcements are almost here. As Ward spoke, he watched flames spray onto the creature, but the red symbiote remained unharmed. Instead, it let out a happy, rasping laugh. Next came a sonic attack, which also proved useless. Having confirmed their location, the creature began attempting to attack the safe house door, only to be promptly blocked by the protective force field. Noticing this, the enemy tilted its head as if thinking, and then quickly produced a solution. He opened his mouth toward the door and unleashed a horrific, bone-chilling shriek. Fitz watched the power levels drop rapidly, feeling a sense of disbelief. A symbiote that actually used sonic waves to attack. Stop right there, villain. Whatever you're planning, it ends now. The tightly shut elevator doors were forced open, and Agent Venom stepped out with an air of righteousness. He looked at the enemy before him, only to find that the creature seemed even happier upon seeing him. Hello, Father. I am Carnage. Upon hearing this, Flash couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Father. Venom, being asked the same question, was equally bewildered. I am quite certain this is not my child. Are you? I'm only 16. For an American, being a father at 16 seems fairly reasonable. It's not reasonable for me, and I can't give birth to a symbiote. Carnage unleashed a piercing shriek at Agent Venom, causing Venom's form to become slightly unstable. However, sonic waves of this caliber were no longer a fatal threat. Coordinating with Flash, Venom used symbiote tendrils from his back to operate 4 weapons simultaneously, while his hands transformed into blades aimed at the Carnage before him. Carnage's shriek did not cease. He manifested even larger and sharper blades, and those streamer-like tendrils transformed into dozens of jagged edges. Seeing this, Flash couldn't help but remark. I think he's even more impressive than you. Villains are generally more impressive than heroes. It doesn't stop them from being defeated in the end. Chapter 575, Chapter 575, Venom vs. Carnage. When Venom and Carnage finally met, there was no waste of breath, both sides immediately surged into a state of combat. For Venom and Flash, the opponent was a psychopathic murderer, killing him on the spot was the optimal solution. As for Carnage and Cletus, they didn't really care who they killed, as long as the slaughter felt right. However, the codex within Venom and Flash was a mandatory item required by Null. Thus, Agent Venom was marked for certain death. In an instant, Venom manipulated 4 long spears, thrusting them relentlessly toward Carnage. Countless holes appeared across Carnage's body, looking as though he had been riddled by a dense barrage of energy beams. However, the spider sense duplicated by Venom told Flash that the opponent was likely not injured at all. Are you done? Only after Flash had completely exhausted his energy did Carnage ask back. Then, he lunged forward immediately. In the mere second of that charge, Venom and Flash confirmed one thing. The opponent was definitely stronger than them. Agent Venom raised both arms, attempting to strike with his blades, but Carnage's speed was far superior. With a duck and a side skid, Carnage brushed past the tips of the blades, then, the countless blades shifting all over his body stabbed into Venom's form. Venom, however, acted as if he had seized an opportunity. He countered with a punch, yanking Carnage up and attempting to hoist him into the air. Next, both sides demonstrated how symbiotes destroy one another, by attempting to utterly dismantle the other's molecular structure. But as soon as he initiated the attack, Venom realized there was a problem. What's wrong? Its structure is far more unstable than a typical symbiote, which means it's much harder to destroy at the molecular level. Flash was shocked. Doesn't that mean it can take a beating better than we can? Not necessarily. Venom thought. This body structure was clearly specialized for intrasymbiote warfare. An unstable structure made it easier to resist destruction by other symbiotes and convenient for devouring them, but it also made it susceptible to being destroyed by other means. Even if one ignored the conventional symbiote weaknesses of fire and sonic waves, the principle remained. We need to lure him away and let the SHIELD scientists build Dr. Octopus's molecular oscillator. If a molecular oscillator could separate Venom from Peter, then for Carnage, the device would be a lethal weapon. Flash naturally didn't understand the intricacies of molecular vibration, but he was obedient enough to act immediately. After tearing Carnage away with his claws, he departed at once. Carnage glanced at the safe house he hadn't yet pried open, then looked at Agent Venom, who was slower than him. Wearing an excited grin, he gave chase in a single bound. Agent Venom swung through the skyscrapers of New York on webs, moving rapidly, but the duplicated spider sense rang out uncontrollably. Flash couldn't resist glancing back, only to see Carnage directly using his symbiote mass to stick to the buildings. Carnage's movements were far more violent than Venom's. If Agent Venom was imitating Spider-Man's web-swinging, then Carnage was moving entirely like a human slingshot. He thrust his tentacles into the buildings, then rapidly spun and twisted them to launch himself forward, damaging the structure's integrity in the process. The entire process took less than half a second. He caught up that quickly. Watch out. He's caught up. I know that. Relying on his spider sense, Flash swiftly dodged the aerial strike to avoid being grounded from a high altitude. He landed on the roof of a nearby building, looking around warily. Where's the enemy? The enemy had always been there, just not in front of Flash. He remained alert to his surroundings, then saw viscous red liquid appearing on the floor. There. A fully reloaded Flash opened fire toward the floor, even shooting through the ceiling, but saw no trace of Carnage. No. Behind me. Agent Venom spun around instantly and saw Carnage, who hadn't had time to escape. The latter simply stopped hiding. As the black and red symbiote gradually permeated up through the floorboards, a mass of twisted biomass transformed into Carnage in short order. You're much more interesting than I thought. How fun. At first, I thought you were just a clueless little brat, but I didn't expect you'd be so good at resisting. This is better. I can have some real fun. While praising him, Carnage let out a piercing shriek. Then, while Venom was enduring the sonic waves, Carnage chose to lunge, stabbing his blades directly into Venom's body and lifting him high. Just as he intended to finish Venom off by tearing him apart, the Agent Venom he had impaled gripped the stabbing blades tightly. He then forcefully snapped the blades off, and Venom devoured that portion of the symbiote directly into his own stomach. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the symbiote, Flash wouldn't sustain damage from this, which meant he could maintain his stamina and engage in a righteous struggle with Carnage. You don't seem as tough as you act, do you? As Flash spoke, he landed a punch on Carnage and began to tear and bite at him savagely. Today, I'm getting rid of this menace for the people. The battle between the two symbiotes quickly reached a fever pitch. Flash, relying on the advantage he had just seized, attacked continuously, attempting to solve the problem before he lost his edge, hoping to beat Carnage into submission in one go and then devour him. Unfortunately, this tactic failed. Carnage reacted quickly, his left hand transforming into an enormous blade that pierced through Agent Venom's entire body, hoisting him high once more. I could kill you at any time, Father, but I've decided not to. Looking at the Venom he held aloft, Carnage suppressed his murderous impulse and threw him down from the heights. Because I intend to enjoy the slaughter. Flash slammed heavily into the ground after the fall, only narrowly escaping death thanks to the symbiote. Pedestrians nearby fled in terror at the sight. Venom, sensing that Flash's consciousness was still clear, immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm okay. This guy really is hard to handle. That is why I think you should call Spider-Man." Unexpectedly, Flash refused. If Spidey has to show up for every villain, how is he supposed to keep up with everything? Flash spoke as he stood up, looking at the snarling, slowly approaching Carnage. Maybe right now, Spidey is saving the world or helping someone else. How can I disturb him? I'm going to take this damn guy down all by myself. Chapter 576, Chapter 576, Golden Cicada Shedding Its Shell. Agent Venom was poised and ready, waiting to face Carnage, who was expected to descend from the sky in pursuit. As for the Venom symbiote itself, it wasn't particularly worried. SHIELD agents were watching the whole time. If Flash truly couldn't handle it, they wouldn't let him be stubborn, they would call Peter. Flash and Venom waited for a good while, but the red symbiote failed to appear. Just as Flash began to wonder if the opponent had fled, a disorganized mass of red sludge fell in a heavy freefall, smashing into the ground. Immediately, red arms as slender as skeletal remains thrust out from the sludge. Carnage propped up his thin frame and charged toward Agent Venom with a screeching roar. Flash initiated a classic American draw, pulling out a firearm and opening fire on Carnage with rapid precision. The upper half of Carnage's body, protruding from the viscous symbiote, was instantly riddled with holes. However, this did not hinder his movement in the slightest. In fact, Carnage didn't seem like a symbiote living in harmony with the host at all. He acted more like a mass of symbiotic matter capable of moving freely without one. With a grotesque shriek, he lunged at Venom like a mass of revolting slime. Then, the Carnage matter attached to Venom's body restructured itself amidst mad laughter. Countless blades simultaneously pierced through Agent Venom's body before Carnage coalesced back into a humanoid form and tossed Agent Venom aside. Since Venom could briefly enter a molecular state alongside his host to phase through walls, Flash didn't sustain any particularly severe injuries for the time being. He immediately hoisted an empty, unmanned car, hurled it at Carnage, and then drew his gun to shoot and detonate it. Fortunately, Venom could restructure dismantled weapons, so Flash had no shortage of armaments. However, as he watched Carnage emerge from the explosion, even Flash felt a sense of helplessness. We simply have no way to harm him physically. Good lord, is physical damage ineffective against this thing? Physical damage is ineffective, Hearing Flash's observation, Venom, who had formed a shield out of symbiotic matter to block Carnage's attacks, seemed to notice something. Putting aside the matter of whether Carnage was his offspring, Carnage possessed very strange traits. Generally speaking, symbiotes have varying levels of resistance to sonic waves and fire depending on their individual strength, but that doesn't mean they don't fear fire at all. Even if you aren't afraid, it's still fire, sufficiently high temperatures can still burn or even char a person. Yet Carnage had crawled out of an incinerator with his host without any issues. No matter how one looked at it, this was bizarre. How could he be so powerful as to fear neither sonic waves nor fire? This could no longer be called resistance, this was full immunity to fire damage. However, Flash had reminded Venom, what if Carnage wasn't actually immune to fire and sonic damage, but had instead found a way to place himself in a state of total disregard for them? I suggest we retreat. What? But there are still so many people around. But we are indeed no match for this guy. To be precise, we have no means of dealing with him. Retreat is the best option, Anne. Venom paused for a moment, appearing to sense something. And the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, seeing us in a bitter struggle, have clearly called in outside help. It's time to go. A strand of webbing stuck to Carnage's face and yanked him upward, slamming him heavily back into the ground. Spider-Man, wearing a white suit, landed in front of him. Watching Carnage tear the webbing away, Peter fired another strand onto his chest. I heard there was a Hannibal in the neighborhood. Sorry, but you're not welcome in New York. 2 Codices are here. Peter froze upon hearing those words. He knew from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that Carnage referred to Venom as father, meaning he was indeed Venom's son in a sense. Therefore, Carnage's use of the word codex was extremely strange. After all, Earth was far from Clintar, and symbiotes couldn't normally connect to the hive mind of their homeworld. So, where did Carnage obtain knowledge about the codex? Null. You're going to die here. Spider-Man. Ignoring Peter's inquiry, Carnage charged directly at him. To defend against any possible attacks from Spider-Man, he began to shift forms incessantly. However, Peter simply raised his hand calmly toward Carnage. Immediately, anti-venom began to spread rapidly, turning into a giant net that directly ensnared Carnage. Whatever you're babbling about, just take a hit from my anti-venom counter and be done with it. The moment Carnage came into contact with anti-venom, he let out a scream of such unbelievable agony that even Venom felt like he might discorporate. Carnage's surface began to dissolve rapidly. But Peter soon realized something was wrong. The rate at which Carnage's mass was decreasing exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, if Carnage was being purified, where was the host inside? He immediately retracted the anti-venom, discovering that from the very beginning, Carnage had been prepared when he charged. Before being completely restrained, he had severed a portion of his own mass, allowing part of himself to burrow into the ground and escape. Moreover, the escape and the charge had happened almost simultaneously, as if two Carnages had existed at that moment. Truly, strange. It's as if every part of its body operates independently, capable of acting without a unified consciousness. As Peter spoke, he used his webbing to pull out the small sample of Carnage remaining on the ground, then used anti-venom to create a small mesh bag to lock it away. He then crouched on the ground, looking at the traces on the pavement, and began to cast a spell to enhance his spider sense. In the future revealed by the web of destiny, he saw nothing. If he hadn't noticed the issue with the decay rate of Carnage's mass, then relying solely on prophecy and anti-venom's power, he might not have realized that Carnage wasn't actually dead. The failure of the prophecy also revealed a fact. He walked over to Flash's side and looked at him with a very serious expression. The worst news is, I'm afraid Carnage's birth wasn't that simple. There is a high probability that Null's hand is behind this. After hearing this, Flash had only one question. Who is Null? Peter. He is the god of symbiotes. Last year's symbiote invasion was driven by Null's consciousness. His consciousness should be sealed right now. Venom explained for Flash. This meant they now understood Carnage's purpose. If Null intended to return, he had to kill both the Venom who had devoured him and the Spider-Man who had sealed his consciousness. I don't think he's getting out in this lifetime. Chapter 577, Chapter 577, What is Carnage? Peter was not very happy about having his date interrupted, but relatively speaking, Cindy was even more upset. Furthermore, since this operation was led by S.H.I.E.L.D., Cindy, as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, naturally joined in. She was likely suppressing a belly full of fire, intending to give Carnage a thorough beating, though there was a high probability she wouldn't be able to win. The data on Carnage is basically out. Although it's a bit hard to believe, we've put together a preliminary parameter list. Simmons posted various data points for Carnage for everyone to see. It could be said that across all metrics, Carnage was far superior to Venom, reaching a truly terrifying level of intensity. The strength data already displayed alone exceeded 80 tons. This physical power was even higher than the current Peter wearing anti-venom, let alone Agent Venom, whose host, Flash, was just an ordinary human. That's not an issue. I mean, we have Spidey anyway, right? Faced with the fact that he couldn't defeat Carnage himself, Flash felt a bit deflated, but he quickly bounced back. If Carnage was a terrifying enemy, he didn't necessarily need to be the one to deal with him. Didn't they have the invincible Spider-Man? About that, yeah, anti-venom can harm Carnage quite easily, but Carnage seems a bit different. Peter recalled the scene of Carnage fleeing when attacked. It's as if I can't completely catch him. Regarding this point, we have a hypothesis. To be precise, it's based on a comparison between the Carnage sample you found, Spider-Man, and previously discovered symbiotes. As Simmons spoke, she began displaying the differences between Carnage and ordinary symbiotes under an electron microscope on the large screen. While typical symbiotes are highly molecularized organisms, their connection relies on molecules communicating with each other. In other words, these cells are all part of a massive symbiote, and they can perform rapid self-replication using this molecular structured body. Just as Venom could transform into a large-scale state like the Hulk, this was one of the symbiote's abilities. And Carnage, we found that every one of his molecular structures exhibits very obvious independent activity. Even when separated from the main body, they remain highly active. At this point, Simmons reached a conclusion. It's as if every molecule of Carnage is a symbiote in its own right. A symbiote hive mind network. Peter looked at the Carnage sample under the electron microscope and immediately realized the difference between Carnage, strictly speaking, the Carnage he was facing, and other symbiotes. Every molecule of Carnage is an individual symbiote. They rely on Carnage's consciousness to act in unison. Rather than saying Carnage is a single symbiote, it's more accurate to call him a symbiote hive mind network composed of countless molecular-level symbiotes. Simmons nodded. Exactly right. Now, Peter was even more certain that Null was involved. Carnage was a miniature symbiote network rather than a solitary symbiote. Such a thing could only be achieved by Null. This also explains why high temperatures and sonics are ineffective against Carnage. He can achieve rapid self-regeneration through high-speed self-replication and the dissociative nature between different molecules. Moreover, because there isn't much of a structural link between these molecules to begin with, his molecular structure cannot be easily destroyed. Flash listened intently to the entire explanation, only to realize he hadn't understood a single word. So, do we have a way to deal with him yet? Wipe Carnage out until not a single cell remains. That is the only way to completely destroy him. Otherwise, we have to find a way to separate Carnage from Cletus. As he said this, Peter suddenly paused, and the furrow in his brow relaxed. Carnage was not without weaknesses. His greatest weakness was that he still required a host. Although they could turn themselves into a monomolecular-level symbiote after fully merging with Cletus, it didn't mean Cletus had disappeared. Dr. Octopus's molecular oscillator. As long as we can separate Carnage from Cletus, we can easily destroy Carnage. Peter then looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present. He remembered that all of Dr. Octopus's remains had been recovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, that device should theoretically be with S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. However, unexpectedly, Fitz, hearing about this device for the second time, shook his head. Agent Venom mentioned this to us once before, but we didn't find that device. We checked all the items seized from Dr. Octopus, examined his mechanical arm structures and programming, and found nothing. That's impossible. If that thing didn't exist, how did Dr. Octopus separate himself from Venom back then? The disappearance of this item could now be attributed to only one scenario. Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. had hidden all the data for that device. Otto Octavius had previously joined the weapon expansion project to research symbiotes. He had even utilized symbiote grunts from the symbiote surge to later develop his own artificial symbiote. And as almost everyone knew, the weapon expansion project was nothing more than a super soldier resource bank for Hydra. Therefore, it was likely that all of Dr. Octopus's data and records regarding artificial symbiotes had backups with Hydra. Given that Hydra possessed all the data on symbiote research, held the records of human experiments conducted on Rikers Island, understood that location, had someone forged Cletus's execution records, and deleted all information on weapons specifically targeting symbiotes. Was there any doubt left as to which group of bastards had cooked up Carnage? He took a deep breath and said nothing. After all, Ward was still here. Although Coulson, having been warned in advance, should already know that Ward was a Hydra agent, he had no intention of replacing him or taking action just yet. He could just contact Fury directly later, or talk to his senior sister. Now everything was clear. The mastermind behind the creation of Carnage and the cover-up of Cletus's information was Hydra. That brought up another, more troublesome question. Had Hydra really only created one Carnage? Or was Cletus merely a test subject, and were they attempting to mass-produce Carnage while still being uncertain about his various performance parameters? I'll collaborate with the Baxter Building to see if Reed Richards can help me solve this problem. Peter sighed, using his connections to temporarily deflect the topic. So, the next question, how do we draw Carnage out? Chapter 578, Where to Slaughter. I handed this matter over to you not so you could raise problems, but so you could solve them. Coulson, you are a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8. Nick Fury, who had briefly communicated with Spider-Man, arrived at the Airbus team's safehouse and gave the people inside a thorough scolding. However, this was merely a facade. If someone were able to remove Fury's eye patch and see the state inside his electronic prosthetic eye, they would be greatly astonished. Because a shrunken Nick Fury was currently having afternoon tea inside his own eye. Many people overlook the properties of PIM particles. For instance, everyone knows Nick Fury could be an LMD at any moment, but they fail to realize the real Nick Fury might be hiding inside a Nick Fury LMD. After pouring a cup of Earl Grey tea with milk for Peter Parker, Fury handed him the cup and sat down by a small table. You know, it's actually quite nice to change perspective sometimes, especially when they think the real you isn't there. Peter took the tea. So, is the Nick Fury standing before me now the real one? Fury smiled but did not answer. He sat down, picked up his teacup, and readily agreed to Peter's first request. Every remnant sample of Carnage will be handed over to you, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't keep a single bit. Regardless of why Hydra created such a thing, they'd better not touch it. Fury watched Peter look around as he spoke and couldn't help but chuckle. I've pulled a few personal strings and confirmed that Otto Octavius's body was taken. As you know, he created a large number of clones of himself, and almost every clone had his artificial symbiote. That is likely the source of Carnage. There was also the molecular resonance device Otto used back then. It forcibly separated me from Venom. Some fragments of Venom must have fallen off then and became the raw material for Carnage. Peter quickly analyzed the origin of Carnage and then frowned. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it mean Hydra has a way to mass-produce artificial symbiotes? They could arm an entire army. Manufacturing these artificial symbiotes is indeed easy for them, but the raw materials are limited. They have to use the derivative symbiote matter they collected during the last symbiote crisis to make them. So, it's not infinite. Fury took a leisurely sip of his tea. That's also why they wanted to create a true symbiote. They hoped to create a symbiote capable of reproduction to expand their scale of production. However, Hydra itself likely never expected that they would create something like Carnage. Peter nodded, somewhat relieved, before receiving another piece of intel from Fury. Also, although they harbor many antisocial lunatics, among the current test subjects, only Cletus has succeeded. Furthermore, they don't have any other Carnage samples on hand. It's as if the degree of rejection from these symbiotes has already exceeded their design parameters. Peter felt something wasn't quite right. Are you sure? Fury arched an eyebrow and drank his tea leisurely. I said, I have my connections. What connections? Connections within Hydra. After a moment's thought, Peter wasn't surprised. It wasn't unusual for Nick Fury to plant people inside Hydra. It just sounded like this spy was undoubtedly high level to be able to pull off something like this. One could only say, classic Fury. Null is definitely still unable to escape right now. He likely influenced Carnage's structure, making him extremely powerful while allowing him to slip away from anti-venom. But he surely still has weaknesses. If he truly didn't fear high temperatures, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to wake up and flee the incinerator. He could have just waited for it to open before coming out. Peter rapidly analyzed Carnage's weaknesses. First, it wasn't that he didn't fear high temperatures, but rather that he didn't fear them for short durations. Second, his molecular state was unstable. Otto's equipment would theoretically be very effective against him. But a more troublesome problem lay in. He's gone, and we don't know where he is. Peter made a request to Fury. I'm not sure how much of Null's consciousness can leak through or how much he can tell him, but I hope my family. Your uncle and aunt will soon receive prize tickets for a family trip to England. You won't need to worry when the time comes. After finishing, Fury added, and I suspect that, in all probability, Carnage won't be showing up anytime soon. What Peter Parker and Nick Fury never expected was that Carnage hadn't stayed in New York at all. After being severely beaten by anti-venom, he had hightailed it straight out of town. Of course, he didn't go north to New England, he headed south all the way. Spider-Man is too terrifying. I'm simply no match for him. Having escaped into the Appalachian Mountains, Carnage began talking to himself. When he and Cletus merged perfectly, their consciousnesses merged as well. Now, they felt a deep sense of dread, a terrifying fear of vanishing like a bubble. No, that wasn't right. Cletus wasn't feeling fear, it was Carnage who was afraid. Realizing this, Carnage wavered slightly before settling down. He was hungry. The Appalachian Mountains had no shortage of wild animals, so basic energy could be guaranteed. However, phenethylamine, which is very troublesome for symbiotes, was another story. This substance in animal brains wasn't as delicious as that in human brains, yet the Appalachians were sparsely populated. While it was easy to hide there, it was not ideal for hunting. Suddenly, Carnage convulsed a few times before slowly morphing back into Cletus's appearance. He gasped for breath, sat down against a tree, and flashed a look of intoxicated delight. He questioned Carnage. Do you fear death, my dear? Carnage hesitated. It is right to fear death. Only by fearing death can one understand how precious it is, and only then can one feel how wonderful a destruction it is to strip away the lives of others. A living being has infinite possibilities in its future. It might have a career, achieve great deeds, or even save the world. Cletus laughed, making a motion as if choking his own neck. And we can destroy those infinite possibilities in an instant. What a beautiful moment. Chapter 579, Chapter 579, Carnage falls silent. Over the next few days, Peter reached out to the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men, requesting their assistance in gathering any information that could help in the fight against Carnage. Everyone seemed relatively free lately, so a series of investigations into Carnage was launched. After all, while supervillains were a dime a dozen, psychopathic serial killers were a rare breed. It was truly a subversion of the natural order. However, so far, there had been no further activity. I'm starting to wonder if Carnage just packed up and left. Maybe he's not even in New York anymore and has no intention of killing me or Venom, Peter lamented as he crouched on a rooftop, eating a serving of decidedly unauthentic takoyaki. He wasn't in the New York of Earth 616, but rather at the headquarters of the Spider Society. Theoretically, the society had plenty of Japanese Spider-Men, yet they couldn't manage to produce a single decent batch of takoyaki. Before his disappearance, Cletus had committed 4 murders in New York. The incident at the funeral home had the highest body count and was the most hurried. In the other locations, while the victim count was only 2 or 3, the sheer brutality and artistic merit of the scenes were much deeper. One could say those better reflected Cletus's true killing style. Not that anyone was likely to appreciate it. Are you sure you want to talk about this while you're eating? Gwen crouched beside Peter and shrugged. Anyway, the news has been suppressed for now. My dad said he was genuinely sickened by the case for a long time. Then more cases popped up afterward, and to make matters worse, he's still the one in charge of them. Look at it this way, Uncle George is due for another promotion, isn't he? Things in New York were just that messy. After the NYPD fired 23% of its officers and downsized by another 15%, the purge of high-ranking officials continued. More and more police chiefs and high-ranking officers were being found to have engaged in power-for-money deals with New York's various underground factions. They were promptly ousted by the city government, no doubt because they hadn't given the mayor a big enough cut. This led to another vacuum in the NYPD leadership, requiring a large number of capable and sturdy officers to fill the gaps. Although George Stacy had been promoted less than a year ago, his integrity and excellent ability meant his name was back on the promotion list. Or rather, the NYPD was simply running out of people. Let's change the subject. Damn that Carnage. Gwen grumbled. She was about to bring up what Cindy had intended to mention during their last date. If possible, they really wanted to go out and have some fun. By out, they meant visiting different parallel universes. In the infinite expanse of the multiverse, the eras inhabited by the spider totems varied wildly. If not for Carnage, they could go to the 16th century to see a performance by Shakespeare, visit medieval castles and knights, or head to the American West in the 19th century. Because of Carnage, all those plans had gone up in smoke. In reality, Peter's visit to the Spider Society headquarters was also for Carnage. On one hand, he wanted to gather intelligence from the Spider-Men who had fought Carnage to see if there were any effective methods. On the other hand, he wanted to see if any Spider-Man had been to Clintar so he could directly learn how the symbiote hive mind network functioned. Additionally, he had previously discovered a note in the Camartage library stating that the expansion of the living abyss and the web of destiny across the multiverse share similarities. He planned to see how the Society's research on the web of destiny was progressing and if they could be of any help. I have an update. Miguel approached as he spoke. Peter, who was mid-takoyaki, quickly gulped it down. Yeah. What is it? Is the model finished? Also, you guys really need to find a proper takoyaki chef. In an infinite multiverse, is there really no Spider-Man who knows how to cook takoyaki? We even have a J. Jonah Jameson Spider-Man. Is your problem with J. Jonah Jameson or the lack of good takoyaki? Miguel sighed inwardly at Peter Parker before continuing. Regarding the model of the web of destiny, that's not something that can be finished easily. Although you said the web of destiny and the symbiote consciousness network are very similar, the web was not designed for a hive mind. It involves a massive amount of fine-tuning. Miguel first shut down Peter's first idea before addressing the second. We do have several Spider-Men who have been to Clintar, and it's a decent enough place. However, once they heard you have Null's consciousness sealed inside you and that you're carrying anti-venom, they declined your invitation. So, we'll have to rely on local Spider-Men to help gather the data. Well, Peter hadn't entirely ruled out that outcome, but he was still a bit disappointed. He quickly recovered, though. Wait, if you're putting it that way, there must be some good news, right? Well, there is some news, though it's not entirely good. Miguel looked at Peter. Do you remember the so-called spider gods? Some of the most terrifying entities in the spider army. I know them. What about them? In the multiverse, there exist some Carnage Spider-Men and Venom Spider-Man. If these Carnage Spider-Men fail to resist the corruption, they become berserk symbiote warriors. But that's not all. Among the spider gods, there is a King in Black Spider-Man. Peter instantly connected the dots. So when the spider army went to recruit these Venom or Carnage Spider-Men, and they agreed that King in Black Spider-Man gave them enhanced power. Those who were enhanced began to exhibit the traits I mentioned regarding Carnage. After this long explanation, Peter finally understood what Miguel was getting at. And these guys definitely won't run away like Carnage when they start losing. As long as we take down one of them, we can get a proper sample and liberate a universe in the process. Miguel nodded. Yes. We have a few candidate universes. Take a look. Whether you go or not is up to you. Peter looked at the list of universes. He didn't recognize most of them, except for one, a universe that had gradually become irritable and fallen into darkness during a symbiote crisis, eventually choosing to embrace the symbiote entirely. Peter knew this world. It was from a game called Spider-Man, Web of Shadows. That's the one. Chapter 580, Web of Shadows. Earth, TRN-011. This was an extremely chaotic universe. In this reality, Venom appeared in a form people were more familiar with, an evil, terrifying symbiote. After separating from Spider-Man, it bonded with Eddie Brock to become Spider-Man's old rival, Venom. However, during a battle between Spider-Man and Venom, Venom's state became extremely unstable and exploded. First, Spider-Man extracted a portion of the symbiote from Venom, and then the entire entity detonated, infecting almost the entirety of Manhattan and turning the populace into its minions. During this process, the Spider-Man of this universe wandered down a path of no return. He became addicted to the power provided by the symbiote and eventually succumbed to it. Alongside Black Cat, he defeated Venom and took control of all New York, plotting to rule the entire world. So, the Peter Parker of this universe ultimately chose to be with Black Cat, and Black Cat is a villain here, or at least, she is for now. Gwen, who had followed along, looked at Peter with a hint of helplessness. Is there even a world where Felicia is a senior at our school? First of all, the Felicia of this world probably isn't our upperclassman. Secondly, she's a villain. These are two completely different worlds. Originally, Peter hadn't planned on bringing Gwen, but her abilities were incredibly convenient, and she truly needed some practical combat training. Regardless, with Peter carrying anti-venom, he could essentially tear through these symbiotes at will. Besides Gwen, the Spider Society had prepared a dozen other Spider-Men currently utilizing symbiotes, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. However, Peter first needed to establish contact with this universe's official organizations. After the Spider-Man of TRN-011 turned villain and seized New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. had essentially abandoned the city, evacuating most of its personnel. Thus, when another Spider-Man teleported onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, almost every agent immediately drew their weapons and aimed them at Peter and Gwen. Lower your guns. After a quick assessment, the Nick Fury of this universe made a judgment call. Gwen, who basically knew nothing about Fury, let out a sigh of wonder upon seeing him. There's actually a world where Nick Fury is white and has hair. Actually, the father of the Nick Fury in our universe was also white. He was an old comrade in arms of the captain. Peter dryly added the relevant information, though he didn't move to proactively shake Fury's hand. I imagine you're all quite tense right now. After all, from what I know, the things the Spider-Man of this world has been doing aren't exactly good. Saying they aren't good is a very modest understatement, friend. The White Fury spoke as he approached Peter. His eyes swept over Peter's form before showing a look of surprise. The suit you're wearing, it's a symbiote. Peter could feel the atmosphere on the helicarrier grow even more strained. He didn't say much, simply shrugging. I thought you were going to ask who I am. Future, past, multiverse, there are too many possibilities. But what we are facing now isn't something our past Spider-Man can solve. The White Fury quietly attempted some probing, though he didn't seem to expect that Peter didn't need his tests at all. I have a rough idea of what your Spider-Man, is thinking. I'm not agreeing with him, of course, but please remember, your Spider-Man is like this because he made a choice, not because he is being controlled by the symbiote. Peter tried to find a clue in Fury's expression, but he failed. Fury remained expressionless and seemed to reject Peter's line of thinking. I don't know which universe you came from, Spider-Man. But we have already sent out our best hunters to stop Spider-Man. The White Fury had no kind words for Peter, and Peter could understand his perspective. Understanding aside, Peter had to push his own agenda forward, so he spoke bluntly. I'm guessing that's a lost cause. An extremely powerful god has empowered the symbiotes themselves. The threat level of these enhanced symbiotes is much higher than before. If the heroes you sent out are infected by symbiotes but are still managing to maintain their self-awareness, then they're even more doomed. While Fury was still processing his confusion, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent let out a cry of alarm. "Sir! Something's wrong." Fury didn't scold the agent but immediately went to the screen to check the situation. New York was currently crawling with symbiotes. There wasn't a single place not teeming with those damn slimes. However, that wasn't why the black-clad Spider-Man had dragged a symbiote monster up and hung it from the Empire State Building. That was Wolverine. He had been infected by the symbiote but had managed to maintain his self-awareness. Fury had originally thought Wolverine could stop the symbiote Spider-Man, but looking at it now, he completely lacked the ability. Nick Fury of Earth, TRN-011 fell silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed, looked at Peter, and walked up to him. "What is your relationship with the Fantastic Four?" "Well, in my universe," Reed Richards declared, "that if anything ever happens to the Fantastic Four, I am the one to form the new team." "Is that enough?" The White Fury thought for a moment and cautiously took another step closer. Peter felt his spider sense tingle slightly. "Then what did you come to our universe for?" "To eliminate the mutated symbiotes." "That's it?" Fury asked, somewhat incredulously. "You don't want anything." "In fact, I didn't come here to help you. I came specifically to wipe out these symbiotes." Hearing this, Fury finally nodded in satisfaction. He naturally believed that Spider-Man was a selfless, good person, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, right up until the day he became the leader of the symbiotes and occupied all of New York. This history resulted in his lack of trust toward the Spider-Man in front of him, who was clearly from another universe. "Fine. What do you need?" "Do you need to make preparations?" "The Fantastic Four evacuated some equipment from the Baxter Building, and there's Tony Stark." "I don't need anything. I just came to tell you that I'm an ally, to avoid any accidental friendly fire." The White Fury was momentarily choked by those words before asking back in disbelief, "That is a goddamn city full of symbiotes." "Well, if it's just one city's worth of symbiotes, it might actually be quite simple." Chapter 581, Slaughter's Venom. Peter Parker of Earth, TRN-011 was currently dozing. Moments ago, Wolverine, whom Peter had literally torn in half during their battle, had recovered and attempted to fight him again while wearing a symbiote suit. Ultimately, Venom Spider-Man defeated Wolverine once more. To prevent the old wolf from making a comeback, Spider-Man had unceremoniously webbed him up and hung him from the side of the Empire State Building. As for now, he simply wanted to take a well-deserved rest in this city of his. All of New York was covered in symbiotes. After Venom's ability spiraled out of control and Spider-Man finally killed him by detonating a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, a massive amount of symbiote fragments had scattered across the city. They all answered to the command of symbiote Spider-Man. Only a few hours after he had chosen this path, another Spider-Man wearing a black suit appeared in his universe and introduced him to the so-called Web Warriors. He hadn't cared much for the stranger's words until one point was made: "You can truly become the master of all symbiotes. Of the ones in this world, at least." After a long negotiation and a chaotic brawl between two impatient symbiote Spider-Men, he finally accepted the deal. Every symbiote spawned from Venom could now be governed by his consciousness. Every person infected by a symbiote was now directly under the overlay of his thoughts and will. He could easily feel the thoughts of every symbiote as influenced by their hosts. They converged together, making symbiote Spider-Man feel as though he had become something far greater. He used to blindly believe Uncle Ben's words, that with great power comes great responsibility. But back then, he hadn't known just how powerful power could be. Until now. Why are my symbiote lackeys disappearing so fast? Symbiote Spider-Man stood up abruptly. What's happening? Peter was strolling through the symbiote-covered New York. Every time he landed a punch on a grunt, every symbiote on the target's body would rapidly collapse. Any symbiote he touched died instantly. Consequently, Peter decided to play with a cheat code. He let Anti-Venom manifest 4 tentacles, similar to Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms, and simply swept his way through the streets. In a single move, dozens or even hundreds of symbiotes were eliminated, quickly revealing a crowd of ordinary people who had been parasitized. Seeing this, it wasn't just the symbiote grunts who were stunned, even this universe's Nick Fury was speechless. "Should we move in now?" Maria Hill looked at her superior, her expression strained. They had exhausted all their efforts and fought for days just to stop an out-of-control Eddie Brock, only for Spider-Man to turn dark and become a symbiote king, stronger and more terrifying to the point that S.H.I.E.L.D. had to retreat from New York. And now, a Spider-Man from another universe shows up in an inverted Venom suit and starts playing a music game inside the symbiote horde. What exactly had they been struggling for all this time? The White Nick Fury remained silent for a long while before shaking his head helplessly. "Order everyone to prepare to move in. The main priority is to contain the personnel who have been cured of the infection. Also, tell everyone to be ready to face a larger symbiote legion." Meanwhile, Peter, who was tearing through New York, finally encountered a slightly troublesome opponent. Vulture, completely covered in symbiote matter, came screaming down from the sky, but Peter dodged him with ease. He then stuck a web to Vulture's back, yanked the old man toward him, and delivered a solid punch. Honestly, I've forgotten who all is in this game. For instance, is there a symbiote version of the Sinister Six? Are they all really here? Under the strike from anti-venom, the symbiote covering Vulture's face began to wither rapidly. Peter ended his symbiote career with another definitive punch. He dropped the now peacefully sleeping Vulture onto the ground and spotted a symbiote Electro charging toward him. How nostalgic. A classic-style Electro. No turning into a ball of lightning to fly around, and no running away. Peter's arm rapidly sprouted a mass of symbiote tentacles, forming a thick limb that hooked the mid-air symbiote Electro and slammed him violently into the pavement. He knocked him unconscious in one go while simultaneously dissolving the symbiote on his body. Peter couldn't help but shrug. Alright, who's next? Peter's spider sense went off, signaling the arrival of a Spider-Man he hadn't met yet. He soon saw the local Spider-Man, dressed in his black suit and looking fierce, performing a superhero landing, though he was no longer a superhero. Nice suit. Black, slim fit, and a bit cranky. Actually, I still quite like Venom, as long as he isn't the villain version. Speaking of which, you showed up pretty fast. Where are your people? Oh wait, your symbiotes. Symbiote Spider-Man remained silent for a moment before looking at Peter. You really talk too much. Are you serious? You're telling a Spider-Man he's too noisy. I don't know if you're some clone cooked up by the Jackal or some hothead from another universe. If it's the former, I'll kill you quickly. If it's the latter, you'd better crawl back to your own life immediately. And here's some advice, quit the superhero business. Don't be like that, pal. Peter shot a web that stuck to the other's shoulder. Let's have a proper chat. Symbiote Spider-Man turned his head and saw the symbiote on his shoulder beginning to dissolve rapidly. He chopped through the webbing with his hand, quickly commanded the symbiote to regenerate, and then lunged at Peter. There's nothing to talk about. During that brief exchange, Peter had confirmed one thing: like Carnage, every symbiote molecule on the opponent's body was independent of the others. This was why he hadn't been instantly killed by anti-venom. Defeating the enemy in front of him would be simple, but Peter was thinking about how to trigger a chain reaction, how to ensure that while crushing the central hub, he would also wipe out the entire symbiote collective. If he merely defeated a Carnage type in battle, it was meaningless. As long as a fraction of the organism remained outside, it could immediately multiply and recover, or even theoretically produce a massive army of grunts like the out-of-control Venom in Web of Shadows. This was a perfect opportunity to experiment and see if he had a way to wipe out all the symbiotes in one fell swoop. Really nothing to talk about. Peter effortlessly dodged symbiote Spider-Man's attack and landed a punch right in his face. In that case, I guess the talking's over. Chapter 582, No One Notices Gwen. Peter had not fought other Spider-Men many times, but fortunately, he was highly experienced in battling symbiotes. Furthermore, there was no doubt that this local Spider-Man was no longer leaning toward being a hero, but had fully embraced being Venom. Additionally, Peter was carrying far too many stacked buffs. As a result, he quickly gained the upper hand in the fight. With a single punch, he sent the symbiote covering the opponent's face flying, or with a casual strike, caused the symbiote on the other man's body to fall into a state of frenzy. However, none of this was Peter's true objective. While Peter himself had seemingly forgotten her presence, Gwen was perched on the side of a nearby building, watching the one-sided battle. She held a smartphone in one hand, following instructions to operate a device. This instrument had been co-created by Fitz and Simmons of the Airbus team, designed specifically to intercept and analyze communication signals between symbiotes. During their analysis of Carnage samples, they had proposed a hypothesis: if different symbiotes could locate one another by sending signals, did it mean that every molecule of Carnage communicated in a similar fashion? This was the real reason Peter had come here. On one hand, the symbiote Spider-Man of this universe possessed a structure similar to Carnage. On the other hand, Peter had a much larger script in play. He had already integrated the entirety of New York into a part of his own hive mind. Therefore, cracking the characteristics of the enemy before them was the key to cracking all enemies of this type. Gwen's role was to provide real-time oversight. The translator isn't working. It looks like even though they use signal transmission, the meanings are entirely different, Gwen lamented as she looked at the signals she had received. After the Clintar symbiotes freed themselves from Null's era, their communication evolved from a simple hive mind into something differentiated, giving birth to a telepathic language unique to them. However, Null, or rather, the symbiote codex, had no need for such things. Thus, while Gwen intercepted the signals, she had no way of deciphering them. As she monitored the situation and kept an eye on her surroundings, she suddenly noticed others rapidly approaching. A glance revealed the symbiote-enhanced Rhino and Scorpion closing in. Gwen thought for a moment and decided to try something else first: Mysterio's helmet. Indeed, the first solution Peter had thought of was using the new version of the Mysterio helmet to see if it could directly interfere with Cletus or other similar enemies. After all, the prototype for the new helmet was the Danger Room, and the Danger Room relied on telepathy to construct illusions. What if it could be used against symbiotes? To achieve this, she first had to understand how to use human thought to intervene in the symbiote consciousness network, which was where the shield equipment came in. Now, Gwen felt she had collected enough data, so she stood up and decided to act. Let's give this a try. As Gwen spoke, she pulled back her hood and put on the Mysterio helmet. She used an illusion to disguise herself as a standard Mysterio agent and quickly approached the two villains. When the duo saw Mysterio rushing toward them, they didn't pay much mind, though Scorpion asked a sudden question. Quentin, why haven't you gotten a symbiote? Did you not ask the boss for one? Boss? You mean Spider-Man, the Mysterio asked in return. I thought you guys were planning to take him out. Since when did you become Spider-Man's lackeys? Rhino was still charging forward blindly, but Scorpion immediately sensed something was wrong. He whipped his tail toward Mysterio, but unfortunately, he only struck an illusion. He immediately shouted to Rhino, watch out. There's something wrong with this Mysterio. Wait, even my own shouting might be a hallucination. Maybe I didn't say anything at all, but because of Mysterio's powers, I only think I did. Realizing this possibility, Scorpion immediately switched to the symbiote's visual mode. All symbiotes shared a collective consciousness, which meant that nearby symbiotes could see Mysterio from a range beyond his interference. Scorpion allowed a smile to creep onto his face. In the next second, for reasons unknown, the symbiote on Scorpion's body lost control. He was slammed against a wall, looking at his surroundings in total confusion. What happened to my symbiote? Why did it suddenly go haywire? An even more bewildered Rhino walked over and helped pry Scorpion off the wall. Mate, what's going on with you? I don't know. It felt like I tripped in an instant, and the symbiote on my body just exploded. Scorpion rubbed his head in confusion, then looked at Rhino blankly. Why did we stop here? Neither could explain the situation, so they immediately got back on their way. Meanwhile, Gwen, still disguised as Mysterio, began her second attempt. She deactivated her ability and then targeted them again with Mysterio's illusions. She was trying everything possible to use the helmet to contact the sensations between the symbiotes, but she failed again. This time, Scorpion and Rhino spotted Gwen again, along with the chaotic illusions she had conjured. Both attacked Gwen simultaneously, only to end up crashing into each other. They stood there, puzzled as to why there were so many burning cars around them. I guess we hit something. It was Rhino who spoke this time. After all, he didn't remember hitting any cars, nor did he remember why he had collided with Scorpion. After thinking carefully, he could only come to one conclusion: he must have slipped. Hidden off to the side, Gwen complained. Can this thing actually be used on symbiotes? Why is it that no matter how I use it, it only affects the hosts? After using her abilities twice to avoid unnecessary combat, Gwen took out the device to continue her rapid testing, but there was still no effect. The data was indeed piling up, but the practical results remained at zero. Could it be that human thought truly cannot interfere with symbiotes? Just as Gwen was expressing her confusion, she saw a new figure approaching the battlefield. This person was neither someone controlled by this universe's symbiote Spider-Man, like Black Cat, nor was it a member of the Resistance sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. On the contrary, it was someone who was perhaps not that surprising to see. Gwen had never met this person, only knowing the basic information. In her field of vision, she saw a crimson symbiote rapidly closing in on Peter's location. It's actually Carnage, the Carnage of this universe. Does he intend to intervene in the fight between Peter and that Peter Parker? Chapter 583, not even Peter had this. When Gwen contacted Peter, he was startled, mostly because he had momentarily forgotten about her. He was still racking his brain over how anti-Venom could resolve the symbiote hive mind, but he hadn't made any headway yet. Consequently, Gwen essentially deactivated her ability abruptly and transmitted a message to him. Peter. I see Carnage heading your way. This universe is Carnage. Startled by Gwen, Peter executed a backflip to put some distance between himself and the symbiote Spider-Man. The latter watched him with a look of confusion and surprise, wondering what he was doing. Meanwhile, as Peter pulled away, he remembered Gwen's mission and immediately inquired. What about Mysterio's helmet? Is it working? It doesn't seem to be effective. I tried it on this universe's Scorpion and Rhino, but it had the same effect as it would if they didn't have symbiotes. Peter paused for a moment upon hearing this, then countered, what about ordinary symbiotes? Have you tried it on them yet? Are you communicating with someone else? The symbiote Spider-Man transformed his hands into talons and lunged at Peter. Peter dodged swiftly, leaping onto a rooftop with a light hop. Seeing the symbiote Spider-Man preparing to give chase, he quickly began weaving between the skyscrapers to evade him. On the other end, Gwen seemed a bit baffled by Peter's question. No, why? Is there a difference? Do Scorpion and Rhino have their own consciousness? Yeah, I even heard them chatting. That means the symbiotes aren't controlling them, they're just using the symbiotes to enhance themselves. This universe's Spider-Man must have interfered. As Peter spoke, he spun and leaped through the air, thrusting out a symbiote tentacle to clash with one from the symbiote Spider-Man. After the mid-air collision, he quickly pulled away again and told Gwen, "What you need to do isn't find these special cases. Go find the ordinary infected. Their perspective is the symbiote's perspective." The manual didn't mention that. Shouldn't the ordinary infected have been the first thing you tried? Who on earth are you talking to? The three channels converged in an instant. The symbiote Spider-Man leaped up, the volume of his hands exploding in size as he swung a heavy punch at Peter, slamming him toward the ground before landing himself. Peter, however, took no damage, he didn't even hit the pavement. He landed gracefully, not a speck of dust touching him. Whatever you're planning with whoever you're talking to, it ends now. As the symbiote Spider-Man spoke, his buff finally arrived. The Scarlet Carnage charged toward him, only to be grabbed by the throat. Then, he tore this universe's Cletus Cassati out of the Carnage mass, snapped Cletus's neck with a single grip, and pressed the Carnage symbiote onto himself. Soon, he transformed from the pure black symbiote Spider-Man into one with a black base and a scarlet spider emblem. I have to say, if the Carnage in my universe were this easy to deal with, it would be a blessing. Also, are you serious? Faced with an enemy capable of disintegrating symbiotes, you chose to use another symbiote to power yourself up. The opponent didn't waste words on banter, he charged with even greater speed. His original symbiote wasn't Venom, but a derivative spawned from a piece of Venom that had been torn off. Carnage, however, was even more powerful than Venom, finally allowing his base stats to go toe-to-toe with Peter's. Yet, the opponent still hadn't solved the fundamental problem, he couldn't pierce anti-Venom's defenses. This led the symbiote Spider-Man to become increasingly confused. This Spider-Man has an absolute advantage over me. What is he waiting for? Is he still planning to talk me down? The reason the symbiote Spider-Man had this doubt was that Gwen had activated her ability once more and moved to test the ordinary infected. Using Mysterio's helmet, she rapidly influenced a single, independent symbiote. Soon, she watched as more and more signals appeared on her screen in quick succession, an almost endless stream. The consciousnesses of these people appeared simultaneously within the same medium, sharing every perception they gained. Their sensations formed a map signal existing within the consciousness, devoid of concrete images. They could feel the rapid expansion and decay of every symbiote, as if every drop of water were controlling the rise and fall of the tide. It wasn't a single mind controlling all the bodies, but rather countless minds simultaneously operating a giant web. So this is the symbiote hive mind. Each consciousness has its own perception and traits, even its own thought capacity, but they aren't independent. This corresponds to Type 47 in the manual. Those scientists really thought of every possibility. Gwen muttered to herself while flipping through the operating manual, quickly initiating an intervention. In that case, let's first try inputting false sensory information into a single individual. The information perceived by one symbiote was modified by Mysterio's helmet. From the feedback device on the helmet, Gwen could see a momentary distortion in the symbiote's neural network, a visual error. Alright, turning to the corresponding case, page 734. Did the person who wrote this not consider users with dyslexia? Or is being a superhero not for the illiterate? Just kidding. I feel like my grades are definitely going to slip next semester. How does Peter manage to skip class all the time and keep his grades stable? More and more symbiotes began receiving erroneous information. Although they were symbiote-controlled hosts, their sensory organs still relied on humans. First, every one of them saw the same illusion, to the point where the visual correction of the illusion within the symbiote consciousness network overrode reality. Next, following the manual's instructions, Gwen began feeding different illusions to different symbiotes. Then, she deactivated her ability. In that same instant, the symbiote Spider-Man, who was in the middle of fighting Peter, suddenly paused. He clutched his head and began to sway unsteadily. He felt the world becoming very strange, filled with paradoxes and fallacies. What did you do? Looks like Gwen succeeded. You accepted gifts from others to link yourself to the consciousness network of all symbiotes, and in doing so, you gave yourself a weakness. As Peter spoke, he rapidly closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on the other man's face. I don't know which of the thousands of hypotheses you've run into, but I'm pretty sure you're in for a bad time, pal. Chapter 584, How to Destroy a Hive. The problem currently afflicting the Spider-Man of Earth TRN-011 wasn't a psychic attack, but rather an information disruption. Within his mind, he could simultaneously perceive hundreds of different states occurring in the same location, inducing a sensation akin to severe nausea. After clutching his head and staring at Peter for a moment, he became certain of one thing: the events unfolding here were the work of another person. But what had he just heard? Gwen. Gwen Stacy. What did you just say? Claws lunged toward Peter without warning, but Peter, who had developed his spider sense into short-term precognition, easily evaded the symbiote Spider-Man's strike. He countered with a punch square to the latter's face. For some reason, he found punching this counterpart's face immensely satisfying. Watching the symbiote collapse to reveal the true face of the symbiote Spider-Man gave him a profound sense of achievement. However, Gwen was running into trouble on her end. Hey, smart guy, how's it going over there? Everything smooth. It's fine. Just keep following the manual and see if you can collect enough data. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Gwen's outcry wasn't without cause. At this very moment, she was being pursued by Black Cat. Like the other villains in this universe, this Black Cat had been infected by a symbiote, granting her even greater power. For Gwen, who possessed only spider powers, a symbiote-enhanced enemy was clearly an extremely difficult opponent to handle. I'm currently being chased by another world's Felicia, and to make things worse, I'm wearing this incredibly heavy helmet. Peter didn't immediately grasp why this was such a problem. After punching the symbiote Spider-Man back, he asked, "Can't you just make her forget you?" Then what happens on your end? When Gwen's forgetting ability activated, not only was she forgotten, but even the functions of Mysterio's helmet would suffer glitches. She had indeed interfered with the symbiote's perception, but because of her power, the symbiote Spider-Man would perceive the interference as normal and fail to detect any anomaly. In other words, if the experiment was to proceed correctly, Gwen could not use her forgetting ability. Peter performed a backflip to dodge an attack from the symbiote Spider-Man, then fired webbing from both hands to snag the incoming webs. He yanked his opponent forward, slamming him violently against a building. Can't you just run further away before resuming the experiment? Gwen's answer remained the same. Then what about you? Trust me, if I wanted to take this guy out, I could do it whenever I want. Peter spoke with squinted eyes as he charged forward. He dodged a punch from the symbiote Spider-Man and immediately followed up with a strike to the gut. Do you really intend to keep fighting me? It seems the symbiote didn't just dampen your sense of humor, it dampened your spider sense too. Peter landed another punch as he spoke, then performed a mid-air spin kick that connected with the side of his opponent's head. Can't you take a good look at the situation? What have you gained from all this? What have I gained? I don't give a damn about what I've gained. With just one sentence, Peter had provoked his alternate self. The symbiote Spider-Man stopped dodging Peter's attacks entirely. He caught Peter's fist, allowing the boy to unravel the symbiote on his arm, and then delivered a brutal headbutt to Peter's forehead, sending him stumbling back a step or two. And what did I gain from being Spider-Man? How many times have I saved this world, this city? His claws grew even sharper than before, nearly tearing through the symbiote on Peter's chest. As Peter retreated a couple of steps, he was met with a flurry of symbiote tentacles. They moved with such speed that Peter nearly failed to react. And this city, this world, never gave me anything. Not even a thank you. I'm just constantly losing. My power wasn't enough to save others. I had to rely on the symbiote's power to save this city, yet MJ was disappointed in me. The symbiote Spider-Man continued his assault as he spoke. Peter shifted to a defensive stance, constantly evading the onslaught. I couldn't save my lover. I couldn't save my friends. I watched one good person after another turn into a villain, and then I had to fight them. I've had enough. The symbiote on his body suddenly erupted. Peter maneuvered rapidly, relying on his spider sense to dodge the spikes. However, this was exactly what his opponent wanted. He had funneled Peter's movement path, forcing him to move into a trap. He lunged forward, seized Peter by the throat, and slammed him violently into the ground, pummeling him. In that case, why should I bother continuing? I have to say, that sounds quite reasonable, but there's one problem. No one ever said we had to be Spider-Man. Pinned to the ground, Peter kicked the symbiote Spider-Man in the jaw, then quickly surged after the reeling figure to launch a counterattack. It was never an obligation, it was a choice. Even if you want to quit, you don't have to go to extremes. Fighting his way back, Peter returned the headbutt with interest. With great power comes great responsibility was never a curse. You turned it into a curse yourself, and now you're blaming the words. The symbiote Spider-Man faltered. He had expected this younger version of himself to use Uncle Ben to talk him down, but Peter hadn't. Yet, precisely because of that, he felt the boy might be right. He had indeed gained power, and he could indeed stop being Spider-Man, but did he really have to become this? Joining the so-called Web Corps? Controlling all of New York? Killing his old friends? A Spider-Man's life wasn't what I wanted, but is this what I want? The symbiote Spider-Man's contemplation didn't last long. A burst of gunfire interrupted their exchange. Peter immediately leaped up to dodge the hail of bullets, then looked toward the source of the fire. It was the Black Cat of this universe, arriving on the scene clad in a symbiote suit. Peter backed away a few steps, looking at his alternate self with a look of confusion. Well, I have to say, the symbiote is indeed impressive, and you can control it. But why did you design a symbiote suit for Black Cat that has her midriff exposed? Is that some kind of personal fetish? The symbiote Spider-Man snapped back to reality and looked at Peter. I've suddenly realized that Peter Parker's mouth really can ruin a lot of things. Chapter 585, Chain Reaction. In truth, regardless of whether Peter had said those few extra words, the symbiote Spider-Man would not have stopped. He was facing an impossible dilemma. Even if he were willing to leave, wouldn't organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. eventually come knocking? In fact, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. guaranteed that everyone could just part ways, the Spider-Man of this universe likely wouldn't believe them anymore. One had to remember that previously, in order to combat the symbiote crisis triggered by Venom, the geniuses at S.H.I.E.L.D. had made the cryptic move of blowing up every bridge and tunnel leading out of Manhattan, effectively trapping every civilian inside to be infected by the symbiotes. Later on, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no way to handle the infection crisis at all. They were forced to swallow their pride and seek a partnership with Kingpin, enlisting the Tinkerer to design a massive anti-symbiote bomb. Naturally, in this timeline, S.H.I.E.L.D. could very well claim that everything became irreversible only because Spider-Man turned traitor at the last second and destroyed the bomb. However, in another timeline where Spider-Man did not succumb to his dark side and successfully detonated the device, Venom still remained completely unscathed and proceeded to take control of the entire helicarrier. The verdict: a total disaster. Of course, none of this had much to do with Peter. From a gameplay perspective, one could weigh the options, but in a realistic universe, God only knows why they didn't seek out scientists from the Avengers or the Fantastic Four to solve the problem. For now, the only enemy Peter needed to deal with was the one right in front of him. Ah, Peter. Black Cat seems to have headed your way for quite a while now. I'm guessing things are clear on my end. Yeah, I just received a warm greeting from this world's Felicia. Peter spoke half-jokingly, then fired a web at the symbiote Black Cat, only to have it intercepted by the symbiote Spider-Man. The latter knew very well that under the influence of Anti-Venom's abilities, anyone other than himself wouldn't last a second. He immediately waved for Black Cat, as well as the arriving Scorpion and Rhino, to leave. All of you, get out of here. I'll handle this guy. But did you not hear what I said? Enraged, the symbiote Spider-Man drove the group away, telling them to just go after Gwen, before resuming his battle with Peter. In reality, he couldn't defeat Anti-Venom either. He was surviving entirely because every symbiote molecule on his body was independent. Anti-Venom couldn't kill them all at once, and the symbiotes were splitting and replicating at hyperspeed to compensate. In other respects, however, the symbiote Spider-Man could at least hold his own against Peter. You're stalling. You're actually looking for another way to deal with me, because you know that simply eliminating one enemy won't solve the problem. Actually, it can. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. has the Tinkerer whip up a second idiotic bomb and I take care of you, it's over. And I guarantee they didn't listen to me about standing down, they've already moved in. Peter spoke while waiting for something. Meanwhile, on the new helicarrier, Maria Hill looked somewhat awkwardly at Fury, who was rubbing his temples. Sir, should we temporarily suspend? We cannot place our hopes on a Spider-Man from another universe who claims to have the ability to solve the problem. Continue the operation. The white Nick Fury spoke with grim determination. He certainly knew that this multiversal Spider-Man might truly have the power to resolve the symbiote crisis. But the problem was, if a person from another universe did everything, wouldn't that make S.H.I.E.L.D. look utterly incompetent? Though, in reality, the fact that they had to pay the Tinkerer to build a bomb was already proof enough of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s incompetence. Down on the ground, the battle between the two Spider-Men continued. Simultaneously, Gwen had begun the next step of the plan according to the manual. First, she continued her previous actions, allowing countless symbiotes to perceive completely different conditions, thereby flooding the symbiote Spider-Man, the Hive hub, with conflicting information. Next, she began using equipment developed by the Airbus team to send fake signals directly to the symbiotes. By collecting sufficient data and taking advantage of the fact that the symbiotes on the symbiote Spider-Man originally came from Venom, it was easy to broadcast signals similar to those he used to command the Hive. Under normal circumstances, such signals would be discovered and corrected by the host in short order, but now. Right now, the opponent had no time to deal with such matters, nor could he sense the discrepancy. This was one of the countless protocols designed by the Airbus team and Peter to combat a symbiote Hive network. By causing large-scale sensory errors, the Hive Mind's hub would be unable to transmit correct signals to the subordinate symbiotes. Then, through specifically designed signal commands, the subordinate symbiotes would be ordered to dismantle themselves. Furthermore, after collecting as much data as possible, they could research a more advanced possibility, whether it was possible to completely collapse the entire network by affecting only the hub. Good news, Peter. Watching the symbiote grunts below collapse one by one, losing their ability to bond with ordinary people, Gwen happily reported the situation to Peter. All enemies within coverage here have been dealt with. Every symbiote has lost the ability to bond with humans. It worked. Yeah, it worked. Peter replied while pinning the symbiote Spider-Man to the ground. He looked up at the sky where S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun installing the anti-symbiote bomb on the Empire State Building. I suppose all of this is finally coming to an end. Simultaneously, Peter's and Gwen's spider senses flared violently. Peter's was even more intense. His spider sense, which had been enhanced countless times, clearly foresaw exactly what was about to happen. He saw a god. A brand new god, walking upon the great web of destiny. No, the figure was not entirely walking upon the web of destiny. The way the web of destiny spread across the multiverse was similar to how the symbiote hive mind spread across the multiverse. This meant that any connection achievable through the web of destiny could also be achieved through the symbiote hive network. This was exactly why a certain deity was so obsessed with strengthening the symbiote Spider-Man across the multiverse. He intended to seize the symbiote networks of one universe after another from Null and bring them under his own command. And now, he had arrived. He overlooked time, connected to the world web, he possessed infinite forms, seated at the center of the stars. The symbiote Spider-Man pinned beneath Peter suddenly let out a wailing roar. Peter quickly backed away. In his spider-sense premonition, he watched the symbiote on his opponent twist and deform, molding itself into an entirely new appearance. Hello, Peter Parker. It spoke. I am the god of symbiotes, the King in Black. Chapter 586, The King in Black. In a certain universe, Peter Parker and Venom finally defeated Null and took his place, becoming the god of symbiotes, the new King in Black. Even at this peak, he never forgot Uncle Ben's words, with great power comes great responsibility. So, having become a god, what was Spider-Man supposed to do? The King in Black brought order and peace to the entire universe. All wars were erased, and all chaos was purged. The King in Black might not have possessed the overwhelming ability to rewrite reality, but his intrinsic power was so immense that the entire universe could not contend with it. He began to arbitrate disputes between different civilizations, stopping wars and suppressing turmoil. But there was one thing even the King in Black himself could not avoid. The King in Black represented the void within the universe. He was the representative of the living abyss, the counterpart to the Beyond Realm that created all things. If the Beyond Realm represented a supreme divinity that transcended all, then the living abyss represented the deepest desires. Peter Parker was noble enough to use the power of the void to help the world, yet he inevitably felt a growing restlessness through action after action. He purged the gods of the universe, for the very existence of gods sparked conflicts of faith. He swept away cosmic civilizations that engaged in aggressive expansion, erasing the stars between each civilization to prevent their ships from reaching another galaxy. Symbiotes, acting as his heralds, reached every corner of the cosmos. Every government that failed to fulfill its duties and every nation that could not stop itself from instigating war faced destruction. In the end, the universe was orderly and peaceful. As long as a civilization did not start a war, its society did not collapse, and it did not seek disorderly expansion toward the stars, the King in Black would not interfere in their lives. Of course, his former friends, comrades, and even lovers did not necessarily understand any of this. They tried to resist, and then they were integrated into the symbiote hive. Thus, the universe was at peace. If things had continued this way, the King in Black might have grown even more extreme. In his quest to maintain an unceasing peace, he might have chosen to merge every living being in the universe with the symbiotes. However, two people appeared in his world. One was Anansi, the first spider totem in the world, the Ashanti god of lies and stories, the weaver of the world. The other was a Deadpool with spider powers. His universe had been infected by a zombie virus, and Deadpool had subsequently infected all the zombies, becoming the host for a sort of spider Deadpool virus. We need help, Anansi said, extending an invitation to the King in Black. He told him the whole truth, why they needed the King in Black, or rather, why they needed every one of the spider gods. So, he agreed. The coverage of the symbiote network is paramount. Before Shothra awakens, I need to use the expansion of the spider army to allow me to replace Null as the master of the symbiote hive mind as much as possible. The closer this number is to infinity, the better. The King in Black stood before Peter, explaining this without stating his reasons. Peter raised the first question, why? You're using the symbiote consciousness network as a backup for the web of destiny. That is not important, at least not to you. The King in Black's answer remained definitive. He was not physically present, rather, he was using the symbiote consciousness network to project himself across the multiverse, controlling the body of the symbiote Spider-Man as a proxy. It was precisely because he had seized the symbiote network of this universe that he could arrive here without affecting the web of destiny. I am here because you are doing things that threaten all of this. Nothing more. Stop. Let me take over your universe's Clintar, and I will help you solve every problem you seek to address. Every crisis, every disaster, I can solve them all for you. The King in Black spoke calmly, as if he were dispassionately reading a novel. Peter hesitated for a fleeting moment, but then, his mind was struck by a shock. Memories from the King in Black flooded into Peter's brain like a tide. He looked at the latter in disbelief, seeing the figure slowly reach a hand toward him. "Sorry, I refuse. Your universe might be peaceful, but it looks like you've gone mad." "Yes, I know." The King in Black remained unnervingly calm. He slowly clenched the hand he had extended toward Peter. In the next instant, Peter felt an incredible sensation of suffocation. The anti-venom suit on his body began to boil, mutating, and spiraling out of control against his will. Anti-venom reversed the living abyss portion of the symbiote. Like the enigma force, it represents a power from the beyond realm, the King in Black explained as he observed Peter's current condition. However, it is still a symbiote. If you die, the anti-venom codex will still enter the collective symbiote network. And I am the god of symbiotes. I can feel its codex and its power. I can control it. Realizing that anti-venom had not rampaged as expected, the King in Black paused. A flicker of emotional surprise finally surfaced. "You sealed Null's consciousness inside your own body." Correct answer. The one who spoke was not Peter Parker, but another King in Black, the original one. He could not turn Peter into his avatar like the opponent had, but he still influenced Peter's appearance. The boiling anti-venom began to contract, returning to the form of a uniform. Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief as he heard that annoying voice once again. "Just this once, you'd better kill this guy immediately. I guess you're worried about him killing you, right? Aren't you worried about him destroying your universe? The King in Black is destined to lead the destruction of the multiverse. He. If you hadn't created Carnage, would I have even run into this guy?" While Peter retook control of his body and grumbled internally, he drew the Dragon Fang blade. The King in Black was somewhat surprised, but only slightly. "Even with Null, I am directly connected to the living abyss of this universe, while the Null inside you can only influence anti-venom. How do you plan to fight?" Everyone knows the Beyond Realm prepared a corresponding suppressor for the living abyss. Once a King in Black appears, it rushes over. So, here's the question. There are two Kings in Black on the field. What is the arrival speed of the Enigma force? Before his voice had even faded, light from a distant galaxy struck Peter. The Enigma force of Earth, TRN-011 merged with him, making Peter Captain Universe once again. Instantaneous. Chapter 587, the second spider god of the web. Peter. Gwen called out to Peter repeatedly over the comms, but there was no response. She was certain she wasn't using her abilities to phase out, yet Peter simply wasn't replying. Soon, the shield of this universe also contacted her. "We found that both Spider-Man and the other Spider-Man who came with you have disappeared. The satellites only captured very blurred footage, we can't distinguish the specifics." The shield operator on the other end asked Gwen, "Do you know where they went?" Gwen had no answer. She could only watch as S.H.I.E.L.D. activated the anti-symbiote bombs and began purging the symbiotes from Manhattan. But where exactly had Peter gone? Peter had gone to hunt down the King in Black. After the Enigma force of Earth, TRN-011 connected with Peter, the King in Black had rapidly departed Earth at superluminal speeds. Peter gave chase immediately because Null had told him exactly what the imposter intended to do. In this universe, the body of Spider-Man was still too frail. Therefore, the adversary required a more powerful vessel, one truly capable of contending with Captain Universe. For instance, the mindless physical form of this universe is Null. "So, I have an idea that can stop this immediately." Null offered his advice with great interest, "Kill yourself right now and go to the great beyond. Then, let my consciousness occupy the body of this universe's version of me. I'll resurrect and beat the living daylights out of that damn fraud, and I'll even bring you back through the symbiote hive mind. What do you think? Do you honestly think I'm that stupid? I'm serious. Even if I reclaim my body, I still need you to get back to Earth 616. The energy signatures between different universes are distinct, you already know that. Without you, how would I ever get home? The symbiote hive mind." Null chuckled but fell silent. In truth, if the King in Black hadn't attempted to manipulate anti-venom, Null's consciousness wouldn't have awakened enough to speak with Peter. He didn't plan on helping any further, either, he just needed to ensure that the fraud didn't take control of the disgusting anti-symbiote substance on this spider's body. The rest. Let the God of Light and the King in Black fight it out. It was none of his business. Though, someone was likely in for a rough time. Peter used the power of Captain Universe to close the distance rapidly. He found it baffling how the opponent could move so fast, but he was even more troubled by his conversation with Null. If his guess was correct, the King in Black could have reached Clintar instantly by forcing the symbiote Spider-Man to commit suicide. But he hadn't done that. Why? Out of overconfidence. Peter sensed the opponent coming to a halt and pulled up as well. Before him lay this universe's version of the symbiote home world, Clintar. It was a dazzling planet, shimmering with vibrant colors under the light of its star. It was a collective of countless symbiotes disguised as a planet. Take a good look. This is what you'll see in the future. The moment Peter laid eyes on it, the entire planet exploded. Countless giant Spider-Men composed of pure symbiote matter began crawling aimlessly through the void. Then, the King in Black appeared before Peter. His voice remained detached. Apologies. That took some time. You destroyed a planet. Symbiotes never had so-called self-awareness. The ego of a symbiote is merely the scattered thoughts they have when they lack a master. The King in Black was surprisingly willing to explain the details of Clintar to Peter. I sent this universe's Spider-Man back to his world, but that doesn't mean he can return to the path of a hero. If you knew his story, you'd know he could have chosen differently, but he didn't. Was he referring to the events of the Web of Shadows hero route? Peter raised the Dragon Fang blade tentatively as the unipower coalesced. The King in Black reached into his own body, or rather, the body of this universe's Null, and pulled out another sword. It wasn't Null's famous all-black the Necrosword, but merely a physical manifestation of the living abyss. Shall we begin, then? The King in Black asked, probing with an inquiry. Do you need more time to prepare? No, I'm ready. As he spoke, Peter hurled the Dragon Fang directly at the King in Black. The King in Black hadn't anticipated this move. He casually batted the blade aside with his own long sword, only to see a strand of webbing attached to the hilt. Naturally, such a tactic was typical for Spider-Man. However, immediately afterward, a massive number of chains erupted from the depths of the void, ensnaring his limbs. The King in Black looked at the thousands of crimson bands of Sidorak binding him and looked at Peter with surprise. You know magic as well. Jack of all trades, master of, well, having a lot of skills always comes in handy. Peter had never cast a spell this powerful or wide-reaching, let alone used it to restrain a god. But it didn't matter. Today's expenses were entirely footed by the Enigma force. As one of the most powerful energy entities in the multiverse, it could serve as a source for magic itself. Furthermore, Captain Universe and the King in Black were ancient rivals. The Unipower certainly wouldn't mind the overdraft for such a cause. The King in Black was bound from head to toe. Peter followed up by unleashing a large-scale magical bombardment. The King in Black bore the brunt of the spells. Among the spider gods of the web, there was indeed a sorcerer supreme Spider-Man, but since they weren't enemies, they rarely fought one another. I have fought the Strange of my world. Compared to him, you're still a bit lacking. With those words, the King in Black exerted his strength and shattered all the chains. Stop with these fancy tricks. Just fight me directly, maybe you'll lose faster that way. I've always wondered why you're so certain I'll lose. Because you beat the Captain Universe of your own world. Peter caught the returning Dragon Fang and swung it forward. After clashing blades, the King in Black spoke as if it were a matter of course. Naturally. I defeated the Enigma force. It is only right. He sent Peter flying back with a single strike and raised his hand. Behind him, the star of the Clintar system began to extinguish at a visible rate. Within seconds, it collapsed and solidified until it became a black sphere no larger than a person. With a wave of his hand, he sent the sphere hurtling directly at Peter. Chapter 588, Chapter 588, the so-called Spider Totem. The moment a star, compressed to a size smaller than a human, hurtled toward Peter, he felt the physical sensation of space-time warping. If not for the fact that this star's mass wasn't quite large enough, the King in Black likely would have just hurled a black hole at him. Regardless, it was terrifying. Peter pushed the unipower to its absolute limit, breaking free from the gravitational tether. The King in Black, as if anticipating exactly where he would emerge, moved to block his path and delivered a kick, only to strike a phantom. Magic again, you certainly have a diverse repertoire. I don't get it. Why is my spider sense barely reacting? Peter asked, perplexed, as he traded blows with the King in Black. Is it because you aren't trying to win, or is there some other reason? There is no why. I made myself clear. What you are doing now makes me wary, so I've come to advise you against it. That is all. As Peter dodged, he recalled the King in Black's words and began to piece it together. The King in Black had discovered Peter was researching how to dismantle the symbiote hive mind, and thus intervened. Ultimately, this was all Null's fault. If Null hadn't created that special version of Carnage, why would Peter be researching this in the first place? And without that research, why would he have encountered the King in Black? Yet, Peter still found the logic fuzzy. According to you, you've already supplanted the Clintar of countless universes where Spider-Men were controlled by symbiotes. And yet, you're wary of my actions. You don't know. I assumed your universe had its own guide. The King in Black's tone remained flat. He casually pulled the sphere back and slammed it toward Peter again. Peter scrambled out of the way, chatting to keep the enemy talking while he strategized. What guide? Ah, you mean Madam Web. It seems you are ignorant of the totems, specifically the significance of unique totems like yours. Peter witnessed a horrifying sight. The king in black shot a web into the starry void. For a split second, Peter thought the man was going to pull a literal star down onto his head, but the reality was worse. Space itself was torn asunder. Reality was ripped open by sheer brute force, and the king in black lunged forward with speed Peter almost failed to track, landing a heavy punch. In an instant, the two of them went flying to a destination unknown. The purpose of the scion is not to serve the other totems or to act as their laborer. The significance of the scion lies in the fact that he possesses all possibilities, just as you now study magic, interact with symbiotes, and have become Captain Universe. Peter didn't even know where the king in black had sent him. He only knew he seemed to have crashed through a planet. Instinctively, he fired a web, anchoring himself to the surface of the world he had just perforated to bring himself to a halt. The king in black was already standing behind him. Therefore, you too could become the king in black. Because Peter could become the king in black, supplanting Null in a certain future of Earth 616, the current king in black was vigilant. He could not guarantee that the scion, upon obtaining such vast power, would make the same choices he had. Furthermore, Peter currently possessed anti-venom and was actively researching how to collapse the symbiote hive mind network. He might actually possess the future capability to dismantle the symbiote consciousness across the entire multiverse. That was why the king in black had come to see for himself. So you really are just here to check on me? I require a guarantee. A guarantee that you will not do it. Why? Peter started to argue but then caught himself. Oh, you're not going to say, are you? Because you're a riddleman. You've got some grand plan you can't tell me about, right? Though the king in black was entirely covered by the symbiote, Peter could still sense a disapproving gaze. But that meant Peter had guessed correctly. The king in black, or perhaps the Spider-Geddon collective, had a plan even more monumental than what Anansi had told him. In an infinite multiverse, anything was possible. Theoretically, there should be more than just a few god-tier spider totems. So why did Anansi seek out these specific individuals to form the spider army? So, you really aren't going to talk. Peter fashioned webs out of pure light, tethering two stars together across a span of several light years. Using gravity to create a makeshift slingshot, he turned himself into the projectile and launched at full speed toward the king in black. The latter didn't even flinch, simply stating a single sentence. We are in the negative zone. The negative zone. In a flash, Peter realized the danger and frantically tried to maneuver away. The negative zone was a unique dimension in the Marvel Universe, defined by one major characteristic: it was filled with antimatter. What happens when a person enters a space filled with antimatter? The king in black did nothing, quietly watching as Peter was bombarded by antimatter for several seconds. With the unipower protecting him, Peter wasn't obliterated, and he was able to quickly adjust his biological state. In fact, before he realized he was in the negative zone, the antimatter hadn't even reacted to him. It was only after the king in black mentioned it that the bombardment truly intensified. Your combat experience is lacking. It may be sufficient for your age, but it is not enough for your enemies. I have witnessed the decline of all my foes. They tried to resist me even in their twilight years. I have fought for countless eons, and that is what you lack. Believe me, I've only been Spider-Man for a year, and I've been through way more than the rest of you. Amidst the surrounding explosions, Peter appeared behind the king in black and swung his sword. The king in black remained still, returning to the previous topic. Then there is the bride. To be clear, this does not mean a bride for the scion. The bride governs the randomness and the magical nature of the great web. Simply put, if the web of destiny were ever altered so that conventional spider totems no longer appeared, the web could still accidentally birth a spider totem so long as the bride exists. Furthermore, if the web is damaged and the master weaver is dead, the bride is the only one capable of weaving, excluding Neith, though I have never sensed her. Fine, thanks for the lesson, Peter said as his dragon fang blade pierced the other's body. Why didn't you dodge? This body belongs to Null, child. The king in black looked at Peter. Null is the manifestation of the living abyss. Which is to say, Null himself can be a symbiote. In the next heartbeat, Peter saw the living abyss rushing toward him like a tidal wave. Right. Combat experience. Chapter 589, Back and Forth. Symbiotes are derivatives of Null, and Null is the personification of the living abyss. Naturally, Null's body can unfold and spread just like a symbiote, expanding to envelop other life forms. The king in black chose this exact method to attack Peter. So, what use was it? The answer, absolutely none. In an instant, the dazzling light of the enigma force radiated in all directions, completely piercing through the covering living abyss. But this was exactly the king in black's plan. He wanted to force Peter into the only viable choice to set up his next strike. Instead, his attack hit nothing but air. Spider-Man seemed to vanish entirely in a heartbeat, retreating so quickly he didn't even bother to take the Dragon Fang sword with him. Sling ring portals appeared one after another in the surrounding space, but Peter Parker did not emerge from any of them. The King in Black immediately extended a mass of symbiote tentacles, thrusting them into the portals to hunt for the wall crawler, but he found nothing. On the contrary, the portals snapped shut instantly, severing the tentacles clean off. The King in Black sensed the locations of those severed appendages and found they were scattered across random corners of the universe with no discernible pattern. It was impossible to pinpoint Peter's location based on the portals alone. Where did he go? Finding no trace of Peter anywhere, the King in Black began to contemplate. His first thought was whether the opponent had fled. Theoretically, a Spider-Man endowed with the Captain Universe power could indeed escape. Given that there was no deep-seated blood feud between them, there was no real necessity for the King in Black to intercept him. It would be perfectly logical for Peter to retreat back to Earth 616. However, the King in Black did not leave with that assumption. He took the sphere compressed from a planet and forced it into further compression, turning it into a miniature black hole. He swept it back and forth through the surrounding space, confirming that nothing remained before finally departing. After traveling a great distance, he suddenly whipped back in a flash, staring confusedly at the void. How strange, did he really run away? Peter, of course, had not left. He was waiting for his moment, or rather, he had quickly moved into the King in Black's blind spot by using various means to force a reaction. As a patriarch, even the King in Black admitted that Peter possessed a significant advantage. He held the potential of every Spider-Man, whether for good or for ill. In other words, I have too many cards to play. Plus, I have an assistant here who knows every trait of the symbiotes but refuses to tell me. Are you really not going to talk about the characteristics of the living abyss? Null. Null had nothing to say, he intended to keep his mouth shut. Soon, the energy Peter was gathering caught the King in Black's attention. The King in Black slammed a heavy fist against the fabric of space, creating cracks in the environment and shattering the mirror dimension where Peter had been hiding. It's been too long since I fought a sorcerer, I almost forgot that trick. The King in Black muttered to himself as he scanned his surroundings. His eyes sharpened. Those portals from earlier weren't just a simple feint to lure him in, they were used by Spider-Man, through the immense power of Captain Universe, to pull in matter from other locations. The problem arose again. In the antimatter-filled negative zone, what happens when a massive amount of positive matter is suddenly blasted out of the mirror dimension by the King in Black's punch? A violent explosion instantly blanketed the area. Peter, well prepared, used the enigma force to defend himself in advance, stealing a split second of initiative. While the King in Black was deploying his own defenses, Peter drove the Dragon Fang sword, saturated with the enigma force, directly into the King in Black's body. A brilliant burst of intense light erupted. With the dual empowerment of anti-venom and the enigma force, Peter felt victory was within reach. Everything was being purged, everything was dissipating as if the King in Black had never existed. I can't see the future anymore. He whispered to himself, then swung his sword behind him in a backhand arc. As expected, a large mass of symbiotes was instantly vaporized by the enigma force. He had been counterplotted by the King in Black once again. As long as the opponent was certain Peter would attack and knew the Dragon Fang was the only way to break his defense, it was enough to prepare a countermeasure. But more importantly, Peter's spider sense had completely vanished, just as it had when he faced Anansi. It's not quite the same as Anansi, the King in Black said, stepping out from the absolute darkness. I've mentioned it a few times, and you should know by now, the symbiote consciousness network and the web of destiny share many similarities. It's quite possible that when Neith designed the web of destiny, she directly referenced the symbiote hive mind network. This means that if a symbiote that once hosted a spider totem discovers this similarity in a short time, those guys can likely shield themselves from the spider sense, right? At this, Peter remembered a certain piece of lore. Venom and his offspring symbiotes do not trigger the spider sense because Venom had bonded with Peter, and his children inherited those spider abilities. However, in his universe, Venom had always been an ally. He hadn't expected any offspring, and other symbiotes hadn't bonded with other spider-powered individuals. This specific trait had rarely been relevant, so Peter had forgotten it. Now, the King in Black was reminding him. Similarly, as the Lord of the Symbiotes, the King in Black can achieve this even without being a spider totem. So, whether it's Carnage or Null, they can both block my spider sense. Peter grasped the key point of the King in Black's explanation and then asked again, so, you don't actually intend to kill me, do you? I told you, I came for a guarantee. A guarantee that you will never become a King in Black and threaten the symbiote consciousness network, the King in Black said with his usual indifference. He then posed a question to Peter, do you wish to continue fighting? If Peter were to simply leave, it would mean that Peter Parker of 616 could not provide that guarantee, suggesting he might still choose that path in the future, at which point the two Kings in Black would fight until death. Conversely, this also meant the King in Black Spider-Man truly had no desire for a lethal struggle with Peter. What he needed was an attitude, a commitment. The problem was, how exactly could Peter prove to him that he would not become a King in Black, or at least, not the kind of King in Black the other believed would destroy the collective consciousness? Chapter 590, a step back for both sides. The Emperor in Black's demand was absolute. Spider-Man had to provide a guarantee. He needed to ensure that even if Peter truly became the Emperor in Black of Earth 616 in the future, he would never choose to detonate the collective consciousness network of the symbiotes across the entire multiverse. On the surface, there seemed to be room for negotiation. In reality, however, the Emperor's demand included him taking control of Earth 616's symbiote network. This was something Peter would never agree to. One only had to look at what the men had done to his own universe to know they were not cut from the same cloth. Of course, there was another path, the one the Emperor in Black had initially assumed Peter would take, simply grabbing Gwen and making a run for it. The Living Abyss and the Enigma Force shared a similar characteristic, they were bound to their respective universes. This was why the Emperor in Black had to come to this universe's Clintar to hijack the account, and why Peter had to put in the effort to wait for this universe's Enigma Force to arrive. Once Peter left this universe, the Emperor in Black would be unable to give chase. If the Emperor left the universes he controlled, he would revert to being an ordinary Spider-Man. Peter, on the other hand, could escape no matter what. However, Peter was also considering the possibility of a peaceful resolution, especially since this universe had not yet been completely subjugated by the Spider Army. If an agreement could be reached, perhaps this world still had a chance at salvation. Thus, Peter chose to fish for intelligence first. I'm curious. Why would I want to blow up the multiverse-wide symbiote collective consciousness network? I'm not a spider inheritor hunting for the Venom totem. Why would I want to utterly destroy the web of symbiotes? Because there is no cost, the Emperor in Black replied, making no effort to hide the relevant lore. Unlike the web of destiny, the connections of the symbiote collective network across the multiverse are far looser. Moreover, it wasn't created for a practical purpose, it was more like a byproduct of Null's design of the symbiotes. Therefore, even if you were to destroy it completely, it would have zero impact on the structure of the multiverse. On the contrary, you would liberate all symbiotes. You would truly grant them free will, allowing them to become a truly independent species. Even Null, or an Emperor in Black himself, would be unable to control the liberated symbiotes. They would only be able to control the ones they newly created. Damn. Putting it like that makes it sound very tempting, Peter countered half-jokingly. So, why do you, or rather, Anansi and the others, want so badly to preserve something that has no impact on the multiverse? The Emperor in Black fell silent. Peter carefully considered all the enemies the Spider Army had to deal with before proposing his first hypothesis: you needed to fight the Inheritors, because they might destroy the entire web of destiny. If the Inheritors were capable of destroying the web of destiny, they would have already sacrificed the bride. The Emperor in Black dismissed the point with casual indifference. Peter gave a dry chuckle, remembering his battle with Morlun. At that time, he had been protected by Venom, which prevented Morlun from absorbing his life force. The symbiote is a form of protection, isn't it? It helps you against Shathra. She possesses a suppression over the spider totems far more terrifying than the Inheritors. That's why you need a suit of armor to protect yourselves. As Peter spoke, the Emperor in Black remained noncommittal, allowing Peter to continue his deduction. And Peter did exactly that. The bride can reweave the web of destiny. But if Cindy doesn't know what the web is supposed to look like, what the specific model is, then she can't perform the repairs. So, the symbiote collective consciousness is also a blueprint for the web of destiny. Or perhaps a backup. The purpose is to prevent the collapse of the web of destiny should Shathra appear. The Emperor in Black still said nothing. Even if I haven't guessed your plan perfectly, this thing definitely serves those functions, right? That much is true. For a spider totem, a symbiote is almost a universal safeguard, it can protect them from their natural predators. However, if you intend to use that logic to convince me that you would never destroy it, it might not be enough. Then why don't you tell me what your stunning wisdom actually is? Unexpectedly, Null, who had been silent for some time, chimed in again. I have a much simpler way. And what is that? You go to his universe and commit suicide. Then, I will fight him for control of the body in that universe. That will settle it once and for all. Essentially, all of Null's suggestions were predicated on Peter dying. Peter felt a wave of speechlessness and simply ignored Null's existence, intending to ask a few more questions. However, the Emperor in Black seemed quite relaxed as he actually halted the combat. From the very beginning, you rushed here specifically because I was researching the dissolution of the symbiote collective network. That proves this thing is indispensable to your plans. It applies to every universe. The more universes you control, the more advantageous it is for your agenda. Peter scratched the back of his head, beginning to organize his thoughts. But you didn't expect Null to be inside me, which meant you couldn't control me. You also didn't expect the Enigma force to arrive so quickly. And the arrival of the Enigma force means you've lost the chance to kill me instantly. Both the Enigma force and the living abyss are opposing entities that cannot leave their host universe. You can only draw upon the power of this universe's Emperor in Black, which means you have no way of defeating me. From the moment Peter became the Captain Universe of Earth, TRN-011, this battle was destined to never reach a standard conclusion. Reaching this analysis, Peter bluntly dropped the captain's famous line, "I can do this all day. Maybe for a year, 10 years, or millions of years. But in short, as long as I am here, your battle will never end, and your goal of taking over the symbiote consciousness of other universes can never be realized." The Emperor in Black simply watched Peter in silence. The truth was exactly as stated. Of course, Peter had his own weaknesses, namely, a lack of combat experience, but he had already proven that this was not an insurmountable gap, having held out until now. As the battle continued, that weakness would be rapidly filled. In other words, the Emperor in Black couldn't truly keep fighting either. Both sides were deadlocked, he had simply been testing the waters. How about this? We both withdraw from this universe at the same time, Peter suggested, sounding as if he were talking about something entirely unrelated. What do you think? We leave the fate of this universe to the people who live here. The problem remains unresolved, Totem Chief. Peter raised an eyebrow, ending the argument. Then we stay here and fight all day. You'd be better off accepting. Chapter 591, Chapter 591, now, it is time for the world to meet this all-new Spider-Man. Peter made one final trip to Earth, TRN-011 to take Gwen away, bringing this disjointed battle to an end. After returning to their headquarters, Gwen asked Peter with a look of utter confusion, "That's it? It's over. It's over." Hearing Peter's confirmation, Gwen found the whole situation baffling. So, if it ends just like that, what was the point of us even going there? There was, in fact, a point. Aside from failing to completely resolve the issue of Earth, TRN-011 symbiote Spider-Man, everything they had set out to do was accomplished. The local New York City had been liberated from the symbiote tide, the villains had failed once again, and the Black King had been forced to leave that universe. The local Captain Universe would ensure that the Black King never returned. Furthermore, Peter's original goal, researching a way to dismantle the symbiote hive mind, had been a success. The Mysterio helmet Gwen had used gathered enough data to help Peter deal with Carnage. But how should one put it? How did things escalate from finding a way to deal with Carnage to becoming Captain Universe and brawling with the Black King? Admittedly, Peter had learned quite a bit through the Black King. For instance, he learned that the Black King's essence was an extension of the living abyss, meaning Null was effectively amorphous. He learned that both Carnage and Null likely possessed the ability to bypass his spider sense. He also discovered that the Black King's power, much like the uni-power of Captain Universe, was tethered to its own universe. But it felt as if he had set out to learn a cubic equation and intended to flip through a high school math textbook, only for a calculus manual to be slammed into his face with someone telling him, "Once you master calculus, you'll never have to worry about multi-degree equations again." Was that really necessary? Peter got the distinct impression that the Black King hadn't actually intended to go to war with him, but the entity's actions were truly incomprehensible, as if it were suffering from some sort of mental malady. As for Null, his consciousness had fallen silent after being severed from the Black King's influence. Peter planned to head back and consult Professor X for a full analysis to prevent Null from ever waking again. Regardless, aside from the lingering regret regarding Earth, TRN-011 Spider-Man, the mission was a success. The helmet gathered enough data. Next comes the dedicated research into defeating Carnage. Peter took the helmet and let out a helpless sigh, unable to stop himself from complaining once more. Picking a fight with the Black King just to deal with Carnage, that's a new one even for me. Then, shall I go with you to the Baxter building? Gwen asked with a hint of anticipation, and Peter nodded without hesitation. The two of them immediately stepped through the headquarters portal, materializing directly inside the Baxter building, and headed toward Peter's private laboratory. So, care to explain, genius? How do you plan to use this thing against Carnage? To put it simply, I need to design an entirely new suit and integrate the technology of Mysterio, well, strictly speaking, the tech of several members of the Sinister Six. As Peter spoke, he began connecting the Mysterio helmet to the computer. Gwen asked curiously, why didn't you do this sooner? Because most of these supervillains' technologies haven't been safety vetted. In some cases, even they don't fully understand the principles behind their own gear, making the danger factor extremely high. Take Mysterio's helmet or Shocker's gauntlets, for example. Others involve ethical issues, like Otto's cloning tech. Furthermore, much of the technology required strict oversight. For example, Kang's time travel tech. After Kang was defeated, his flagship was preserved to serve as the headquarters for SWORD, the department dealing with extraterrestrial civilizations. The futuristic technology found on board was being studied by scientists from all over the world. However, it was clear that traveling through time on a whim was not something that should be allowed to happen. Even if such technology existed, it needed to be heavily regulated. Peter explained all this while watching the data upload. Then, he began the fabrication of the new suit. A silver fluid appeared within the experimental chamber. Gwen watched the liquid with curiosity. It looked somewhat like a symbiote, yet also resembled liquid mercury. Peter offered an explanation beforehand. Those are nanobots utilizing microstorage technology. Tony Stark intends to use these nanobots to create a suit of armor, but microstorage isn't quite advanced enough yet. It can handle packing away a form-fitting Spider-Man suit, but not a heavy set of power armor. Half joking, Peter watched as the robots assembled themselves into the shape of a suit based on his programmed physical data. Next came the brand new web shooters and the 4 mechanical spider legs on the back. Gwen asked, puzzled, "You still need web shooters?" "I don't need them for simple web slinging anymore, but I've integrated some other features." This nanosuit was likely the finest piece of equipment Peter could prepare at the moment. The material of the nanobots was a composite of Rhino's biometal skin and the Fantastic Four's polymer materials, ensuring superior defensive capabilities that even an anti-tank armor-piercing shell couldn't penetrate. Furthermore, these nanobots could merge directly with anti-venom and be stored inside Peter's body. It could freely reconfigure and transform like the all-new, all-different armor. On its own, it could become any of the suits Peter currently owned, including the Velocity suit and the Stealth suit, and its external appearance could be customized at will. Beyond that, thanks to Dr. Octopus's Neuralink technology and Scorpion's artificial spinal cord, Peter could control the 4 mechanical arms as if they were his own limbs. He had also integrated a new molecular oscillator designed specifically to combat Carnage. Since he couldn't find Otto's original designs, he had even paid a visit to the Raft prison to co-design it with Shocker, Herman Schultz. And now, he had added Mysterio's capabilities. However, because this technology, copied from the Danger Room, contained many strange black box elements, Peter could only integrate the specific data Gwen had collected into a specialized anti-Carnage program. As for the appearance, Peter could have designed the suit as a classic, superior Spider-Man uniform, but he chose the iconic red and blue color scheme. Peter watched as the fully formed nanobots began to surge like a tide into a micro-storage device shaped like a wristwatch. He walked over, picked up the watch, and looked at Gwen with a smile. Now, it is time for the world to meet this newly upgraded Spider-Man. Pressing the button on the watch, the nanobots instantly covered Peter's body. Even after merging with anti-venom, the suit maintained its classic red and blue colors, though it possessed a metallic luster that made it look far more advanced than a standard fabric suit. Now then, where exactly is Carnage? Chapter 592, Unknown Carnage. West Virginia, deep within the Appalachian Mountains. A private car was driving along a mountain highway. The driver hummed along to the classic, "Take Me Home," country roads, while snacking on a burrito as he drove. It was approaching dusk, and the sky was still bright. The setting sun sank slowly before him, its glare making him squint slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something. He narrowed his eyes to observe more closely, then let out a sigh of relief. From its silhouette, it looked like a moose sitting on the ground. These big fellas weren't uncommon in the Appalachians. Generally speaking, as long as you didn't provoke these behemoths, there wouldn't be any trouble. The driver had essentially decided to just speed on past. The moose, however, seemed very wary of this iron monster's passage, staring fixedly at the car. The driver felt the deer looked a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Suddenly, as if something had struck him, the driver nearly choked to death on his burrito because of a realization. He slumped over the steering wheel in panic, staring deathly at the moose that was getting closer and closer, now only dozens of meters away. There was no mistake, that was no moose. Although its antlers looked like a moose's and its fur looked like a moose's, it looked like a moose in every way. There was one exception. The eyes. Normal moose, along with most herbivores, have eyes on the sides of their heads to gain enough peripheral vision to evade predators. This moose was different. Its eyes were more like a wolf's, set on the front of its face. Like a predator, it stared straight ahead. No, though they were still pitch-black eyes, he felt they were more like human eyes. He felt as if a stone were weighing down his stomach, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He sensed a certain non-servine superintelligence emanating from this deer. The driver immediately floored the accelerator and sped past, quickly rushing by the side of the deer. He felt as if he had survived something truly terrifying and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he heard a distorted sound, the sound of a woman crying. For some reason, the sound made him feel nauseous. He drove while trying to analyze the source of the noise, eventually realizing it was coming from behind. Driven by some unknown impulse, the driver looked into his rearview mirror. He saw the deer stand up. Swaying unsteadily, it revealed a torso that had been more than half devoured by something. As the deer's mangled body lurched, its internal organs swinging within the tear, it moved its legs. The deer's legs seemed to have extra joints. They weren't normal, but rather formed a sort of recurved structure through additional articulations. The deer ran toward him, but due to the bizarre construction of its limbs, it didn't run like a deer, it crawled and contorted like a spider. The deer whimpered as it ran. Terrified, the driver sped forward at full throttle, seemingly leaving the range of that eerie deer very quickly. The driver couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then, those strange sounds appeared again. Could it be that the monster was still following him? The driver didn't know, and he didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. Even when he stole a glance, he saw no such animal. But then, the driver realized the monsters weren't behind him, they were in front. He had reached a stretch of road with a cliff on one side. On that side of the precipice, one after another, these strange deer crawled up from the abyss. They were hissing, they were calling out. Their front-facing eyes watched the driver. Their bodies were tattered and broken, looking like a pack of zombies. They opened their mouths, which were clearly deer mouths, but they were filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Then, one deer leaped directly from beneath the cliff and landed on the hood of the car. Amidst his own screams, the driver saw twisted, viscous biomass within the deer's gaping maw. He lost control, and the car went careening off the cliff. By the next day, the Appalachian Forest Rangers received a report from a passing vehicle. Only then did they learn a car had gone over the cliff. The driver had fallen to his death at the foot of the mountain, and they hurriedly drove their patrol car to the scene. These people never pick a good place to die, they had to die in this godforsaken spot. The lead veteran officer questioned the young rookie, who was busy vomiting nearby. "Did you find anything?" "Thank God, I found nothing. It's too gruesome. The whole body is impaled on a tree stump, and it's like the head was just erased, it's gone." Unable to help himself, the veteran officer covered his nose and sighed helplessly. In their eyes, the case was as clear as could be. A man died in a car accident and lost his head in the process. That was all. As for anything else, it was beyond their scope of thought. Speaking of which, Ryan, have you heard about the legend going around the mountains lately? Something called not a deer. The veteran officer felt only confusion upon hearing this. What the hell is that supposed to be? And so, the new officer began to chatter away, telling the story. Meanwhile, Cletus and Carnage were enjoying a rare delicacy. Since moving to this place, they had hardly eaten anything substantial. Until now, when this unlucky bastard of a driver passed by and surrendered his head. Countless eerie deer stood up in the surrounding area. These herds were all controlled by Cletus, or more accurately, by Carnage. During his flight, Carnage had learned how to create his own puppets, greatly enhancing his power. Thanks to this, Cletus had a larger, more magnificent, and maddening plan. He wanted to transmit his aesthetics into everyone's heart. He chewed on the driver's head, speaking in a muffled, slurred voice. "More, my children, more." The surrounding deer scattered like startled animals, continuing to spread themselves throughout the entire Appalachian mountain range. Cletus, meanwhile, was contemplating his next move. What should he do next? Contaminate the water supply? Or find a couple of idiots to test his infection capabilities? A few days later, Cletus, who had been hiding away, suddenly broke into a hee-hee-hee laugh. Because as the deer dispersed, he discovered a beef cattle ranch and slaughterhouse dozens of kilometers away. The owner of this ranch operated in violation of regulations, using a meat grinder to shred the leftover beef scraps and trimmings, which were then packed into the feed for the other cattle. This meant that as long as he infected one or two of those cattle, they would undergo a frenzy of cross-infection. Then, following the American dietary habit of medium rare, or even rare steaks, along with various canned beef products, it would spread across all of America. Even the whole world. And when that time comes, every corner of the world will be carnage. Chapter 593, Carnage Everywhere. In just one night, 8 more suspected carnage-related killing sprees erupted across the United States. Aside from the fact that most occurred in states along the East Coast, there was little to connect them. By the second day, the number of cases had risen to 15. We have no leads at all. Signal detection shows carnage is everywhere, communicating constantly. The signal transmission between them is severely interfering with our observations. It's fair to say we know nothing about Carnage right now, we can't even tell which one is the original, Fitz explained nervously to Coulson, introducing his equipment and the current situation as Peter arrived at the bus team's safe house. Sky, overhearing this, muttered, "Why does it sound like Carnage sliced himself up and sent himself out via express delivery?" "That might be exactly it, but we haven't found any trace of physical shipments." Fitz looked equally perplexed. A symbiote might be able to hide itself, but it can't hide within non-organic matter. We've checked all pet and animal shipments, unless he's residing inside extremely small animals, that's a different story. Symbiotes can't parasitize small organisms, it would shorten their lifespans. In fact, unless there's a specific environment for containment, a symbiote without a host will die very quickly, Peter added as he walked in, before supplementing, of course, Carnage is a bit special. I can't guarantee that rule applies to him. So the symbiote needs a host with sufficient mass. At least we can rule out insects and the like, Fitz said. Just as he finished, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s alarm system triggered again, providing fresh location data for a similar incident. Seeing the map, Peter quickly began operating the computer, silently performing calculations. He soon zoomed in on an area south of New York, roughly in the region of Virginia and West Virginia. If we assume this infection is random rather than targeting specific groups, and that it's occurring in multiple places almost simultaneously, we can combine what we know of Carnage's information and abilities. By analyzing these existing cases as a radial pattern and finding the center of that radiation, Peter pointed to the projected map. It's likely right there. Link to the information center immediately. Check the number of recent missing person reports in that vicinity. Coulson deployed the team rapidly, then sorted through recent files. In these two areas, there are 2 missing person cases and 3 traffic accidents. In one of them, the victim's skull was crushed, but the police attributed it to the head hitting a tree branch. As for the rest, there were virtually no discernible patterns. Perhaps that was where Carnage was hiding. Before Coulson could analyze further, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s alarm system went off repeatedly. When the northernmost alerts reached Chicago and Boston, and the southernmost reached Florida, Coulson knew a major crisis was at hand. If this Carnage infection were viewed as a disease, the incubation period was over. The plague had arrived. Seeing this, Peter asked in passing, has Otto Octavius's molecular oscillator been found? No. I'm afraid it'll take a little more time before the people who realize how much trouble we're in suddenly discover it. By then, it might be too late. Coulson shook his head helplessly and looked at Peter. Are you certain Carnage is likely there, Spider-Man? Principally certain. I need to get there. The Avengers and other heroes will provide support to the cities where Carnage has appeared, so don't worry. Peter turned to leave, but Coulson stopped him. How about taking our plane? I promise it'll be fast, and we can pick someone up on the way. Sure. A few minutes later, as the bus base flew toward the Appalachian Mountains, Peter met the person S.H.I.E.L.D. had delivered. The choice was quite unexpected. It wasn't Agent Venom or any superpowered individual from the Thunderbolts. It was Jessica Drew. I don't quite understand, Senior, but why you? Good question. I don't know either. If I had to guess, it's probably because of the terrain. Jessica wasn't sure why she had been reassigned for this mission. After all, she wasn't particularly suited for fighting symbiotes. Thinking it over, there was only one real possibility. The terrain. The Appalachians don't have skyscrapers, and it's not all sheer cliffs. Your webs might not be very useful there. So, I suppose I'm air support. After all, I can fly and fire energy blasts. So, aside from being bitten by a spider and being able to crawl on walls, how exactly are your powers related to a spider? Peter didn't say anything. As the bus arrived over the Appalachian Mountains, Ward led Peter to a small hatch. Once it opened, Peter leaped out without hesitation. Jessica looked at Ward, somewhat dazed. Did he bring a parachute? No. Ward frowned, then looked at Jessica with a smile. Do you need a parachute? No thanks, I can fly. Ignoring how his flying senior would make her descent, Peter dived toward the ground from the high altitude. His brand new nanosuit began working, collecting nearby symbiote signals and performing a global analysis. Peter used his webbing to create a makeshift parachute in midair before landing on the ground. Then, Jessica landed lightly beside him. She asked with a hint of curiosity, before I came down, they installed a detection device in my eyepiece. It said it could detect where nearby symbiotes are, did I see that right? No, you definitely didn't see it wrong, Senior. Peter looked around. In the surrounding woods, it appeared as though there was nothing. However, both his spider sense and the detected signals proved one thing: Carnage was everywhere, surrounding them. Finally, they saw the Carnage. One by one, mangled, zombie bull moose appeared at the edge of their vision. They had the forward-facing eyes of predators. They opened their mouths, their lower jaws splitting sideways like a spider's to reveal sharp fangs. Scarlet symbiotes covered the bodies of these zombie deer. They emitted cries resembling a woman's wailing as they charged toward the two of them. Chapter 594, Chapter 594, Deduction Time. All right, Jessica, calm down. It's no big deal. Jessica Drew took a deep breath, looking with some reluctance at the massive swarm before her. There were likely hundreds, if not thousands, of Carnage zombie elks. These monsters possessed mangled bodies, were covered in symbiotes, and had split lower jaws. That wasn't even accounting for the fact that these creatures weighed half a ton. Even without superpowers, they could easily flip a car. And she only had to face hundreds of them. What could possibly be difficult about that? Then, her gaze was drawn to Spider-Man. Is it my imagination, or are you actually glowing? Blue circuits appeared on Peter's new suit, followed by white lightning flowing through them. After a deafening sonic boom, Jessica only had time to see a streak of white lightning darting back and forth around her. It wasn't until Peter returned to his original spot, letting the suit transition from high-speed mode back to normal, that he let out a long breath and looked at Jessica. "Yeah, I'm actually glowing." "All right then." Jessica looked around. In a span of about 10 seconds, every single Carnage elk had collapsed simultaneously. The combination of anti-venom and the high-speed suit had allowed Peter to eliminate nearly every enemy in the shortest time possible, completing a total wipeout. Jessica watched, feeling a bit puzzled. If that were the case, what was she even needed for? The surrounding enemies have all been dealt with. These symbiote elks were specifically waiting for us here, yet Cletus is nowhere to be found. In that case, he's most likely already fled. Peter paused, then added with a hint of uncertainty, or, his goal was to make us think he's gone. It's definitely the former. As a psychopathic killer with artistic pursuits, running away isn't usually his style. Since he's decided to act, he's definitely planning something big. Jessica spoke as she crouched down to analyze the scene. Furthermore, if he only intended to escape, there would be no need to leave such a large pack of elks to deliberately attack us. It's as if he's deathly afraid we won't guess that he's already made his getaway. Peter blinked, realizing Jessica made a valid point. Given that Cletus had gathered such a massive herd of elks to ambush whoever came to his original hiding spot, the man was clearly certain he would be discovered and had orchestrated the ambush based on that fact. While killing a few pursuers would be a bonus, since Cletus himself wasn't among the herd, he clearly didn't expect to kill his hunters here. Especially not Spider-Man, the most likely person to pursue him. He guessed we would definitely come here, so he prepared this elk ambush instead of scattering them to different locations to distract us. But if he truly intended to sneak away in secret, he wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Peter grasped Jessica's meaning. In other words, this is a provocation, right? Exactly. And for such a confident serial killer, they usually possess other traits, like a high IQ, academic background, or a penchant for intellectual analysis. For example, they will inevitably leave clues for the investigators. Peter answered with certainty. Jessica smiled, and Peter immediately established a link with the Avengers satellite to begin analyzing the specific local environment, checking for any man-made structures in the vicinity. If there were none, they would have to slowly search for Cletus's actual hideout. The clues were bound to be there. However, Jessica didn't follow that line of thought. She remained crouched by the elk carcasses, poking one with a branch before asking Peter a question. "Do you think these deer were mutilated like this by Carnage, or were they originally zombie deer?" Peter fell into thought. Zombie deer referred to a disease deer contracted, formerly known as chronic wasting disease, CWD. It was caused by a prion, which, despite being called a virus, was actually a misfolded RNA protein. Once it entered the bodies of certain animals, it would replicate incorrectly and attack the brain. Specifically, the brain would become riddled with holes like a sponge. Animals with this disease would find it difficult to eat, gradually wasting away, and would feel no pain even when injured, as if they had no sense of pain at all. Their cognitive abilities would decline significantly, they would lose their fear of humans and might even actively attack them. When this disease manifests in deer, it is called zombie deer disease because the afflicted deer move slowly, lack fear of humans, drool uncontrollably, and show no reaction even when their bodies are torn open to the point of exposing their internal organs. A more famous version of this would be mad cow disease in cattle. Peter immediately crouched by the elk carcass and used his suit to skin the animal's brain. These are zombie deer. If it was just to ambush us, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of finding zombie deer. This itself is the clue. Prion, mad cow disease. The Carnage infection is similar to mad cow disease. It's being spread rapidly through beef. That's it. Peter quickly pulled up information on several nearby livestock farms. By cross-referencing their sales locations with the major cities where infections had broken out, he was able to make a swift match. This was the clue Cletus had left them. He had used beef sold from a slaughterhouse to infect others. I'll bet that the next thing we have to deal with won't be a pack of Carnage zombie elks, but a herd of Carnage mad cows. Having confirmed the locations of several nearby slaughterhouses, Peter stood up, ready to notify the Airbus team to send a Quinjet to pick them up. The problem is, we aren't quite sure what kind of clue Cletus has left for us at the next location, or if it will be as obvious as this one. Jessica felt Peter was hinting at something. What do you mean by that? If the clue he left is as directional as this one, then we won't need to go down and deal with those cows ourselves. Peter spoke as he finished contacting Coulson and the others. We'll just need to cover the slaughterhouse with heavy fire. At that point, Peter added, provided the ranchers are still alive. Jessica didn't hold much hope for that. After all, Cletus was completely random when it came to choosing his victims. You couldn't expect a man who killed for pleasure to consider sparing lives while setting up a puzzle for his pursuers. In fact, it was more likely that the murder scene he arranged was a clue in and of itself. Chapter 595, Chapter 596, Cape Canaveral. The Last Supper and the news about the astronauts. Once these two clues were combined, it was easy to deduce a single possibility: the final dinner for astronauts before they embarked on a mission. This likely wasn't Cletus's ultimate goal. As Peter had said, such a target was far too easy to protect, unless they had already been infected by the symbiote. However, Peter quickly dismissed that concern. After Coulson coordinated with SHIELD agents stationed at NASA, the three astronauts were taken into protective custody and subjected to a comprehensive battery of tests. Blood samples confirmed they had not yet been infected. As for whether other personnel at Cape Canaveral or NASA employees had been infected, that remained unknown. There were too many people and not enough time to screen them all. I also have some more bad news. Carnage has likely indeed reached Florida. Among the many new symbiote attack cases, a massacre at a Florida military base bears Cletus's distinct signature, Coulson added grimly. Over 20 U.S. soldiers were murdered. Not only were their brains missing, but their scalps were neatly sliced off and placed on their bunks. Beside each scalp lay a $50 bill. Peter paused for a moment. With a sense of somber pity, he suppressed a laugh and moved on to another concern. There's something else I'm worried about. I speculated before about why they wanted to create Carnage, and from the current perspective, I'm afraid they succeeded. Regardless of whether Hydra could control Cletus, he had already created countless symbiotes. Hydra could easily make a fortune during the SHIELD containment process, using the technology Dr. Octopus had researched for them before his death to create even more artificial symbiotes. What worried Peter even more was whether they could create a second or third Carnage. Regarding that, you'd best ask Director Fury yourself once this is all over. Coulson declined to answer further as the voice of May, the pilot, rang out. They were approaching Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral is the most important spacecraft launch site in the United States, bar none. It houses two launch facilities, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center. NASA officials received them at the Kennedy Space Center, the reason being quite simple: the U.S. military wasn't particularly fond of SHIELD regarding the Avengers' earlier proposal to delay the launch. We reached a consensus a short while ago. We will send an unmanned spacecraft to the target for data collection. If the data shows no anomalies, we will proceed with a manned mission next year. The news of a superpowered psychopathic serial killer had apparently rattled NASA. Those who had been arguing over whether to halt the launch suddenly reached a unanimous decision: it was best not to send live humans into space this year, lest an incident cause a public relations disaster. After all, the information Spider-Man provided came from a prophecy, which they could easily dismiss while maintaining a scientific facade. But information from SHIELD was a cold reality. You couldn't exactly wait for a disaster to happen and then be held accountable for why you insisted on a manned launch when a superpowered psychopath was known to be at Cape Canaveral. Were they supposed to say out loud that astronauts didn't count as people? In reality, perhaps. But this was a story, and a story had to follow logic. We aren't here to disrupt your space mission, Coulson said, though he was satisfied with the outcome. He clarified his intent: our goal is to apprehend the suspect. Since no violent incidents have occurred at Cape Canaveral yet, it means we've arrived in time. However, the target is likely nearby. We need to conduct centralized screenings and isolations. The person in charge agreed immediately. In any case, SHIELD taking over provided a much higher safety margin, and the responsibility was no longer on his shoulders. If anything went wrong, it would be SHIELD's fault, not his. But Jessica, who had been listening in, suddenly asked a question. Were you originally scheduled to launch today? Not just originally. In fact, we only pulled the astronauts and installed an unmanned system. It's the same rocket, the same spacecraft, the official said, looking at the female superhero he didn't recognize. The launch will proceed tonight as scheduled. A bunch of spineless cowards. Pulling the astronauts just because of two casual sentences from that damn Spider-Man. The great artist, the host of Carnage, and Spider-Man's ultimate nemesis, Mr. Cletus Kasady, was hiding in a warehouse at Cape Canaveral, resentfully eating a sandwich. His original plan had been perfect: sneak into the rocket, kill the three pilots, and then fight Spider-Man on the surface of the rocket during its ascent. Someone like Spider-Man would surely come up to save those wretched pilots, and then they would both be trapped in a death trap. At that point, whether through the sheer force of the ascent or the immense friction and G-forces of falling during a mid-air breakup, Spider-Man's combat effectiveness would be severely limited. It might even burn him to death. Anti-Venom's regenerative abilities weren't enough to survive a rocket launch. As for Carnage, he was confident he could survive such conditions unscathed. Furthermore, if all else failed, he would go into space with Spider-Man. Cletus had even prepared for the contingency. He was certain he could return to Earth from a vacuum and survive atmospheric re-entry. But a single comment made by Spider-Man long ago had caused NASA to bicker until the day before the launch about whether it should be manned. It had looked highly likely the launch would be postponed. Now, it was even worse, the launch wasn't delayed, but there was no one on board. So what was he supposed to do? He had already sent out the announcement. Was he supposed to slink away in disgrace? What do we do? Carnage, having consumed too many human brains over the past few days, seemed to possess more complex emotions. Faced with this situation, it felt an indescribable panic. A head materialized from Cletus's body, asking in a frantic tone. Cletus's expression suddenly softened, and he stroked Carnage's face. Don't worry, my love. I'll think of something. No. I've already thought of something. Haha. Cletus spoke excitedly. He checked the time, there were only a few hours left. Even without astronauts on that rocket, I can still take that damn spider into space. Chapter 596, Chapter 597, Beyond Heaven. The bus had parked within the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Inside the mobile base, Fitz was monitoring signals, searching for any sign of Carnage's presence. It feels strange. Even though Spider-Man believes Carnage likely came here, there are no symbiotic communication signals at all. Fitz voiced what he considered to be the most baffling detail, attempting to discuss it with Simmons. Do you think it's possible Cletus has already fled, or that he never even came here in the first place? Simmons thought it over seriously before answering with uncertainty. Unlikely, after all, this is the most logical deduction. That is, assuming Cletus is indeed a psychopathic killer and not a normal person masquerading as one. If he intended to come to Cape Canaveral, what is he planning to do? Fitz continued to press. Is it for the rocket launch? And if so, for what purpose? Hey guys, the rocket is about to launch. Skye ran over, clutching a bag of potato chips. Do you want to go watch? This is my first time seeing a rocket launch in person. In truth, it was the first time for Fitz and Simmons as well, but they initially declined the suggestion out of safety concerns. After their refusal, they began chatting with Skye about their confusion to explain their reasoning. Specifically, the total absence of any symbiote signals. It's like a general having absolutely no need for his soldiers, it doesn't make sense. Even if Carnage doesn't need help, wouldn't the infected need to report back to him? After listening to them, Skye posed her own counter-question, but didn't Spider-Man say that Carnage's current underlying logic is that of a hive-mind organism? Does that even require signal transmission? Of course it does. It's arguably more important than ever. It's not like your own cells where every action just. As Simmons explained, she seemed to realize something and suddenly reacted. Just like different cells, he would only need to embed information within the infecting symbiotes too, but can that really be done? Simmons wasn't given much time to think, as the situation changed rapidly. With the launch sequence now irreversible and the countdown reaching its final minutes, Carnage appeared. To be precise, he oozed out from the rocket's cockpit, a space where no human was supposed to be, and subsequently covered more than half of the rocket's surface. Can we stop the launch? By the time the rocket began ignition for liftoff, Coulson finally managed to contact NASA, but the latter gave a negative response. Several employees had been turned into Carnage infected and were actively preventing NASA staff from stopping the launch. The entire scene instantly spiraled into chaos. Peter chose to use his high-speed mode to quickly deal with these individuals, only to discover a truly troublesome problem. No good, the system has been locked down. We can't stop the launch. I'll have to find another way. Coulson, having asked the NASA engineers if there was any other way to stop the rocket and receiving only a negative answer, sighed helplessly. He prepared to call for S.H.I.E.L.D. to launch a wide-area strike to blow Carnage to pieces. However, Peter suddenly understood exactly what Carnage intended to do. While Coulson was still negotiating with NASA, Peter had already begun to act according to Carnage's silent challenge. Clad in his new suit, Peter rapidly scaled the rocket. We can't use heavy firepower to destroy the rocket. That's exactly what Cletus wants. If we destroy it midair, there's a high probability Carnage will survive, and his fragments would truly be able to cause hundreds of points of destruction. Having climbed onto the rocket, Peter explained the situation to Coulson. This is his plan. Originally, he used the lives of astronauts to threaten me, forcing me to fight him on a rising rocket. And now, Cletus had changed the stakes. If Peter didn't use anti-venom, then Cletus would simply wait to infect more than half of the United States. But you're in great danger like this. Yeah, but look at it this way, opportunities to fight on a rocket don't come around often. Take care of those infected at NASA for me, I'll be back soon. On the other side, Cletus, feeling Spider-Man constantly scaling the rocket, let out a delighted laugh. His plan had succeeded. To stop Cletus himself, Spider-Man, the one with anti-venom, had to take action. Perfect. As a symbiote host aided by Null, Cletus and Carnage understood Peter better than most of Peter's enemies. Specifically, Null had told Carnage about Peter's ability to use magic, which was why Cletus needed to create an environment specifically designed to restrict Spider-Man. Now, it was time for the harvest. A massive Carnage head crawled out from the rocket's cabin, coalescing into a face as it looked at Peter. Let's settle this the easy way, Cletus. Tell you what, you surrender now, and I promise the jury will fast-track your death penalty. Then you can get lost. Death penalty? I was reborn from the death penalty. So-called death means nothing at all. Letting out a roar, Carnage coalesced into a crude humanoid form and lunged at Spider-Man. Peter counterattacked instantly. Both stood on the outer hull of the rocket. Peter ran upward and leaped, using his webbing to snag Carnage. Really? Is that it for the small talk? Talk to me a bit more. I spent quite a bit of effort looking for you. The symbiote matter that came into contact with anti-venom began to collapse, but more and more of the symbiote still attempted to cover the entire rocket. It was clear that Cletus had truly gone mad, frantically splitting the symbiote without any regard for the rocket's stability. Peter found his opening and threw a punch. After shattering the symbiote on the killer's face, he followed up with another blow to the body, gradually breaking down the symbiote covering him. Peter was about to deliver some parting threats when his vision suddenly went dark. Before him, Carnage's body, which had been unstable due to the frantic splitting, instantly stabilized, even managing to catch Peter's fist. Though the symbiote on his hand completely collapsed upon contact, the latter was visibly overjoyed, immediately splitting more of the symbiote to restore itself. Subsequently, Carnage reverted to that monster standing over 3 meters tall and let out a roar at Spider-Man. Peter understood the reason for this change perfectly. The King in Black had demonstrated it to him in another universe. It was indeed Null helping Carnage. Fine. I'm going to beat you in Null so hard you won't know which way is north. Chapter 597, Chapter 597, Beyond Heaven. The bus had parked within the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Inside the mobile base, Fitz was monitoring signals, searching for any sign of Carnage's presence. It feels strange. Even though Spider-Man believes Carnage likely came here, there are no symbiotic communication signals at all. Fitz voiced what he considered to be the most baffling detail, attempting to discuss it with Simmons. Do you think it's possible Cletus has already fled, or that he never even came here in the first place? Simmons thought it over seriously before answering with uncertainty. Unlikely. After all, this is the most logical deduction. That is, assuming Cletus is indeed a psychopathic killer and not a normal person masquerading as one. If he intended to come to Cape Canaveral, what is he planning to do? Fitz continued to press. Is it for the rocket launch? And if so, for what purpose? Hey guys, the rocket is about to launch. Skye ran over, clutching a bag of potato chips. Do you want to go watch? This is my first time seeing a rocket launch in person. In truth, it was the first time for Fitz and Simmons as well, but they initially declined the suggestion out of safety concerns. After their refusal, they began chatting with Skye about their confusion to explain their reasoning. Specifically, the total absence of any symbiote signals. It's like a general having absolutely no need for his soldiers. It doesn't make sense. Even if Carnage doesn't need help, wouldn't the infected need to report back to him? After listening to them, Skye posed her own counter-question, but didn't Spider-Man say that Carnage's current underlying logic is that of a hive mind organism? Does that even require signal transmission? Of course it does. It's arguably more important than ever. It's not like your own cells where every action just. As Simmons explained, she seemed to realize something and suddenly reacted. Just like different cells, he would only need to embed information within the infecting symbiotes too, but can that really be done? Simmons wasn't given much time to think, as the situation changed rapidly. With the launch sequence now irreversible and the countdown reaching its final minutes, Carnage appeared. To be precise, he oozed out from the rocket's cockpit, a space where no human was supposed to be, and subsequently covered more than half of the rocket's surface. Can we stop the launch? By the time the rocket began ignition for liftoff, Coulson finally managed to contact NASA, but the latter gave a negative response. Several employees had been turned into Carnage-infected and were actively preventing NASA staff from stopping the launch. The entire scene instantly spiraled into chaos. Peter chose to use his high-speed mode to quickly deal with these individuals, only to discover a truly troublesome problem. No good, the system has been locked down. We can't stop the launch. I'll have to find another way. Coulson, having asked the NASA engineers if there was any other way to stop the rocket and receiving only a negative answer, sighed helplessly. He prepared to call for S.H.I.E.L.D. to launch a wide-area strike to blow Carnage to pieces. However, Peter suddenly understood exactly what Carnage intended to do. While Coulson was still negotiating with NASA, Peter had already begun to act according to Carnage's silent challenge. Clad in his new suit, Peter rapidly scaled the rocket. We can't use heavy firepower to destroy the rocket. That's exactly what Cletus wants. If we destroy it midair, there's a high probability Carnage will survive, and his fragments would truly be able to cause hundreds of points of destruction. Having climbed onto the rocket, Peter explained the situation to Coulson. This is his plan. Originally, he used the lives of astronauts to threaten me, forcing me to fight him on a rising rocket. And now, Cletus had changed the stakes. If Peter didn't use anti-venom, then Cletus would simply wait to infect more than half of the United States. But you're in great danger like this. Yeah, but look at it this way, opportunities to fight on a rocket don't come around often. Take care of those infected at NASA for me, I'll be back soon. On the other side, Cletus, feeling Spider-Man constantly scaling the rocket, let out a delighted laugh. His plan had succeeded. To stop Cletus himself, Spider-Man, the one with anti-venom, had to take action. Perfect. As a symbiote host aided by Null, Cletus and Carnage understood Peter better than most of Peter's enemies. Specifically, Null had told Carnage about Peter's ability to use magic, which was why Cletus needed to create an environment specifically designed to restrict Spider-Man. Now, it was time for the harvest. A massive Carnage head crawled out from the rocket's cabin, coalescing into a face as it looked at Peter. Let's settle this the easy way, Cletus. Tell you what, you surrender now, and I promise the jury will fast-track your death penalty. Then you can get lost. Death penalty. I was reborn from the death penalty. So-called death means nothing at all. Letting out a roar, Carnage coalesced into a crude humanoid form and lunged at Spider-Man. Peter counterattacked instantly. Both stood on the outer hull of the rocket. Peter ran upward and leaped, using his webbing to snag Carnage. Really? Is that it for the small talk? Talk to me a bit more, I spent quite a bit of effort looking for you. The symbiote matter that came into contact with anti-venom began to collapse, but more and more of the symbiote still attempted to cover the entire rocket. It was clear that Cletus had truly gone mad, frantically splitting the symbiote without any regard for the rocket's stability. Peter found his opening and threw a punch. After shattering the symbiote on the killer's face, he followed up with another blow to the body, gradually breaking down the symbiote covering him. Peter was about to deliver some parting threats when his vision suddenly went dark. Before him, Carnage's body, which had been unstable due to the frantic splitting, instantly stabilized, even managing to catch Peter's fist. Though the symbiote on his hand completely collapsed upon contact, the latter was visibly overjoyed, immediately splitting more of the symbiote to restore itself. Subsequently, Carnage reverted to that monster standing over 3 meters tall and let out a roar at Spider-Man. Peter understood the reason for this change perfectly. The King in Black had demonstrated it to him in another universe. It was indeed Null helping Carnage. Fine. I'm going to beat you and Null so hard you won't know which way is north. Chapter 598, Chapter 598, I Want to Be a Spaceman. Spider-Man, Cletus has taken control of several NASA employees ahead of time. They've locked the rocket's launch sequence, and we can't stop the liftoff. Coulson delivered the first piece of bad news while Peter was still standing on the rocket, locked in continuous combat with a relentless swarm of symbiotes. I have to say, that's not even the most troublesome part. Can you guys determine the blast radius of this rocket? We can't determine the blast radius yet, you'd better not try that. Having guessed Spider-Man's intent, Fitz immediately reached a conclusion and warned him. Although this was an unmanned launch and they had already begun evacuating nearby personnel, there were too many variables. He couldn't be sure how much chaos the fuel from this launch would cause if it exploded. Furthermore, there was an even more nagging issue: what if even an explosion of this scale couldn't kill Carnage? Fine, let me think. Peter slammed a fist into Carnage's face, but this time, the Carnage was decapitated instantly. In its place, more and more Carnage copies began to coat the surface of the rocket. These things were respawning faster and faster, like overworld mobs in a video game. And it wasn't the kind of situation where they became weaker as they mass-produced like typical fodder. It was more like late-game elite mobs in a Souls-like game being as numerous as common enemies, though anti-venom still provided instant kills regardless. However, according to the system's detection, none of these were Cletus himself. The guy was definitely hiding inside the rocket. Alright, how fast can you guys regain control of the launch pad and modify the trajectory? There should be about 120 seconds from liftoff until the fairing separates. Can you do it? Coulson glanced at the scene. Ward, May, and Spider-Woman were out in full force wearing their new equipment. Their protective gear utilized modified shocker-style tech. As long as they made melee contact with a symbiote, they could completely disintegrate it. But the sheer number of symbiotes was overwhelming. It was unlikely they could settle this in a short time. We're doing our best. Fitz and Skye are remotely accessing the system to modify the flight path. What are you thinking? Launch this rocket into the Atlantic. Launch the rocket into the Atlantic. Coulson froze for a second before understanding Spider-Man's plan. I've got it, but what about you? How are you going to dodge an attack covering such a massive area? I have my ways. Peter quickly cut the communication. Currently, almost the entire surface of the rocket was covered in a dense layer of red symbiote. A viscous substance resembling blood vessels surged across the rocket's exterior, making one wonder if the thing could even launch normally. What Peter had to do was very simple. He pressed both hands against the rocket's surface and began using anti-venom to purify these symbiotes. Carnage quickly emerged to stop him. 4 or 5 Carnage copies lunged out from inside the rocket simultaneously, manifesting various sharp weapons to hack at Peter. Peter used his mind to control the nanosuit, instantly sprouting 4 mechanical claws from his back. He nimbly blocked the attacks of the Carnage grunts while methodically carrying out the purification. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire surface of the rocket was cleared of symbiote biomass. But the interior was another story. Peter wasn't confident he could make anti-venom spread that far, so he backhanded a Carnage grunt, flooring it. Ignition in 60 seconds, Spider-Man. We still haven't finished hacking the system. Coulson stood within the bus base, watching the chaos at the NASA launch center. We might not be able to adjust the trajectory through the system. It's up to you. Fantastic, all I have to do is manually tilt a rocket capable of sending me into space to the right angle, and everything is solved. Coulson listened to Spider-Man's self-deprecating sarcasm with some helplessness, then had Fitz transmit the calculated data to Peter. Fitz has already calculated how to pry the rocket. You need to move it according to the tutorial. I believe you can do it, Spider-Man. Yeah, I believe I can do it too, Peter said as he eliminated the last Carnage grunt. Otherwise, we'll be looking at Carnage infecting the whole world, maximum carnage. I don't like the sound of that. He glanced down, then continued to accelerate his actions, climbing as high as possible before sticking to the rocket's surface. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't launched yet, he called out to Cletus, Cletus. Why don't you come out and talk? You have no idea what I've prepared for you, and I'm sure you're going to love it. A massive thrust appeared directly beneath the rocket as the boosters ignited. The powerful force of gravity almost flung Peter off. He realized the rocket had ignited and begun its ascent. From now until the fairing separated, he had only 118 seconds to deal with Carnage. If he couldn't kill Cletus within these 118 seconds, Carnage's tissue would likely fall to some unknown corner of the Earth once the fairing separated, creating an even more troublesome situation. And now, if Cletus still wouldn't come out, Peter would have to try. Cletus appeared. More accurately, Carnage appeared. The terrifying monster seeped out from directly beneath the rocket, tightly binding Peter's limbs. Then, a humanoid figure coalesced. A snarling, 2-meter-tall Carnage stood right there on the rocket as it accelerated into the sky, looking down at Peter. You really are a naive fool, Spider-Man. I knew you'd chase me, so I prepared this trap specifically for you. As Carnage's face receded, it revealed Cletus's face. He looked at Peter mockingly. Of course I know you could return to the ground with a single magic portal, which is why I set up this situation that you must resolve. And before you can finish me off, I'll finish you. He didn't strike immediately. Instead, he performed a backflip to dodge a punch swung by Spider-Man. He was well aware that the other party could easily dispose of standard symbiotes. To counter this, Carnage had undergone a specialization with the help of Null's residual consciousness. Peter noticed that the symbiote before him no longer had that disgusting fluid-like texture. Instead, it had hardened into something like armor. I should remind you of one thing: from an evolutionary standpoint, stacking armor is never the optimal solution. And of course, I knew this was a trap. Our perceptions only differ on one point, and that is, I know I can completely finish you off within 2 minutes. Bracing against the massive G-force, Peter stood up on the surface of the ascending rocket and looked toward Carnage. Hardening yourself for defense. That just means you're finally willing to step onto the stage yourself, doesn't it? Chapter 599, Chapter 599, SWORD. From the moment of rocket ignition to the rupture of the fairing, there were only 118 seconds. Within these 118 seconds, Peter needed to accomplish 2 things. The first one, give you a hell of a beating. Withstanding massive G-forces, Peter lunged toward Carnage. In a supersonic environment, he wasn't sure if Carnage could hear what he was saying, but the other party could undoubtedly see his movements. Cletus's arms transformed into blades, and the tentacles on his back softened before hardening into countless razors that slashed toward Peter. Mechanical claws retracted from Peter's back, catching Carnage's blades, and he slammed a heavy punch directly onto the 2 arm blades Carnage was swinging. With one punch, Carnage's arms began to shatter, followed by rapid regeneration. Peter attempted a backflip to dodge another of Carnage's attacks, but the rocket's momentum nearly threw him off. Fortunately, he grabbed one of Carnage's tentacles just in time to avoid being hurled into the void. This is it, Spider-Man. Your webs, your strength, all your abilities are useless here. This is the graveyard I prepared for you. Carnage's legs split into nail-like feet that anchored him firmly to the rocket's outer hull, allowing him to walk with relative ease. He manipulated his tentacles to drag Peter close. Die. Sorry, what was that? The wind is too loud, I can't hear you. Amidst the crisis, Peter timely used his back claws to wedge into the rocket, then delivered a kick squarely into Carnage. Carnage was thrown into the air, but Peter's webbing snagged him. Peter then cast a spell, using the crimson bands of Sidorak to further reinforce the restraint on Carnage. The bound Carnage was slammed down near the rocket's engine exhaust, emitting a shriek that even the supersonic environment couldn't suppress. Only then did he crawl back, still hindered by the chains. Honestly, I thought you were immune to pain. Well. Ready for more? Carnage narrowed his eyes. The two were essentially talking to themselves since they couldn't hear each other's voices. Carnage chose to manifest a massive shield and advance steadily, attempting to crush Peter's room for maneuver. Peter acted swiftly. His nanosuit began to shift, taking the form of the iron spider armor. The arc reactor fired an energy beam at full power, hitting Carnage's shield and blasting a hole straight through it. There was no one behind the shield. Cletus had already reverted to his original, more agile symbiote form, slipped into the interior of the rocket, and emerged behind Peter. He possessed the ability to bypass Spider-Man's spider sense, and in this supersonic environment, Spider-Man couldn't detect his sneak attack at all. Peter spun around and threw a punch, completely disintegrating the symbiote on Cletus's face, then grabbed him by the throat. Regrettably, I previously encountered a teacher with a very bad attitude. He gave me quite a few lectures on what symbiotes can do. As Peter spoke, he maintained his grip on Cletus's neck and activated the nanosuit's molecular sonics. Under the influence of this device, the same one that had once separated Venom from Peter, the Carnage symbiote began to peel away from Cletus like potatoes being run through a grater. Moreover, Cletus discovered to his horror that his control over the other Carnage-infected hosts seemed to have been blocked for the time being. He couldn't receive any signals from other symbiotes, not even the ones right next to him. The trouble didn't stop there. The even greater problem was that he had now reverted to an ordinary human, forced to endure near-lethal G-forces, high-altitude hypoxia, and the unprotected supersonic environment. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Had Peter not used a portion of symbiote webbing to lash him firmly to the rocket, he likely would have died instantly. Then, he watched as Spider-Man used webs to anchor himself to the rocket's hull and began using the Iron Spider's thrusters to try and adjust the rocket's trajectory, aiming to force the rocket, originally destined for space, to plummet back to Earth. No, there's still a chance. Cletus realized something. He believed in his lover, believed in the bond between them. Before all the symbiote on his body was cleared and before he fell unconscious, the remaining Carnage symbiote hiding inside the rocket erupted with startling power. It seeped through the rocket's surface and merged with Cletus once more. However, Cletus could clearly feel that he truly could not communicate with or control the majority of the symbiotes he had infected. But it doesn't matter. While Spider-Man is busy correcting the orbit, the freed Carnage re-hardened himself and crept up behind Spider-Man, swinging his scythes. But the opponent once again managed to dodge the strike even without spider sense, then performed a backflip and jumped off. The jumping Spider-Man launched a mix of webbing and nanobots at Cletus. These nanobots, capable of merging with the symbiote, instantly became a cage for Carnage. They began trying to pin Cletus firmly to the rocket. As for Spider-Man, he had already fled. Peter hurriedly diverted the suit's remaining power, driving the Iron Spider thrusters to fly away from the rocket's trajectory. He watched the rocket soaring toward the Atlantic, having already entered unmanned waters, and checked in with Coulson. "Is everything finished on your end?" Carnage should have lost control over the NASA employees. "Yes, everything is ready." Looking at the satellite feed, that was a very close call just now, Spider-Man. Coulson praised Peter's actions and then relayed the message to the other side, "We are finished here. Captain Marvel, please begin." Back on the rocket, Carnage, who was struggling to break free from the nanobots, felt a sudden alarm bell ring in his mind. The simulated sense derived from Spider Sense began to issue frantic warnings. But hasn't Spider-Man already fled? He only needed a few seconds to break free, and he would still be able to shove the symbiote into the rocket's separation stages, causing an even worse infection. He would make that fleeing Spider-Man regret it. However, just as Cletus broke free from the nanobots, he noticed the sky grow dark. It wasn't because of cloud cover. It was because a massive, sword-shaped starship had pierced the atmosphere. The ship's prow was aimed directly at the rocket flying over the Atlantic, which had not yet begun its separation. The energy beams, already primed for firing, locked onto the rocket and opened fire. A beam of energy nearly large enough to cover an entire city, kilometers in diameter, poured onto the rocket and the still-trapped Carnage in an instant. Chapter 600, The End of Carnage. The moment Peter detached from the rocket, he utilized his few remaining nanobots to form flight thrusters to maintain stability. He then opened a sling ring portal to escape the blast radius. Casting a spell to keep himself levitating in midair, he watched silently from a distance as a vast stretch of the ocean was bombarded by the SWORD base ship. Because Korvac had rewritten reality before his departure, Kang's flagship had been seized without sustaining significant damage. Subsequently, the United Nations convened a meeting and established SWORD using this future warship, whose principles humans still could not fully comprehend, as its base, specifically tasked with diplomacy and defense against extraterrestrial civilizations. Naturally, this ship became Earth's most powerful weapon, and Peter had called upon it to bombard Carnage. Peter didn't think it likely that Cletus could survive a bombardment of this magnitude. However, just to be safe, once the shelling ceased, he used the sling ring to open a portal and return to the site of the strike to ensure that Cletus was truly dead. Not even a scrap of the rocket itself is left. It's likely Cletus is truly. Peter's spider sense didn't trigger, but his suit's radar detected an object flying toward him at hypersonic speeds. He immediately spun around to evade, only to witness an unbelievable sight, a man who was almost entirely charred, devoid of any body hair, with wings condensed from the symbiote growing from his back, was charging at him. His legs, right arm, and more than half of his body had vanished, most of what remained was crystallized and carbonized. But this did nothing to stop Cletus from staying alive, gasping for breath, and even accelerating his self-healing. Cletus's secret to survival was exactly what he had calculated earlier, a contingency plan for the possibility of being launched into space with Spider-Man. By consuming the remaining energy of the Carnage symbiote, he accelerated its cellular division, continuously using newly divided symbiote material to harden and block the laser bombardment while simultaneously undergoing constant self-regeneration. Through this nearly suicidal method, the men had actually managed to survive. I've returned alive from hell. Spider-Man. Harnessing extraordinary speed, Carnage closed the distance to Peter. Peter transformed the last of his nanobots into mechanical claws on his back, then attempted to use precognitive magic to predict Carnage's trajectory and intercept him, only to find the prophecy failing once again. It seemed that Null's residual consciousness was still clinging to a desperate hope even now. At this point, Carnage had essentially stopped thinking about how to survive in the long run. If Spider-Man had truly believed he was dead, he might have escaped, but since Spider-Man was here, there was no choice but to fight to the death. He had lost all control over other symbiotes, which meant he couldn't even transfer his own consciousness. To live, he had to kill Spider-Man. To think of a way like that to survive, are you some kind of ultimate life form? Peter spoke while retreating through the air. He turned and fired a web line that stuck to Carnage, then unleashed his bioelectricity at full power, sending currents surging over Carnage's surface. Carnage, meanwhile, laughed maniacally as he swung a blade hardened from the symbiote, stabbing it into Spider-Man's body. Are you just tickling me? It's all over. Cletus laughed wildly. The moment he felt his blade pierce Spider-Man's body, he seemed to see a supreme, glorious, and ultimate world. Here, he could feel absolute freedom. Here, he could make his art reach perfection. Here. He suddenly froze. He looked around and found himself in a vaguely familiar, recognizable place. This was where he had first encountered the deity when he first met Carnage. But why had he come here? Where was Carnage? He felt his beloved was still here, but... He looked toward the ancient throne. Sitting there appeared to be an aged corpse. Null sat there silently, and everything returned to stillness. Suddenly, Cletus felt a prickle of alarm. He looked back and saw people he either remembered or didn't, those he had infected, appearing all around him. More terrifyingly, they were actually able to control Carnage, able to tear at Carnage. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's happening? Amidst his terror, Cletus seemed to realize something. Where was this? Why had he come here? In his overwhelming fear, he failed to notice that on the throne, the fingers of that body twitched ever so slightly. The symbiote planet, Clintar. The countless symbiotes living on this planet were going about an ordinary day. As a peace-loving species that enjoyed interacting with others, their daily tasks involved repelling aliens who came to Clintar to kidnap symbiotes, discovering and exiling followers of Null, or finding noble warriors to fight alongside them. The most powerful life form on Clintar, and their leader, was Clintar itself. In the symbiote language, though it was hard to say they truly had one, this word meant cage. It was a collective of the symbiotes who had once sealed Null by making themselves part of the planet. They had now become a single, independent symbiote hive mind to isolate Null's corruption from other symbiotes. Then there were the Agents of the Cosmos. This organization consisted of noble warriors from across the galaxy and the strongest symbiotes of Clintar, aimed at listening to the voice of the universe and defending cosmic peace. Now, these agents, who were usually scattered across the stars, were returning to Clintar one after another. As Null awakened, one agent of the cosmos asked the question of greatest concern. Ever since Null's consciousness was sealed by an unknown deity eons ago, the symbiotes had remained vigilant against his possible return. Regarding this question, another agent shook his head. Only a tiny fragment of consciousness has returned, he is nowhere near awakening. However, from that same direction, a large number of symbiote hosts are dying. Everyone fell silent. They began to discuss what should be done and quickly reached a conclusion. In the past, they might have turned a blind eye to the greatest threat on Clintar, but now, they needed to make a change. They would proactively travel to the planet where Null was sealed to check if the seal remained secure. If possible, they might need to implement special measures. Chapter 601, Lord of the Seven Seas. Peter almost ended up getting skewered by Carnage's final, desperate strike before death. Because Carnage exists as a molecular-level hive mind where every symbiote cell possesses its own independence, Peter had to get close enough to use Mysterio's program to interfere with Cletus's mind. Consequently, he had to catch Cletus just as the final blade was thrusting toward him, nearly failing in the attempt. Fortunately, my skills were a cut above. In the end, what Cletus saw was an illusion of himself piercing through Spider-Man. Using this opening, Peter was able to make physical contact with him. What followed was simple. Upon touching Cletus, Peter used the program to sever the mental link between Cletus and the symbiote molecules on his body, then utilized anti-venom to purge the symbiote from his system. By the time the process was finished, Cletus, who had only a single breath left anyway, was thoroughly dead, his spirit ascending to the symbiote home world. But seriously, surviving even for a moment under those conditions is just ridiculous. Offering one final remark on Cletus's death-defying resistance, Peter sighed and contacted the bus team. Agent Coulson, Carnage is dead. Completely dead. Much appreciated, Spider-Man. Those employees infected by the symbiote, and likely many more out there, will need time for investigation and quarantine. Those who had been infected by Carnage might no longer be controlled by the symbiote due to its death, but the symbiote cells remaining in their bodies were still a latent threat. Currently, the only way to completely eradicate those cells was Spider-Man's anti-venom. Thus, the aftermath of this incident would require Peter's further assistance. Peter naturally had no objections, though at this moment, he had only one thing on his mind, getting some proper rest. I'll wait for your word, Agent Coulson. But for now, I just want to go home and sleep. Goodbye. With the final battle concluded, Peter used a sling ring to open a portal leading home and stepped through. Back at NASA, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief now that everything was finished. As Ward knocked out the last infected NASA employee, the crisis had effectively come to a temporary close. We won, everyone. Carnage has been eliminated, and the symbiote infection didn't spiral out of control. Coulson looked at everyone with a smile, offering a summary. Spider-Man may have done the bulk of the work, but that doesn't negate our own efforts in this. Everyone, go get some rest. The entire bus team was elated. Skye was already pondering where to go for a short vacation. The only one who seemed somewhat lost was Ward. He didn't know what to do, or even what he could do. Fortunately, Coulson had already made arrangements for him. After the others had left, Coulson asked Ward, "No plans?" I really don't have any plans, sir." Coulson smiled and handed a small device resembling a headset to Ward. Ward took it, asking with some confusion, "Sir, what is this?" "Regret medicine." Hearing the name, Ward felt even more puzzled, but luckily Coulson quickly provided an explanation. Headquarters designed this equipment based on Mysterio's technology. It's used for mission debriefs, psychological therapy, and reviewing past mistakes. Coulson explained the device's function. You can keep trying it to see if there were better ways to deal with enemies. I understand, sir. Ward took the device and forced a smile. Since I have nothing else to do, it seems like a good way to pass the time. Coulson added a well-intentioned warning, be that as it may, this thing is still in the experimental phase. Special situations often occur, especially when seeing decisions you made much earlier. You should be careful. Ward nodded dismissively and returned to his room. Only Coulson watched him leave, a slight, unreadable smile playing on his lips. Back in his room, Ward placed the device on his ear, closed his eyes, and activated it. However, he didn't return to any battle. Instead, Grant Ward found himself back in the juvenile detention center, the young boy who had not yet set foot on the path of Hydra. Ward knew what was supposed to happen next. Garrett would find him and mold him into a Hydra mole. But a voice interrupted Ward's expectation. To his shock, he saw that the person recruiting him was Coulson instead of Garrett. Ward sat up abruptly in fright, disconnecting the program. He seemed to understand why Coulson had given this to him. So that's how it is. Ward muttered, glancing at the device again as if he had made a final decision. Meanwhile, look there, in far-off Atlantis, a significant event was unfolding. An Atlantean approached the throne, reporting the events that had just occurred on the surface of the sea. Since Atlantis was located on the ocean floor, insulated by miles of deep water, the beam from SWORD had not physically affected the kingdom. However, someone was unhappy to the point of outrage. This is a provocation from the surface dwellers. An Atlantean let out a roar of fury. How wicked were the surface people? When they encountered a troublesome dangerous element, they simply dumped it into the ocean and fired a main battery at it. Not to mention the previous raft prison, floating around the sea with dangerous convicts locked inside. What do the surface dwellers think the ocean is? A trash can. The general spoke indignantly to the Lord of the Seven Seas, then respectfully dropped to one knee to show his loyalty. Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the army directly to the shore to show these surface dwellers what for. And how do you plan to do that? The speaker was Namor, King of Atlantis. After hearing the report, he let out a sneer and posed the counter-question, you go and wipe out humanity for me. Can you actually do it? Faced with the boss's impossible question, Namor's subordinate was unable to provide a good answer for a moment and had to retreat stammering. Seeing his subordinate's display, Namor's contempt only deepened. However, one thing said was true, although this incident had not yet directly impacted Atlantis, it was still a form of provocation. Given Namor's character, he would not allow such a thing to slide. Therefore, a gesture had to be made. I will make the surface dwellers obediently hand over the compensation Atlantis deserves. Namor gave a cold, confident laugh. If they cannot do it, I wouldn't mind bringing them destruction. Namor's grand declaration caused the Atlanteans to roar with excitement, as if they could already see humanity suffering a crushing defeat at his feet. They completely failed to consider one thing: could Namor actually win? Chapter 602, The Avengers Compound. After returning home, Peter had a long, deep sleep. Because they had previously worried about Carnage's retaliation, Uncle Ben and Aunt May had gone to Pittsburgh. For the moment, he had the entire Parker household to himself. This meant he could take a shower in the middle of the day and go straight to bed, waking up whenever he felt like it. He flopped onto the bed and slept right through to the next day. Upon waking, he checked the news on his phone for any updates on the Avengers, ensuring nothing had happened that required his immediate attention. Once he confirmed everything was normal, Peter went through his usual routine of washing up and brushing his teeth, pondering his plans for the day. While scrolling through his phone, he saw a message from Matt Murdock on his Spider-Man line. Matt informed him that the sentencing for Elektra was complete. Thanks to Matt's tireless efforts, the villain had finally been sentenced to death. Ironically, the primary reason the death penalty was applicable was likely due to his status as a mutant. Mysterio and Rhino, however, had not received death sentences. They were currently being held in the Mansion Prison, a temporary facility used to house superpowered individuals following the decommissioning of the raft. This prison was a standard high-tech facility that had been shrunk using PIM particles and kept inside Avengers Tower to ensure maximum security. At the thought of this, Peter's brow furrowed. Considering he truly had nothing else on his agenda today, he decided to visit Avengers Tower. He immediately summoned Anti-Venom to form his suit. After checking his empty watch, he decided to stop by the Baxter building first to replenish his supply of nanobots. A few minutes later, Tony Stark was sitting on a sofa in Avengers Tower, swiping through a virtual projection. Only Iron Man was on duty at the base today, the others were out rounding up prisoners who had escaped from the raft. The Avengers had discovered that the fugitive Abomination had been spotted near Arizona, so Cap had taken Hulk and Thor to apprehend him. Black Panther was busy with his own affairs as usual, while Hank and Janet were attending an academic conference, leaving only Tony behind. He noticed a portal opening and knew without looking that Spider-Man had arrived. "Morning, kid. You've been pretty busy lately, haven't you?" I guess." Hearing the word guess, Tony looked up at Peter with a slightly strained expression. He pushed the virtual projection forward, causing it to expand and fill the entire room. Leaning forward, Tony picked up a glass of vegetable juice, took a sip, and asked, "What do you think of the blueprint so far? Is this the Avengers compound?" Peter asked as he looked at the projected cluster of buildings. He knew Stark had purchased a massive plot of land in New Jersey with plans to build a base large enough to house hundreds of people. Cap had expressed his reservations about the scale, but Tony insisted that even if they didn't need room for hundreds, the Avengers still needed a new home. While Avengers Tower stood as a witness to the Battle of New York and the founding of the team, its location was, from another perspective, a bit too prime. Situated in the heart of Midtown Manhattan, it was surrounded by dense populations and a thriving economy. The tower was a perfect target. If an enemy decided to strike, the collateral damage would be catastrophic. Of course, New York still had the Xavier Institute and the Baxter Building as other landmarks, but still. "Yeah, I'm mulling over the interior design. You know, no one else seems particularly bothered by it, except Wasp, but her taste and mine are worlds apart. So, I wanted to get your take, Peter." Peter looked seriously at the plans for the compound: residential quarters, training grounds, warehouses, hangars, laboratories, and even a museum. After a moment of thought, he mentally stripped away the outer walls of most of the buildings. Setting aside the interior rooms for a moment, how about replacing as much of the exterior walls with glass as possible? Modern minimalist style, not bad. Should the interior favor straight lines or more curves? Do the Avengers really need that many curves? Stark laughed. The choice between straight lines and curves in architecture often reflected the designer's attitude. Just as Peter implied, they were the Avengers, not the Justice League or something similar. They were there to show enemies the cost of invasion. They didn't need many curves, and they didn't need to look soft. Right, well, next up. By the way, Mr. Stark, once the compound is finished, is the mansion prison moving there too? Tony didn't think much of why Peter brought up the prison, but he answered honestly nonetheless. Well, we've been looking into more robust isolation measures. We're considering whether we can build a new prison in the negative zone, provided that the counter-Earth Osborn mentioned is safe enough. The only link between the two would be a single portal, guarded by robots. If a breakout occurs, the portal automatically severs the connection. The negative zone was filled with antimatter, there were no safe zones outside of specifically constructed facilities. If a prisoner tried to run, they would be vaporized by antimatter before they could take a step. The issue, however, was whether that counter-Earth was naturally formed or problematic, whether there was life or civilization on it, and what their attitude would be. And most importantly, when Reed Richards would finally finish developing a portal stable enough to enter the negative zone. So, if we can't build a negative zone prison by the time the compound is finished, then yes, we'll probably have to bring the mansion with us. Sir, an unnatural tidal wave has appeared off the coast of New York. It has already exceeded 30 meters in height. Jarvis's sudden alert interrupted their conversation. Peter and Tony turned together to look at the incoming video feed. A bare-chested man with pointed ears was riding the crest of the wave, followed by hundreds of high-tech undersea soldiers, heading straight for the New York coastline. I'm certain SWORD ran scans, there were no Atlantean cities near the firing zone. Messages were sent, but there was no reply. And I'm even more certain that the artillery strike couldn't have hit the seabed. Marvell's calculations were precise, Tony said as he began to summon his armor. Let's go check it out, kid. Maybe he's just coming to say hello, if he's actually that friendly. Chapter 603, Chapter 603, Tremble Before the Lord of the Seven Seas. So, does anyone know what the deal is with this little prince of the deep? Tony, fully geared up, set off immediately. Peter attached a strand of spider silk to the Iron Man armor and was carried by Tony toward the waters off the coast of New York. Meanwhile, Tony established a communication link with Captain America. After all, Tony didn't know anyone named Namor and had absolutely no information on him. Facing this question, the captain found it a bit difficult to answer. Namor is a hybrid of a human and an Atlantean, you should all know that much. The captain, who had just captured Abomination once again, spoke with Tony while delivering the brute to the cube prison. But he almost never considers himself human. He views himself solely as an Atlantean. Namor was born in 1921 and lived in New York before the outbreak of World War II. At that time, he had been exploring his sense of identity. However, unlike the superheroes most people are familiar with, he didn't conclude that he was both human and Atlantean. Instead, he chose to become a thorough Atlantean. Yet, he wasn't just a simple hybrid. His father had passed down the X gene to him, granting Namor mutant abilities. Thus, he was not only the Lord of the Seven Seas but also a powerful mutant, ranking among the alpha-level mutants alongside Professor X and Magneto. Furthermore, because he stood entirely on the side of Atlantis, even before World War II had ended, he would attack the Allies simply because their frequent sinking of German U-boats caused undersea pollution. It was very abstract. Not only that, Namor is incredibly powerful. Unlike average Atlanteans, he possesses not only a formidable physique but also the superpower to control the ocean. And here I thought his only great power was talking to fish. Tony quipped as he flew, while simultaneously spotting a fireball rapidly plunging toward the surface of the sea. It was the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four, who had rushed toward Namor a step ahead of them. In the 1930s and 40s, Namor had fought two battles with the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond. The first was a classic, no hard feelings, encounter between two heroes. The second, however, was an act of retaliation by Namor against the Allies for sinking too many German submarines and warships. Looks like we're about to have the Third Great War of Fire and Water. Oh, wait, it looks like it's already started. In the distance, erupting flames and towering floods clashed violently. However, the conflict was brief and swift. By the time Tony and Peter arrived, it was already over. Well, Johnny had been turned into a drowned rat and was being fished out of the water by Reed, while Susan was using her force fields to try and hold back the surging flood. There was also the Thing, who didn't have much to do and was just driving the vehicle. As for Namor, he stood gallantly upon the water's surface, seemingly unscathed, and even offered a nonchalant critique of the Human Torch. You are far inferior to Jim Hammond. Though you burn hotter than that fellow, you aren't nearly enough to keep me entertained. Perched on a nearby skyscraper, Peter observed Namor and noticed that while the men didn't seem particularly interested in the conversation, his eyes frequently darted toward Susan. Their old acquaintances. Years ago, Namor was ambushed and lost his memory. It was the Fantastic Four who found him, helped him recover his memories, and aided him in reclaiming his throne. Tony, who was quite familiar with the Fantastic Four, introduced their history with Namor before quipping again, but clearly, that bit of networking and history isn't enough to cause this little Prince of the Deep any hesitation. Seeing Tony's arrival, Namor finally seemed a bit more interested. He spoke to the primary head of the Avengers, Tony Stark. You should know that yesterday, the surface people carried out a fierce bombardment right within the vast waters under my rule. Peter was the first to interrupt Namor. Were there any casualties? Namor had intended to say more, but after being cut off by Peter, he showed slight dissatisfaction before answering. There were no casualties, which is fortunate. The next question was an expansion on Peter's point by Tony. Then, did Atlantis suffer any serious economic losses? No. Namor's answer left Tony feeling bewildered. If there were no deaths and no economic losses, why did you bring hundreds of people and a tsunami to New York? If you were dissatisfied, couldn't you have just sent a diplomatic ambassador to protest? Unsure of what Namor intended to do, Tony asked, then what exactly does Atlantis plan to do now? I am here to display the might of Atlantis to you, to tell the entire world that no one can threaten Atlantis. After Namor finished speaking, both the Avengers and the Fantastic Four fell into a collective silence. That was it. That's all. Still uncertain, Tony continued, and then what? What do you mean, and then? You've officially announced the existence of Atlantis to the world. You've done that. And then? However, beyond Tony's expectations, Namor's reply truly was. That is all. It is over. Remember, everything you do upon the surface of the sea, the Lord of the Seven Seas is watching you. Watching the departing Atlanteans and the receding tide, Johnny, who was soaked to the bone, managed to squeeze out one sentence after a long pause. Is this guy insane? Hard to say. He might actually be crazy. My old man held most of his World War II comrades in the highest regard, but regarding this guy, even my old man didn't know what his problem was. Tony finished his quip with a sigh of his own. Peter was also wearing a look of total confusion. He couldn't understand Namor's logic at all. It felt like Namor was some kind of deep-sea senior citizen who would hiss at the slightest touch. The group quickly determined that nothing else was going to happen, so they went back to their own business. Peter was the same. Since he had been live-streaming the whole time, the Daily Bugle had run a special report. The result was that as soon as Peter finished explaining things on his end, he received messages from Gwen and Cindy. After quickly reassuring both of them that he was safe, Peter took the opportunity to start patrolling New York. At the same time, he was still thinking about what had just occurred. Even if Namor himself acted like a madman, could it be that the entire nation of Atlantis had no dissenting opinions? Because of this, Peter felt that Namor's little stunt wasn't entirely over. There was something else waiting to happen. However, that is a story for next month, one that won't be detailed just yet. A withered Namor, Lord of the Seven Seas, was teleported into Avengers Tower by a beam of light. He reached out his hand toward the Avengers present. Atlantis needs your help. Avengers. Chapter 604, Chapter 604, A Stable Daily Life. By the next day, major media outlets in New York were scrambling to report on Namor's raid from the previous day. Many dug up information on this Little Prince of the Deep Sea for research, and news agencies began analyzing why Namor had brought his army to the city's doorstep, why the Pentagon hadn't reacted, and what exactly the Avengers and the Fantastic Four had discussed with Namor to make him withdraw so suddenly. The Avengers' official statement was that Namor had merely come to protest humanity's overexploitation of the seas, but it seemed no one believed them. In reality, I already exaggerated quite a bit just to make them think Namor actually had a legitimate reason for being here, Tony said, tossing a beanbag at a target on one of the Avengers Tower's pillars. If they knew that the ruler of the ocean is a lunatic, the entire world would fall into a panic. Actually, Namor does have a mental illness. Hank looked up from a report sent by the Fantastic Four, glancing at the Avengers whose eyes were now fixed on him. What, haven't any of you read the data the Fantastic Four sent over? Since Namor is a hybrid of a human and an Atlantean, living in either the deep sea or on land for extended periods causes an oxygen imbalance. This leads to negative side effects, resulting in a tendency toward bipolar emotional expression. Hank looked at the physical exam the Fantastic Four had once performed on Namor and, seeing the Avengers still staring, explained further, you know bipolar disorder, right? It's alternating episodes of depression and mania. Namor hasn't reached the level of a full disorder, but he has bipolar tendencies. Also, based on the Fantastic Four's interactions with Namor during his amnesiac period, they feel it's like PTSD from a battlefield. He fought in World War II alongside us to protect his oceans. Cap sighed helplessly. After hearing this, Janet asked curiously, wait, hearing it that way, it sounds like the young man isn't beyond help. If he just came to land for a vacation more often, wouldn't his emotional expression normalize? No, that's impossible. Tony spoke as he walked over to pick up the beanbags from the floor one by one, cradling them in his arms before continuing his game. He loves the ocean floor to death, he won't come up no matter what. He needs that viscous fish-like fluid to moisturize his skin. He spends every day rubbing fish all over himself. Is he married? Surely it wasn't to a fish, right? In our era, he had a lover, a member of the Atlantean royalty, but I'm not sure if she's still around, Cap answered before sighing. Regardless, Namor seems to have only intended to announce to the world that he's still alive, and not much else. Indeed, there wasn't much else. Thus, everyone was confused about what Namor had actually come for. They hadn't yet anticipated the bizarre events that would occur next month, leaving everyone scratching their heads. Just kidding, even if they knew, they still wouldn't understand Namor's motives. It could probably only be interpreted as a manic episode. Speaking of which, how is the cube? I heard it's a VIP ward for Gamma prisoners. As Tony finished, Cap was about to speak, but Tony turned and tossed a beanbag at Banner, who was dozing on the sofa. It hit him squarely on the head. Everyone jumped in surprise, but Banner merely woke up slowly, looking around with sleepy eyes. Guys. Did something happen? How is the cube, Banner? You worked there for a few days during the Kang Dynasty, and now you've gone back to check on it. Any thoughts? Oh, that. Banner rubbed his eyes and thought about his experience. It's hard to say. Theoretically, Ross wasn't involved in the final battle, so he shouldn't know about the Kang Dynasty. But for some reason, I feel like he doesn't entirely forget. He really wants his subordinates to replicate another Blonsky and start mass production, I'm very certain of that. So the cube isn't a prison at all, it's actually a research institute. Ross is using it specifically to study those Gamma monsters, the leader, Abomination, and the Absorbing Man, who hasn't been brought to justice yet. Of course, the one he wants to catch most is the Hulk. Banner frowned as he spoke. When he went to the prison with Cap, the Hulk had performed a visitation. Since Banner and the Hulk had engaged in a dialogue earlier with the help of Professor Charles Xavier, their memories were now interconnected, and Banner had seen the process of the visitation. What worried him was the operational status of the base and the clear preferential treatment the leader received inside. This mad scientist, genius, who once tried to cure Banner and created the Abomination, seemed the most likely person to create mass-produced abominations. Back then, after he was affected by Gamma blood, he gained extreme intellectual development and attempted to create more Gamma monsters to fight the Hulk. He was then caught by Ross following the trail. But overall, with the Avengers around, Banner felt that even if the leader and Ross planned something, they would be able to discover it in advance. Come to think of it, these past 2 months have been exceptionally peaceful. This wasn't sarcasm. To most New Yorkers, these past few months had indeed been very calm. First, with the successive founding of the Avengers and the Defenders in 2012, the New York underworld had been cleared out. Mob bosses like Kingpin, Hammerhead, Tombstone, and Silvermane were all behind bars. Then, they hadn't experienced the Kang Dynasty. In the eyes of New Yorkers, the Kang Dynasty was just Kang trying to invade New York and being taken out by the Avengers in one go. Instead, Octopus City and the Sinister Six had left a deep impression on New Yorkers, but Spider-Man had defeated the Sinister Six in just 48 hours, 3 died on the spot, and 1 was sentenced to death. The Carnage incident had simply nothing to do with most New Yorkers. All the murders were hushed up, and Cletus simply fled, with only a few cases of Carnage infection occurring in New York. Thinking of this, Banner even remarked with emotion, it really is peaceful. No. Asterisk. Excluding Banner, who said it, and the absent Spider-Man, Thor, and Black Panther, everyone else present made a horrified expression in unison. Banner looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Never say that sentence in a police station, a hospital, a fire station, or among us. It's a curse, Cap explained. The moment you say it, trouble is bound to come. Everyone waited in silence for a full minute. Well, indeed, nothing happened. Chapter 605, Chapter 605, Children, do you remember the Ultimates? On this ordinary day, Peter was patrolling New York as usual. The city was unnervingly peaceful today, only a few petty thefts and robberies had occurred, with no particularly heinous crimes to be found. Peter had thus spent an increasingly rare period of friendly neighbor time when he encountered 2 people who looked like they were in need of assistance, Ms. Marvel, Carol Danvers, and War Machine, James Rhodes. The 2 superheroes, who currently possessed almost zero public presence, seemed to be wandering about in search of something. Hey there, friends. Looks like you could use a guide. Peter descended slowly while hanging upside down. The 2, who had been deep in conversation, were nearly startled out of their wits by the sudden sound of Spider-Man's voice, though they managed to react in time. Colonel Rhodes was the first to pick up on Peter's lead. Yeah, we're looking for someone. To be more precise, we're looking for an address, but it seems neither of us is quite sure where this place is. Maybe I can help. I'm not holding out much hope, but it's not like we have any other options, Rhodes said as he handed a slip of paper to Peter. He didn't expect much, but Peter took one look and recognized exactly which apartment building in Harlem it referred to. He immediately pulled out his phone and marked the location on their map. Carol and Rhodes were genuinely surprised to have an answer so quickly. As they watched Spider-Man swing away, Carol looked at his retreating back, feeling a bit bewildered. Is it just me, or does Spider-Man know New York to a frightening degree? It's normal. After all, New York is basically his turf, Rhodes replied, checking the synchronized map on his own phone. He added, besides, he's fought so many battles here, he couldn't have gained an advantage without keeping his intelligence sharp. Carol sighed. It had been several months since she had taken over this so-called Ultimates team following the disbandment of the American Avengers. The progress over these few months amounted to essentially nothing. Having lost AIM, the Ultimates had lost their technological support, which was a death blow for them. Furthermore, they hadn't even managed to recruit enough members. The bigger issue was that they simply couldn't find enough suitable candidates. If you were willing to bring Ares in, this whole setup would have probably been up and running long ago. We wouldn't be dealing with all this hassle now, Rhodes grumbled. After the American Avengers had been brought under hard control, Ares, who had not been controlled by AIM but had turned traitor nonetheless, became a point of contention. On one hand, Ares had indeed betrayed them, on the other hand, he was a genuine god and was willing to help. If the Ultimates truly intended to carve out a place for themselves in this era of exploding superhuman populations, a god was likely inevitable. But Carol really didn't want the guy. Strictly speaking, Carol hadn't even wanted to form the Ultimates. At the time, she had thought the American Avengers were disbanding and she could finally join the main Avengers. Instead, a few words from the president had dragged her into this position. She hadn't even been allowed to choose the team's name, she didn't like the name, the Ultimates, one bit. We've discussed this many times, Rhodes. Not unless we are completely out of options. I know, but we have to consider it. Look, I'm the counterpart to Tony, and Ares could be the counterpart to Thor, mainly because Hercules has no intention of cooperating with us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck choosing Ares, would we? We aren't choosing people based on the Avengers roster. Then what are we doing here? Rhodes' words were so persuasive that Carol was left speechless. Indeed, they had come to Harlem today for a specific superhero, hoping to persuade the individual to join the Ultimates. This person was the best candidate Carol could find in the short term. Following the information on the paper, the two arrived at the door of an apartment. Carol knocked, and a young boy of about 6 or 7 opened the door. Carol smiled at the boy and asked, "Hello, does Isaiah Bradley live here?" The boy called out, "Grandpa," as he ran back into the room. Shortly after, Carol and Rhodes were met by a black man of incredible physical stature. His hair was streaked with gray, and his eyes were cloudy, lacking their former spark. This was the person they were looking for. "Hello, Mr. Bradley. I know who you are. I've seen you on television back when you were the American Avengers." Isaiah Bradley shook his head, clearly knowing why they were there. He issued a blunt refusal. "You want your team to have a Captain America, or something like it. You found me, but unfortunately, I'm not going to say yes." Isaiah Bradley was a victim of the super soldier serum. Toward the end of the Vietnam War, in an attempt to turn the tide of battle, the Pentagon decided to skip several protocols and conduct human experimentation with a reconstituted version of the serum. They selected 300 soldiers for the injections. In the end, only one survived, Isaiah Bradley. However, the birth of a new super soldier did not turn the tide of the Vietnam War, and a black super soldier was apparently not what the Pentagon or the White House desired. Before long, Isaiah Bradley was sentenced to 15 years in prison on the charge of stealing the Captain America uniform, the irony being that the uniform had been handed to him by the Pentagon itself in hopes that he would become the next Captain America. "Mr. Bradley, I know what you went through, and that is precisely why I've come to find you. President Ellis is willing to admit the mistake. He wants you to step forward and tell the full story of what the military and the government did back then, and he wants to publicly clear your name." Carol laid out her terms. Did they need a super soldier? Perhaps, perhaps not. But taking everything into account, Isaiah Bradley was indeed the most suitable candidate Carol and her team could find. As she spoke, she handed him a design schematic. It was a new suit designed by the White House. He would join the Ultimates under the codename Patriot. A Vietnam veteran, an experimental victim, and a persecuted black soldier, this black version of Captain America, who had just passed 60, had so much narrative potential that President Ellis viewed him as a goldmine. The men remained silent, lost in thought. Finally, he looked up and met Carol's eyes. "Tell me the rest of your requirements. Let me hear just how sincere the president is." Chapter 606, Summer Vacation quietly slips away. Time had reached August 2013, the final month of the break. Peter Parker swung through New York City, reflecting on how everything seemed so remarkably peaceful. The biggest recent news came from the Ultimate Team. After months of silence following the announcement of its formation, the department finally released a fresh update. Elijah Bradley, a black super soldier from the Vietnam War era now aged 62, would join the Ultimate Team under the superhero mantle Patriot. However, that wasn't the explosive part. The shock came during the Pentagon's press conference held to explain the Patriot's identity. They laid bare the cruel supersoldier human experiments conducted by the U.S. government during the Vietnam War, revealing that only one subject survived out of 300. They detailed the various forms of persecution he suffered due to his race and issued a public apology to the victim. If the apology had been accompanied by a deep bow, the aesthetic would have looked exactly like a press conference from District 11. The White House was quite proud of this, boastfully declaring that America has the courage to admit its mistakes. In response, there is no doubt, as we all know, that President Matthew Ellis is very brave to admit to mistakes that were not committed by his own administration. J. Jonah Jameson mocked mercilessly on the giant screens of Manhattan. As always, he styles himself as the remedier of America's wrongs, but the question is, who pays for the massive blunders committed by this current administration? When Obadiah Stane sold Stark Industries weapons to terrorists, was our intelligence community truly oblivious? How did AIM, a military-industrial conglomerate that collaborates deeply with terrorist organizations and even Hydra, secure Pentagon contracts and become a supporter of the American Avengers? Furthermore, where are the results of the investigation into the human experimentation lab at the bottom of the Hudson River, which has gone silent to this day? Jameson was unusually calm at this moment, even wearing a smile. Under these circumstances, why doesn't President Ellis first acknowledge the mistakes related to himself and make amends? Perhaps he is doing so, but much like the case of Elijah Bradley, we might only get the answers 30 or 40 years from now. Not only that, the Ultimate Team has shed the Avengers name, but its composition seems closer to the Avengers than ever. Jameson continued his relentless tirade. They now have a U.S. Army version of Iron Man and a Black Captain America. Moreover, they intend to negotiate with Ares, a former member of the American Avengers. That gives them another Greek god. What do they need next? Release the Abomination to serve as their Hulk. Oh, don't forget, Blonsky turning into the Abomination is also something this administration should be held responsible for. I have to say, Jonah's tongue is as sharp as ever, but why is your temper so well controlled when talking about everyone else? Landing on the tip of J. Jonah Jameson's nose on the Times Square Jumbotron, Peter muttered as he looked down. Whether it was the scars from his battle with Shocker or the traces of Dr. Octopus's invasion a few months ago, all had vanished. Most New Yorkers remained unaware that this place had once been transformed into the likeness of the year 2099. In short, everything is peaceful and quiet, so much so that Gwen is obsessed with being Spider-Woman, nearly forgetting about the band and her summer internship. Honestly, I almost forgot too. Squatting on Jameson's digital nose, Peter spoke while pulling out his phone. Following its gradual stabilization, the NYPD had welcomed a new wave of layoffs and recruitment. Just as he had guessed before, due to the extreme shortage of personnel, George Stacy, who had only been promoted a few months ago, was already set to be promoted to precinct captain. Peter felt a bit unaccustomed to the current quiet of the world. It felt as though everyone was up to something, yet no one was actually doing anything. Clearly, the Avengers knew a great deal and were preparing for and investigating many matters, but all conspiracies seemed to have halted or fizzled out. What were the villains doing? Aside from all that, there's that loathsome Spider-Man. Jameson's sudden roar nearly sent Peter tumbling off the screen. He shot a web and swung to the opposite side, watching Jonah's fury. If it weren't for his negligence, the rocket wouldn't have been destroyed, and we wouldn't have drawn Namor's warning. Of course, we have reason to believe Spider-Man forgot that people actually live at the bottom of our world's oceans, but this was a blunder that could have been avoided. Not to mention how much taxpayer money was wasted firing a ship from the future and using a rocket as a target. After a long stunned silence, Peter tried to say something, but finally gave up on the idea of arguing with J. Jonah Jameson's broadcast. At that moment, his phone rang. Peter looked at the caller ID with some surprise before answering. Hello, Marvel. Is something up? I have something to discuss with you, Spider-Man. You need the Avengers? No, I need you. I heard you've been to many parallel universes. Facing this sudden message from the special advisor of SWORD, Peter asked back tentatively, I have been to many parallel universes. Actually, Reed Richards is currently exploring other universes as well. Is SWORD in some kind of trouble? Oh, no, SWORD isn't in trouble. I just wanted to. Hearing Marvel's hesitation, Peter seemed to understand. You want to know what happened to the Captain Marvels in other worlds? Marvel couldn't help but laugh on the other end. That was indeed his intention. Because he had been busy with SWORD business and wasn't well acquainted with Spider-Man, he had felt awkward reaching out until now. He added another sentence. If you have any trustworthy friends, you can bring them to SWORD as well. It's quite interesting here, future tech, alien tech. I'm trying to establish contact between Earth and the Kree Empire. If you're willing, you can bring some friends to have a look. After a few seconds of silence on the line, Peter nodded as a matter of course. That works for me. How do we get there? Through S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. and SWORD are two separate departments. I'll give you an address, just bring your people there when the time comes. Marvel added a word of thanks. Thank you, Spider-Man. It wasn't really anything worth thanking him for, but before Peter could say so, Marvel hung up. Peter shrugged and opened his contact list. His thumb hovered over Gwen's name for a moment before he swiped past it. Better not. Doing a social internship at SWORD wouldn't be easy to explain on an internship report. Chapter 607, Chapter 607, Arrival at SWORD. SWORD, the Human Research Station for Extraterrestrial Civilizations. For human civilization, the birth of SWORD was good news on all fronts. It was even a boon for the budget. Thanks to the future technology brought by Kong, the ship required almost zero maintenance. Furthermore, it served as a superior replacement for the aging International Space Station. From every conceivable angle, it was a magnificent addition. That wasn't even mentioning the main cannon, which provided a profound sense of security just by looking at it. Peter and Cindy arrived at this very location. Welcome, Spider-Man and Agent Silk. Marvel came forward to receive them. Here, he no longer hid his identity, openly displaying his unique blue skin as a Kree. I didn't expect SWORD to be so open with S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, when I mentioned inviting a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent along, I was worried it might cause some trouble. Peter looked at Marvel with some surprise, but the latter offered a simple explanation. SWORD is not an espionage organization. We don't have that many shameful secrets to hide. As for whether that statement was a jab at their allies, Peter felt it was best not to dwell on it. Nick Fury hadn't complained, and Cindy clearly didn't show any sign of objection. Marvel gave a sheepish smile and then looked at them. Let me show you around first. While we're at it, I can show you some of the projects we're currently researching. I know the Fantastic Four have their own lab here at SWORD to better study cosmic rays, Peter said, sharing what he knew. He then looked at Marvel. I assume there are quite a few similar labs, right? Indeed. I'll take you to my lab first. That's where my recent research project is located. As Marvel spoke, he led the two toward his laboratory, adding, you can look out the windows. The starry sky is breathtaking the first time you see it. Although, if you look at it too much, it starts to get a bit boring. Cindy gazed out the window. Beyond the glass lay the brilliant cosmos, where various celestial bodies emitted distinct, dazzling lights, composing a magnificent painting that made one feel as though they had fallen into a grand fantasy. Sensing that Peter had stopped to wait for her, she quickly turned around and caught up with the two men. Soon, they arrived at Marvel's laboratory. The place was similar to the perfect world of years past, filled with various plants. Marvel was an excellent gardener, though this was clearly not his primary field of research. He led Peter and Cindy quickly through the plantation and into the inner sanctum of the lab. There, Peter saw holographic projections of creatures that looked somewhat like goblins. Noticing Peter's gaze, Marvel smiled. This is what I've been working on lately. Using Kree technology to develop a device capable of detecting Skrulls to help humanity resist a potential Skrull invasion. Hearing this, Peter frowned. The Skrulls, a race born with shallow telepathy and incredibly powerful shape-shifting abilities. They could transform themselves, right down to their DNA, into the likeness of any other race, thereby launching a secret invasion. The Kree were the archenemies of the Skrulls. Both sides possessed cosmic empires of similar scale and had been at war for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, the Kree knew exactly how terrifying the Skrulls' shape-shifting was and how many of their worlds it could destroy. Consequently, they had long ago developed methods to detect them. Peter was all for this initiative, but he had other concerns to ponder. He immediately asked, I seem to recall you saying, Marvel, that Earth's position in the universe is relatively remote. Neither the Kree Empire nor the Skrull Empire pays it much mind. Theoretically, the probability of a Skrull invasion of Earth is quite small, isn't it? It was precisely because Earth was remote enough that the Kree had originally chosen it for human experimentation to create a superhuman army. After all, such experiments wouldn't be conducted in an unsafe location. Earth was safe precisely because it was considered a territory of no strategic importance to the two warring nations. That is true, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Actually, this system was pushed forward by Nick Fury. Not only that, he hopes to see results soon so it can be expanded globally. Marvel shrugged. He knew exactly what Fury's motives were. The Skrulls were indeed terrifying, but Fury was more interested in knowing if the system could see through the disguises of anyone, including Mystique. However, Marvel had told him that was impossible. Of course, I can understand Fury's perspective. Hearing about a race numbered in the tens of billions where everyone can mimic a human without a single flaw would make anyone panic. It's perfectly normal. Marvel spoke with a touch of melancholy. He is truly terrified that the Skrulls have already infiltrated Earth. Or maybe he's just hoping he can find a Skrull wife. Peter cracked a joke that went over everyone's heads. The others were clearly confused by the remark, and some even naturally took it the wrong way. After all, that was a race that could turn into anyone. Realizing this, Peter hastily changed the subject. Speaking of which, Marvel, how many Skrulls have you caught? Regrettably, the count is 0. We haven't found a single Skrull in any corner of the Earth. Without a doubt, the Skrulls haven't discovered Earth yet. That's a good thing. At this point, Marvel finally got to the reason he had invited Peter. He wanted to know what kind of stories his variants in parallel universes had. Alright, Spider-Man, back to our original question. Phew. I'm actually a bit nervous. Marvel smiled at Peter, his eyes full of anticipation as he asked, what do I look like in other universes? What are the differences between the me's across the multiverse? Can you tell me about them? Peter hesitated for a moment. On one hand, he hadn't really crossed paths with Marvel in other parallel universes, so he couldn't speak to many of the specific details. The other reason was more pragmatic, and quite grim, in that it effectively overshadowed the first reason. Well, there are indeed a few universes where you live through some legendary stories. Peter ultimately told Marvel his fate, but in the vast majority of universes, you ultimately contracted cancer and passed away while you were still young. Chapter 608, Let Us Lie Together. Regarding the matter of Captain Marvel, there was no need to be overly explicit. The days when he was active as a primary lead in the comics predated the era of major crossover events. He had died so early that most people barely recognized him. However, in the current Earth 616 universe, Peter and the others were actually keeping certain things from Marvel, specifically, almost everything related to the Kree Empire. There was a high probability that the preparations for SWORD were intended to defend against a Kree invasion. Even setting aside what Peter knew personally, based solely on intelligence gathered from various sources, including the Wasteland universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers had been constantly vigilant against a potential Kree incursion, much like they were guarding against a possible secret invasion. The establishment of SWORD was likely aimed at countering a potential Kree fleet, as a large number of Kang's warships had been salvaged. It was only because this event had not yet occurred, combined with Thor's previous remark, that when a civilization prepares a vast arsenal for interstellar warfare, other civilizations view it as a declaration of readiness for war, that Earth had been conducting its preparations in secret. Of course, there were other realistic factors at play, but those were secondary. So, in this universe, what reason would the Kree have to invade Earth? First, it wouldn't be a surprise maneuver to call the Skrulls. Earth sat at the edge of a galactic arm, a location quite remote for both empires. Second was the possibility of a secret invasion. If the Skrulls attacked Earth first, the Kree might follow. Therefore, even though it seemed absurd to Marvel, Fury insisted that he design a set of equipment capable of detecting Skrull DNA to prevent a covert infiltration. If even the Skrulls were ruled out, did the Kree Empire still have a reason to invade? Yes. While not a certainty, if the Kree Empire discovered that the Inhumans were not extinct, they would indeed have a pretext to invade Earth. The Inhumans were, of course, still alive. Thousands of years ago, they had eliminated the Kree soldiers guarding them and began reverse engineering their captors' technology, eventually migrating to the moon on the eve of World War II. Due to centuries of isolated breeding, the entire Inhuman population now numbered fewer than 3,000, yet they endured. This served as a casus belli. To prevent a potential Kree invasion, everyone who knew of the Inhumans' existence from the Wasteland universe was keeping the secret from Marvel to ensure he didn't report back to the Kree Empire. After all, Earth was not yet ready for war with them. Beyond that, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers had attempted to contact the Inhumans, but unfortunately, they received no response. The other party seemed unwilling to communicate. Thus, Peter didn't mention that in some universes where Marvel survived, the Kree Empire had invaded Earth. He merely explained the simplest aspects of the situation. Upon hearing this, Marvel stunned for a moment, then scratched his head in disbelief, asking in confusion, are there no universes where I simply live? There are, brother, surely there are. I just haven't encountered them yet. At least in the universes I know of where you exist, you're usually dead. Only one survived. Marvel perked up at this, asking curiously, so what happened in the universe where I didn't die? A group of multiversal elder gods called the Many-Angled Ones resurrected you, turned you into a pathogen, and killed the concept of death in that universe. Since then, the universe itself has become cancerous, so. Peter watched as the man's expression visibly crumbled. Marvel had hoped to hear about a great destiny, but the results were either death or a fate worse than death. He let out a helpless sigh. Peter offered some comfort, at least you're healthy right now, right? As long as you get regular checkups, you should catch anything early. Removing a tumor in the early stages of cancer isn't that hard. I hope so. Thank you, Spider-Man. You and your friend enjoy yourselves here at SWORDI. I'm going to go schedule a physical. Watching Marvel hurry away, Peter shrugged helplessly. He turned to see Cindy staring at some space plants and walked over. Most of the flora here were Earth plants that had undergone various mutations due to space radiation. Sensing Peter's approach, Cindy straightened up. Is there somewhere else you want to go? Actually, there is one place, but it's not on Sword. I want to take a trip to the moon to see a friend I've never met. Peter walked to the corridor, looking at the massive moon through the porthole. You've probably never seen him. He's called the Watcher. He has a giant bald head, and his only ability is to observe everything that happens in our universe and record it. If he can tell us what the bad guys are doing, can we stop them ahead of time? Cindy asked curiously. If there really was an omniscient person willing to help, he was certainly worth a visit. But Peter shook his head. The Watcher's race once caused catastrophic consequences by interfering with the development of other civilizations, so they decided never to interfere randomly again. While there have been exceptions, given the current state of our world, he won't step forward. All right then. Let's see what else is fun on this ship. The blue area of the moon. A million years ago, the Skrulls were a race that knew nothing of the concept of war. They developed cutting-edge technology in the cosmos, and relying on their shape-shifting and telepathic abilities, they could quickly empathize with other races, coexisting peacefully with all. A man in blue with a massive bald head and glowing eyes walked through his current abode. He was the Watcher, and he was speaking to the readers. Then, they discovered the primitive Kree and brought them here. These are the ancient structures built by the Kree, and because of this, the Kree remembered the coordinates of Earth, but that is not the concern of the moment. As the Watcher spoke, he turned his gaze toward Earth. We see that beneath the deep sea, in the distant depths of the ocean, something terrible is happening. But to trace its origin, we must turn back the clock even further. The source of this terrifying disaster comes from a place far, far away. Its name is Asgard, the home of the gods. Chapter 609, Chapter 609, The God of Mischief. Avengers. The Guardians of Midgard, a group of arrogant mortals, a collection of freaks, and a bunch of self-righteous, ignorant fools. They call themselves the Avengers. But what are they avenging? Against whom do they seek vengeance? How exactly did their enemies humiliate and crush them to the point that they spend every waking moment obsessed with revenge? They are no Avengers, quite the opposite, in fact. I am the one who should be called the Avenger. Loki, Prince of Asgard and brother to Thor, lay in his cell. As he brooded, he tossed his throwing knife into the air. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from outside the cell. Loki broke into a smile and flipped over to sit on his bed, watching the sorceress outside as she opened a portal with magic. Amora, my enchantress. Honestly, I was starting to get a little impatient. Loki looked at the golden-haired beauty in her green robe standing outside the bars, offering his habitual smirk. I trust you didn't draw Odin's attention, my dear. The All-Father is preoccupied with the wars across the 9 realms. Ever since you killed Laufey, Malekith has occupied Jotunheim. The army of dark elves already rules over 2 realms and has begun its march toward Alfheim. Naturally. Malekith is a far more threatening enemy than Laufey ever was. Odin will certainly be on high alert. What I am curious about is why my foolish brother hasn't made a move. Surely he hasn't forgotten he isn't a mortal while playing house with those humans in Midgard. The enchantress did not respond to his jab, choosing instead to continue reporting her findings. Previously, when Thor had been banished to Earth, Loki had orchestrated a series of elaborate schemes to prove to Odin that he was the more suitable heir to the throne. Utilizing his heritage as the scion of the frost giant King Laufey, he had lured Laufey to Asgard under the pretense of an assassination attempt on Odin, only to backstab his biological father and kill him. But what happened afterward? Laufey's body had been taken by Odin. As one of the monarchs of the 9 realms, Laufey's remains held immense value, and locating his corpse was one of the tasks Amora had been investigating during this time. Laufey's body was buried beneath Atlantis, the territory of the Olympian gods. Clever. Even Malekith wouldn't think to look there, let alone consider interfering. Loki pondered this for a moment before his smile widened. He asked rhetorically, and what about those mortals? The ones who self-righteously think they can harvest power from the elder gods. You mean Hydra? Amora arched an eyebrow, then asked with a touch of confusion, are they really necessary? Of course they are. Rather, if we are to set the stage for war in Midgard, it is impossible to do so without the help of the locals. Loki laughed with delight. Draw them into the game, Amora. Lead them all into Malekith's conspiracy. And all we need to do is claim our share of the spoils from within. Dario Agger was the CEO of Roxxon Energy Corporation. Roxxon was a North American energy titan, a conglomerate on par with Stark Industries and Oscorp. By developing new exploration technologies and funding environmentally friendly extraction, it had stood firm since World War II. Dario Agger was often called the modern-day Rockefeller. However, Roxxon was far more than just an energy company. It was actually one of the countless enterprises invested in by Hydra, a legacy of Hydra's attempt to control the United States through economic means. It was also one of Hydra's most successful ventures. Of course, following the collapse of the Hydra base in Hungary, Hydra branches across the globe had entered a state of dormancy, and Roxxon was no exception. Furthermore, for some reason, the Avengers seemed to have set their sights on Roxxon, launching several investigations, though they had so far come up empty-handed. Dario walked into his office as he did every day, but today was different. A golden-haired woman in a green dress was already standing there. Startled, Dario turned pale and immediately demanded nervously, "Who are you?" "Don't be nervous, young Minotaur. I mean no harm. On the contrary, I have come to offer some assistance to you and your masters." The woman gave a brilliant smile, but Dario did not relax his guard. She had just spoken one of his secrets. Dario was not human. Due to past events, he had been transformed into a bullman, a minotaur. The fact that she had seen through him at a glance made him even more tense. "I don't know what you're talking about, lady. I only know you aren't here for business. On the contrary, I am here precisely for business. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Amora, an Asgardian. I serve a great tyrant, and he is willing to grant Roxxon Corporation the mining rights for the entire 9 realms, including those mythical resources." Dario fell silent for a moment, then realized that this brief hesitation was enough for her to confirm his identity. He asked coldly, "This isn't a joke. Besides, aren't the 9 realms of Norse mythology held in the hands of you Asgardians? Is Odin really so generous? Or are you actually not serving Odin?" "Correct. I do not serve Odin, but another king, his enemy. To seize the 9 realms from Odin's grasp, we require the services of you and your master, mortal." A bunch of condescending, arrogant types. Dario internally sneered at her before asking tentatively, "And what must we give in return? Surely you aren't giving us something for nothing. We need more power. For instance, Jotunheim has already been conquered. It was originally the realm of the frost giants, but their king died at Odin's hands, leaving the realm in shambles. The good news, however, is that we know where Odin buried Laufey. As long as we have Laufey's remains, I can resurrect the king of the frost giants." Dario felt quite surprised. He was then presented with a map showing the location where the woman wanted Roxxon to drill under the guise of offshore oil exploration. With just one look, Dario nearly exploded. Excavate the seabed of Atlantis. Who could possibly pull that off? Facing this question, the enchantress Amora simply smiled slightly. "There is no need to worry. Perhaps in this matter, Atlantis will be our ally as well." Chapter 610, Oil Breeds. Svartalfheim, the realm of mist, home of the dark elves. A magical carriage sped across the landscape. Dario Adger, the CEO of Roxxon Energy Corporation, greedily inhaled the air. In this world, which was no smaller than Earth, swamps and forests stretched as far as the eye could see. Various magical creatures thrived here, yet they were not immortal. Birth, aging, sickness, and death still governed this realm, as they had for millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Does Svartalfheim have earthquakes and volcanoes? Amora didn't quite understand the mortal's question, but she answered the trivial detail regardless. Svartalfheim has no volcanoes, but earthquakes still occur. The realm of mist is not a quiet or peaceful land. The dark elves once engaged in protracted wars here, against trolls, light elves, and dwarves. In short, there has always been war. Good. Geological activity was present. Adger nodded with satisfaction. Such a lush environment, coupled with long-term geological movement, was more than enough to birth vast and easily accessible oil fields beneath Svartalfheim's surface. The oil reserves here might very well surpass those of the entire Earth. Imagine what would happen when Roxxon Energy controlled oil fields that exceeded the total reserves of Earth. You said before that you would convince Lord Malekith to allow us to mine the magical minerals of the worlds he has conquered within the 9 realms. I wish to change my bargaining chip. Adger looked out at the land, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. I want you to convince him to grant me unrestricted oil drilling rights within his kingdom. Oil. Amora arched an eyebrow, showing little interest. Is such a thing more important than various magical metals? That depends on how you look at it. For instance, we share a common enemy, Tony Stark. Seeing Amora's disinterested expression, Adger elaborated, he is the leader of the Avengers and Thor's comrade on Earth. Amora finally raised an eyebrow in slight surprise and signaled for Adger to continue. Adger began to explain his viewpoint. With the further rise of energy prices in our world, along with several other messy reasons, traditional fossil fuels are gradually being phased out by new forms of energy. The most prominent of these energy upstarts is Tony Stark. He is currently pushing for the large-scale commercialization of his arc reactor. And if you have this oil, you can stop him. By driving energy prices even lower. No, why would we do that? Adger smiled thinly. Why don't we use this as a bargaining chip to pull our government into these negotiations? Svartalfheim isn't just a place name, it's a political entity. We can tie the entire United States to our chariot. To Lord Malekith, oil may be a completely useless byproduct, but to us, that is not necessarily the case. Next, Adger spent a considerable amount of time explaining his plan to Amora. Indeed, according to Amora's initial intuition, Roxxon could use high-quality, cheap oil extracted from Svartalfheim to crash energy prices and wage a commercial war against Stark Industries, but that would be a thankless and difficult task. Conversely, if they could push for the establishment of diplomatic relations between the United States and Svartalfheim and bring the US government into the fold, the situation would be entirely different. A massive oil market completely under their control would allow the United States to establish its own version of OPEC, controlling international energy prices. They could even drive up global prices while giving the Americans themselves the green light. Even if Matthew Ellis were not a member of Hydra, no politician could refuse such a thing. None would turn down an opportunity to revive or even strengthen the hegemony of the petrodollar. And this opportunity would allow Hydra to further, or even completely, control the entire nation. When that time came, who would be the enemy of Tony Stark, the men who had been advocating for new clean energy and hoping to replace traditional fossil fuels? There was only one potential flaw in the entire plan, whether Malekith would introduce other countries to act as a counterweight. However, that would still take time for a simple reason: due to the covenants of the various pantheons themselves, Malekith could not move against Atlantis. To do so would easily spark a joint war between the Nine Realms and Olympus. Perhaps Odin, given his increasingly long periods of Odin sleep and the existence of other enemies of Asgard, would hesitate to move against Svartalfheim, but Zeus had no such qualms. And at least for now, Malekith was not strong enough to fight both of them. Therefore, they needed a faction brave enough to go to war with Atlantis, and perhaps even gain the upper hand, to help them achieve their goal, digging up the remains of Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, to resurrect him. In the short term, only Roxxon Energy was capable of doing this. The carriage came to a halt. They stepped out and looked toward Malekith's palace in the distance. Before becoming king and ruling all of Svartalfheim, Malekith was the leader of the Black Bile clan. In Earth's history, this clan bore a more terrifying name because they used fearsome hounds and rode nightmare steeds to invade northern Europe and Britain amidst storms. Thus, they were known by the locals as the Wild Hunt. Malekith was the king of the Wild Hunt. Under the watchful eyes of Wild Hunt hounds and knights, they ascended the palace steps, moving forward until they reached the Great Hall. In the empty, silent hall, only a cold voice drifted toward them. Amora the Enchantress, Loki's lackey. Malekith, king of the Dark Elves, was not sitting upon his throne, he had already appeared before the two of them. Adger went down on one knee even faster than Amora. Only after Amora had unhurriedly knelt did Malekith let out a soft chuckle. Speak. What message does your master bring me? My master congratulates you on the conquest of all Jotunheim. Furthermore, he has a grand plan that can help you control those frost giants who are currently scattered and still attacking the Wild Hunt army. Amora looked up at Malekith with a smile. I can retrieve Laufey's body for you. With your magical prowess, you will surely be able to resurrect Laufey and turn him into your servant. At that point, you will possess the most powerful army in the Nine Realms. Malekith ignored the details of how she would obtain Laufey's body and asked Amora a single question instead. And Loki? What does he want? All he requires is revenge. Chapter 611, The Fall of Atlantis. Atlantis was not the name of a single city, nonetheless, almost every Atlantean city bore the name Atlantis, and the one housing Laufey's corpse was no exception. To prevent Laufey's remains from being exploited, Odin had hidden the body within an Atlantean city, a location almost no one would suspect, making it both sufficiently secretive and secure. Furthermore, any attempt by those of the Norse pantheon to seize the corpse would draw the scrutiny of the Olympian gods. Should that happen, Odin could simply ask Zeus to send aid to resolve the issue. As long as Malekith did not wish to face a tag team match against both Odin and Zeus, he would not lay a hand on Atlantis, even if he knew the location. This is exactly why we need Roxxon Energy to step in. As long as it remains an internal conflict within Earth civilizations, the Olympians cannot intervene, even if they know about it. Adger smiled as he arrived near the Atlantean waters via cruise ship. He had already secured the exploration permit for this maritime region. The deep-sea drilling team could begin operations immediately, disguised as a routine deep-sea oil extraction project. In truth, there was another advantage to Adger handling the Atlanteans: his true form was a minotaur. Since the minotaur was a creature of Greek myth, this could be framed as a Greek internal conflict, ensuring that even fewer people could raise objections. Amora leaned against the ship's railing, watching the sea surface with an air of boredom. Hearing Adger's words, the Enchantress added a casual remark: after all, ordinary people don't have the strength to challenge Atlantis. Fortunately, we have special help. Speaking of which, is it really all right for you to be here? Adger asked curiously in return. Won't this give those Greek gods an excuse to claim Asgardian interference? Just focus on your task. You aren't responsible for the affairs of the gods. Adger shrugged and signaled his subordinates to begin. Submersibles were deployed, invading the territory of Atlantis. Adger looked forward to the confrontation, waiting for the Atlanteans' reaction. The little fishmen issued a warning soon enough. Upon finding their warnings ignored, they launched a swift counterattack. In the water, every one of them possessed the physical strength and reflexes of a super soldier, and they carried weapons slightly more advanced than those of the surface world. Before long, one submersible was put out of commission. Adger waited quietly for the Atlanteans to breach the surface and vent their fury. Sure enough, a group of Atlanteans soon emerged from the waves. Accompanied by continuous laser fire and Adger leisurely sipping his coffee, the blood of the Atlanteans quickly stained the sea red. Holding his coffee cup, Adger pleasantly issued a command through his communicator. Continue. The news reached the royal city of Atlantis in short order. Upon hearing it, Namor was uncharacteristically furious. I will sink the ships of those surface dwellers. Respected Lord of the Seven Seas, we can use a far more effective method. We are much stronger than the surface people. A robust, blue-skinned Atlantean offered his insight. We should launch a proportional retaliation against the surface people, letting them know where the glory of Atlantis lies. Namor glanced at the fishmen and spoke calmly. General Krang, please prepare the troops. We are going to exterminate some pests. The general named Krang nodded. After stepping down, he glanced back at the palace before heading off to organize the army. Back on Adger's side, the Atlanteans proved they were no fools. After 2 consecutive groups lost signal, they entered a defensive mode, engaging in a series of delaying skirmishes within their city to resist the invasion. They truly could not fathom where these high-tech surface dwellers had come from or why they were invading their home. But the worst was yet to come. Specially designed naval mines were dropped into the city of Atlantis. They detonated instantly. First, a violent surge of electricity spread through the surroundings, creating a waterless environment through instantaneous electrolysis, followed by a rapid explosion that turned the Atlanteans into roasted dried fish. When Spider-Man was fighting the elementals Hydra-Man in Europe, he used an electrolysis device. It was quite interesting. And one of his enemies, the Hobgoblin army, used a very special bomb capable of raising the temperature high enough to carbonize a person instantly. Adger explained the origin of his anti-Atlantean weaponry to Amora. So, we had someone combine the two to create a specialized bomb for dealing with Atlanteans. First, electrolyze the water to create a pocket of air, then immediately detonate the secondary charge to turn the Atlanteans into charred fish. Adger wasn't entirely sure if this tactic would work against the King of the Seven Seas, but he was about to find out. In the distance, the waves surged toward the sky, and the horizon turned dark with thick clouds, as if a terrifying typhoon were imminent. Adger stood up, watching the massive swell rise. Then, Namor appeared before Adger, trident in hand, asking coldly. Surface Dweller, are you seeking death? In fact, great Namor, I am not. This is all a misunderstanding. I am willing to provide sufficient compensation in exchange for your forgiveness. Adger stood up in a panic, appearing as though he were offering a sincere apology. Namor considered this for a moment and then proposed several extremely harsh and demanding conditions. To his surprise, Adger agreed to all of them. This left Namor somewhat stunned. However, a king's word is his bond. Since the terms were met, he decided not to press for total annihilation and intended to let Adger return home. Namor prepared to withdraw his forces, but then something unexpected happened. His subordinate, the warlord Krang, had been watching everything. At that moment, Krang suddenly raised his arms and shouted to the soldiers. Do you see? This is our king. His half-surface blood ensures he will never seek vengeance against the surface world. Namor is unfit to be our king. Namor was actually moved to angry laughter by this sudden and nonsensical declaration of rebellion. He looked directly at General Krang. Krang, your stupidity is beyond belief. Look closely at the soldiers around you, how many are actually willing to follow you? Namor didn't finish his sentence, because he saw every soldier point their weapons at him. Namor felt a sense of dissonance, but the situation did not allow for deep thought. He reacted instantly. He fled. It seems a civil war among the Atlanteans is inevitable, Amora said, her form shimmering back into view with a slight smile. Adger continued to sip his coffee. This had nothing to do with him. As long as the war continued, he would have more than enough time to excavate Laufey's corpse. Chapter 612, The Freezing of Atlantis. When Krang raised the banner of rebellion and declared his intent to overthrow Namor's rule, the situation hadn't actually reached that absurd a point yet. Krang was certainly a powerful Atlantean. In fact, he was likely the strongest among them after Namor himself, but the gap between the two was immense. Had Namor not been bewildered by the sudden betrayal of his own army, he could have settled the matter with this upstart on the spot. Furthermore, Namor couldn't understand why the surface dwellers were so brimming with confidence. Namor was temperamental, but he wasn't a fool. Realizing there was something suspicious about his opponents, he quickly retreated to the royal city of Atlantis, intending to consult with his loyal subordinates before making his next move. As the Lord of the Seven Seas, Namor possessed a group of superpowered underlings who were essentially bottom-tier celebrities in the superhuman world. This group, known as Deep Six, served as an Atlantean version of the Avengers and included members like Orca, the human killer whale, and Tiger Shark, a cyborg enhanced with Namor's own DNA. They were Namor's most devoted followers. In short, they were far more loyal than a traitor like Krang. Namor swiftly gathered his subordinates and convened a meeting. He tasked the sorceress of the group with addressing any magical issues, while commanding Atlantis' scientists to investigate information regarding the weapons used by the surface dwellers. He didn't believe a word of Krang's rhetoric about Namor being too soft on the surface dwellers. Namor might have been reluctant to wage a formal war with the surface for various reasons, but he would never buy Krang's excuses. If Krang were serious, his first act should have been to turn around and slaughter those surface dwellers. And now, the surface dwellers are systematically constructing oil rigs, which only proves that Krang is using a clumsy lie to attempt to overthrow the legitimate king of Atlantis. The habitually irascible Namor couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Krang's lie was so inept that it was almost comical. But it didn't matter. Before long, he would return at the head of the Atlantean Grand Army. When that time came, he would show Krang exactly who bowed to the surface dwellers and who exterminated the surface invaders. Almost the very next day, having received the analysis of the depth charges from his scientists, Namor took his trident and his army and struck back. They reached Atlantis, another city, with almost no resistance. Namor pointed his trident at his enemies, and the army behind him charged forward. Namor the incompetent, you actually dare to return. Krang was a blue-skinned Atlantean who, due to biological enhancements, appeared more fish-like than the average citizen. He led his own troops to face Namor. Namor, in turn, looked upon the traitor with nothing but contempt and mockery. The only reason you were able to bewitch my army was through the power of a sorceress. Her charm magic has long since lost its effect, and I have already found a solution for the surface dwellers' depth charges. Now, tell me, Krang, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Krang said nothing. He simply reached out and produced an ancient, blue crystal box inlaid with gold filigree. Although Namor possessed no sensory abilities, he instinctively felt a sense of threat. With a roar, he ordered his men to attack while hurling his trident directly at Krang. Namor's trident was intercepted by a powerful energy shield. However, Namor had already lunged forward, reclaiming his weapon in midair and bringing it down with a heavy blow. He was on the verge of success. The energy shield directed by that unknown sorceress was nearly at its breaking point. But Krang had already slightly cracked open the box. An endless, biting cold wind howled out from within. In an instant, a massive iceberg was forged within the depths of the sea. The Atlantean army and Namor's royal guard were all encased in ice. Only Namor, shivering violently, continued to resist. Krang closed the casket of ancient winters and stepped forward, seizing the trident Namor still gripped. It's over, Namor. I am doing this to prevent the destruction of the Atlantean people. Bullshit. What a shame. Krang looked at Namor. It seems your death is inevitable. A beam of rainbow light suddenly enveloped the center of the battlefield. Krang's arm was struck by the light and instantly vaporized. Amidst his agonizing wails, he watched his victory slip away in an instant. The beam then connected back to Avengers Mansion. Thor tossed the frozen, dehydrated Namor aside. Seeing the Avengers, Namor reached out a trembling hand. Atlantis needs your help. Avengers. Let's rewind the clock a few minutes and see what was happening on the other side. After Thor had once again traveled to the realm of the elves to help the Elven Queen hold back Malekith's army, he returned to Asgard. The moment he landed, Heimdall, who stood guard over the Bifrost, turned his gaze toward him. Midgard is under attack. Atlantis has been frozen over. Hearing this news, Thor was a bit bewildered. Atlantis was within the sphere of influence of Olympus. Why was his comrade telling him this? Then he heard Heimdall's second sentence. Amora has stolen the casket of ancient winters. Thor, who had intended to go see Odin, froze for a moment. He then asked Heimdall, does Odin know? Seeing Heimdall nod, Thor immediately flew toward the dungeons. Heimdall watched Thor depart in silence and let out a sigh. Thor burst into the prison area and arrived in front of Loki's cell, slamming his hammer heavily against the cell's energy shield. Startled by the thunderous noise, Loki sat up and broke into a smile, watching his brother roar and strike the cell again. Loki. What is it, my dear brother? Have I upset you again? Loki stood up and walked to the edge of the cell, examining the space more closely than ever before. Odin's all-father power fortified this place to the point that even Thor's hammer could not breach it. Thor questioned him in a rage, you know exactly why. You directed Amora to steal the casket of ancient winters and freeze Atlantis. What were you thinking? Are you trying to start a war between two pantheons? Loki paused. However, he did not answer the question directly. Instead, he looked at his brother with a face full of mirth. Actually, this wasn't my idea. Are you suggesting Amora would dare enter Odin's vault to steal an ancient artifact without your instruction? Actually, it was your father's idea, brother. The great Allfather has not fallen into the Odin sleep, yet did he stop a mere sorceress? Loki flashed a triumphant smile and leaned back against the energy wall of the cell. Think about it, brother. Why would Odin indulge my behavior? Chapter 613, Fimbulwinter. When Peter learned of the matter, he was at Gwen's house. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't doing anything untoward at Gwen's place. He was simply helping her with her summer homework. After all, Gwen had spent far too much time this summer acting as Ghost Spider. Gwen also found it quite strange. She wondered how Peter Parker managed to keep his grades stable while busy being Spider-Man. She felt that if she continued as Ghost Spider, not only would her participation in the band dwindle, but her grades would inevitably slip as well. Just as the two were tackling a math problem, Peter received a text. He pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and spoke to Gwen with a look of apology. Sorry, Gwen. Something came up with the Avengers. I have to go. Oh, I'm fine. If you need any help, just call me. Peter took his phone, donned his nanotech suit, and teleported to Avengers Tower. He found the attendance exceptionally full this time. Not only was Thor there, but even Black Panther in Wakanda had chosen to join the meeting via video link. Naturally, Peter also noticed Namor sitting on the sofa, looking like a half-frozen piece of dried fish, and cast a curious glance toward the group. Thor, at that moment, was explaining the background of what he knew. The Casket of Ancient Winters is a terrifying and powerful artifact. It contains the Fimbulwinter of the primordial giant Ymir. This winter can plunge the entire world into a perpetual frost without daylight. A weather weapon capable of throwing the entire world back into the Ice Age. Just thinking about it sounds like a headache. Tony nodded in understanding but then asked Thor a skeptical follow-up. According to you, if this thing is so powerful, how did it get stolen? That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Having spoken quietly with Captain America, Peter began to grasp the general situation. A surface world energy agency had intended to conduct undersea exploration near an Atlantean city, where they encountered Namor. However, the subsequent development of the plot was somewhat unexpected. The group wasn't driven away or killed by Namor. Instead, something else happened. Krang, one of Namor's subordinates, staged a mutiny, inciting a large number of Atlantean soldiers to rebel. Namor quickly realized something was wrong and led his royal guard to confront the rebels. To his surprise, the opposition pulled out the Casket of Ancient Winters and froze the entire Atlantean army solid. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor had learned from his brother Heimdall how the casket had been stolen. Amora the Enchantress, a subordinate of Loki, had stolen the artifact and handed it over to the Atlantean warlord Krang. After questioning Loki, Thor immediately rushed to Atlantis and rescued Namor. So, the question returned to Tony's earlier confusion: why was such an important treasure stolen so easily? Faced with this question, Thor appeared slightly despondent. Because of Ragnarok. In Norse mythology, one cannot avoid mentioning that fated conclusion, Ragnarok. Asgard will fall, and the 9 realms will utterly collapse in an eternal war, an event any Norse deity would undoubtedly wish to prevent. But what did this have to do with Atlantis? So, you're saying that using this icebox to freeze Atlantis is also part of Ragnarok? As Tony spoke, he glanced at the disheartened and dejected Namor beside him before asking out of curiosity. It didn't sound like a normal sequence of events. Thor let out a rare sigh and explained what was supposed to happen. My father, Odin the Allfather, sacrificed his right eye to the World Tree to gain ultimate wisdom, and thus saw the future of Ragnarok. First, my brother Balder, the god of light, will die a tragic death. Then, the Casket of Ancient Winters will be opened, and Fimbulwinter will begin. Asgard will lose the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn. Odin will be unable to enter the Odin sleep to maintain his power. Subsequently, the 9 realms will fall into chaos due to disease and war, and tyrants and villains will rise. Ultimately, the rising thugs would destroy Asgard, the twilight would arrive, and the gods would fall. Everyone listened intently to this prophecy etched into human mythology. Tony then looked at Thor. Are you sure this box wasn't opened last year? You know, the time your brother brought the Chitauri army to invade New York. I am quite certain Fimbulwinter has not yet arrived, Stark. Great. It seems our world is still unnervingly peaceful. After Tony finished his quip, Bruce Banner took over the conversation. So, did your father intentionally allow the box to be stolen? Since your brother hasn't died yet, if Fimbulwinter can be triggered ahead of schedule, then the prophecy might be broken. Am I right? That is my suspicion. Suspicion? Banner asked curiously. You don't have evidence. My father remained silent on the matter. So you listened to Loki. Even Captain America felt a bit speechless. Could Loki's words be trusted? If Loki's words were reliable, the world would have been at peace long ago. Thor faltered for a moment, then glanced at Namor. After hearing Thor's speculation, Namor remained silent. He had requested aid from the Avengers in a moment of desperation and felt he had lost a great deal of face. Nevertheless, the Avengers decided to help. I don't know what your take on Loki is, Thor. But based on our experience, all of Loki's plans revolve around conquest and revenge. Regardless of why he's collaborating with the Atlantean opposition, he is certainly coming for the Avengers. The captain looked at Thor, pulling him away from the Odin's grand conspiracy theory for the moment. He then looked at everyone behind him and began assigning tasks. Tony, Bruce, Pym, you're responsible for researching the casket of ancient winters. See if there are technological means to detect and suppress its effects. King T'Challa, I hope Wakanda can assist in monitoring the conditions on the Atlantic seabed. Your technology is more advanced, and you're closer. Spider-Man, contact the Sorcerer Supreme, we need assistance from the magical world. Wasp, see what other friends we can reach out to. Thor. The captain finally looked at the God of Thunder. According to what you said, you might be the only one capable of enduring the power of the casket. I need you to scout the situation in Atlantis. Do not act rashly, we still don't know the ultimate goal behind the enemy's blatant actions. Everyone, move out according to instructions. Chapter 614, Strange is powerless. Peter quickly made his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum. He had assumed that the omniscient Strange would already be aware of the situation, but when Peter informed him that Amora stole the casket of ancient winters to give to the Atlantean rebels, Strange's expression became truly spectacular. The world has finally turned into a brand of madness I no longer recognize. Strange didn't even have the energy to complain about the absurdity of it. Instead, he asked Peter with great confusion, why not let the people of the Olympus and Asgard pantheons handle this themselves? I don't know, but Thor said it wasn't an option. He wasn't exactly clear on the specifics of why. After a bit of rambling, Peter asked in return, is there any way to deal with the casket of ancient winters? Theoretically, it's quite simple. As long as you are powerful enough to withstand the extreme cold radiating from the casket, you just have to close it. Can Thor or Hulk do it? How should I know? No one except the frost giants has ever been bored enough to try opening that thing. Strange rolled his eyes at Peter. The frost giants have a bloodline advantage that allows them to resist the casket's power, making them the best candidates to shut it. As for anyone else, no one but Odin has ever tried, and I highly doubt the current Odin could close it. Why? Peter didn't catch Strange's meaning at first. Shouldn't the current Odin be stronger than he was in the past? Norse gods have a unique trait, they grow more powerful as they age, but their physical bodies eventually become unable to contain that escalating power. That is precisely why Odin must undergo the Odin sleep every year, to maintain the balance between his body and his strength. As he gets older, the duration of his slumber only increases. At this point, Strange, who was flipping through a book, looked back at Peter to explain the nature of Fimbulwinter. Fimbulwinter isn't just simple cold, it is a magical storm. If Odin were to attempt to close an active casket of ancient winters, he would be frozen in a short amount of time. Even if he entered his slumber, he wouldn't be able to adjust the balance between his body and his divine power. And that's when Odin would be at his most vulnerable. Yes. That is also why the Allfather is destined to be defeated during Ragnarok. Fimbulwinter prevents him from maintaining that balance during the Odin sleep. If he were forced to close an open casket now, it is highly likely he would fall into a weakened state prematurely. Peter nodded. He was about to ask if Thor could avoid such a troublesome situation when he suddenly realized something. But our world hasn't plunged into an ice age yet. That means the casket hasn't been fully opened. Or rather, it hasn't been opened to an unclosable degree. The Atlanteans using this weapon clearly have access to full information, they know exactly what would happen if the casket were fully unleashed. Strange finished speaking, feeling even more perplexed. If that were the case, then the Enchantress Amora's involvement in this affair should be much deeper. Why were both Asgard and Olympus remaining indifferent? Or was this exactly what they wanted to see happen? In any case, if you're looking for my help, I am powerless. I have no method to stop the casket of ancient winters. However, since this counts as a matter of the mystic arts, I can join your operation to prevent the casket from being fully opened. Strange finished speaking and noticed Peter staring at him. He asked back, confused, what is it, Spider-Man? The Time Stone. Peter's sudden words seemed to strike Strange like a physical blow. He paused for a moment, then said, enunciating every word, no. Absolutely not. Why? You can wield the Time Stone, can't you? Ever since Kong the Conqueror was defeated, the Time Stone had been borrowed by Strange. It wasn't so much that everyone had formally agreed he should keep it, but rather that Strange had been quick-handed at the time. Furthermore, since the Sorcerer Supreme did indeed have the capability to guard it, everyone had simply defaulted to the arrangement. Thus, quite strangely, the Time Stone was back with the Sorcerer Supreme once more. Now was exactly the time they needed the Sorcerer Supreme to drive the stone. As long as the Time Stone could be put to use, then even if the casket of ancient winters were fully opened, the outcome could be reversed. It would provide a guaranteed safety net for the Avengers mission. But Strange refused. You know exactly what happens when such artifacts are abused, Spider-Man. Natural laws are something we must obey. That is precisely what distinguishes sorcerers of Camartage from dark wizards. But the situation is dire this time. If we can't stop the enemy, the entire world could be destroyed. Strange almost blurted out, is the world almost being destroyed a rare occurrence, but he bit his tongue. He could understand Spider-Man, and he could understand why many people hope to use powers, including magic, to rewrite reality and create a better future. This has nothing to do with kindness or justice. Spider-Man, imagine if we use the Time Stone to save the world at this time. Next time, we'll use it to save a city. The time after that, it will be to save a single person. The most terrifying thing about the Time Stone is that it requires no immediate price to use, and that, in itself, is the price. We would find that nothing matters anymore. We could act recklessly without considering the consequences. Whether it's the end of the world or an accident that kills many, we would think we only need the Time Stone to fix it. Eventually, we would become indifferent to life and indifferent to the rules. We would stop caring about the lives of others. Strange looked at Peter and added one final note, I'm not saying you would become like that, kid, but we have to consider how many people this would affect. So, I'm sorry. If we fail this time and the world is destroyed because of it, we must bear that consequence. If anything, it is precisely because we have to face the consequences that we are driven to act. Peter Parker didn't entirely agree with this sentiment. He knew that if he held the Time Stone, he would certainly use it more proactively. However, he understood that from Strange's perspective, the concern was valid. All right, I'll head back then. Wait a moment, Strange interrupted Peter. Remember the business about Mephisto coming to Earth? I've found a lead on that. Want to hear it? Chapter 615, What the Devil Anticipates. After Peter destroyed Nimrod, Mephisto took advantage of the brief rift in reality to enter Universe 616 and began plotting something. His plans were interrupted when Kang used the Cosmic Cube to establish the Kang dynasty. Consequently, in order to restore everything to its original state, he sought out Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, who was bound to him by contract, and had him use the penance stare to awaken the other heroes to stand against Kang. And the reason Mephisto did this was entirely because he has his own conspiracy. He must restore the original world for it to work. Strange explained this point to Peter. Peter had guessed as much before, but he hadn't known exactly what Mephisto had been up to. So, have you found out what kind of conspiracy Mephisto is planning? Peter was actually quite looking forward to a definitive answer from Strange, but the reply Strange gave left him utterly bewildered. He's playing the stock market. Peter pondered for a moment, wondering if he had misheard, then looked at Strange. Playing what stocks? To put it simply, in just a few short days, Mephisto has acquired hundreds of millions in capital through the stock market, using magic to ensure that people don't realize there's a problem. Strange spoke of things that sounded nothing like reality. He used all that money to purchase approximately 3% of Roxxon Energy Corporation, becoming a member of their board of directors. Then, we caught him and chased him away. Peter froze for a good while before finally finding his voice. He didn't do anything else. Nothing. Peter scratched his head. He knew a bit about Roxxon Energy. In the Defender series and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they were always a villainous organization. However, as for what specific conspiracy the company actually had, he wasn't entirely sure. It was a company controlled by Hydra, and while they hadn't found direct evidence of Hydra's control yet, Peter was confused for a moment. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. He opened it and saw an information share. Tony and Janet had conducted a deep investigation and discovered something that neither Thor nor Namor had mentioned, likely because they didn't know. The entire Atlantis incident began with Roxxon Energy's plan to construct a brand new deep-sea oil drilling rig. And the site chosen for that oil rig was directly above the very Atlantean city that had triggered this current conflict. Was it a coincidence? Unlikely. Peter shared this news with Strange. After a moment of silence, Strange frowned. Mephisto is involved in this as well. I'm not sure if Mephisto is truly involved. After all, the timing of this event and the time Mephisto arrived in our universe are a bit far apart. Actually, it wasn't that far, only about 2 months or so. For beings of their level who transcend the multiverse, time is not linear to them. Perhaps they have already seen what would happen today. The more Strange thought about it, the more his head throbbed. Dealing with Atlantis and Asgard was headache-inducing enough, and now Mephisto was involved. These guys were all bunching up together. It seemed the water here was much deeper than he had imagined. However, Strange suddenly thought of another, more troublesome matter. If I remember correctly, Atlantis shouldn't have diplomatic relations with any surface civilization. Peter thought about it. He wasn't actually sure if that was the case, so he simply asked back, if they don't, what would happen? Captain America, having arrived at the White House, encountered this very troublesome problem. Atlantis and the United States had no diplomatic relations whatsoever. When Roxxon Energy came to sign the extraction permits, we knew nothing about any Atlantean cities. Due to the intentional concealment by the Atlanteans, many of their cities remain unknown to us. Faced with the captain's inquiry, the president's special advisor came out specifically to explain. The reason was simple: President Ellis had no intention of entering into any direct conflict with Atlantis. Whether it was Namor's Atlantis or the usurper Krang's Atlantis, President Ellis wanted nothing to do with either. Therefore, he would not interfere or mediate. Whether Roxxon Energy was being pummeled by Atlantis or the Avengers intended to intervene in Atlantean affairs, they would receive no support from the US government. Hearing this news, the captain sighed and continued to probe. In other words, legally speaking, there is nothing wrong with Roxxon Energy's extraction permits. Even with things as they are now, they cannot be revoked. That is correct, Captain Rogers. If the extraction permits could not be revoked, then Roxxon could continue its deep-sea operations. Giving Atlantis a casus belli wasn't the most troublesome part. The problem was that according to intelligence from the Wasteland universe, Roxxon Energy was one of Hydra's front companies. Under normal circumstances, the captain wouldn't mind playing along with them and eventually hunting down and cutting off the Hydra heads. But this time was different. The world was shrouded in the danger of an ice age, and the captain had discovered that Hydra was not only organizing this crisis but was deeply involved in it. The captain stood up helplessly and left the White House, then quickly contacted Tony's side. "Bad news, Tony," the captain said, linking up with Tony on the comms after receiving the confirmation. "Roxxon Energy's extraction rights are legal. In other words, if we were to launch a raid on their operational facilities, the opposing side could claim that the Avengers are interfering in their corporate affairs." Tony was also quite speechless upon hearing this. The fact that Roxxon's drilling in Atlantis was legal meant the Avengers would face massive trouble if they tried to intervene. However, that wasn't an issue. Peter Parker would be willing to take on this mission. It just so happened he had a wealth of skills suited for infiltration. Tony planned to keep this operation a secret, making sure the captain didn't find out. He sent a message to Spider-Man, confirming the results of the latter's investigation without telling the captain, and directly assigned Peter his new task. "We can't directly enter Roxxon Energy's drilling platform to uncover the problem for now. Spider-Man, we need you to sneak in, find evidence, and then the Avengers can enter in force. It's all up to you, Spider-Man." Chapter 616, Investigating Roxxon. The reason Captain America was so cautious about taking action was that the situation in Atlantis was, ultimately, an internal matter. A warlord had staged a coup within Atlantis with the support of Loki. From that perspective, the Avengers had no grounds to intervene. After all, the captain couldn't let the situation become the King of Atlantis suppresses a domestic rebellion with the assistance of the Avengers that would turn into a political nightmare. Therefore, the captain's strategy was to prioritize prevention and investigation, sending Thor, the only party with a direct stake in the matter, to conduct close-range reconnaissance, since the casket of ancient winters had been stolen from Asgard. Once the opposition escalated the conflict, the Avengers could then deploy rapidly and respond according to their pre-established plans. As for Tony, his mindset was entirely different. He didn't view an Avengers operation in Atlantis as a political issue, or rather, even if it were, he didn't care. What Tony needed was a justification for the Avengers to intervene directly and solid evidence proving the necessity of action, providing a rationale for their deployment. As for whether the Avengers would be interfering in Atlantean internal affairs, "I'm not heading there for that purpose, so I don't care about your technicalities." Peter, in principle, agreed with the captain. However, if acting early could prevent greater casualties, he was willing to help Tony. "Then why don't I just go and steal the casket of ancient winters directly? If we steal that thing without anyone knowing, then no one in all of Atlantis will be a match for Namor. Namor could resolve the rebellion himself, and wouldn't everyone be happy?" "You really are a genius." Hearing this, Strange couldn't help but retort helplessly, "How exactly do you plan to steal the casket of ancient winters? The moment it's opened, you'll turn into an ice sculpture instantly. Magic would only help you hold out for a few extra minutes. Could the X-Men's Iceman ignore the power of Fimbulwinter and close the casket?" After Peter posed this question to Strange, the latter froze for a moment. It made sense. If the frost giants could partially resist the cold of the casket to close it, then could Iceman, who could turn himself into a solid block of ice, do the same? However, since this was a mutant-related issue, Strange couldn't provide a definitive answer right away. After a long moment of thought, he shook his head. "I'm not entirely certain about that, but he should be able to move freely while the casket is releasing its power. If the Avengers plan to confront an opponent wielding the casket, it would be best to bring him along. Furthermore, Spider-Man, do not forget one thing, we still don't know why Loki had Amora deliver the casket of ancient winters to the Atlantean rebels. There might be a much larger conspiracy behind this." Trust me, Doctor, bad guys always have a larger conspiracy. That's exactly why we need to act as quickly as possible, because the larger a conspiracy is, the harder it is to execute. As Peter spoke, he opened a portal and left the Sanctum Sanctorum. Strange watched Spider-Man leave and then turned around. He needed to see if he could find any methods in the library of Camartage to counter Fimbulwinter. Meanwhile, having left, Peter pondered the task Tony had given him, to investigate what Roxxon Energy Corporation was actually doing at their oil rig currently under construction above the city of Atlantis. However, after a bit of thought, Peter felt it was unlikely the opposition would hide anything truly important on the front lines. On the contrary, Roxxon Energy's headquarters is right in Manhattan. Well then, let's see what I can find. He quickly swung toward the vicinity of the Roxxon Energy headquarters. Controlling his nanobots to assemble into a high-strength drone, he sent it flying toward the building. His plan was to check Roxxon's central server room first to see if he could find any interesting data. Thinking back to last year, when I wanted to investigate Kingpin's dirt, I had to crawl through ventilation ducts into his server room myself and use a beat-up laptop to crack his documents. Now, I can get it done while catching a breeze on a rooftop. Found it. It was hidden quite shallowly, no hard protection at all. Or was it like Kingpin, where the outer servers were just a front and a decoy? As the cracking program ran rapidly, Peter soon saw a vast amount of Roxxon Energy's internal confidential information. However, most of it was useless trade secrets. In fact, Tony had specifically swept through Roxxon's databases a few months ago, trying to find traces of their collusion with Hydra, but had come up empty-handed. Therefore, Peter was merely trying to find some clues regarding Roxxon's official records for oil extraction near Atlantis. A government report showing that the local area wasn't an Atlantean settlement. The date on this report is interesting. It's from just a few days ago. You could say Roxxon suddenly decided to go there for oil. Peter thought for a moment and immediately linked into the internal communications of Avengers Tower. Captain. Dr. Pym. Mr. Stark. Is anyone at the Avengers base? Did any of us ever actually ask Namor if there was anything special about that city? It seems like after Roxxon collaborated with Amora, they found this place directly. They might have come specifically for that city. As Peter spoke, he continued browsing through the data. But after waiting several seconds without anyone replying, he asked back in confusion, "Is anyone there?" Still, there was no answer. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and immediately swung toward Avengers Tower. Looking down from above, he could see the shattered glass exterior of the tower. Peter swung inside immediately and saw Hank Pym lying unconscious on the floor. He rushed over to check on him. The good news was that Pym was only knocked out. Peter woke him up quickly and asked what had happened. "What happened, Dr. Pym? Why were you knocked unconscious?" Supported by Peter, Pym looked around in utter confusion, frowning as he tried to think. Then, as if a memory had resurfaced, his first words were a bombshell. "Ah. I remember now. I think I was knocked out by Namor." "What are you saying?" "Namor planned to take back Atlantis on his own. Worried that I would notify the Avengers, he knocked me out. That's pretty much how it went." Pym looked toward the shattered glass wall and said helplessly, "I don't know how long he's been gone. He might already be nearing Atlantis." Chapter 617, Namor, what are you doing? Peter Parker fell into silence. Peter Parker ceased all thought. With mechanical detachment, Peter reported over the public channel that Namor had knocked Pym unconscious. He then swore he heard Captain America exhale 5 F-words in a single breath. Shortly after, Peter heard the captain's weary voice in his earpiece, addressing Thor. "Thor, intercept Namor. Use force if necessary. Acting recklessly without knowing the enemy's specifics will only lead to disaster." Another long silence followed on the comms, until Wasp asked tentatively, "Does Thor actually know how to use this thing?" "He's used it before, so he's likely just not replying," Tony answered, sounding equally drained. Thor's fury was understandable. Whether it was Loki or Odin intending to unleash the casket of ancient winters on Earth, Thor was trapped in a lose-lose dilemma, leaving him with nothing but rage to confront the situation. Unfortunately, this didn't bode well for the Avengers' cohesion. "I've discussed this with Strange. Direct magical opposition to the casket of ancient winters is difficult," Peter said, reporting his side of things first. "But I mentioned Iceman from the X-Men to him. He thinks Iceman might be able to seal the casket." "Excellent. Janet, contact Emma Frost. We need to borrow someone." Tony issued the instruction to Wasp, but the team quickly lapsed back into silence. They were trying to figure out how to close the thing once it was opened, and more importantly, how to seize it before that happened. This was exactly what Tony wanted Peter to do, find proof substantial enough for the Avengers to stage a formal intervention. Peter immediately activated his satellite communications, pinpointing the coordinates near Atlantis. He commanded his nanites to shift into the Iron Spider configuration, flying at top speed toward the location before switching to stealth mode to slip aboard the Roxxon Energy Corporation cruise ship. Throughout the journey, however, he saw no sign of Thor or Namor. He had no idea if they had already come to blows. This city is over 1,000 meters under the sea. Both Namor and Thor were currently focused on the deep ocean, leaving the Roxxon Energy ship, which was busy setting up an extraction platform, virtually unmonitored. As Peter crept through the cruise ship, he continued to analyze the data he had previously recovered from Roxxon's headquarters. Aside from the makeshift seabed analysis reports, the various survey data from this expedition were bizarre. It felt like they had shot an arrow and then painted the bullseye around it. It's like they assumed there was oil beneath the seabed here and then fabricated evidence to support it. If these arguments were even slightly plausible, it wouldn't be so ridiculous, but they're entirely made up. Even so, for a corporation, this wasn't exactly a capital offense, not enough to justify an Avengers strike. The fact that they were in such a hurry suggested their goal wasn't merely a rival Atlantean or the conquest of the kingdom, but something far more clandestine. Lost in thought, Peter searched the ship for other players. First were Namor and Thor, who remained missing. Then, he found the ship's residents. A blonde woman appeared in the corridor. Her appearance was stunningly ethereal. Peter stared for a brief moment before instantly realizing she was Amora the Enchantress. He moved to follow her at once. Ms. Amora, I expect a sufficient commitment. Roxxon has already sunk considerable resources into Niflheim with zero return. We cannot continue to invest blindly. Niflheim. That was one of the 9 realms, the home of the Dark Elves. Come to think of it, while the Casket of Ancient Winters was a weapon of the Frost Giants, it was Malekith who used it most frequently in the comics. If that held true here, was Malekith one of the masterminds? Peter hid in the corner of the meeting room, eavesdropping on the conversation. He quickly pieced together what was happening. Roxxon Energy and Amora had reached an agreement. If Roxxon could locate a specific item Malekith required, Malekith would grant Roxxon employees access to Niflheim. This would allow them to freely extract the oil that had sat ignored in Niflheim for millions of years. And then, Peter waited for more explosive revelations, only to find out that Roxxon's grand motivation was, actually just digging for oil. For a moment, Peter found it hard to keep a straight face. He had no idea how to process or resolve this situation. Fortunately, he didn't have to think about it for long. He heard Thor's roar. The god of thunder descended from the heavens, bringing infinite fury with him. Thor slammed heavily onto the deck. Soon, everyone, including Dario Agger, rushed out to negotiate with him. Amora, however, slipped away early. You have stolen the Casket of Ancient Winters, which belongs to Asgard, criminals. I demand you surrender it at once and face judgment in Asgard. Whether Thor's interrogation was sincere or just a distraction, it drew the attention of the Roxxon group, allowing Peter to investigate other parts of the ship. He found what he was looking for, a computer receiving data from an active sensor array. Sensor receiver. Perfect. Let's see what Roxxon is really scanning for. Using his nanobots, Peter quickly breached the computer and began aggregating the data, searching for anomalies. Right then, the sensors indicated a violent shift in the environment. At first, Peter didn't realize what was happening, until the entire ship began to lurch. What was going on? Peter quickly recalibrated the sensors and finally got his answer. Namor, trident in hand, had begun tearing the cruise ship apart. He was attacking with total disregard for the lives of the hundreds of people on board. And then came the even more troublesome part, something that left Peter speechless. Agger, who had been bickering with Thor about the casket, remained exceptionally calm in the face of the destruction. He turned his gaze directly toward Thor. Thor. Whatever misunderstandings exist between us, these ordinary workers are innocent. I beseech you, great God of thunder, save us. Chapter 618, they're fighting. Namor pulled a massive stunt at a very inopportune time. In an effort to weaken Krang's fighting force as much as possible, he chose to strike first at Krang's ally, the Roxxon Corporation. Whether Namor had simply stayed in Atlantis for too long or his brain was waterlogged, the latter being more likely, he completely forgot one thing: a single Roxxon ship does not represent the entire company. Even if he truly smashed the vessel, the corporation still possessed enough resources to continue its operations. Furthermore, he had already learned from the Avengers that the one truly executing this plan was the Enchantress, Amora. Would Amora really care about a shipload of mortals? As for Dario Agger, if Thor hadn't been standing right there, he would have already transformed into a minotaur to give Namor a proper fight. But since Thor was present, why waste the energy? Thor, for his part, felt indignant but had no intention of raising a hand against these people. While some among them might be Hydra, Thor didn't believe a company could manage to have every single employee be a Hydra agent. The risk of exposure would be far too high. Consequently, there were a large number of innocent people on this ship. Moreover, Thor hadn't even considered the possibility of Loki collaborating with Hydra. He simply assumed Roxanne had been ensnared by Amora's charms. If Amora handed the casket of ancient winters to Roxanne's people, who then delivered it to Krang, it would allow Asgard to avoid the appearance of directly interfering with Olympus. In light of all this, stop, Namor. Your attack here is meaningless. Most of these crew members are innocent. Even if you intend to act, fighting them won't help you counter the casket of ancient winters. Thor acted accordingly, stepping in front of Namor, who was holding his trident and preparing to poke 80 transparent holes in the ship. He attempted to halt Namor's further progress, but Namor glared at him, fuming with rage. Get out of my way, Avenger. These people are accomplices to that bastard Krang. They must die here. I don't want to fight you, Namor. You are, after all, a victim. A victim. Namor's temper flared as he glared at Thor, his fury causing a mist to rise around him. I am no victim. I am Namor Mackenzie. Lord of the Seven Seas. The rightful king of Atlantis. I am. You're acting like a helpless child, Namor. Stop. Inevitably, Thor's words offered no help. Enraged, Namor hurled his trident directly at Thor. After Thor leaned aside to dodge the projectile, Namor lunged forward and landed a punch square on Thor's face. Caught off guard, the airborne Thor was sent flying a dozen meters away. Fine then, Atlantean. Thor stared at Namor, raising his hammer. You shall bear the wrath of the son of Odin. In an instant, lightning and waterspouts collided. Ager watched the earth-shaking battle with a faint smile. Beside him, the captain rushed over to report, Mr. Ager, the hull has been punctured in several places. We're taking on water. This is a 21st century vessel, Captain. Even a ship from the Age of Discovery wouldn't sink just because a trident poked a few holes in it. Let's get back to work. After speaking, Ager noticed the captain remained motionless and arched an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? We have an Avenger protecting us, not to mention a god. Meanwhile, Peter was still monitoring the progress of the underwater detection device. This probe, which was clearly more advanced than standard equipment, had reached a depth of over 1,000 meters and was transmitting a vivid, lag-free video signal. The device seemed to be following specific instructions as it moved rapidly. Peter frowned, intending to see exactly where this thing was headed. Then, he heard the captain's voice over the comms. Spider-Man, satellite signals show you're in the Pacific. Ah, yes, Cap. I opened a portal to get here. My teleportation magic is much more practiced now. As long as I have a clear description of the location, I can warp over. I'm trying to see what Roxanne is up to. They clearly aren't looking for oil, they seem to be searching for something else. Namor might know. I can't get through to Thor. Can you stop Namor? Peter immediately interrupted the captain. The two of them are already fighting. Captain. Upon hearing this, the captain remained silent for a long time before finally responding. That's not normal. I admit Namor doesn't have the best temper, or rather, it's terrible, and his logic differs from surface dwellers, but he shouldn't be this reckless. It's as if he's lost his mind. If a blonde lady wearing a green medieval mage robe counts, then I've spotted the enchantress Amora on the ship, the one Thor mentioned. Judging by the name, she masters magic used to charm others. If a hothead is being influenced by magic, it's quite normal for him to become this volatile. As Peter spoke, he offered a suggestion. But considering Namor's personality, Cap, don't you think letting Thor give him a bit of a beating is actually a good idea? It is a good idea. A disobedient soldier needs a lesson. The captain let out a chuckle before reminding Peter, I'm not entirely sure what Roxanne gave the White House, but they are unwilling to revoke Roxanne's overseas drilling permits. Since you say they're looking for something else, find out what it is. Also, stay safe. Roger that. Hanging up the phone, Peter continued to monitor the situation. The commotion from the fight outside was terrifying, but it didn't affect Peter inside the ship. His spider sense didn't foresee Thor or Namor smashing the vessel into the sea. He had already relinquished control of the detection robot and deleted his control logs, allowing the Roxanne crew to continue their survey. Eventually, the robot stopped atop a certain building in the city of Atlantis. Peter transmitted all the data back to Avengers headquarters, hoping they could provide some answers. And then, if you plan on using magic to ambush me, lady, my advice is not to hold your hand so high, the movement was a bit too grand. Four mechanical spider claws emerged from Peter's back. He stood up and turned around to face Amora, who had walked up behind him to launch a sneak attack. He deactivated the invisibility that was largely useless against a mage. Amora looked at the mortal and chuckled softly. Even so, what can you possibly do, child? Place you under arrest. Chapter 619, Enchantress and the Executioner. Peter struck first with a strand of webbing, aiming to seal Amora's mouth. After all, it was common knowledge that a mage's mouth was vital for spellcasting. However, Amora seemed to have anticipated this, or perhaps she understood her own shortcomings in direct combat, as she unleashed a pre-prepared portal instead. As green energy coalesced in Amora's hands, a mist diffused outward, and the webbing was instantly shredded by that green surge. Subsequently, a tall, burly figure emerged from the smoke. He was a bald man over 2 meters tall, his face painted with the war tattoos of a Viking berserker, wielding a massive, heavy two-handed axe. Destroy this mortal, Executioner. The Asgardian Amora had summoned was Scourge the Executioner. A half-breed of Asgardian and Frost Giant, he possessed a physique even more formidable than that of a standard Asgardian. Yet, because of this, he faced discrimination among his own kind. His heritage was a major reason for his allegiance to Loki's camp. Another reason was his status as Amora the Enchantress's loyal follower, the kind who would persist even knowing she didn't love him and harbored feelings for others. Appearing on the floor, the Executioner raised his giant axe and advanced toward Peter. Peter fired a web line onto the axe, attempting to yank it away, but to his surprise, the weapon didn't budge. Instead, a powerful countertug from Scourge caused Peter to stumble. All right, I'm officially spooked. Hearing the sound of Amora continuing to chant her spells, Peter let go in alarm and vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Amora immediately released a layer of gold dust-like substance around her. This way, as soon as the invisible Spider-Man approached, his silhouette would easily be revealed. However, the first to notice something was amiss was not the Enchantress, but the Executioner. While standing guard with his great axe, Scourge suddenly felt something step onto his back. By the time he reacted, he felt something constricting his throat. You're so big, you're actually perfect for riding around on your neck. Reappearing, Peter spoke while asking curiously, I saw in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files that Asgardian body density is at least 3 times that of a human, but from the way I yanked you earlier, your weight hasn't seemed to change much. How do you do that? The Executioner, who had been grinning savagely, suddenly looked contorted. He repeatedly reached back to grab Peter on his back. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch the nimble Spider-Man, and he was becoming increasingly infuriated by the constant strikes from the 4 mechanical claws. As for Peter, he wasn't just playing horsey on the Executioner's back. While dodging Scourge's attempts to grab him, he had already looped high-tensile webbing around the Executioner's throat. Now, with a relaxed leap, Scourge was finally brought crashing heavily to the ground. Amora, who had been casting all this time, finally finished gathering a surge of powerful energy. She unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, forcing Spider-Man to stop focusing on throttling the Executioner. Are you serious? Casting magic haphazardly inside a ship? What if you blow the whole thing up? These are but mortals inside, what does it matter if they die? Amora retorted, aiming and firing repeatedly while Peter ducked and dove with rapid agility. At that moment, the Executioner tore the webbing from his neck, picked up his two-handed axe, and charged at Peter. Peter dodged the strike with a backflip, using his mechanical claws to brace against the ground, allowing him to deliver a powerful double kick mid-air against the Executioner's axe. The impact sent the Executioner staggering back several steps. Amora, still mid-cast, turned pale with shock as she saw the Executioner tumbling toward her, and she was promptly knocked to the ground by his bulk. All right, lady, I have quite a few things I intend to ask you. Seeing both of them down, Peter hurried to pin them with a large amount of webbing. In truth, he should have called Thor over, as Thor was the only one who could officially verify Amora's identity. However, Thor was currently in the middle of a passionate brawl with Namor, or rather, he was one-sidedly pummeling Namor in an attempt to get him to cool down. So first, could you please undo the magic on Namor? He's currently fighting Thor. Amora paused, and then her lips curled into an involuntary smirk. I'd love to, little spider, but I can't. I'm a mage, I need hand gestures to guide my spells. Otherwise, I simply can't cast anything. Peter felt something wasn't right, his spider sense was ringing incessantly. Meanwhile, Amora, who had been looking at Spider-Man expectantly, was slightly confused when she saw no reaction. As the Enchantress, her charms could be triggered through speech. Even if Spider-Man's will was firm enough to resist her, he shouldn't be completely unresponsive. What was he dazing for? After thinking for a good while, Peter finally realized why his spider sense had been ringing. The sense had been buzzing as an alarm to tell Peter he was under an enemy's influence, but that very vibration ended up canceling out her mental interference. It was an accidental defense, charms based purely on speech were, in the end, too weak. Oh, were you trying to charm me with your magic? Sorry, that trick doesn't work on me. Amora's face instantly soured. With a roar of fury, the Executioner ripped through the webbing and brought his giant axe down in a massive overhead swing. Peter dodged with ease. Looking at the floor, which was nearly split in two, he frowned. These people truly didn't care about human lives. He immediately attempted to cast a spell to pull the two into the mirror dimension to continue the fight, but Amora shattered the mirror dimension and, gritting her teeth, hid behind the Executioner to open a portal. This Spider-Man was simply impenetrable, how annoying. We're leaving, Scourge. Let's leave this guy for our friend to handle. Peter couldn't stop a mage from retreating just yet, but Amora's words contained something else that piqued his interest. Friend, is she talking about the CEO of Roxxon, Dario Agger? She actually thinks that guy can handle me. It seems this CEO is hiding quite a bit. As Peter was thinking, a message came through the comms. Thor had knocked Namor unconscious and was preparing to haul him back to Avengers Tower. Chapter 620, The Avengers in Action. You should have used your brain before taking action. And if your brain had already been tampered with beforehand, then at the very least, use your damn brain after the battle. The entire Avengers team saw the captain this enraged for the first time. At this moment, Steve Rogers didn't look like the symbol of the American spirit people hoped for. Instead, he looked like the drill instructor from Full Metal Jacket, unleashing a verbal barrage on Namor for several minutes straight. What was even more impressive was that he managed it without uttering a single curse word. Wow, I was a bit curious before about what the captain was like in the army, now it seems it's not exactly what I imagined. Janet remarked with a sigh. Normally, it was impossible to imagine Steve Rogers turning red in the face and scolding someone like a stereotypical redneck. Ultimately, the issue lay with the attitude of the submariner, Namor. His previous reckless attempt to charge Roxxon was due to the Enchantress's magic. Clearly, she had intended to thoroughly eliminate Namor as a threat, but Thor had happened to arrive just in time. Namor and Thor had fought for a while until Thor knocked him unconscious and brought him back to Avengers Tower. Strange, having arrived, helped dispel the charm Amora had placed on Namor, which served as proof of the captain's suspicion. But what happened afterward? Afterward, Namor remained stubborn, insisting that he could have definitely defeated the opposition back then. Even after Peter explained that the Enchantress had already prepared Scourge the Executioner as her muscle to wait for Namor, and that Roxxon energy itself had trump cards, Namor continued to run his mouth. The final result of that stubbornness was this fierce lashing from the captain. Looking at it this way, our past disagreements were practically friendly exchanges. Tony remarked. He, Banner, and the others were putting all their effort into analyzing exactly what the object buried deep beneath the city of Atlantis was. Namor was currently engaged in a heated exchange with the captain. They could ask him about the architecture once he lost the argument. Meanwhile, Strange was conducting a scrying attempt with the help of Thor and Peter. As yet another divination spell failed, Strange looked at the two of them with an unfazed, composed expression. This place is being interfered with by powerful magic. Not just magic from Mount Olympus, but Asgardian magic as well. Both pantheons have laid down incredibly strong magical shields here to interfere with external prying. If that place has always been protected, then how did Loki and Amora know what was inside? Peter thought over Thor's question and provided an answer. It's more likely that Loki and Amora always knew what the object was and were working hard to find it. When they discovered the protections here, they concluded the item must be inside. Thor nodded in agreement. Although they didn't yet know what Loki and the others had discovered, they now had evidence of the Enchantress's presence. Whether it was Namor being controlled or Peter's personal encounter and battle with them, it all proved that Loki's subordinates were lurking nearby. To be safe, we don't have a way to directly confront the crisis inside Atlantis yet. However, we can start with the Enchantress. Investigating Loki's subordinates gives us a perfectly legitimate reason to act. Having seemingly finished his lecture on Namor, the captain walked over with the others. Namor actually found the breath to continue his sarcasm. That works out perfectly. Atlantean affairs should be settled by Atlanteans. As long as you Avengers round up that group of clowns, Krang is no match for me. Peter gave Namor a strange look, wondering if the guy had forgotten about the casket of ancient winters, but he said nothing. Regarding the casket, the consensus was that as long as Iceman stepped in, everything would be fine. It wasn't a problem at all. Fine, but first we need to know what this thing is. Peter temporarily bypassed the issue and projected the sensor images of the underwater structure onto the Avengers main screen. It looks like a temple. Of course it's a temple, can't you tell? That is the Temple of Poseidon. Before Atlantis sank, he was the primary deity of Atlantis. He still is now, but besides the original respect, there is an added measure of fear. Namor frowned, thinking it over, and finally understood what Peter was getting at. You're saying that Norwich is looking for something here? Exactly. Do you know if there's anything special about this place? Something special. Namor's brow furrowed as he thought back carefully. Finally, he answered with some uncertainty. Around the year 2011, a local city lord reported to me that an old man had arrived with a bundle, claiming he wanted to offer it to Poseidon. He wouldn't allow us to inspect the offering, so he was intercepted, and the news was reported to me. The team exchanged looks. It now seemed highly probable that the old man was Odin, and he had hidden something within the Temple of Poseidon. Thor asked anxiously, what happened next? Next. Before my orders could be delivered, an oracle from Poseidon arrived. The old guy ignores everything for thousands of years and then suddenly pops up. There was nothing to be done, the temple priests are all old fossils. They let the old men bring the item inside, and then the bundle vanished. The technological and cultural levels of the Atlanteans were more advanced than those of the surface world, roughly on par with Wakanda. Their attitude toward the gods was very pragmatic, or rather, while they were subjects of the Olympian pantheon and every Atlantean city had a temple to Poseidon, most people didn't actually care much about him. Just as Poseidon didn't care much about them, they left each other in peace. For the modern Atlantean, the rituals and faith surrounding Poseidon were closer to a traditional culture than a religion. Consequently, Namor wasn't particularly fond of Poseidon either. If we want to know what it is, we need to infiltrate it. The captain made a quick judgment. We need Iceman's assistance and the Sorcerer Supreme on site to see if the mystery can be unraveled. Spider-Man, you go with Strange. Thor, I need your expertise to track down the Enchantress. As for the rest, we need a journalist who isn't afraid to speak the truth to leak the news of the collusion between Roxxon and Loki's subordinates. Chapter 621, Villains on the Move. It is quite ironic that our President Ellis just finished acknowledging the horrific actions of our government during the Vietnam War, only to find himself on the verge of repeating the same mistakes. Jonah Jameson conducted his reporting without a hint of politeness, specifically creating a special feature titled, Atlantis, Who Exactly is Backing Roxxon? Jonah had parsed through every logical link of the entire event up to this point. It all began when Roxxon Energy obtained an oil drilling permit from the US government and subsequently headed for the Atlantic. In reality, the location where Roxxon swore a rich oil field lay was actually an Atlantean city. Furthermore, after learning this, Roxxon did not choose to stop. Instead, they colluded with an internal opposition faction within Atlantis to incite a civil war. More critically, in the face of these facts, why has the White House remained silent? They already know that the extraction area contains absolutely no oil, yet they have chosen to tacitly approve of the war. They have failed to revoke Roxxon's permit to drill for oil on land that possesses none. What followed was even more bewildering. How does an energy giant manage to intervene in the civil war of an undersea kingdom and provide support to rebels? Do they expect to do it by selling oil to the Atlanteans? I certainly cannot imagine any engine starting underwater. Or has Roxxon been a tool from the very beginning? Perhaps our heroic Navy and intelligence departments are actually prepared to seize control of the world's oceans. JJJ's characteristic stance of objective neutrality, Spider-Man-related topics accepted, combined with leaked intelligence and footage from anonymous sources, made the narrative feel incredibly real. With the revelation that Loki's subordinates were involved, the gravity of the situation escalated further. Whether the White House is aware or not, they must now face one fact: they are engaging in military cooperation with a war criminal who caused thousands of casualties in New York and led an invasion against the United States, all to overthrow another nation. Wow. JJJ remained as cool and dryly humorous as ever. Why am I not surprised at all? I have to say, sometimes it's a good thing that New York has Jonah Jameson, except when he's reporting on topics involving me. I find it hard to imagine why he has such a massive problem with me. Peter still had to admire Jonah's courage, at least the men truly dared to speak out. On the other hand, based on what the Avengers currently knew, Jonah had revealed very little of the actual truth, and some of it was even misleading. This is the extent of the truth we can tell JJJ, even if it is incomplete. We now know that Roxxon joined this plan not because of the Enchantress's magic, but because they hope to obtain oil drilling rights in Svartalfheim. Combining that with the possibility that Roxxon is a division of Hydra, everything becomes even more troublesome. After Captain America finished speaking, he finally remembered to ask a question. Thor, what is the situation with this Svartalfheim and their king, Malekith? Malekith is the king of Svartalfheim and the leader of the Dark Elves. He is one of the greatest sorcerers in the 9 realms and has trained a formidable army. They ride black horses, lead hounds, and travel within the storm. In Midgard, they are known as the Wild Hunt. The Wild Hunt, the Black Knights from mythology who pursue souls. Many people always thought that was Odin. That is a misconception, though the Allfather also commands the storms, which led to the confusion. Thor continued, originally, though the 9 realms had their own tyrants, each world was relatively balanced. The war between the Dark Elves and the Light Elves lasting for thousands of years without a victor is an example. But that balance was shattered a few years ago. My brother, Loki, in order to secure his right to the throne of Asgard and appease my father, the Allfather Odin, killed his biological father, Laufey, king of Jotunheim. This broke the balance of the 9 realms. Svartalfheim itself possesses portals to other worlds, and so the brutal king of the Wild Hunt quickly occupied all of Jotunheim and began training an army of giants. Thor spoke of the wartime situation in the 9 realms, details that were completely unheard of on Earth. Currently, the Light Elves are struggling to hold on, they cannot even form a proper defensive line. And with Fimbulwinter fast approaching, only I and a few of my friends have gone to support them. In reality, the situation was even worse than Thor described. Queen Elsa of the Elves had already begun migrating the Light Elves into the dwarven realm of Nidavellir, hoping to rely on dwarven armaments and fortresses for defense. If Loki has joined Malekith's alliance, the situation will be even worse. His daughter Hela is the queen of Hell, and Loki is surely aware of the threat posed by the fire giants. When the time comes, 4 of the 9 realms will form a powerful army of evil, threatening all the realms. Or perhaps we can stop him, the captain comforted Thor over the comms. We can disrupt their deployment right here. Whatever they are doing, we must stop them. Central Africa, Congo. The Congo was a paradise for mercenaries, a lawless zone where a large number of metahumans lived. Naturally, the metahumans living here were usually either villains or mercenaries. Or villainous mercenaries. Karl Creel was one of them. He had gained the ability to transform his entire body into whatever material he touched during a gamma experiment. He used this to commit crimes, was defeated by the Hulk, and locked away in the raft. He had escaped during the prison break initiated by Otto Octavius. Currently, he was scraping by in the Congo. He poured his latest commission, a small bag of gold, into his hand, and his entire body turned into gold. At that moment, accompanied by a swirl of green mist, a scantily clad sorceress appeared before him, accompanied by a dim-witted brute. The absorbing man. I heard you're a mercenary who can get a job done. I am. So, who's the target, and what's the pay? The pay is a magical potion that will allow you to control your transformations at will, and a piece of URU metal. As the enchantress spoke, she had the executioner hand a piece of URU to him. This is the same metal used in Thor's hammer. Believe me, you're going to like it. Chapter 622, Infiltration into the Deep Sea. For this operation, the Avengers engaged in some strategic micromanagement. First, Namor needed to return to Atlantis to reorganize the Atlantean government. With the nation's most elite troops and the king himself having suffered defeat, Atlantis was undoubtedly in a state of panic. It was a safe bet that the so-called usurper, Krang, had already begun using various means to sway one Atlantean city after another to his cause. As for whether Namor's return would actually be effective, or to what extent, that remained an unknown. However, the impact of him returning alive was certainly better than him remaining missing. Furthermore, to facilitate a smoother infiltration of the Temple of Poseidon, the Avengers needed Namor to draw Krang out. Namor, feeling his burden of responsibility toward Atlantis, uncharacteristically set aside his temper and headed back. Next came the second pair. Strange summoned other sorcerers from Camartage to assist Thor in locating the Enchantress. Once she was found, Thor would move in to confront her. The reason Thor was dispatched was simple: just as the Executioner was a devoted follower of the Enchantress was essentially a devoted follower of Thor. Or rather, a major reason the Enchantress was willing to assist Loki was his promise. He claimed that once Thor lost the throne, his fiancée Sif would surely abandon him, at which point his foolish brother would be hers. The fact that the Enchantress believed such a flimsy promise spoke volumes about her cognitive functions whenever Thor was involved. Thus, a lone Thor actively searching for the Enchantress herself served as an irresistible lure. Meanwhile, the rest of the Avengers will head to the Roxxon Corporation with great fanfare to launch an investigation into the collaboration between Loki's subordinates and the company. Of course, their primary role is to draw the enemy's attention and pin down Roxxon's potential combat forces. As Peter spoke, he manipulated his nanotech suit into deep-water mode. Strange glanced at Peter and remarked dryly, "I will be casting spells for underwater breathing and pressure resistance, Spider-Man." "I know." Looking at his suit, which had shifted to deep blue and dark red, Peter turned to his 2 teammates. "I just wanted you guys to see that I have a very cool-looking diving suit. Undeniably very cool, man." Bobby Drake, the Iceman, expressed his admiration with genuine empathy. As one of the original 5 X-Men, he was perhaps the youngest at heart, or rather, he was the one most struggling to find his niche, often carrying himself like a college student. Cyclops was now a vice principal, helping the professor manage the school. Beast, Hank, served as both a teacher and the core of the X-Men's scientific research, and Angel, Warren, handled the Academy's worldly and financial affairs. After all, he was a trust fund kid. As for Iceman, he didn't know what his role was. He didn't even have a teaching certificate, so he couldn't work as a school instructor. Oh, and there was Jean, but Jean was dead. Because of this, when Iceman heard the Avengers had a problem only Iceman could solve, he was overjoyed. Bored out of his mind, he had rushed over to the Avengers so quickly it had startled Cyclops, who wondered if the Avengers were trying to poach their talent. In any case, you should have faith in the Sorcerer Supreme's spellcasting. My spells have never failed, at least not when it counts. Strange muttered to himself, ignoring the 2 behind him as he began to cast. A layer of magical energy enveloped the 3 of them, and they rapidly descended. Soon, they passed the massive cluster of icebergs suspended in the sea. These blocks of ice were anchored directly to the seabed to prevent them from drifting up or down. Encased within them were the soldiers and generals of Atlantis. Peter nodded to Iceman, who then placed his hands upon the ice. Within seconds, the icebergs melted completely, freeing those imprisoned inside. I have to say, the captain's situation was an exception, and so is my power. If someone gets into trouble, don't just go freezing them for preservation, you really might freeze them to death and never get them out. Watching the Atlantean army slowly thaw, and surprisingly, remain alive, Iceman spoke with a hint of amazement. Also, is this really magical ice? It feels like ordinary ice to me. The magical power lies in the Fimbulwinter brought by the casket of ancient winters, not the ice itself. Strange used a simple spell to directly inform the Atlantean troops of the current situation. The leading defenders of the deep immediately understood what had transpired and began organizing their forces to return and reinforce the capital. As for whether they would be frozen again, that was anyone's guess. The trio continued their descent and soon arrived within the Atlantean city. It was Peter's first time in the deep sea. The city wasn't as ancient or sacred as he had imagined. Although most buildings didn't exceed 50 meters in height, the level of modernization was quite high. Since Krang intended to overthrow Namor rather than establish a new capital, the city's operations continued, albeit appearing somewhat deserted. Strange then cast a cognitive filtering spell over them. Surprisingly, almost everything here aside from the buildings was biological. The local transportation consisted of flat fish outfitted with various equipment. Some of these fish were only the size of a car, while others stretched 20 or 30 meters long. Biotechnology. You can imagine their power generators and all their production tech are achieved by modifying various deep-sea fish. The Atlanteans have a technology tree completely different from the surface world, and it's quite advanced. Iceman floated over to a street lamp suspended in the city, peered inside, and shook his head. No, the lamps here aren't fish, they're just ordinary electric lights, but waterproof. If the lamps were fish, it would only prove their technology hasn't progressed at all, buddy. Peter commented idly as the three of them swam to the entrance of the temple. However, there were no Atlanteans here. Once inside, they encountered a group of individuals wearing yellow hazmat suits. Peter blinked in surprise. These are AIM people, but hasn't AIM already? Hurry up. We need to dig this open quickly. If magic doesn't work, use bombs. A slightly comical but somewhat familiar voice echoed through the area. Peter looked over to see a massive head sitting upon a floating chair. And the face on that head was actually the former CEO of AIM and the developer of the extremist virus, Aldrich Killian. Chapter 623, MODOK. MODOK, mental organism designed only for computing, was one of the last top-secret projects designed by AIM. As the name implied, this was a project formulated to enhance the computational power of the brain, endowing the human mind with a series of abilities including telekinesis. In reality, up until the day AIM collapsed, the MODOK project had never been completed and was tossed directly into the trash heap. However, Hydra, having taken over all of AIM's legacy, did not share that sentiment. Not only did they retrieve the designs and engineering of MODOK from the trash, but they also prepared a perfect host for it, Aldrich Killian, who had been blown apart until only his head remained. Relying on the extremist virus within Killian's body, the surgery was completed successfully. Of course, there was a price to pay. His head became incredibly massive due to the excessive amplification of his brain's computational power, while his regenerated torso and limbs were conversely very spindly. As a result, he had to rely on a flight cradle built around his head to mount himself upon. And so, Killian, or rather, MODOK, became one of Hydra's new high-ranking operatives. We already knew AIM was one of Hydra's subsidiary departments, now we can basically confirm that Roxxon belongs to Hydra as well. Watching MODOK from a distance, Peter muttered to himself, only to be met with Iceman's look of astonishment. AIM is Hydra. Roxxon is Hydra too. Why does it feel like Hydra is everywhere? Well, Hydra is indeed pervasive. They've infiltrated many corporations and departments. Don't tell me S.H.I.E.L.D. has Hydra in it too. Hey, why aren't you refuting me? Holy crap. Peter ignored Iceman and looked toward Strange. Can your spells guarantee that we can seize the items silently and then evacuate? I cannot. If I am to crack the protective spells of two pantheons, I must be fully concentrated. At that point, I will have to cancel the effects of the cognitive filtering spell. Peter was somewhat speechless. Can you, the Sorcerer Supreme, start being useful? If Gwen were here, she would surely be able to take the items without anyone being the wiser. Strange said nothing in response, while Iceman watched with curiosity. However, MODOK, who was ordering his subordinates to carry out the excavation, suddenly came to a halt. Everyone, prepare for battle. The AIM grunts on site looked at their boss in total confusion, wondering what kind of fit MODOK was throwing now. But MODOK spoke with meticulous detail. My calculations show a clear anomaly in the surrounding water currents. The results indicate that 3 humanoid objects, undetected by sensors, are positioned at a specific nearby location, which is the only way to cause such a displacement in the flow. Someone is definitely nearby. Hearing this from a distance, Peter was stunned. He looked at Strange and found that Strange was even more surprised than he was, even looking at Peter with a sense of helplessness. I never imagined this scenario. Do you have a plan? My invisibility would likely be rendered useless by a similar situation if I went over, but I actually do have a solution. After Peter finished speaking, he reached out and opened a portal in the distance, transferring the seafloor currents to another side. The data errors caused by this were enough to keep Mangog busy recalibrating for a while. The next step was to subdue him. I have a question. Iceman looked at them with slight confusion. If the magical defenses here are so powerful, why do we need to crack them? I mean, what if it's a trap set by the enemy on purpose? I find it hard to imagine Malekith making such a low-level mistake, and his own magical level is sufficient. In fact, the Enchantress might be enough as well, it would just require a long period of chanting. Strange maintained his view and provided a new explanation. Furthermore, we now know Malekith is embroiled in a war. Given that, all his actions in our world are likely diversions used to pin us or Thor down. From this perspective, it was naturally best to dispel the magic first. Delay brings change. The sooner they knew what was going to happen, the better. Beyond that, Strange truly wanted to know what exactly it was that Loki was so obsessed with. However, it wasn't them who were a step ahead. Mangog finished recalibrating the new data stream and, based on the water flow information, rapidly deduced the position of the undetected Spider-Man and his companions. Enemies are over there. You damned fools. Fire at that spot. Fire. But, there's no one there. Although Mangog possessed extraordinary performance and an intelligence level far exceeding those of the past and present, it seemed something had gone wrong during his surgery. His current relationship with his subordinates could only be described as strained at best. In the end, it even took killing several people before the orders were followed, but the trio had long since moved. Then, the two sides started arguing again. This gave Peter his chance. He had long since prepared his invisibility. Taking advantage of the bickering, he finally revealed himself and directly pierced Mangog's power source. Mangog, leaking electricity, began to howl and fly wildly all over the seafloor. To be honest, this was much easier than I expected. Peter spoke helplessly. It was only then that the AIM grunts realized Mangog had been right. They pulled out various weapons, preparing to challenge Peter. Peter's reaction was still to ignore them. Not only that, he easily dodged various attacks on the seafloor, while Strange had already begun to cast his spell. Simultaneously, a large number of AIM grunts rushed forward, intending to blow themselves up along with Spider-Man. Peter merely snapped his fingers, and Iceman appeared. With just a wave of his hand, all of them were frozen solid by Iceman. Nice work. Peter couldn't help but praise him. However, very soon, his spider sense alerted him to an even more troublesome matter. Just as he shouted, "Watch out," a massive repulsive force swept through the surroundings. Then, Mangog, who should have been incapacitated by the electricity leaking into the sea, stood up once more. How unexpected, Mangog. I thought you had completely dissipated. Mangog knows all. You have nowhere to hide before Mangog. Mangog began to roar in a semi-mechanical voice. Then, releasing his repulsive force, he shook the surrounding structures. He looked around and issued a challenge to Spider-Man, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Peter took a deep breath in response. Fine. This time, I'll beat you into the seafloor so thoroughly that you'll never float up again. Chapter 624, Chapter 624, The Battle Against AIM. Alright everyone, imagine the scene, a giant head, one that looks like it was smeared with baby powder, waving its stubby little limbs as it charges at you. Can you imagine how filthy Deadpool's insults would be right now? You will die here, Avenger. Ignoring Peter's mockery, Modoc's tiny hands flew across the chair's control console. A barrage of deep-sea mines shot toward Peter, who nimbly maneuvered through the water, dodging the explosives before sticking a web to Modoc in an attempt to pull the massive head toward him. However, Modoc held a natural advantage underwater. Despite the lack of pressure-related strain on his frame, underwater combat remained a field Peter hadn't mastered. Buoyancy constantly interfered with his movements. Modoc was different. His low mobility actually became an asset here, as there was no need for him to perform complex maneuvers. Furthermore, his telekinetic attacks and defenses felt even more instinctive in this environment. Most people never realize they live in a sea of air and never think to use it as a weapon, but when you are submerged in the deep ocean, the currents within your perception feel massive. Thus, Modoc was supremely confident that he could kill this wretched Avenger. First of all, I've heard that line from a lot of people. Want to guess the result? No one's pulled it off yet. Spider-Man's sudden burst of acceleration at the bottom of the sea startled Modoc. He hastily used the thrusters beneath his chair to open up some distance, but Spider-Man was somehow faster. Terrified, Modoc drove his telekinetic power to create a shield in front of him, barely managing to block Spider-Man's strike. Peter's fist slammed into the mental shield, and he couldn't help but frown. This thing was indeed formidable, but it wasn't as if he was completely out of options. Hey, Bobby. How about we swap opponents? I can't seem to crack this guy's shell. Iceman, who was currently protecting Strange while bullying the AIM grunts with his powers, heard Spider-Man's request. He turned to look at Mangog, simply smiled and said, sure, and then floated over. Peter used his webbing to pull himself toward the crowd of AIM soldiers who were already taking a beating. The lenses on his mask narrowed along with his expression, looking extremely dangerous. All right, before I start hitting you, does anyone want to say anything? The AIM soldiers remained silent for a long moment until someone finally asked into the quiet. How are your web shooters still working normally underwater? Good question. Peter rewarded him by sticking a web to his chest and pulling him in for a knockout punch. Because I integrated nanobots inside the webbing for guidance, pal. A dull thud echoed through the water as the AIM agent was sent flying. Peter then added, by the way, the reason I can punch people that far is just because I'm strong, plus a little bit of high-tech enhancement. So, do you guys still plan on charging in? The AIM agents looked at each other and then rushed forward in a frenzy, brandishing energy rifles designed for underwater use. On the other side, Iceman looked at the giant head before him and felt a wave of revulsion. Ah, I finally understand why Spidey sent me over. Man, you are genuinely hideous. How did you manage to enlarge a middle-aged man's head while leaving the limbs looking like a baby's? Do you even still have a body? Is it tiny like an infant's too? This is evolution. My brain has been developed to an unprecedented degree. Even that wretched Tony Stark is no match for me. A good while after Mangog finished his roar, Iceman finally had an epiphany and nodded. Oh, so you have a grudge against Tony Stark? Mangog went silent. Mangog began to wonder if the person in front of him was intellectually disabled. But Iceman didn't give Mangog much time to think. He simply raised his hand and completely sealed the space around Mangog with ice. He could feel the shield the other was maintaining with telekinesis, so he intensified the ice formation and began using high pressure to crush Mangog's defenses. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but what was that artifact you guys prepared called? The Casket of Ancient Winters. I heard that thing could reset the globe back to the Ice Age. I can do that too, you know. Of course, I wouldn't actually do it. I'm not powerful enough to control every single ice molecule yet, to hurt the enemy on a massive scale without hurting my friends. But that doesn't seem to matter. Oh, are you still listening? Can you hear me? Mangog could indeed hear him. His brain was now unnaturally sharp, and the extreme cold had stimulated him to a degree, causing his thoughts to run more efficiently. He began trying to calculate a way to break through the ice Iceman had created. The ice Iceman made was, at its core, frozen seawater. As long as that was the case, then he could. The result of Mangog's calculations made him freeze. You can create matter. Oh, you mean the ice? Yeah, I can create snow and ice out of thin air. That's why the MSRD classified me as an Omega-level mutant. Honestly, I don't think I'm that impressive, but they all say creating ice from nothing is a big deal, so I guess it must be. Iceman laughed, watching as the surrounding ice continuously compressed Mangog's shield. As the density of the ice increased and the pressure grew stronger, he could intuitively sense that Mangog was about to cave in. The pressure exerted by that single layer of ice, no thicker than a fist, already exceeded the current ambient water pressure by 10-fold. And they were over 1,000 meters below the surface. What kind of monsters are these? How on earth was a species like this pushed to the brink of extinction by Sentinel robots? Amidst his desperate resistance, Mangog perfectly calculated the only available solution to the problem. He let out a loud shout. I surrender. Iceman stopped and completely dissolved the ice, then shrugged at the relieved Mangog. The guy seemed formidable, but in reality, he wasn't much to write home about. Turns out your only real talent is being ugly. As he spoke, he looked back to see that Spider-Man had already flattened all the AIM agents and bundled them up. The two then turned their attention toward Strange. Almost there, dispelling magic is quite the hassle. Strange sighed, then his eyebrows shot up. Without looking back, he said, you two had better get back. Chapter 625, what is this? Accompanying Strange's confident and stylish display of magic, Peter and Iceman saw a burst of light explode, after which everything returned to a state of calm. Following this, Strange cast a spell to pull something out of the temple, and the three of them fell into a collective silence as they stared at the object. What Strange had pulled out was a statue, and it appeared to be a statue of Odin. An exceptionally handsome, majestic Odin, possessing a rugged and heroic aura, sat atop Sleipnir, the eight-legged steed, wielding Gungnir. He looked incredibly dashing. Unable to keep a straight face, Peter asked Strange with uncertainty, is this what Loki was looking for? A super cool statue of his old man? I don't think so. Strange found the situation hard to stomach. I think it's more likely that Odin, to prevent the actual item from being stolen, deliberately placed a misleading option here, namely, this super cool statue of Odin. Iceman scratched his head in confusion, not quite understanding. Is there no possibility that this is what Loki is looking for? For instance, a super cool Odin statue with a magical artifact hidden inside. Mangog, who was tied up in the back, was speechless. Just how obsessed were these people with the dashing quality of this statue? Aside from a mental suggestion that makes people perceive the statue as particularly handsome, there is no magic on this statue, nor is there anything inside. Strange slapped the statue with his cloak to dispel the magic on it and shook his head helplessly. Regardless, the fact that Olympus and Asgard had teamed up to set a trap and place a statue of Odin here was absurd no matter how one looked at it. For a moment, no one knew what to say. But at that point, Peter suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Mangog. If he was in charge of the excavation here, then he should know exactly what he was looking for. Mangog froze for a moment. He actually did know what he was looking for. The problem was that he certainly couldn't say. If he did, Hydra would likely eliminate him. This item was different from others, and Hydra placed immense importance on it. However, it seemed that staying silent wouldn't make much of a difference. There was a powerful sorcerer here, and the Avengers could find a telepath. No matter how one looked at it, he was in a losing position and would likely be forced to talk eventually. Still, Mangog intended to resist a little, at least so he would have an excuse if Hydra ever launched a counteroffensive. I don't know about this matter either. I only know I was supposed to dig up the item here and hand it over. Even if I really dug up this statue, I would have had to hand it over regardless. Mangog lied without changing his expression, hoping the two would believe him. But his tricks couldn't fool Strange at all. The latter simply performed a simple spell that nearly suffocated Mangog's massive head. He shook in agony, holding his breath for several seconds before being released, after which he gasped for air. Though gasping for air while deep under the sea was inherently strange. Once released and catching his breath, Mangog revealed the operational goals of Hydra and Loki to the three of them. I'll talk. Its remains. The remains of a frost giant. Anyway, the higher-ups said that one would know what those skeletal remains were just by looking at them. They are something truly terrifying. The three exchanged glances. A frost giant. They already knew that Loki possessed frost giant blood, but the question was, what did Loki want with such a thing? Do you think the remains might have some commemorative significance? Like his father's bones or something? Didn't you say Loki's biological father was the king of the frost giants? It seems only a frost giant of the caliber would be worth Odin hiding away, right? Iceman asked with uncertainty. While the conclusion was logical, Peter felt it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, Lao Fei himself had been killed by Loki. Why would he need to steal his own father's remains? Even if he stole them, what use would they be? At the very least, the three of them currently couldn't imagine a play as abstract as Loki stealing his biological father's corpse to have Malekith turn it into a puppet. On the other hand, something else was also very strange. Odin placed a statue here to mock those looking for Laufey's corpse, which means he doesn't want anyone to find it. But if he truly didn't want it found, he should have destroyed it or hidden it in Asgard under his own watch. Peter looked at Strange in confusion. Why go to all this trouble to hide his own statue here and mislead people into thinking this is Laufey's burial site? Odin didn't need to fish to find out who his enemies were. For an Odin who had seen the ending of Ragnarok, all the cards were on the table, and he had been preparing for Ragnarok all along. Thus, Peter truly couldn't understand Odin's logic. Regarding this question, Strange merely gave Peter a flat look. I'm not Odin. You shouldn't be asking me this, you should ask Thor or Odin himself. Who knows what these gods are thinking? In any case, we've at least captured Mangog for now and learned what Loki is looking for, so it wasn't a total loss. Peter let out a sigh, then looked at the large group of new inmates about to move into their luxury prison before turning to Strange. So, shall we head back first? Guys, did you forget why you called me here in the first place? Iceman reminded them somewhat awkwardly. Peter hadn't forgotten, it was to deal with Krang and his casket of ancient winters, but Krang wasn't here. Speaking of which, where did Krang go? Peter curiously made a call to the Avengers headquarters and found that Krang was busy conquering other Atlantean cities, which seemed quite normal. Well, that was strange, it was as if the entire world had fallen into a bizarre silence. Just then, a new message came from Captain America. Thor's signal has been cut off. Spider-Man, you can use Strange teleportation to go there and see if something happened to him. What could possibly happen to Thor? Peter muttered. He had Strange open a portal to Thor's location. Stepping through the portal, he went from the depths of the ocean in Atlantis to a damp, cold primeval forest. Before he could react, a tall and burly Norse god was sent flying into him, and the two of them tumbled away together. Thor. What are you doing? Spider-Man. You've come at just the right time. After standing up, Thor pulled Peter to his feet. Amora found a new villain. I'm not very familiar with that fellow, and I've lost contact with the Avengers. I need you to tell me who that guy is. Chapter 626, The Siege of Thor. Thor was sent flying again. Why did it feel like I should say, again? As the most powerful Avenger, there was a sense of normalcy to Thor being knocked back. After Peter pulled Thor to his feet, the Prince of Thunder still looked completely relaxed, even finding the time to ask about the situation. So, did you find what Loki is looking for? Peter checked the communication status. Just as the captain had predicted, the signal here had been directly severed. While attempting to restore the connection, he replied to Thor, we have a rough idea of what he's looking for, but we didn't find it. I don't understand, Spider-Man. Can you explain? Thor didn't quite grasp Peter's meaning as he reached out his hand to summon Mjolnir back. It seemed Thor had indeed encountered a formidable foe this time, enough to have his hammer knocked away. Though, as usual, he didn't seem particularly bothered by it. In the temple, we only found a statue of your father, Odin, which was enchanted with magic to make him look incredibly handsome. It seems your father hid what he actually wanted to conceal somewhere else. As Peter explained, his spider sense flared. His precognition told him a massive entity was approaching, though he still couldn't identify exactly what it was. Thor was still curious about Peter's discovery, so Peter continued, then we found AIM excavating the site, so we rounded them up. Their leader was, well, a bad guy, anyway. He claimed they were there to unearth the corpse of a frost giant. The corpse of a frost giant? Thor shouted in surprise upon hearing this. After reacting quickly, he asked back in confusion, could it be Laufey's corpse? But that doesn't make sense. Why would Loki want to resurrect Laufey, but if it's not for resurrection, what would Malekith need Laufey's corpse for? For a moment, Thor couldn't fathom the abstract idea of Loki resurrecting Laufey to serve as a puppet for Malekith. Moreover, there was a more troublesome enemy to deal with right in front of them. Peter sensed the enemy's arrival instantly. Seeing Peter's reaction, Thor immediately moved to shield him, only to be struck heavily by a flail. Peter watched with his own eyes as that flail actually knocked Thor flat. He then performed a rapid backflip to dodge the enemy's next strike. In that moment, Peter finally saw the foe emerging from the dense forest. It was a bald, muscular man with a pointed head, wearing only a tank top and shorts. His clothes, like his body, had turned a pitch-black metallic color as he stepped out with a cruel grin. I thought I'd only get to kill one Avenger today. I didn't expect there'd be another. It's this villain. His body gives off the feeling of URU alloy. But as far as I know, the dwarves only ever created one construct made of pure URU, the Destroyer. Thor explained why this bald man with the pointed head felt so incomprehensible to him. Peter, however, was certain of one thing, Thor had likely never looked at the Raft Prison's escapee list. This guy is called the Absorbing Man. After being affected by gamma radiation, he gained the ability to transform his entire body into the matter he touches, but if I remember correctly, he shouldn't be able to control what he turns into. In the 616 universe, the Absorbing Man's powers were in an early stage, he became whatever he touched. This trait was why he had been defeated multiple times. But Peter was certain of one thing just now, the Absorbing Man had definitely not turned into wood or soil before switching back to URU, he had maintained that state the entire time. Well, I met a very generous employer, so I can just beat you to death. It wasn't just the Absorbing Man himself, his transformation ability could be applied to objects of a certain mass that he touched. For instance, the flail in his hand had also turned into URU alloy. Peter didn't dare take a direct hit from that thing. Fortunately, Thor surged up and sent him flying with a strike of his hammer. So, this fellow is just a mobile hunk of URU. That makes things simple. I hammered things like this plenty of times when I was a boy. Having understood the enemy's nature, Thor swung his hammer and engaged in a direct exchange of blows with the Absorbing Man. One used a hammer, the other a flail, battering each other relentlessly. The only difference was that Thor's hammer crackled with lightning. However, Thor's physical durability clearly couldn't match the Absorbing Man's, and after a brief clash, he began to retreat. Peter's spider sense was ringing constantly, his precognition allowed him to see through the Absorbing Man's movements, but the problem was that he couldn't break through the man's defense. The latter had likely received help from the Enchantress, allowing him to control his state freely without changing randomly. Peter had to seize an opening, grabbing the Absorbing Man's arm with all his might to give Thor a chance to attack. I need your intuition, Spider-Man. What does the web of fate tell you? Thor asked as he knocked the Absorbing Man back with a hammer blow. Peter gave him a very grim answer, bad news. I can't see anything. This isn't normal. Magic. Thor, who had been pushed back by a strike from the flail, stood up and let out a roar at the Absorbing Man, who was preparing his next throw. Enough. Villain. What is it, Blondie? Planning to beg for mercy. No, I merely wanted to tell you that my hammer is also made of you. The absorbing man bared his teeth in a laugh. So, I know very well how perfectly you alloy matches the power of Thor. As Thor spoke, he began to laugh. The absorbing man's entire body involuntarily floated into the air. Just as Thor was about to lock the absorbing man down with his power, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from within the man's body, catching Thor completely off guard. Then, the absorbing man stood up, maintaining his form, and looked at Thor while speaking with the voice of another person. Hello, brother. You aren't the only one who knows how well you matches the power of Thor. Loki. Your divine power provided just the right energy for this soul-swapping spell, giving me a suitable body to send you on your way. Oh, and just like you, I've brought quite a few friends along. Loki, controlling the absorbing man's body, let out a laugh. To his left, a green portal opened, and the enchantress stepped out. To his right, a pitch-black storm came howling in. Come and welcome the king of the wild hunt, brother. Chapter 627, Do you think you can escape? Malekith did not resemble the MCU aesthetic the Avengers were accustomed to. The gap between him and the Dark Elf in the Thor, the Dark World film was immense. His body featured a stark, jagged dividing line. The right half of his physique was a bruised blue-purple, while the left half was an absolute, featureless pitch-black that even obscured his facial structure. He wore an ancient, medieval-style surcoat. Beneath the fabric, he likely wore protective padding or chainmail, but the garment itself looked incredibly eerie. The right side of the surcoat was black, mirroring the left side of his body, while the left side was a vibrant blood red. Emblazoned in the center was the sigil of the Wild Hunt. The red-armored side bore a black mark, while the black-armored side featured a stark white sun. Upon seeing Malekith, Peter scratched the back of his head with a touch of exasperation. Can I ask a question? I know you're a dark elf, but are you a dark elf because of your left half or your right half? For instance, drows in D&D have blue-purple skin, but half of you is just pure void black. I did not expect Midgard to have such a loudmouthed clown in a leotard. Malekith looked at the two men before him, momentarily losing his composure. The plan was to intercept and execute Thor. Where did this extra guy come from? My apologies. My brother truly lacks taste when it comes to choosing his companions, Loki remarked with a chuckle while controlling the absorbing man confronted by the villains of the Nine Realms who had come specifically for him. Thor remained unfazed. Do you think controlling a common thug is enough to defeat me, Loki? I have bested the Destroyer, to say nothing of your new puppet. Loki laughed. Controlling the absorbing man, he laughed so maniacally that even Malekith seemed infected by the mood, joining in with a cacophonous roar. Peter watched the two of them, somewhat baffled, and whispered to Thor, I thought the king of the wild hunt would be, a bit more regal. The Nine Realms are vast. There's room for all sorts of oddities, I suppose, Thor replied. Thor clearly didn't take Loki's presence seriously. Once Loki finished his laughing fit, he shook his head mockingly. You truly are a fool, brother. Of course I know that a man who can turn into URU metal is no match for you on his own. But you are mistaken, this mortal's power goes far beyond that. He can absorb multiple substances simultaneously and utilize them all at once, and that is not all. The substances he can absorb are not limited to physical matter. He can take in energy, even magic. A torrent of majestic energy suddenly surged from the absorbing man. The searing heat was intense enough to make even Thor recoil. He asked in disbelief, Surtur's magic. Loki, do you truly intend to destroy Asgard? It isn't my Asgard anymore. Why should I care if it burns? With the searing fire energy coupled with the URU metal exterior, the absorbing man looked terrifying. Thor immediately stepped in front of Peter. A beam of the Bifrost's divine light blasted down. Thor had gathered enough information. He decided it was best to head back, have a serious talk with his father, and deliberate on a counter-strategy. Besides, he wasn't alone. Thor felt having a teammate nearby made him a bit more constrained in his movements. However, to Thor's surprise, he felt an interference disrupting the Bifrost's operation. A black storm surged around the light, making it impassable. This was Malekith's magic, the power of the wild hunt. But who said there was only one escape route? Peter immediately opened a portal. Thor grabbed Peter, intending to charge through, but the enchantress cast a spell that sealed the Spider-Man's gateway. The Sorcerer Supreme could discover us at any moment. Move quickly. Think of something, Spider-Man. The enemy isn't going to give you enough time to wait for the Sorcerer Supreme. Thor shouted toward Peter. Peter noted keenly that Thor hadn't mentioned himself. With a sigh of resignation, he began to brainstorm. After setting the tearing a rift in reality option aside as a last resort, Peter focused his gaze on the Bifrost beam that had yet to dissipate. I don't think I need to tell you what to do. Look, Asgard hasn't cut off the Bifrost yet. Peter looked at Thor, posing a soul-deep question. You're the god of thunder, man. Can't you use your storm to blow their storm away? Thor glanced hesitantly at the sky. Peter knew what he was thinking, so he shrugged. I'll buy you the time. We're counting on you, pal. Usually, I'm the one saying that to others. Thor was still hesitating. He wasn't sure if Spider-Man could handle these enemies, foes that even Thor would have to struggle against, all by himself. But Peter was quite cavalier about it. He had fought his way through plenty of difficult enemies, he was used to playing in the high-stakes games. It's just the king of the wild hunt, an absorbing man controlled by Loki, an Asgardian sorceress, and an Asgardian berserker. Why would I be scared of them? Hearing this, Thor blinked in surprise, then grinned, showing off his bright white teeth. Very well, Spider-Man. I leave my back to you. The son of Odin shall disperse this black storm and bring forth lightning and thunder. Thor, who had been clashing with the absorbing man, swung his hammer to knock his opponent back, creating some tactical breathing room for Peter. He then raised Mjolnir high, beckoning the rolling dark clouds to gather. Peter stood firmly in front of Thor, deploying the mechanical waldos from the back of his nanotech suit. Looking at the 4 non-human enemies before him, he took a deep breath. Buying time. Perfect. I love buying time. All right. I know none of you have heard of me, but that's fine. You only need to know one thing. As Peter spoke, he cast a shield of the Vishanti, layering a magical barrier over his entire body. I'd be more than happy to hang each of you upside down from the streetlights in Times Square. I'll set up a coin-op slot and let everyone take a turn at the punching bags. Of course, I should probably check how much punishment you can take as punching bags first. Peter narrowed his eyes, scanning back and forth across the 4 of them. So, which one of you wants to be the first bag? Chapter 628, Spider-Man subjects Loki to great humiliation. Faced with Spider-Man's provocative behavior, even if the meaning was lost on him, the Executioner was the first to charge, eager to wash away the disgrace of their last encounter. Seeing the Executioner lunge forward, Peter immediately fired a web shot directly at the man's face. The Executioner, having prepared himself, jerked his head down sharply. However, he soon realized a strand of webbing had snagged his foot, causing him to lose his balance and tumble face first onto the ground. Peter, of course, knew exactly what his opponent was doing. The Executioner was the only one of the trio who couldn't use magic. Naturally, he couldn't have known that Peter could predict his every move. For that matter, the other 3 remained in the dark for now, though as mages, they would likely be able to use spells to counter him once they caught on to Peter's trick. The Executioner, however, was easy prey. With just a light tug, Peter sent him sprawling. Following up, Peter used his webbing to snatch the man's giant axe, stepped firmly onto his back, swung the weapon, and slammed it hard against the incoming absorbing man 80. This axe was an Asgardian tool used for executing criminals, so it was capable of harming even Thor. Yet, against an absorbing man whose entire body had been converted into URU metal, a weapon of this caliber only left a faint mark on his chest. Loki, controlling the absorbing man's arms, gripped the giant axe tightly. He smiled at the Spider-Man before him and issued a mocking retort. Is this how you fight a god? Of course not. I almost forgot since you didn't mention it. Peter immediately summoned the crimson bands of Sidorak to bind the absorbing men. The latter instantly began using Surtur's fiery power to burn through the chains, but that wasn't Peter's true goal. Peter slapped his palm directly against the man's body. In that instant, Loki fell into a state of shock. Loki had never bothered to learn about Midgard's so-called Sorcerer Supreme. Or rather, his arrogance had always prevented him from respecting these mortal mages. But what on earth was this palm strike that had knocked his soul right out of the body? Hot. Full disclosure, I just learned this, but it turns out I'm quite adept at catching ghosts. Shaking his hands, which felt scorched from the high temperature, Peter looked at Loki's spiritual form, now separated from the body, and gave a nonchalant shrug. Of course, Loki certainly had the power to return to the absorbing man's body, and could even prevent the same thing from happening a second time. But Peter wasn't going to give him a second chance. After all, Loki had already vacated the body, and the absorbing man's own soul had been swapped out by Loki earlier. So, with no one currently controlling the absorbing man's body, what would happen? Peter fired a web shot onto the absorbing man. In the next second, the man's entire body began to rapidly transform into the material of the webbing. Loki rushed back immediately to regain control, but his expression instantly turned to one of terror. He found the absorbing man's body was beginning to dissolve, and he himself had to endure the excruciating sensation. What did you do? Just web solvent. I fired it right after the webbing. I usually use it to quickly clear away obstructing webs, and that includes you now. Still standing on the Executioner, Peter watched as the absorbing man fumbled with his pockets and kindly offered Loki a reminder. The absorbing man assimilates surrounding objects into the same substance. So, if you're looking for that URU alloy you gave him, there's a high probability it's already been turned into part of the webbing. Ah. I'm going to kill you. That's too much. Everyone else says, Spider-Man, I'm going to kill you, and yet you won't even call me by my name. Peter couldn't help but mutter to himself. Suddenly, his ankle was snatched by the executioner. The man had finally found an opening and intended to slam Peter into the ground, hoping to eliminate this loathsome insect through sheer brute force. However, as he lifted him, something felt wrong. He turned his head only to see a fist nearly pressed against his face. Peter landed a heavy punch squarely on his jaw, sending the man collapsing back to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, Loki finally found a solution. He touched the executioner's axe, turning his body into the same metallic alloy, and charged forward to grapple Peter. Peter's back immediately sprouted 4 mechanical spider limbs to brace against him. Loki grinned, forcing the absorbing man to exert his full strength. It was a level of strength capable of rivaling the Hulk, enough to crush the person in front of him in an instant. But while it felt like he had succeeded, the reality was different. The 4 spider claws were indeed snapped, but the Spider-Man who should have been there was bypassed as if he didn't exist. Then, the broken limbs instantly transformed into a powerful adhesive, binding him firmly in place. Nanomachines, son. Peter, deactivating his invisibility, walked over to the absorbing men. Of course, you could try to assimilate these nanobots. I'm actually curious if the absorbing men can assimilate nanotechnology. If he turned into a mass of nanobots, would he be completely under my control because he'd be receiving the same programming? Then again, you probably don't know a thing about Earth's technology, do you? Loki desperately wanted to curse, but he didn't even dare leave the absorbing man's body. If he did, he might actually turn into a pile of nanobots himself, a classic case of going for the wool and coming back shorn. Peter then shouldered the executioner's massive axe. Before the men could fully stand up, Peter used the flat of the blade to knock him completely flat again. He then looked toward his other 2 opponents. Both Amora and Malekith had chosen to stand by and watch. Amora's hesitation was understandable, she was busy resisting Doctor Strange's portal. It was Strange who had sent Peter here in the first place, so he naturally knew something was wrong and how to get there. Amora had to focus all her magic on disrupting the portal. As for the other one, don't you intend to help, Malekith? Why are you just watching? Malekith had been standing on the sidelines observing Loki's beating. Upon hearing the shout, he finally snapped out of it. Oh, I am but a mage. I do not possess such strength. If I were to fight you, I would likely suffer a swift defeat. Peter looked at Malekith with a hint of confusion. So in this situation, are you really just going to do nothing and stay there like a spectator? Actually, I come from a clan called Blackbile. My mother was the clan leader, Malekith said idly, like an old man, before breaking into a smile. The only special skill our clan has mastered is raising dogs. The black storm swirling around the Bifrost suddenly expanded, delivering the hounds to the ground. Chapter 629, Become an Asgardian Immigrant, Taste the Nordic Life. Malekith was certainly not wrong, his family raised dogs. Except these hounds were wild hunt hounds. These monsters stood nearly a meter tall and reached nearly 3 meters in length. Despite Peter being certain he was very close to them, he still could not clearly see the face of a single wild hunt hound. He could only make out their rough outlines. Peter couldn't even be sure if they were actually dogs. Their snouts were shorter than a wolf's, looking indeed like certain canines, such as a Tibetan Mastiff. However, when their mouths opened within their blurred silhouettes, their canines were terrifyingly large, looking as though they were far too big for those mouths to contain. Their bodies seemed to be tightly shrouded in a layer of wind that blurred all prying eyes. Peter tried to swing his fist to strike a leaping hound, but for some reason, even though his premonition and his prediction told him the punch had landed squarely on the creature, something unexpected happened. Peter caused no damage to the wild hunt hound. Or rather, he should have hit it, but there was no sensation of impact. These creatures seemed to slip into a state of intangibility, as if phase shifted, making them impossible to hit. Then they would swiftly pounce back. These hounds always appeared suddenly from unexpected angles and vanished instantly from where they stood. They seemed to be able to switch back and forth between a storm state and a physical entity. Realizing he couldn't accurately hit these hounds, Peter stopped overthinking and left everything to his body and his spider sense. He began to dodge continuously according to the images predicted by his spider sense, then whipped his leg back, finally sending a hound flying with a heavy kick the moment it solidified. But soon, even more hounds rushed up from even more devious angles. The greatest advantage of the wild hunt hounds in their storm form was their sheer numbers. They attacked Peter incessantly to buy time for Malekith. Are these hounds of yours really dogs? Or are they actually some bat-like mythological creatures? After knocking another wild hunt hound away with his claws, Peter looked toward Malekith. He attempted to transform the armor on his arm into the iron spider suit, seizing the opportunity to fire an energy pulse at his opponent. The energy pulse struck in front of Malekith but was immediately intercepted by his automatic storm defense. Meanwhile, Malekith began to weave a spell, preparing to give Thor a proper welcome. But at that moment, Loki suddenly began to scream and shout. Controlling the body of the absorbing man, he yelled at Malekith, "Malekith! Help me! Hurry!" Malekith glanced at Thor, then at Loki. His eyes shifted, and suddenly, with a smile, he moved toward Loki. He cast a spell to let the wild hunt storm touch the absorbing man. Instantly turned into a storm. Loki immediately broke free from the nanobot restraints. He touched the giant axe once more and charged toward Spider-Man. Then, he was directly struck by a violent bolt of thunder. A massive amount of lightning now wrapped around the beam of the Bifrost, beginning to violently tear apart the black storm atop the Rainbow Bridge. Although only a minute or two had passed since the battle began, it was enough for Thor to finish charging his energy, fully combining the lightning with his own divine power to dispel the storm trapping the Bifrost. He called down thunder to knock Loki back, erected a wall of lightning before Malekith, and then shouted to Peter. "Spider-Man, follow me." 10,000 bolts of thunder instantly cleared the black storm from the entire Rainbow Bridge. Seeing this, Peter immediately stuck a line of webbing onto Thor's back. Loki intended to rush forward to stop them, but Thor had already soared into the sky with his divine hammer. The others watched Thor break through the horizon in silence. Damn it. Hearing Loki's curse, Malekith, on the contrary, didn't seem particularly bothered. He asked instead, "What's wrong?" "It's just letting one Thor go. Just letting one Thor go. Under the circumstances where Odin cannot leave Asgard, Thor is the most powerful Asgardian. If we can't even kill Thor here, how are we supposed to destroy Asgard?" Loki's roar was justified because he truly didn't know what to do next. In his view, even if he and Malekith joined forces with Surtur and Laufey, or even added Hela, it would be hard to call them a match for Odin, let alone confronting Thor and Odin together. Furthermore, gods like Heimdall, Tyr, and Baldur were not non-existent. They might not be as powerful, but they could still cause considerable trouble. But Malekith only looked at Loki with indifference. "We can pull in even more people, like those greedy Midgardians." Loki was somewhat dismissive, but then he thought of the many monsters on Earth and suddenly felt this might not be a bad idea. He still didn't believe they could defeat Odin this way, but Malekith remained unhurried. He looked at Loki and spoke casually. "In this long history, Asgard has accumulated too many enemies. Don't worry, we will always have enough cannon fodder." "Is that so? Can this cannon fodder defeat Odin?" "The things Odin fears are not non-existent, otherwise, why would he forge the destroyer armor?" Although he himself didn't know what Odin feared, Malekith was certain that thing truly existed. If so, wouldn't it suffice to simply go and find it? Loki sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected the leader he had recruited to have a bit of a slacker streak. He could only huff coldly and leave. He had indeed thought of 2 more strategies that could increase Malekith's strength, but they required time. Of course, considering Odin's condition, time was likely on their side. On the other side, Thor fought his way along the Bifrost. Malekith was far less indifferent toward the matter than he appeared before Loki. Using the power of the Wild Hunt Storm, Wild Hunt Riders and Wild Hunt Hounds continuously charged into the Bifrost to try and stop Thor, but they were all knocked away by his hammer. Finally, when Thor landed safely, Peter's stomach was about to give out. He nearly vomited on the Rainbow Bridge, but Thor didn't mind. He simply came over and patted Peter on the shoulder. "Welcome, Spider-Man. You are the first mortal to come to Asgard in hundreds of years." Peter nodded weakly and then looked up. Appearing before him was an Asgard far more exaggerated and majestic than the one in the MCU films. The Viking giant guarding the Bifrost looked at both of them simultaneously. "Odin is calling for you." Chapter 630, Odin. Asgard, the divine realm of the Norse pantheon, was also the most prosperous place in all the 9 realms. The architecture here reached toward the clouds, often exceeding heights of 100 meters. However, the lower sections were almost entirely solid load-bearing columns, with the functional parts of the buildings clustered at the top. It looked as though someone had specifically constructed a forest of massive marble pillars just to raise a city of the sky from the ground. Every white marble pillar, without exception, supported golden structures and soaring domes. Peter found his neck aching after gazing upward for only a moment. Feeling a bit perplexed, he turned to Thor and asked, "Can Asgardians build floating cities?" "Of course we can, my friend. What are you thinking? The Allfather is waiting for us." "I was thinking, if you can just build a floating city, why do you need so many pillars here?" Thor fell into deep thought upon hearing the question. He realized he didn't have an answer either because he had never considered it. At that moment, Heimdall, who had been standing guard at the head of the Bifrost watching the 2 days off, offered an answer. "It is for aesthetics." "Indeed, my friend, it is for aesthet, huh?" Thor turned back toward Heimdall with a look of disbelief, finding the answer difficult to accept. "My brother, surely you are mistaken." "I am not, my brother. Our father indeed built Asgard this way for the sake of aesthetics. Compared to a simple city in the sky, an Asgard propped up by countless pillars provides a greater visual impact, possessing more majesty and deterrent force. That is precisely why our father chose to construct Asgard in this manner. Thor grew pensive. It did seem to make sense. However, he soon decided to lead Peter to Odin. He knew Peter's iron spider suit could fly, but it was too slow, so he grabbed Peter and carried him across half of Asgard to the front of Odin's palace. Thor set Peter down respectfully before the palace. After nodding to the Asgardian soldiers on guard, he led Peter inside. Peter followed behind, looking at the massive palace with a sense of bewilderment. Truth be told, strictly from an architectural standpoint, Asgard felt more like a kingdom of giants where the giants had simply vanished. Yet, Asgard was constructed after Odin had conquered the 9 realms and countless civilizations. Could it be that during the construction, giants were responsible for moving the bricks, and then the Asgardians just made do with the living arrangements? As Peter pondered this, he spotted the throne in the distance. Seated upon the golden throne was a one-eyed old man. He rested his chin on one hand while holding a golden spear in the other. Behind him stood a colossal tree that reached toward the heavens, though strangely, only a portion of the trunk was visible. Peter was certain he hadn't seen the canopy from outside the temple. That was likely Yggdrasil, the world tree. Thor approached Odin with due reverence, set down his hammer, and knelt on one knee. Father. Peter stood behind Thor, remaining upright. Fortunately, Odin didn't seem to mind. He began to speak directly, conversing with Thor from across the vast distance of the hall. You have returned, my son. Heimdall says the Bifrost was beset by the power of the Wild Hunt. It appears Malekith indeed intends to launch an invasion of Asgard. It is so, father. Loki had Amora and Scourge contact Surtur on Malekith's behalf and has allied with the wicked of Midgard. They have decided to invade. At this point, Thor called out, I pray that you take action. We must stop Malekith's conspiracy. War is not a conspiracy. Asgard's armies are not yet ready. Tyr is training the joint forces of the Aesir and the Vanir. Once their training is complete, they will reinforce Alfheim. Peter was starting to understand why the hall was designed in such a bizarre way. One purpose was to ensure that even over such a distance, the acoustics would allow both parties to hear one another clearly. Thor was naturally dissatisfied with Odin's reasoning. He knew Asgard was perpetually in a state of semi-readiness. To combat Ragnarok, Odin had gathered a vast number of souls of heroes from the 9 realms in Valhalla, and the armies were constantly training. Thus, Odin's statement was a mere excuse. He didn't intend to rush to the aid of the Light Elves. Instead, he planned to wait until the war between the Light Elves and Dark Elves reached its conclusion. Consequently, Thor decided to ask about a different matter. Loki went to Midgard to find Laufey's remains, father, but you have hidden that body away. Thor didn't ask where the body was, instead choosing a more subtle approach. Are you certain Loki cannot find it? Loki has the blood of Laufey flowing through his veins. For a sorcerer, nothing is simpler than locating the remains of his own kin. So, why do you not go and ask your brother why he has yet to find it? Thor froze, a surge of irritation rising from deep within him. When he had questioned Loki previously, Loki's claim was that if Odin hadn't willed it, there was no way he would have allowed Amora to steal the casket of ancient winters, therefore, everything must be Odin's conspiracy. Now, Odin was saying that Loki could find Laufey's remains whenever he wished, yet he hadn't done so, therefore, this must be Loki's conspiracy. So both of you have conspiracies, but what about me? What am I in your schemes? A messenger boy? Fuming with rage, Thor almost forgot Peter was standing behind him. He intended to take his leave and find his mother, Frigga, to confide in her, but at that moment, Odin spoke. Peter Parker, chosen of Neath. Your arrival in Asgard is perhaps more than just a battle fought alongside my son, it may be an enlightenment. Odin's words reminded Thor that his young companion was still with him. Peter, who hadn't spoken the entire time, had been boredly counting the leaves on the small twigs of the world tree's trunk. Hearing Odin call his name, he snapped back to attention. Oh, is there something I can help with? To be precise, it is not I who seeks you, but the Norns. The goddesses of destiny of Asgard have a matter that requires your assistance. Odin remained seated on his throne as if he were fixed to it. He scanned Peter with his single eye and then summoned a raven from the branches of the world tree. Thor will take you to Nornheim, and then this raven will guide you to meet the 3 goddesses of destiny, child. Chapter 631, Chapter 631, The 3 Goddesses of Fate. The Norns, the sisters who serve as the 3 goddesses of fate in Norse mythology, are a vital link in the Norse pantheon. They consist of Ord, who governs the past, Verdandi, who governs the present, and Skuld, who governs the future. In the comics, they are NPCs with very few appearances, so few that almost no major works are directly related to them. However, Peter vaguely recalled that they were supposedly the same as the Moirai of Greek mythology, as their dwelling place housed the loom of fate, a staple of Greek myth. Thus, Peter simply asked Thor, who exactly are the 3 goddesses of fate? I mean, aside from the myths everyone already knows. I do not know either. Whether it be Nornheim or the Norn sisters, we have little contact with them. Nornheim is a unique region of Asgard, directly connected to the well of Ord that nourishes the roots of Yggdrasil. The residents call themselves Norns rather than Aesir, making them seem somewhat out of place. Thor was currently flying Peter toward Nornheim. After a moment of reflection, Peter brought up the only connection he had to them. Could it be related to the web of life and destiny? They have a loom of fate, and I am connected to the web. Hearing this, Thor chuckled for some reason. Well, it is indeed possible, though I suspect it is not in the way you imagine. The three Norn sisters do indeed command a certain degree of fate, but the web of life and destiny is far too vast for them. All right, we have arrived, Norn Castle, home of the Norns. The Asgardians guarding the place clearly held no affection for anyone, including Thor, and directly blocked his path. Halt, son of Odin. The queen has not invited you. My presence here has nothing to do with your queen. The Norn sisters have invited this mortal. After staring at Peter for a while, the guard obediently stepped aside. Peter landed, feeling a bit bewildered, and followed Thor inside. The Norn Queen, wait, isn't that a Tyrannid unit from Warhammer? The Norn Queen is Karnilla, the ruler of Nornheim. She is said to be a student of the Norn sisters, possessing the greatest mastery of magic in Asgard and the ability to skillfully wield Norn stones, stones capable of opening dimensional portals anywhere. It was once said they were the only means of leaving our universe. Ah, he seemed to remember now. She had appeared in the EMH animated series. She was on screen for just a few frames before being instantly defeated by some third-rate villain who could turn people to stone, after which Loki and Amora stole all her Norn stones. Sounds like a place Loki would be very interested in. Perhaps because Peter mentioned Loki, Thor let out a sigh. The two traversed the grand, ancient castle. Somewhat unexpectedly, Thor led Peter to a place resembling a cellar and walked right in. Peter glanced at the surroundings and followed. The three goddesses of fate sure live in a distinctive place. The two traveled beneath the cellar for some time. The environment remained unchanged until a light appeared ahead, signaling they were reaching their destination. Thor crossed through the tunnel first, with Peter following close behind. The other side of the tunnel revealed a pond surrounded by lush flowers and singing birds. Massive tree roots plunged directly into the water. A simple, rustic hut sat by the water's edge, where three women were busy at a loom. The youngest, a maiden, sat at the loom spinning thread. A beautiful woman pulled the thread apart, determining its length, and finally, an elderly crone cut the thread with a pair of shears. This wasn't Norse mythology, this was clearly Greek mythology. Norns, I have brought Peter Parker. Peter Parker, son of Richard, the crone said, cutting a thread with her shears. Messenger of the web of life and destiny, the liaison. For what purpose have you come? For the first time, Peter was completely baffled by a question. Thor whispered a suggestion from the side. The Norn sisters mean that if there is anything you wish to ask, they can provide a cryptic prophecy. No, thanks. I already have a riddle-speaking prophecy consultant. I don't know if you know her, Madam Web, the weaver of the web of life and destiny. Peter's answer caused the three goddesses of fate to fall silent for a long while. Then, the beautiful woman continued, Son of Richard, do you know what this is? She pulled out a length of thread. Peter looked at it, unsure of what it was supposed to be. Generally speaking, you would say this is the thread of my fate, and that fate cannot be defied or something, right? We cannot pull any thread from the web of life and destiny, that is a creation of Neith's magic. We weave as Neith weaves, weaving fate. And that is exactly the point, son of Richard. What we must warn you is that once your thread of fate is entangled in the story of Ragnarok, it will cause the entire course of destiny to become chaotic and uncontrollable. Before Peter could say anything, Thor perked up. According to that logic, wouldn't Spider-Man be able to directly change the fate of Ragnarok? Ragnarok is an unchangeable fact, Odinson. He might be able to change the outcome of Ragnarok, but he cannot change its arrival. It was the young maiden who spoke last. Peter, having listened to all of this, fell into confused thought. Are you telling me this as a warning? We do not intend to stop any of your actions, we are merely informing you in advance of what may happen. And as compensation, you may ask a question of fate. Compensation? What compensation? The compensation of letting me continue to work myself to death. Peter looked at the three goddesses of fate with uncertainty, then asked his first question. Who exactly are the gods who sit above in shadow? Thor looked at Peter in confusion, he had never heard of any shadow gods. Facing this question, the three goddesses of fate remained silent for a long time before finally, feebly, choosing to yield. Please ask another question. Eh? Oh, fine. Peter didn't seem to care much about the answer, it seemed he was just testing the limits of these mystics. He then asked a question that was directly relevant to the present, what kind of leverage do Loki and the others have to rebel against Odin? They shouldn't be able to beat Odin even if they all teamed up, right? Hearing this question, the three goddesses of fate suddenly regained their vigor. The crone representing the past immediately spoke. Odin created his own enemy, an enemy he himself can hardly defeat, and who may even kill him. Then, the maiden representing the future added, that enemy will utterly destroy Asgard, leaving Odin powerless to interfere with the other worlds of the 9 realms. When? Peter and Thor asked the question almost simultaneously. Then, the 3 goddesses of fate smiled in unison. This was precisely why they had summoned Spider-Man. To ensure the smooth arrival of Ragnarok. Now. Chapter 632, The Monster That Destroyed Asgard. Time wound back even further. After the failed attempt to corner Thor, Loki had returned to his physical form. He didn't seem frustrated, however, merely surveying his surroundings with a look of boredom. A moment later, he heard footsteps. At first, he assumed it was Thor coming to visit, so he stood up and turned his back to the entrance. After another moment, he turned back around and looked at the person standing before him. It wasn't Thor. It was Odin. Odin was clad in his battle armor, wearing his winged helm, and clutching Gungnir, the spear of heaven, as he stood before Loki. Loki didn't need much time to realize that this wasn't an execution. He couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Is the great Allfather setting off on a crusade? Ragnarok. When I sacrificed my right eye to Mimir in hopes of seeing the future of the Asgardians, I saw Ragnarok, my child. Everyone knows about that, old man. What they do not know is that I did not see Ragnarok itself. I saw a group of beings without color or sound, yet they could speak to me. They showed me everything regarding the twilight of the gods, Baldur slain by mistletoe, the arrival of Fimbulwinter, the armies of the 9 realms marching upon Asgard, everyone falling in battle, and finally, the annihilation of Asgard. A group of gods showed you the future. They showed me the past, my son. They showed me Asgard trapped in a cycle of endless samsara for hundreds of millions of years. Ragnarok is not a prophecy, it is merely their game. They sit there, watching us die over and over again. It seems they feed upon it. Loki's expression shifted. He walked toward Odin, disbelief in his eyes. You never mentioned any of this. What would be the benefit of saying it? Should I tell the Asgardians they are nothing more than a fine meal? Should I tell you all that Asgard was never home to great deities, but that we are merely puppets? Odin let out a long sigh. I made many efforts to avoid Ragnarok. Baldur was not killed by mistletoe, and you were adopted by me to become my son. If my previous theories had held true, you would have returned to Jotunheim to become the king of the frost giants, while Thor would have inherited Asgard, and there would never have been war again. Then why didn't you let me go back? Odin looked at Loki and answered with a question of his own. Did you want to go to Jotunheim, son? Loki did not answer. He laughed, a sudden realization dawning on him. He sat down on the floor by himself. Odin followed suit, sitting down beside him in his full plate armor. You needed Jotunheim to have a qualified, even excellent monarch, one who shared a bond of brotherhood with the future monarch of Asgard. That is why you gave me the same status and education as a prince of Asgard, a life even more privileged than that of Tyr, Baldur, or Heimdall. You led everyone to believe you were choosing between the 2 of us to be your heir. But when I grew up, and when you were capable of killing Laufey at any moment, you were unwilling to strike. Because a father was unwilling to let his son leave. Fool. It's all so foolish. All of this was ruined by your sentimentality. You are the Allfather. You are the King of Kings. You. Loki was momentarily speechless, struggling to find the words. But then, as he looked at his father gazing back at him, he realized something was wrong and stood up abruptly. Why are you telling me this? What are you setting out to fight? Heimdall saw what Malekith discussed with you. In truth, Malekith has been far more proactive than you. The Wild Hunt can move freely through the 9 realms without the aid of the Bifrost or the Norn stones. He came to Asgard long ago, seeking my old enemies, trying to find a way to defeat me. What is there to fear from your old defeated foes? And if it is an enemy you fear, surely Malekith would fear it as well. I have a theory. No matter what I do, those who sit above in shadow will choose to interfere. I do not know who they truly are, but I know they have the power. For instance, I once annihilated an incredibly insignificant civilization. I've forgotten why. Perhaps they stood in the way of Asgard's expansion, or perhaps they offended me. Whatever the reason, I wiped out their entire race, billions of souls. I am not saying I regret it. After all, during Asgard's conquest of the universe, I have done many similar things. But this time, something was different. The resentment of those billions of people coalesced, turning into a physical demon. He might very well be the abstract entity of the concept of hate in the entire universe. As long as he touches hatred, he can strengthen himself. As long as there is hate, he can grow infinitely. As long as hatred still exists in the universe, he can be resurrected without end. Odin spoke calmly, as if describing something mundane, but Loki was breaking out in a cold sweat. You did that so many times, and suddenly a monster like this appears. Illogical, isn't it? I thought so as well. Then how did you defeat such a monster? I didn't. I caught him just as he was born, before he had finished digesting all the memories of that race, and I restrained him. I locked him beneath the foundations of Asgard. For hundreds of thousands of years, he has been hating, and thus, he has become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, all of Asgard began to shake violently. Loki looked around in terror, unsure of what was happening. Odin stood up. I am not entirely sure how Malekith learned of him. Perhaps he heard some insider secret, or perhaps he received help from the three Norn sisters. Regardless, just now, Yllik the king of trolls declared his rebellion. The troll miners under his command found the prison ahead of time. The monster is out, my child. Odin released the prison's wards, allowing Loki to do as he pleased. But the vibrations around them grew more intense. Even during the Odin sleep, when the demons and monsters of the 9 realms invaded, all of Asgard had never been this unstable. Loki watched as Odin turned to leave and hurriedly followed, using his magic to conjure his horned helm and unsheathing his daggers. He stepped out of the cell only to see a landscape of smoke and ruins. In an instant, his brother Heimdall was sent flying several kilometers away, crashing through and collapsing a building. Then, a golden-scaled beast leaped toward them, roaring Odin's name. Odin. Odin let out an equal roar, screaming the monster's name as he hurled Gungnir toward his foe. Mangog. Chapter 633, Mangog battles Asgard. Mangog, the physical manifestation of the hatred from a civilization so ancient that even Odin has forgotten its name. Now, spurred by the hidden hands of the Norns and the preparations of Malekith, he had broken free from his imprisonment. Bearing hundreds of thousands of years of fury and resentment, he launched his assault upon Asgard. The first to charge were the rank-and-file soldiers of Asgard, but they were utterly outmatched by Mangog. In a mere instant of contact, they were swatted away like flies. Next was Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. Relying on his peerless powers of observation, the heroic warrior managed to dodge one of Mangog's strikes. Then, he was sent flying by a single kick. At that moment, Mangog noticed Odin's arrival. With a thunderous roar, he leaped tens of kilometers toward the All-Father. Odin, showing no mercy, immediately fired Gungnir. The spear struck Mangog with such force that the resulting shockwave carved a massive trench across the surface of Asgard. Odin raised his hand to recall the Spear of Heaven. Beside him, Loki asked nervously, "What should I do?" "Shatter our fate, son. Do whatever it takes." As he spoke, Odin leaped from the palace and flew instantly to the front of Mangog. He knocked the beast down just as it was trying to stand, then leveled the tip of Gungnir at Mangog's face, letting it erupt with a brilliant light. However, the explosive energy did not evaporate the monster's head as many Asgardians had expected. Though Mangog's head was driven deep into the ground by the continuous impact, it did not signify his defeat. Amidst Odin's sustained bombardment, the Allfather's leg was suddenly seized by Mangog's 3-fingered hand and hurled violently aside. Mangog scrambled to his feet. He had seen his target. As the golden-armored Allfather rose, the beast charged at him with a guttural roar. "Odin! I am here, you beast!" Odin used his spear to flip Mangog into the air. Yet, mid-flight, Mangog forcibly twisted his body and crashed down from the sky. Odin dodged the impact and cast a magical binding to restrain Mangog, intending to use a spell to banish him from Asgard. Perhaps Mangog would return to Asgard within a few days, but it didn't matter, as long as it wasn't now. Just as Odin thought this, he saw Mangog use raw brute force to tear away the branches of Yggdrasil. Before Gungnir could touch him, the beast grabbed Odin's head, slammed him into the ground with a vicious slam dunk, and followed up with a heavy fist to Odin's face. Suddenly, a searing beam of light struck Mangog, knocking him back. Odin climbed up from the ground and looked toward his savior. It was the destroyer armor, arriving on the scene under remote control. Odin's first thought was Loki, as Loki had experience and a reason to do so, even if it seemed somewhat futile. He was about to speak when he heard the voice of his wife. "Frigga, what is the matter? Do you require assistance? I am not yet so old that I need my wife to fight my battles for me." Odin stood up with a smile. Indeed, Mangog was powerful, but the beast had not yet truly harmed him. Of course, he did not mind his wife's help. In the distance, the fallen Mangog charged toward them once more. Frigga seemed to notice something and could not help but ask her husband, "Is that monster growing stronger?" Yes. Odin had destroyed a civilization, and that civilization's hatred had birthed Mangog. Now, Mangog was wreaking havoc in Asgard, killing countless husbands, wives, children, and parents. This, in turn, generated a massive amount of new hatred, and hatred was Mangog's nourishment. As long as the Asgardians harbored hatred for the monster destroying their home, Mangog would continue to grow. He was already becoming larger and swifter. Mangog lunged at the two of them, but his fists were caught by the destroyer's hands. Odin struck Mangog's knee with his spear, bringing him to the ground. Then, working in tandem with the destroyer, they pinned the beast between them, unleashing simultaneous energy blasts to overwhelm him. Even in the heat of battle, Odin had the presence of mind to ask Frigga, "Where did you find the destroyer?" "I do not recall giving you the key. Loki took me to it. He wished for me to help you, as, if he were the one piloting the destroyer, it might have caused complications." Under the combined energy output of the two, Mangog began to howl in agony. However, Odin's brow furrowed deeper. Mangog hated Odin, and he also resented himself for lacking the strength to defeat Odin. If this continued, he would grow to a level even Odin could not predict. Moreover, even under the pincer attack of Odin and the destroyer, the creature hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. It truly was a monster that could not be solved by physical force alone. "Help me restrain him, Frigga. I shall cast a spell to banish him from Asgard." As Odin spoke, he increased the output of his divine power to allow the destroyer to focus on binding Mangog. But Mangog, though his hands were held, did not cease his struggle. He lunged forward and bit directly into the destroyer's left arm. Then, a scene occurred that shocked even Odin. The destroyer armor, created specifically to combat the Celestials, the same armor that Thor could not harm in the slightest even with his full strength, was bitten through by Mangog. Having crushed the destroyer's arm, Mangog broke free and knocked the armor back with a punch. Frigga scrambled to regain control, trying to force the destroyer back into the fray to assist Odin. But at that most critical moment, the destroyer, missing one arm, suddenly lost all power. Shocked and panicked, Odin used his ravens to look toward his palace. He did not know what had happened to his wife or what had gone wrong. And then, he saw it. There, his foster son, Loki, had driven his dagger into the back of his mother while she was focused on controlling the destroyer. Loki felt his mother's blood flow. He knew his dagger was coated in a lethal poison, one from which there was almost no recovery. He met his mother's pained, shocked gaze as she turned back. With a look of indifference, he shook his head and offered a somewhat helpless smile. "Forgive me, mother. I had to do this." The destroyer restraining Mangog collapsed. In that same instant, Odin, screaming "No," was grabbed by the head by Mangog and slammed ruthlessly into the earth. The beast began to pour all of his boundless rage upon the king of gods pinned to the ground. Asgard shall be destroyed here today. Chapter 634, What is the Allfather? The hatred of the Mangog, fueled by an inability to kill Odin, had strengthened the beast to a degree capable of crushing you metal. Loki's backstab at the critical moment completely disrupted Odin's combat rhythm. Concerned for his wife and deprived of the destroyer's aid, Odin suffered successive blows from the Mangog, until scars finally appeared upon his face. However, he did not allow himself to be vexed. Almost instantly, he sent word for his wife to be rescued, then swung Gungnir, lashing it against the Mangog's body. Yet the effect of this strike was even weaker than before, it failed to even push the Mangog back very far. The repelled Mangog hoisted an entire nearby building and smashed it directly onto Odin, before leaping high and crashing down upon him with brutal force. From a distance, one could only see plumes of dust erupting one after another, followed by slabs of flooring being hurled into the air. Then, hundreds of meters of ground were upturned by the sheer force of the struggle. Odin thrust the spear of heaven into the Mangog's body, blood now trickling down his own face. The Mangog simply endured the damage, being slammed into the ground only to strike the earth with immense power. With a single punch, the surrounding terrain was flipped upward, hundreds of meters of earth rose from all sides and converged toward the center, forming what was practically a mountain peak. Suddenly, the Mangog burst out from within the mountain, dragging Odin with him before hurling the king into the far distance. Upon landing, Odin immediately flipped his body and thrust Gungnir into the surface to decelerate, coming to a halt on one knee. The Mangog lunged toward Odin again, only to be sent flying into the distance by a one-armed giant wielding a massive battle axe. The giant immediately ran over, using his single hand to help Odin up. "Father, you. Go, protect your mother, Tyr." Odin wiped the blood from his forehead and looked at his son. As the god of war of the Aesir, Tyr possessed strength perhaps second only to Odin and Thor. However, the monster before them was not something they could overcome. Odin had already decided to go all out. At a time like this, his children could not be around to get in the way. Not even Thor. "Loki has ambushed your mother. She is in great danger and needs protection. Furthermore, what is to come is not something you can handle." At this point, Odin added a few more words. "Also, after this battle, I will fall rapidly into a deep sleep. I do not know how long it will take to wake. During this time, your mother will likely be unable to manage affairs. You brothers must work together to face our enemies." Seeing the look in Odin's eyes, Tyr hesitated for a moment before departing. Odin turned back to the monster before him and removed his helmet. "Mangog, what is it you wish to prove?" That I am not noble or that you are strong enough. The aged god king reached out his hand. The destroyer armor lying on the ground drifted upward, casing itself around his body. The left arm that had been bitten off by the Mangog began to rapidly regenerate. Odin's eyes released a powerful radiance, and the phantom of Yggdrasil, the world tree, manifested behind him. If I had to concern myself with every civilization Asgard destroyed, Asgard would never have known such glory. Everything here, everything that is Asgard, could never have been divorced from those expeditions. I feel no fear or regret. On the contrary, I am proud, for I conquered such a vast world and maintained it, forging my own divine kingdom. And your hatred, among so many civilizations I have conquered and destroyed, what does it truly amount to? Odin, now fully clad in the destroyer, appeared before the Mangog in an instant. He pinned the beast down and drove him thousands of miles away to the very edge of Asgard's realm, sending the Mangog tumbling across the wasteland. The Mangog stood up shakily, only to have his head seized by Odin and slammed violently into the ground. If your hatred were truly of any use, how could Asgard possibly possess its current strength and prosperity? As the Mangog's head was smashed into the surface by Odin, a massive fissure spiderwebbed across the earth. Finally, the very continental shelf of Asgard fractured. A portion of the entire world collapsed due to this strike, the shelf shattered, drowning in the void. Yet the Mangog was not dead. He stared at Odin with eyes full of resentment. Odin did not indulge him, grabbing his head and shoving it into the void, then doing it again, and again. Odin was also in a state of fury. Perhaps it wasn't resentment, but his anger was real. With his all-power, Odin grabbed the Mangog and delivered a punch that banished the creature directly into the heart of a star. Having completed this, Odin sighed with exhaustion, intending to take a moment to rest. But a sound emerged from behind him. Odin turned and saw the Mangog, who should have been cast into the star, now literally tearing through a portal with his bare hands, dragging himself back to Asgard with sheer, burning rage. For a moment, Odin was caught off guard, missing the chance to counterattack as he was seized by the Mangog once more. But Odin's current power would not let the beast succeed so easily. The great Allfather crushed the Mangog once again. Under that immense power, the Mangog was nearly utterly annihilated, he was destroyed until nothing remained. Odin was uncertain if this was truly over, but due to the excessive use of his divine power, he felt a crushing weariness. He felt himself beginning to grow drowsy. He sat upon a stone, attempting to recover some strength. It was then that Odin, sitting upon the rock, witnessed the sight he least desired. Accompanied by a yellow mist, the Mangog was regenerating, and at a speed beyond Odin's imagination. Rapidly, the Mangog was reshaped. He immediately spotted Odin and began striding toward him. Odin raised his spear, intending to resolve the matter of the Mangog one last time before he completely lost consciousness. Right then, Mjolnir pierced through the sky, slamming directly into the Mangog. After the monster was hammered away, Thor, carrying Peter, landed beside Odin. He looked at his father, appearing as though he wanted to speak but hesitated. You are not his enemy, my son. So long as hatred exists, that monster is immortal. Not to mention, he has already evolved to an exceptionally powerful state. Odin spoke as he stood up, but he was stopped by Thor. I have a way, father. I can defeat this monster. Thor spoke with an unknown confidence as he turned to face the Mangog. Chapter 635, What is the Allfather? Mangog's hatred, fueled by an inability to kill Odin, had strengthened him to the point where he could crush you metal. Loki's backstab at this critical juncture completely disrupted the rhythm of Odin's battle. Heart-stricken for his wife and deprived of the destroyer armor's aid, Odin suffered successive blows from Mangog until wounds finally appeared on the Allfather's face. Yet, he did not falter out of irritation. Almost instantly, he dispatched word for someone to save his wife, then turned and swung his spear like a club, striking Mangog with the force of his wrath. However, the effect of this strike was lesser than those before, it barely forced Mangog back. Rebounding, Mangog hoisted an entire nearby building and smashed it directly onto Odin, before leaping into the air and crashing down upon him with savage force. From a distance, one could only see plume after plume of dust erupting, followed by slabs of the foundation being torn asunder. Soon, hundreds of meters of the surrounding earth were upended by the sheer violence of the clash. Odin plunged Gungnir into Mangog's body, blood now trickling down the god's own face. Mangog simply absorbed the damage and was struck down to the ground. He hammered the earth with his fists, and in an instant, the surface for hundreds of meters around buckled and folded toward the center, nearly forming a mountain peak. Then, from within the mountain, Mangog burst forth, dragging Odin with him before hurling him violently into the distance. Odin flipped as he hit the ground, stabbing Gungnir into the earth to decelerate, eventually coming to a halt on one knee. Mangog lunged at Odin again, but in a flash, a one-armed powerhouse used a massive battle axe to cleave the monster away. The men rushed over, using his single hand to help Odin up. Father, you. Go. Go protect your mother, Tyr. Odin wiped the blood from his brow and looked at his son. As the god of war of the Aesir, Tyr possessed power perhaps second only to Odin and Thor. However, the monster before them was not something they could overcome. Odin had decided to go all out. At a time like this, his children could not be allowed to get in the way. Not even Thor. Loki has ambushed your mother. She is in grave danger and needs protection. Furthermore, what is about to happen is beyond your ability to handle. At this point, Odin added a few more words. Also, after this battle, I will fall into a deep sleep, and I do not know how long it will take for me to wake. During this time, your mother will likely be unable to manage affairs. You brothers must work together to face our enemies. Seeing the look in Odin's eyes, Tyr hesitated for a moment before departing. Odin turned back to the monster and removed his helmet. Mangog, what is it you wish to prove? That I am not noble or that you are strong enough? The aged king of the gods reached out his hand. The destroyer armor, lying on the ground, drifted upward and encased him. The left arm that Mangog had bitten off began to rapidly regenerate. Odin's eyes released an intense light, and behind him, the phantom of the world tree, Yggdrasil, emerged. If I had to concern myself with every civilization Asgard destroyed, Asgard would never have known such splendor. Everything here, everything that is Asgard, has never been separate from those great crusades. I feel no fear or regret, on the contrary, I am proud of it, for I conquered so vast a world and maintained it, forging my own divine kingdom. And your hatred? Among the countless civilizations I have conquered and destroyed, what does it amount to? Odin, now fully clad in the destroyer, appeared before Mangog in an instant. He slammed him thousands of miles away to the very edge of Asgard's realm, sending Mangog tumbling across the wasteland. Mangog stood up shakily, only for Odin to seize him by the head and smash him ruthlessly into the ground. If your hatred were truly of any consequence, how could Asgard have achieved the power and prosperity it holds today? As Odin slammed Mangog's head into the surface, a massive fissure spider-webbed across the earth. Finally, the very continental shelf of Asgard fractured. A portion of the world crumbled under the weight of that strike, the shattered shelf sinking into the void. Yet Mangog was not dead. He stared at Odin with eyes full of loathing. Odin did not indulge him, he grabbed Mangog by the head and shoved him into the void, again and again. Odin was also in the grip of fury. It might not have been hatred, but his anger was real. With his almighty power, Odin hauled Mangog up for a final blow, banishing him directly into the heart of a star. Having completed this, Odin sighed with exhaustion, intending to rest. But a sound emerged from behind him. Odin spun around to see Mangog, who should have been cast into the sun, now literally tearing through a portal with his bare hands. Driven by mindless rage, the monster forced himself back into Asgard. For a moment, Odin was caught off guard, missing his chance to counterattack before Mangog seized him once more. But Odin's current power would not let the beast succeed so easily. The great Allfather struck Mangog down once more. Under that overwhelming force, Mangog was virtually annihilated, wiped away until nothing remained. Odin wasn't entirely certain if the deed was truly done, but the excessive use of his divine power had left him drained. He felt the onset of the Odin sleep. He sat upon a stone, attempting to recover some strength. It was then that Odin saw the one thing he did not wish to see. Accompanied by a yellow mist, Mangog was regenerating at a speed beyond imagination. Rapidly, Mangog's form was reshaped. He immediately spotted Odin and began to stalk toward him. Odin raised his spear, intending to finish Mangog one last time before he lost consciousness entirely. At that moment, Mjolnir streaked through the sky, striking Mangog directly. After the monster was hammered away, Thor landed beside Odin, accompanied by Peter. Thor looked at his father, his words caught in his throat. You are not his match, my son. So long as hatred exists, that monster is immortal, to say nothing of the fact that he has evolved to a terrifying degree. Odin began to stand as he spoke, but Thor stopped him. I have a way, father. I can defeat this monster. Driven by a sudden, inexplicable confidence, Thor turned to face Mangog. Chapter 636, Chapter 636, Get out of my house. Let us wind back time by a few minutes. After Thor had flown through the tunnel with Peter for a considerable duration, they found themselves unable to escape. Neither a sling ring portal nor Thor's summoning of the Bifrost could break them out. Peter immediately took specialized action. He tore directly through the reality barrier and slipped out with Thor, returning to Universe 616. From there, Thor summoned the Bifrost to bring them both to Asgard. As for the reality rift, Peter figured it could be patched once everything was restored, or better yet, if the Norns didn't want any filth floating into their home, they could fix it themselves. Had time not been so pressing, Peter and Thor would have certainly given those three a sound thrashing before dragging them to Asgard for a public trial. Instead, they arrived to see Asgard in utter ruins. What kind of enemy could destroy all of Asgard like this in a matter of minutes? Thor asked, his voice a mix of fury and disbelief. Peter couldn't answer, he had rarely read Thor's solo comics. Aside from a few recurring villains, he had no idea what kind of monsters or deities Thor usually had to fight. A battle of landscape-shattering proportions was erupting not far away. Peter took one look and knew it had to be Odin clashing with an enemy. Thor carried him down into the midst of the rubble. This wasn't the battlefield yet, but countless Asgardian warriors lay injured or dead from trying to hold back the foe. Survivors were digging through the debris. Upon landing, Thor rushed to the side of a goddess, carefully helping her up. "Sif? Are you all right? Who invaded Asgard?" I don't know what that monster was, Thor." Lady Sif stood up with Thor's support, then spoke as if realizing something. Balder. Balder engaged the monster as well. Thor's expression shifted instantly. He looked in the direction Sif pointed and took flight. His friends, the Warriors 3, and other Asgardian soldiers stood around a deity clad in a blue surcoat and a pure white cloak. His sword lay broken on the ground, and no one dared approach. Thor landed immediately, cradling his brother, and gritted his teeth. He was dead. His brother, Balder the Brave, god of light, had been killed by a monster they didn't even recognize. Peter squeezed through the crowd. Sensing the approach of the Midgardian, Thor held his brother's body and spoke in agony. Balder was blessed by everyone in Asgard. He was supposed to be immune to harm from any object except mistletoe. It was meant to be so, it was meant to be so. He must have used that power to try and block that terrible monster. Balder had not been killed by mistletoe. This meant the monster that killed him was powerful enough to shatter the blessings of the Asgardian gods, even those of Odin himself. "You must go back, Spider-Man. This is no longer a battle you can involve yourself in. Even I cannot guarantee I will emerge unscathed." Thor stood up, grasping Mjolnir. No matter who the monster was or how terrifying, he had to go, but he couldn't allow others who couldn't protect themselves to get involved. Peter looked at Balder's corpse, weighed his words, and decided to say it plainly. In mythology, the death of Balder is the omen of Fimbulwinter. You've mentioned that before, Thor. And now Asgard faces a powerful enemy that perhaps only Odin can defeat. If, at this time, the casket of ancient winters. The others listened in confusion as this mortal interrupted, but Thor suddenly realized something. He turned back to Peter. Exactly. This is what the Norns wanted. They wanted Ragnarok. That's why they lured us away, allowing that monster to kill Balder now, because Balder's divinity could have stopped Fimbulwinter and suppressed the casket. Remember what we discussed about the casket of ancient winters? Thor nodded, then looked around, asking urgently, "Where is Heimdall? Has anyone seen Heimdall?" "I am here, Thor." A bloodied Heimdall walked over. He looked at Peter and then at Thor. "Even you are no match for that monster, Thor. Odin calls him Mangog. Furthermore, Loki has betrayed us. He stabbed our mother. Tyr has gone to save her." Thor stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. "Heimdall, I need you to use the Bifrost immediately to bring a group of people to Asgard. They are. I have seen them all." Thor nodded and patted his comrade's shoulder. Soon, Malekith and his lot would trigger Fimbulwinter, but before that, he had to deal with the monster. Peter raised his hand again. "I have a plan, buddy, but I might need a lot of help." And so, we return to the present. Odin didn't know what Thor's plan was, and Mangog had no intention of wasting words with another of Odin's whelps. He charged forward. Thor hurled Mjolnir at Mangog, only for the beast to swat it away with a single palm. Thor confidently reached out his hand, but the hammer didn't return. It had been swatted too far away to return immediately. Thor's expression froze. Odin sighed, clad in the destroyer armor, he prepared to strike again. But Thor was faster. Deprived of his hammer, he rushed in to engage Mangog in hand-to-hand combat. He ducked and lunged into Mangog's chest, wrapping his arms around him to tackle him backward. Mangog quickly halted his retreat, grabbed Thor by the back, and hurled him away. Skidding to a stop, Thor finally summoned his hammer back. He thrust Mjolnir high into the air and roared at Mangog. "I don't care what kind of monster you are. Get out of my house. Get out. Odin's whelp, what do you have that can make me leave?" As for Odin, his expression had turned to one of grim acceptance. Thor slammed his hammer heavily into the ground. Myriad bolts of lightning crashed down upon Mangog. The monster stumbled back 2 steps from the strike, one fueled by fury and hatred, but stopped himself instantly. Just then, he felt something wrap around his neck. "Hey, pal. I don't know who you are, but you've managed to piss off a lot of people in Asgard." Seeing Spider-Man decloak, Mangog fell into a momentary state of confusion. A mortal. How could a mortal be here? Then, his neck was yanked tight. The ends of a strand of webbing, reinforced and woven with magic, were being pulled by Sif, the Warriors 3, and a large group of Asgardians, dragging Mangog backward. Backward. What was behind him? Mangog glanced back, but in that split second, Thor charged. With his full power unleashed, he slammed his hammer into Mangog's head, physically battering him into the reality rift Peter had surreptitiously torn open. Mangog stumbled and nearly fell in, but to Peter's shock, the creature actually grabbed the edges of the spatial rift, attempting to pull itself back out. What on earth was this thing? Just as my son said, Mangog, get out of my house. Odin's eyes glowed with light as he unleashed a magnificent surge of divine power from his palms, striking Mangog. The monster's face contorted as he struggled with all his might, refusing to let go. Seizing the opening, Thor slammed Mjolnir down onto Mangog's hand. That full-strength strike shattered one of Mangog's arms. Peter used his abilities to tear the other arm away with the spatial rift, and under Odin's bombardment, the terrifying monster was finally swallowed by the void. Peter immediately began casting, using massive amounts of magical webbing like needle and thread to sew the spatial rift shut. Outside Earth, 616, within the endless multiverse. Belasco sensed another breach in the universe. He didn't even need to ask, it had to be that cursed Spider-Man opening a passage again. He leaned in, hoping to see if he could return to 616 to find an opportunity for revenge against that wretched bug. Then, he saw a handless monster whose art style was strictly incompatible with his own, floating outside the universe. The creature then locked its eyes on him. What the hell did Spider-Man just throw out? Chapter 637, How do you compare to the Iceman? Loki walked toward the distant mountain peaks, magically manifesting his robes, cloak, and horned helmet. It was a pity that the scepter containing the Mind Stone, which Thanos had lent him, had been snatched away by mortals, otherwise, Loki wouldn't have arrived empty-handed. He reached Malekith's side. At that moment, Malekith was holding the casket of ancient winters, gazing at Asgard in the distance as smoke and dust billowed from the city. The monster you found was truly unexpected. Baldur is dead, fallen by his own arrogance and stupidity. As Loki spoke, he glanced around at the members of this so-called Council of Realms, currently led by Malekith. Or rather, they were a gathered rabble of outcasts yearning to revolt against Odin's rule. Malekith represented the Dark Elves, the king of the Wild Hunt. Then there was Loki himself, Prince of Asgard and biological son of Laufey, king of the Frost Giants. Surtur, king of the Fire Giants, made up the third of the Alliance's Big Three. Then there were the other members, Loki's confidant Amora, Amora's sycophant the Executioner, and on the other side, Ulik, king of the Trolls. Loki knew of him, a fellow who could trade blows with Thor and live to tell the tale. As the Troll King, his strength was passable. There was also the CEO of Roxxon, Ager, who had remained on Earth, and the Hydra forces backing him. This meant that 4 of the 9 realms were represented here. Since that is the case, I shall soon find Laufey's corpse and deliver it to you, Malekith. Much appreciated, my friend. I know you have been doubting whether I truly have the cards to defeat Odin, Malekith said with a smile. Baldur is dead. No one in the 9 realms can stop the coming of Fimbulwinter. Odin will soon find his life hanging by a thread as he loses control over his vast divine power. When that time comes, victory will be easily ours. I have a question. Loki looked at Malekith with a trace of confusion. As far as I know, that monster escaped from Nornheim. In other words, Odin imprisoned it there. If that's the case, how did the trolls find it? Ulik looked at Loki and let out a disdainful snort. It is all destiny, little godling. No matter how powerful Odin is, he cannot escape the interference of fate. As expected, the Norns were meddling behind the scenes. Loki was not surprised by this answer. As his initiation fee, he had stabbed Frigga today, confirmed Baldur's death, and would soon bring Laufey's body to Malekith, perhaps even more. This meant Loki was now tied to this cause. He waited indifferently, but after a moment, Malekith's expression shifted. In truth, Malekith didn't know the full details of Mangog either, but as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is a friend. Since the creature was Odin's enemy, Malekith only needed to rescue it when it was on the verge of defeat to gain a terrifying warrior capable of threatening the Allfather. But just now, he could no longer sense the monster, it had vanished from Asgard. Could it be that even Odin could not defeat it and was forced to banish it? Filled with doubt, Malekith chose to act quickly, opening the casket of ancient winters. A piercing, frigid wind howled, surging toward the sky. High above the horizon of Asgard, a massive expanse of ice clouds began to coalesce. From this day forth, Asgard shall know no spring, summer, or autumn. Their flesh shall be encased in ice, and their divine power shall freeze solid. With Baldur dead, Malekith felt no qualms about celebrating early. And Odin shall also. Sorry, friends, but did you buy tickets to enter Asgard? A slightly familiar voice interrupted Malekith. Flying in from the distance was Thor, with Spider-Man hitching a ride via a web line attached to him. Malekith, slightly surprised, aimed the casket of ancient winters directly at them. Regardless of what they intended to do, he would freeze them first. If you didn't buy a ticket, the security personnel have to escort you out. Security personnel? What security personnel? Neither Malekith nor Loki understood what that meant until a portal opened in front of Thor and Peter. Then, a man composed entirely of ice appeared, grinning amidst the freezing winds of the casket. He manifested a barrier for the reinforcements following behind him. Immediately after, a circular shield soared through the air, striking Malekith directly. When his pitch-black left side was hit by the vibranium shield, it made a hissing sound like boiling water hitting snow, causing Malekith to howl in agony. Avengers. Assemble. Captain America led the full roster of the Avengers, along with Doctor Strange and Iceman, as they charged out of the portal toward Malekith's underlings. Upon seeing this group, Loki seemed to have some unpleasant memories resurface. He was the first to vanish. Surtur, the fire giant king, currently standing at a modest height of only 3 or 4 meters, swung the twilight sword, Levitine, at the insolent mortals. However, Thor's hammer slammed into the magic blade first. Surtur. Who do you think you're looking at? The executioner immediately rushed forward, only to be swatted down by a giant-sized ant-man. By the time he used his strength to heave the giant's arm off him, he was tripped by Black Panther. As for the Troll King, he was being beaten into a retreat by the Hulk. Oh, and Amora was currently being chased by Doctor Strange to settle their scores. A group of mortals truly think they can. Malekith sighed. He noticed a problem. The Iceman on the opposite side was directly controlling the frost being released by the casket. If there was a secret to defeating him, it lay with that Iceman. In that case, he would end it here. Hey, Harvey Dent, I heard you screaming pretty hard just now. A figure in metallic armor flew in front of Malekith, seizing an opening to punch him squarely in his black half-face. What, are you allergic to metal? Since when was there someone in this team specifically targeting me? In a fit of rage, Malekith drew his long sword and immediately chanted an incantation to summon a swarm of Wild Hunt riders, swinging his blade violently toward the Avengers. All of you, move. Crush these mortals into dust. Chapter 638, Avengers vs. The Council of Worlds. As a dark elf, Malekith shared a racial weakness with the rest of his kin, a vulnerability to iron. A dark elf's fear of iron was much like a symbiote's fear of fire or high-frequency sonic waves, a weakness etched into their very DNA. Of course, the degree of this fear varied between individuals. Malekith, being a standout among the dark elves, naturally wasn't like a common grunt who could be taken down by a single piece of iron. However, prolonged contact with iron still caused him to feel a searing burning sensation and intense pain. In severe cases, it could even interfere with his spellcasting. Since he happened to be the enemy leader of this War of the Realms, he ended up taking the full brunt of a double team from Captain America and Tony. One of them carried a shield made of proto-adamantium, the hardest alloy on Earth, and kept aiming it directly at Malekith's face. The other was quite literally encased in a suit of iron armor. It was much like two people using seafood to beat up a man with a shellfish allergy. Whether they could win was one thing, but it was guaranteed to be disgusting. Meanwhile, Surtur the fire giant was left to Thor, the Avengers' current strongest combatant. Whether this version of Thor could actually defeat Surtur was debatable, but no one was better suited to handle the fire giant than him. After all, you couldn't exactly hand Surtur over to Pym just because they were closer in size, could you? Could Pym even win that fight? I will not allow you to take a single step closer to Asgard, Surtur. Carrying a rage fueled by his inability to avenge his brother, Thor slammed his hammer directly into Surtur's head. Following the strike, endless bolts of lightning cascaded down from the dark clouds above. These lightning bolts didn't just strike Surtur, they also tore through the vast number of Wild Hunt riders Malekith had just summoned. Before these poor riders could even launch an attack, they were charred to cinders by Thor's lightning. Immediately after, Thor lunged forward, hitting his opponent with one hammer blow after another, taking every opportunity to batter Surtur's body. Wow, that guy is really fuming. By the way, if giants can control their own size, then why are they still called giants? Peter swung through the battlefield. Taking advantage of the moment Pym slapped the executioner down, he managed to snag the man's axe and passed it to Strange, who had been chasing Amora with his spells. The Sorcerer Supreme weighed the axe in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. They are called giants because they are a distinct species. In Norse mythology, giants are a race far older than the gods, an independent race. Back then, giants were generally much larger, so the name stuck, Spider-Man. Strange answered Peter's question while frantically enchanting the axe. Peter gave a helpless shrug. I know that, Doctor. I just think, if they're usually about the same size as a human, maybe 2 or 3 meters tall at most, giant seems a bit inappropriate. Exactly. If everyone were only as big as me, anyone could be a giant. The Wasp was likely trying to lighten the mood. Regardless, no one was counting on her for raw combat power. While Strange was enchanting the axe, she took charge of harassing Amora from behind with constant bursts of bioelectricity. It took the enchantress quite a while of being chased to realize what was actually pursuing her, her expression darkening as she began to cast her spells. Suddenly, several shurikens landed around Amora, followed by violent explosions. Black Panther dropped down in the wake of the blasts. To be honest, I think Iceman isn't enough to handle that sort of thing. We probably need Aurora's help. Black Panther threw a few more shurikens at Amora and then looked up at the massive storm clouds in the sky. To ensure our operation goes smoothly, we must first guarantee Iceman's safety. But that won't stop the spread of Fimbulwinter, we have to find another way. I'll handle that. The thing is hanging right at Malekith's waist, getting it shouldn't be too hard, Peter said, watching Strange brandish the axe and charge at Amora. The enchantress's face paled again as she began scurrying about, the Sorcerer Supreme truly inspired fear. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed across the field. The group turned to see Hulk roaring as he hoisted Ulik the Troll into the air, slamming him down onto the head of Surtur, who was currently roughly the same size as Pym. Surtur was then struck by another hammer blow from Thor, before Hulk leaped up and pounced directly onto Surtur's head. What was Pym doing? He was busy lecturing the Executioner, urging him to abandon his evil ways and turn to the path of good. Whenever the Executioner tried to resist, Pym would deliver another slap and resume his lecture on redemption. So, what do we do now? The Wasp asked, realizing she didn't seem to have a place to help. Black Panther, however, noticed that Spider-Man had already disappeared. Oh, and then there was Iceman, he actually didn't need to do anything at all. Peter and Iceman had moved to Malekith's side. While Malekith was being pummeled by Captain America and Tony, Peter used a web strand to snag the casket of Ancient Winters. With a sudden, forceful yank, the casket, which was venting the Fimbulwinter, was about to hit the ground. Realizing this, Malekith frowned and spun around with a sword strike, only to cleave through a large sheet of ice. Oh, don't mind us, keep going. I'm just here to dispose of some hazardous materials. Iceman smiled playfully as he shut the casket of Ancient Winters and stepped through a sling ring portal Peter had opened. Malekith's mind went blank for a moment, only to be blasted into the ground by one of Tony's repulsors. Captain America followed with a pounce, slamming his shield firmly into Malekith's face. Malekith could only let out a roar of helpless fury. No. But at that exact moment, Loki appeared on the other side of the sling ring portal. His hand pressed down on the casket of Ancient Winters, and the casket in Iceman's hand vanished. The god of mischief looked at the group of mortals with a chuckle. You all are truly too careless. Forgot about you. Peter's hand rested on Loki's shoulder. He looked at Loki with a questioning gaze. Do you know how Mangog was just banished? Want me to give you a demonstration? Or maybe a demo of how his hand got broken? Loki's smile froze. He looked at the completely defeated Council of Worlds and sighed inwardly with resignation. With this bunch, could they really overthrow Asgard? Could they even fight their way into Midgard? He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Can't we just talk this out, friend? Loki suddenly let go, dropping the casket of Ancient Winters to the ground. Peter caught it with a quick reflex, only to find that Loki had vanished. He had used a massive illusion to replace everyone currently engaged with the Avengers. Then, Malekith glared at the Avengers with a look of pure hatred before opening a wild hunt portal to make his escape. You will pay the price, mortals. Peter sighed on behalf of everyone present. Don't they have any new lines? Chapter 639, a temporary conclusion. When Fimbulwinter was averted and the Avengers, alongside the Sorcerer Supreme, arrived at the ruins of Asgard with the casket of Ancient Winters, Odin, who had braced himself for the torments of the Great Winter, paused in shock. He knew exactly what this meant, the sequence of Ragnarok had been disrupted. I'll keep the casket of Ancient Winters with me for the time being. I imagine that should put Asgard's mind at ease. Strange made no effort to hide his intentions, making the request directly to Odin. Odin did not refuse, after all, placing this artifact anywhere else in the Nine Realms risked triggering Fimbulwinter again. It was far safer in the hands of the Sorcerer Supreme. Sitting amidst the rubble of Asgard, Odin suddenly began to laugh, a deep, booming laugh that he couldn't restrain. His sons, Thor and Tyr, along with Heimdall, stood by, watching their father laugh in such a manner. The Norns, the Sisters of Fate, they sought to master destiny, only to be played for fools by it. They thought they could usher in Fimbulwinter, let a monster slay my son, drive my son to betray me, and cause the stabbing of my wife, yet in the end, they were the ones who broke destiny itself. Ragnarok was destined to come, but Peter Parker had the potential to change its outcome. Thus, the three goddesses of fate had schemed relentlessly, releasing Mangog in an attempt to pull everything back on track. And the result? Mangog had been banished beyond the universe by Spider-Man, and Iceman and the Avengers had been brought in by Spider-Man. This was why Odin could not stop laughing. After laughing for quite some time, he fell silent. He stood up and turned his gaze toward the Avengers who had come to their aid. He didn't speak of Malekith's next move, nor did he mention that Loki would surely resurrect Laufey and recruit Hela to further expand Malekith's Council of Worlds. But what did it matter? Without Fimbulwinter, Odin could undergo the Odin sleep normally. As long as he remained, Asgard would not fall. I suspect my father will be entering a much longer period of slumber soon. Seeing Odin lost in thought, Thor stepped closer to speak with the Avengers. During this time, I won't be able to travel to Midgard. I'm sorry, my friends. For a while, whatever challenges arise, you'll have to rely on yourselves. It's all right. We've always managed to pull through. Don't forget, humanity spent far more time surviving without gods than with them. Cap understood Thor's predicament. The Asgardian people certainly needed him more right now. Furthermore, Malekith had suffered a crushing defeat. He would likely lay low for a long time, not choosing to make another move until he was certain of victory. On the other hand, the Avengers couldn't spare enough power to take the fight to the Dark Elves first. Asgard might have originally possessed that capability, but having been severely damaged by Mangog, they needed significant time to recover and rebuild. In other words, what Earth needed most now was to construct a defensive line against Malekith and his subordinates. Another war. Tony walked up to Cap's side. Unlike the business with Loki, this time it's truly a war between civilizations. And Earth isn't even a primary participant, we're likely just the battlefield. Regardless of what we are, the enemy is clear, they are invaders. Cap looked at Tony, who offered a small smile. Indeed, from that perspective, everything became simple. It was at that moment that Odin, who had been staring at the sky, stood up. My sincerest apologies. Warriors such as yourselves deserve a grand feast in Valhalla, but the current Asgard lacks the means to provide it. Odin walked before the Avengers. Even so, I thank you, Avengers. Asgard has little to offer at present. All I can give is a promise, in the future, should Earth require aid, Asgard will not stand idly by. Of course, Odin wouldn't truly give nothing, but there were many things Earthlings simply couldn't use, such as you. A metal that required the core of a star as a heat source for its forge was something Odin could certainly provide, but humans had no way to process it. He had already decided to forge a set of armor for each Avenger using URU and the Odin Force. However, this was currently just a thought and not yet ready to be handed over as payment, so Odin didn't mention it. The Avengers didn't particularly care, of course, they hadn't come for a reward, but to protect their home. However, these are Norn stones. They possess the unique ability to traverse dimensions. Given the powerful reality barriers surrounding our universe, this is one of the few ways to leave it. Perhaps they will be of use to you. I trust the Sorcerer Supreme knows how to utilize them. Odin summoned several Norn stones from the vault and handed them to the Avengers. Before the others could speak, Strange nodded. They are indeed useful. Much more appropriate than tearing a hole in the fabric of reality. After Peter took a Norn stone, he looked at Odin with curiosity. Doesn't Asgard need them? After all, Malekith can interfere with the Bifrost. It's fine. I still have a debt to settle with the Three Sisters of Fate. I'll pick up some more Norn stones while I'm at it. Odin's weary appearance meant the Avengers didn't linger for long. They quickly returned to Earth. Iceman happily bid everyone farewell and caught a cab from Avengers Tower back to the Academy. As they watched him leave, Strange opened a sling ring portal and returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum with the casket of ancient winters. Is it just my imagination, or is that guy taking an absurd amount of stuff back to his own house? Tony couldn't help but snark about Strange before turning back around. To the citizens of New York, today was just another peaceful day. They would never know what Asgard had endured this day. Without the casket of ancient winters, Namor should be able to defeat the rebels and restore order to Atlantis soon. Recalling how this entire ordeal began, Cap couldn't help but muse aloud, I hope Namor can be a bit more moderate after this. I doubt it. Our little Prince of the Deep is never going to be associated with the word quiet. But hey, we saved the world again, right? Cap didn't reply. He had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. In fact, Cap would soon learn one thing, even without the casket of ancient winters, the Atlantean Civil War would not be coming to an end. Chapter 640, An Ordinary Day in New York. According to the NYPD reports, New York's crime rate has seen a significant decline in the first half of this year. And I can tell all of you with absolute certainty that this has nothing to do with Spider-Man. Jonah Jameson was expressing his dissatisfaction with Spider-Man on the Daily Bugle's program as usual. That Spider-Man spends all day jumping up and down across New York, but he isn't the one truly saving us. The reason the crime rate keeps dropping is the continuous effort of the NYPD. Especially since June, after the NYPD underwent a streamlining process and purged a large number of corrupt officers. A young black man driving a car listened to the man's rambling with irritation. He slammed the car door shut and switched to some hip-hop instead. He was in a hurry to buy some potent enhancers and wasn't in the mood for the man's noise. Arriving beneath a pedestrian overpass for the deal, the man opened his door and scanned the desolate surroundings, looking at the buyer with clear dissatisfaction. Why'd we pick a godforsaken place like this? Our usual spots are being watched by those damn defenders. Those so-called superheroes might not have much real power, but they're more than capable of making our lives miserable. The black dealer was also grumbling as the two parties exchanged food stamps for goods. These food stamps were distributed by the government to people in need of aid. The reason the government issued stamps instead of direct cash subsidies was precisely to prevent certain individuals from spending the money on drugs or other vices. However, as the saying goes, people are flexible even if food stamps aren't. While they weren't cash, they could be traded for food. Naturally, gangs would use drugs or other commodities to buy up and hoard these stamps on a large scale. In a sense, possessing these stamps was as good as having a grain reserve. Even if those so-called superheroes came to investigate, the gangs weren't afraid. Those heroes certainly wouldn't burn the stamps, they were too busy waiting to show off their charity. Once the stamps were redistributed, the gangs could just use the same methods to gather them back. By then, they could claim they had both the food and the guns. But what did it matter? This was America. Sometimes enhancers were sold cheaper than food here. As long as one lived frugally on the basics, there was plenty of money left for a good time. As for the enhancers themselves, there was certainly no shortage. The defenders are manageable. They're a bunch of freaks, but that's about it, at least we can outrun them. Besides, they prefer targeting the big shots. Before it was Kingpin, Hammerhead, Tombstone, and Silvermane. Now it's something called the Hand. As long as we keep things a bit low-key, they leave us alone. Another gang member couldn't help but complain, but the others aren't so easy, especially that damn Spider-Man. Why does an Avenger always have to give us ordinary folks at the bottom a hard time? All we're doing is selling a little medicine, right? The other gang members voiced their agreement, unanimously concluding that Spider-Man was just someone with too much time on his hands. They felt the same about Agent Venom, the guy who liked to imitate Spider-Man but always left things in a mess. Additionally, rumors of a white, ghost spider had been circulating all over New York lately. By the end of the conversation, they were arguing over exactly how many Spider-Women there were. Most agreed there was one, a minority insisted there were two. The most exaggerated claim suggested there were three. In any case, we'll be dealing here from now on, until we get busted, at least, the gang leader said with a helpless sigh. He continued to hang around. This group of gang members, wearing nice sneakers, joggers, and hooded sweatshirts, could loiter in a place like this all day, looking exactly like the unemployed. Groups like this were everywhere in New York. No one could truly tell who was selling drugs and who was just gathered there to use them. Unless they had advanced nanobots, and chose to use them for something like this. Peter was clinging to the ceiling directly above them, faithfully recording everyone involved in the transaction and beginning a full log of their so-called suppliers, bosses, and associates. At the very least, the NYPD still considered these criminal acts enough to get them all locked up. After all, just as these guys said, he had plenty of time. It's a pity this leisurely life is about to end. Tomorrow is the first day of the new semester. Honestly, I feel like I've been busier during summer break than I am during the school year. Sigh, I guess this is just the fate that comes with the name Peter Parker. But the enhancer problem. This issue, like many others, was something Peter couldn't solve for the time being. The police, and even the government, lacked the ability to fix it, at least not in New York. Unless a mayor took office who was swift, decisive, and strong enough to suppress all the gangs, while also avoiding interference from the White House, they might be able to treat the symptoms, even if they couldn't cure the underlying cause. For some reason, the silhouette of a certain muscular, large-framed man flickered through Peter's mind. I must be going crazy, actually thinking Kingpin would be a good candidate. No, perhaps he truly does have the capability, but the problem is he has no desire or intention to do it. Alright, time for Spider-Man to go back to meddling in other people's business. Ever since Malekith had been given a thrashing, he and Loki's group had gone quiet. Currently, the Avengers were in discussions with various nations and the Security Council, which was so riddled with Hydra infiltrators it was practically a sieve, on how to handle the invasion of the Wild Hunt. Peter, by contrast, found himself with nothing much to do. So, he decided to find something for himself. Watching the punks leave the overpass they had occupied all day, Peter followed them swiftly, eavesdropping on their phone calls to find out who their supplier was. At the same time, the gang members' conversation had piqued his interest. It sounded as if the Hand had moved into New York and quickly occupied the niche previously left vacant by Kingpin and the others. But speaking of the Hand, Peter's memory of the organization was a bit hazy. Aside from knowing they had a demon god called the Beast that looked impressive but was actually underwhelming, and that they had once controlled Daredevil to create Shadowland, there wasn't much worth mentioning. He couldn't recall the Hand ever pulling off any major schemes. I'd better contact the defenders, especially Matt. I'll give them a heads up and maybe join them for a raid on the hand. Oh, right. If I remember correctly, there are several versions where the hand has a close connection to Logan. Logan seemed to get his memories back after the Kang dynasty, didn't he? Maybe I should go ask him about the hand. Chapter 641, The Hand Comes Knocking. The Hand. Inside the academy, Logan couldn't help but frown upon hearing Peter mention that name. Although his memories had been restored, many things had naturally faded into the background. His recollections of Japan, in particular, were not pleasant memories. He had almost entirely put them out of his mind. I don't remember much about them, but if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones who killed my wife. Dakin's mother. As a man cursed with a solitary star of misfortune, Logan's life had always existed in two overlapping states. If he stayed near those he cared about, they would suffer, take Jean, for example. And if he wasn't near those he cared about, they would still suffer, like Dakin's mother. Hearing this slightly familiar name, Peter remembered Logan's son, who had already appeared in this universe. He was one of the prisoners who had escaped from the raft during the jailbreak and had yet to be recaptured. However, if you're planning to ask me exactly what kind of organization they are, I can't give you an incredibly detailed answer. All I can tell you is that they are very ancient. I saw them in the Pacific Theater, and on the Japanese home islands. Logan tried his best to recall details about the hand. After Cap disappeared, Logan had been assigned to a unit in the Pacific Theater to fight the Japanese. He was eventually captured on the battlefield and held in a concentration camp located in Hiroshima. He was liberated after the war and lived in Japan as a veteran for a long time. It was during that time that Logan had a child with a Japanese woman, Dakin. So, in a way, he realized he wasn't actually that familiar with the hand himself. The only thing I know is that these guys aren't much different from the Japanese during the war. They basically still maintain that pathological mindset from the war era. Of course, that might have something to do with their soldiers. The hand's subordinates were very unique. They weren't particularly strong, but they couldn't be killed, because these soldiers were already dead. It was by relying on these undead soldiers, like the living dead, that the hand was able to maintain such a powerful influence in Japan. Aside from that, Logan truly felt there wasn't much else about those guys worth worrying about. Furthermore, Logan thought carefully about all the intelligence regarding the hand before offering a piece of information he wasn't entirely sure about. There's no evidence for it, but I remember someone saying that the hand used to be more of a religious armed force in old Japan. It was during World War II, when the Germans sent Hydra to support Japan, that the hand was transformed into what they are today. Hydra again. Peter frowned. The current depth and breadth of Hydra's infiltration in the 616 universe were unclear. Aside from one point Peter was fairly certain of, he couldn't be sure of anything else. The infiltration occurring in the 616 universe was definitely more absurd than in the MCU. Roxanne and the Hand were both connected to Hydra. This organization, which lacked any high-end combat power of its own, now seemed to have become a sort of broker, linking different villains together. I plan to cooperate with Matt and the others to take down the Hand members who have come to New York. I was hoping you could join us. After all, when it comes to actual combat experience, you're the only one who has fought them, Logan. Logan simply gave a nonchalant nod. For Logan, who was currently bored out of his mind, this was just a way to relax. With the professor's return, he was even more idle now. Consequently, Logan's primary focus was on searching for X-23, but it wasn't going well. It was also related to Hydra, yet Logan couldn't find a single clue regarding X-23. Taking this time to deal with the Hand, who might be connected to Hydra, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After finishing his chat with Logan, Peter intended to say his goodbyes. He walked out of Logan's room, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Did it really just come down to waiting for the defenders to further investigate the enemy's location before launching a raid? No, that wasn't right. While Spider-Man might be free for the moment, Peter Parker was about to get busy. School was starting soon, and Peter would be a sophomore. Although nothing much had changed physically, it would truly keep Peter occupied. Various activities and other related matters would start popping up like mushrooms after rain. Maybe this is an opportunity for Peter Parker to return to his life as a student. As Peter walked down the hallway, he began to think about how to handle life in his sophomore year. Then he stopped and looked outside at the children playing happily at the academy. A normal high school life. I'm probably out of luck there. I agree. A sudden voice interrupted Peter's rambling thoughts, nearly giving him a fright. Peter spun around quickly to see Ileana leaning against the wall, eating an apple. You scared the life out of me. Did I? If Spider-Man were to be scared to death by something like this, I bet all of New York, especially that J. Jonah Jameson, would report it with everything they've got. Please, no. The thought that my own obituary might be written by J. Jonah Jameson makes me feel sick. The two engaged in casual conversation. Peter asked, somewhat offhandedly, how's school life? Ileana's expression suddenly became very strange. It's hard to say, if you've ever seen a school where winter and summer vacations don't exist, or rather, where they don't matter, you definitely feel like you're in school every single day. Many mutants don't have homes, or they can't go back. A significant number of students have parents who don't want a mutant child, so they're essentially dumped at the academy. There were others, like Ileana, whose family was basically at the academy. Those who were both mutants and could actually go home for vacations were few and far between. The situation for mutants will definitely keep getting better. After all, there are more and more superpowered people in this world. Ileana just shrugged. She felt her sense of belonging to mutant kind wasn't very strong, neither X-Men affairs nor academy matters particularly appealed to her. It would be nice if something happened on Strange's end. Normally, shouldn't one hope for world peace? Ileana looked at Peter very seriously. Do you really hope for world peace? Ah, well, yeah. Then why are you so busy every day? Peter thought about it very seriously before giving an incomprehensible answer. Actually, school is about to start for me. What I mean is, I'm going to be even busier. Chapter 642, the start of sophomore year. A year hurried by, though perhaps not truly that hurried, and soon it was time for school to start once again. Peter, in a rare departure from his usual routine, didn't swing his way to Midtown High. Instead, he hitched a ride in Uncle Ben's car. New York looked peaceful today, and in truth, it actually was. There were no alien invasions and no villains causing trouble on the streets. Uncle Ben chatted with Peter about what had happened when he and Aunt May went to Pittsburgh, and time slipped away quickly. Before long, Ben pulled the car up to the entrance of Midtown High. I'm glad you could listen to my rambling all the way here without looking bored, kid. Uncle Ben looked at Peter through the rearview mirror as he spoke. Peter bid him farewell with a smile and hopped out of the car. He had only taken a few steps toward the school when he felt a slap on his back, though he had known someone was coming, so he didn't react at all. Good to see you walking on the ground for once, pal. Harry walked up to Peter's side with a grin and immediately began questioning him. How come I tried reaching out to you several times over the summer and never got a reply? And then you said it wasn't convenient to explain. Did you run into some kind of trouble? Strictly speaking, I didn't just run into a little trouble, I ran into a lot of trouble. Earth must be under some kind of curse, considering serious disasters seem to be happening almost every second. Peter couldn't help but let out a yawn. Harry fell into thought for a moment before musing, I wonder if there's still a way to become a superhero. Peter glanced at Harry. Do you think if your dad found out, he'd give himself a dose of Green Goblin serum just so he could beat you up? How is that possible? He destroyed all the Green Goblin serum a long time ago. Harry finished speaking, then suddenly frowned and looked at Peter. He destroyed all of it, right? I don't know. Peter shrugged. He had considered this. Given Norman's recent series of actions, it was possible that by shifting the blame to the Goblin persona, Norman Osborn had successfully whitened his image and no longer actively sought to become the Green Goblin. However, it seemed unlikely that a man like Norman wouldn't have kept even a tiny bit of the serum in reserve. Hearing this, Harry let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, if only the Green Goblin serum didn't have those weird side effects, it would actually be pretty cool. I think it's better not to be a superhuman, Peter replied. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Once your power grows, all sorts of messy things start looking for you. Harry looked at Peter with a strange expression after hearing that, then patted his shoulder. I gave up a tube of super soldier serum for you, brother. Stop trying to scare me. Isn't New York peaceful enough? That's because you haven't seen what's happening outside of New York, pal. Harry didn't dwell on the topic, instead looking around to find their other friend. Where's Amadeus? I haven't seen him. I don't know what he's up to. There was no news from him all summer. He was probably dragged off somewhere by Hercules again, so we couldn't find him. Peter felt that Amadeus Cho was becoming a bit detached from the world. Instead of becoming a new Hulk, he was being dragged around by Hercules every day to the point where his presence was practically vanishing. He couldn't understand why Hercules felt the need to drag a high schooler with zero combat power all over the place. Was it because Hercules lacked the IQ himself? Oh, he's here. Amadeus arrived by bus. He looked severely sleep-deprived, but his glasses were gone. It was unclear if he had been bitten by some Greek radioactive spider or something similar, but he looked ordinary enough. He walked up to the two of them, lacking the usual excitement he used to show after returning from an adventure with Hercules. What were you doing all summer? Adventuring in Greece. Ah. Greece. Oh, no. Hercules went back a while ago. I spent the whole summer in my apartment reading, watching TV, or playing games. I didn't step out for 3 months except for essentials. Amadeus's answer shocked the two of them, it was completely beyond their expectations. While the three of them stood there speechless, a greeting from Flash Thompson in the distance interrupted them. The trio turned to see Flash wave his hand before heading off with his own friends. Amadeus looked at Flash with a hint of confusion. Is it just my imagination, or why do I feel like Flash, who usually has nothing to do with us, is on such good terms with us? I mean, things were okay before, but... Flash is Agent Venom. After Peter said this, Amadeus still looked confused. Peter looked at him, slightly exasperated. Buddy, are you okay? I'm fine. What is Agent Venom? Peter's brow suddenly furrowed. At first, he thought Amadeus was just being a shut-in, but now it seemed Amadeus had physically isolated himself for the entire summer. He was completely out of the loop, knowing nothing of the outside world. While a person could indeed be that much of a hermit, Peter's keen senses told him something wasn't quite right with Amadeus. Are you really okay? Did you run into some trouble? Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that I was working on a very troublesome math problem. I researched it all summer and still haven't made much headway. What, are you planning to claim the prize money for a Millennium Prize problem? Amadeus just smiled at the question and said, something like that. This kid is definitely hiding something, Peter thought. But the problem was that Amadeus didn't seem intent on sharing. Peter wasn't sure if what Amadeus had encountered was trouble or something else, but since his spider sense hadn't reacted, it likely wasn't anything too severe. The three continued walking forward. Because their grades were similar, they were looking at the same course schedule again this year. On the way to check the schedules, Harry suddenly brought up a very serious and important question. Guys, I was thinking, do you think a bunch of new superheroes will pop up in the school again this year? Maybe Midtown High is some kind of auspicious land, and we can start a whole team of young Avengers. Peter Parker fell into silence. After a few seconds of brief thought, he looked at Harry and let out a helpless sigh. I don't really know, but if that's the case, I think we should hurry up and gather these superpowered teens for some training. You have no idea how much trouble they can cause. Amadeus caught the blind spot in that statement. Wait, isn't Spider-Man one of them? Chapter 643, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. The first day of the new semester passed just like that. Surprisingly, the most excited person was Senior Jessica. Despite facing S.H.I.E.L.D. agent training and missions alongside the pressures of her senior year, she had resolutely decided to pour all her energy into the detective agency. She was determined to make the club bigger and stronger in this final year. After all, this was her last year of high school. Last year, they had only managed to recruit a dozen or so new members, and only 3 to 5 of them were actually active. This year, she absolutely had to recruit enough people from the freshmen. Meanwhile, Peter had obtained the freshman roster from S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you need this for? Following Fury's orders, Coulson, who had brought the roster, expressed his confusion to Peter. This list didn't just include 10th graders, it also included transfer students. However, neither he nor Nick Fury were quite sure why Spider-Man needed information on the new students. Peter gave them the simplest reason possible. I'm a little worried about whether a bunch of superhumans might pop up among our underclassmen. You know, I have a lot of information from other universes. Sometimes that info is quite fragmented, so I have to double-check everything. Coulson raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. He didn't think this middle school could be so ridiculous as to sprout a massive crowd of superhumans. It wasn't exactly some kind of mystical nexus. Unless certain organizations were intentionally gathering everyone here, how could so many people pop up? Peter didn't answer directly. He sat in the S.H.I.E.L.D. bus team's safe house, scanning the roster while asking Coulson about other matters. First was Amadeus. Although it seemed Amadeus could handle things himself, Peter still asked what exactly had happened to him. The answer Coulson provided was somewhat unexpected even for Peter. You guys don't know. Yes, we don't know, Coulson shook his head helplessly. One thing we can confirm is that your classmate wasn't lying to you, he really has been at home, almost never going out. The problem is, we don't know what he's doing in his room. You guys can't hack into his computer, right? After thinking for a moment, Peter understood the reason. Amadeus Cho in the Marvel Universe was known as the 7th smartest person in the world. Regardless of how much hyperbole was in that title, it at least proved that Amadeus was a genius-level talent. In that case, defending against S.H.I.E.L.D. on the network wasn't an impossible task. The situation might be worse. Well, for S.H.I.E.L.D., at least. Coulson said helplessly, our system was directly hacked and paralyzed. For a full 10 minutes, none of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers could work normally. If we weren't certain that no data was lost or browsed, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have already taken him into custody. Peter knit his brows. There was no doubt that some people within S.H.I.E.L.D. truly wanted to arrest Amadeus, but their demands hadn't been met because Nick Fury was keeping an eye on them. So, were these people Hydra agents hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D.? And a crucial point, last year, Amadeus seemed to still be hiding his intelligence and other abilities, but now he seemed less and less inclined to act the part. Peter wondered what exactly had happened to him. While thinking, Peter continued to flip through the freshman roster. After a few glances, he couldn't hold it in anymore and looked directly at Coulson. Tandy Bowen and Tyrone Johnson, transferring to the 11th grade. Are you serious? Considering Midtown High already has Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Silk, Ghost Spider, Black Cat, and Agent Venom, Director Fury felt it was very appropriate for Cloak and Dagger to transfer to Midtown High as well. It makes centralized management easier. Management my foot. Aside from a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who can your agency actually manage? Easier surveillance is more like it. Speaking of which, is this really not just baiting Hydra? Peter muttered to himself as he continued flipping through the list. He remembered that in the comics, Captain Britain and Jessica Jones were classmates of Peter Parker, but clearly, that wasn't the case in this universe. Jessica was already an adult working as a detective, and Captain Britain was actually in Britain. There was also a series called Ultimate Spider-Man that focused on high school Spider-Man's life, where his teammates included Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Nova, White Tiger. Well, Iron Fist and Luke Cage could be passed over. What was White Tiger's name again? He forgot. Nova was Sam Alexander. Good, he wasn't there either. Peter stopped halfway through, his hand suddenly freezing as he saw a name, Richard Rider. Or rather, the original Nova. Crap, he forgot that this guy was also just a high schooler when he debuted. What's wrong? Seeing Peter's expression, Coulson felt that Peter had noticed something. Peter sighed and pointed out the name. There was no info on this person in the Wasteland universe. Actually, many people still don't know the Wasteland universe exists. Information on it is top secret. Aside from Director Fury, there might not be any other S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who know of that universe's existence. Richard Rider, who is he? Green Lantern. You mean that flop starring Ryan Reynolds? In the universe, there's a group of guys like Green Lantern called the Nova Corps. They're responsible for maintaining peace and security in the cosmos. The difference is they aren't as powerful or as cool as Green Lantern. Their power comes from a helmet that looks a lot like a bucket, and their abilities are, well, think of them as a budget version of Superman. So, an alien crashed on Earth, was dying, and then gave his helmet to this young man named Richard Rider because he had a strong will or something, just like Green Lantern. Coulson joked with a smile, but after seeing Peter's strained expression, he immediately reacted, it's actually like that. Yes, that was the origin of Marvel's Nova. A centurion of the Nova Corps, Roman Day, was mortally wounded in a battle with space pirates. Before he died, he tracked the enemy to Earth and let the helmet choose a successor. You couldn't say it was exactly the same as Green Lantern, it was basically copied straight from Green Lantern. The only difference was that Marvel really loved making young people into superheroes. Right now he might not be Nova yet, or in our universe, he might never be, but... Coulson nodded understandingly. I know, there are precedents. Keep reading. But for the rest, Peter controlled his expression well, not letting Coulson see any further clues. Or rather, his face had become entirely blank. Alex Wilder, Nico Minoru, Molly Hayes, Carolina Dean, Chase Stein. Peter actually only remembered Nico Minoru's name, but that was enough. Check the parents of these individuals. Peter let out a helpless sigh. I bet not a single one of them is innocent. Midtown High was truly a disaster. Even the runaways were here. Chapter 644, Tomb Studio. For high school sophomores, the first day of school held no special allure. Everyone found it far more productive to stay busy with homecoming preparations. Peter and the others, however, headed toward the new web base after classes ended. The old web base had been destroyed during Dr. Octopus's invasion when Dr. Jonathan was abducted. Furthermore, too many people knew its location. Norman Osborn had generously planned to rebuild a base, but this time, he wasn't the direct owner. The base's official designation was moved from Harry's mother Emily's research project to a different entity, while the Foundation itself was personally overseen by Norman. Osborn Tech had now begun to push many of the scientific research projects left behind by Harry's mother on a large scale. So, the web base's new address moved from your old man's place to your father-in-law's. The three of them took the subway together and arrived near the new base. This location was a familiar one, it was the same dock where they had fought Riot and the others during the symbiote tide. A warehouse there had been leased by the Vulture, Adrian Toombs. Well, strictly speaking, in this universe, he had never actually been the Vulture, so it was better just to call him Mr. Toombs. Due to the abrupt downfall of AIM, Adrian had found himself in a state of confusion and dread for a month or two, as the company collapsed before he could even spend the money he'd been given. Later, he realized that no person or department was coming to reclaim the funds. Consequently, he took advantage of the area's reconstruction to lease a new, inexpensive warehouse as a base for his new projects. Moreover, this base actually involved investments from Stark, Osborn, S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Peter himself. Tony simply spent a little money to prevent a capable man from turning into a villain. Norman, of course, did it for his son's sake. Peter's situation was slightly more complex. It wasn't convenient for him to use the various Spider-Man merchandise royalties to improve his family's life due to the risk of his identity being discovered, and Uncle Ben had expressed that there was no need for it anyway. A significant portion of the money was donated by Peter to FEAST, but he planned to use another portion for equipment upgrades. Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Connors were experts in scientific research, but they weren't particularly skilled as engineers. Peter didn't know many engineers. Tony wouldn't mind upgrading Spider-Man's gear, but it would undoubtedly be done in an Iron Man style. Shocker was currently locked up in the mansion prison. Even if he weren't, Peter didn't quite trust him given the explosive power of the Shocker gauntlets, let alone the fact that they weren't that close. To find someone relatively trustworthy, not managed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and easy to protect or monitor, Adrian Toomes was indeed the most suitable candidate for the job. Furthermore, he didn't know Peter was Spider-Man. He only knew he was building equipment for Spider-Man and didn't even realize the web base was located beneath his own warehouse. The entrance wasn't even inside the warehouse. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter suspected they just wanted to have a finger in every pie. The father-in-law comment is a bit much. Where's Peter? Harry, having muttered a complaint about Amadeus's remark, looked around and found Peter missing. Amadeus didn't seem to mind. He went to inspect the goods as the client. He needs to find a place to change clothes, doesn't he? He might already be waiting for us in Toomes' studio. As they spoke, the two walked into the dock warehouse bearing the Toomes Studio sign. Sure enough, Peter had already donned his nanosuit and arrived in the warehouse. Not only that, he was currently riding a motorcycle along the warehouse walls. After driving for a while, he landed on the ground, the bike completely unscathed. It's absolutely perfect, Mr. Toomes. My old base hadn't even managed to build a spider cycle by the time it was destroyed, and you finished it in less than 3 months. It's not that complicated. Spider-Man anti-gravity devices are my specialty. Using them for shock absorption and wall crawling makes it quite easy to satisfy your requirements, Toomes said while sipping coffee. In the back of the studio sat his proudest creation, the Vulture flight wings. Peter hopped off the motorcycle after his trial run, and Harry, approaching with a hint of excitement, asked, "Can I try it?" "Don't even think about it, Harold." Only after saying this did Toomes realize his tone was a bit harsh. "Let me put it this way, riding this bike on the ground is fine, but if you ride it up a wall and then drop down, your body definitely won't be able to take the impact. Ultimately, this machine isn't meant for normal humans. Sorry, Spider-Man, but you all should know what I mean." Harry sighed helplessly, and Toomes continued leading them deeper into the studio as he spoke. "Then there's these. The blueprints you sent me, Spider-Man, are fantastic. I didn't realize you were quite the engineer yourself. Speaking of which, with the Avengers resources, you should have been able to handle these yourself." "Yeah, but mostly it's a lack of time. Plus, we encountered some situations before. Certain AI enemies. To prepare for cases like that, I felt it was better to find someone to manufacture some equipment using more primitive technology." Many of the blueprints Peter gave Adrian weren't for himself. Rather, they were items others could use for self-defense, such as web grenades or spider bots that could be controlled like our 6 drones. Additionally, he had found a large number of Dr. Octopus's Octobot blueprints. With a few stylistic modifications, they could be turned into spider bots. On one hand, this equipment was meant to give the support team a sense of participation so they had things to do during Peter's missions. On the other hand, it served to protect them, as many items were well suited for self-defense. Furthermore, Spider-Man wasn't just him alone. These things could be used by Cindy and the others as well. And the surprise Adrian had prepared didn't end there. And there's this. A little something I found at a used car market and put together with the remaining budget. Maybe you'll have a use for it, Spider-Man. Lifting the waterproof tarp, Adrian showed Peter his final project, a convertible off-road Jeep with a Spider-Man paint job and powerful shock absorption. A spider buggy. Fantastic. But I'll need to get a driver's license. Oh, I mean, I'll need to get a Spider-Man version of a license. Peter, nearly slipping up, quickly added the correction. But hearing this, Amadeus whispered to Harry with some confusion, "Wait, does Peter have a motorcycle license?" "No. Whether it's cars or motorcycles, he doesn't have a single license." Harry shrugged as he spoke, and besides, which traffic cop would dare check Spider-Man's license? Chapter 645, The New Web Base. After feigning their farewells to Adrian, the three continued toward the new web base. As mentioned before, this base was actually located directly beneath Toomes' workshop, though the entrance was not inside the workshop itself, but accessed from the other side. I still think a Spider-Man base being underground feels a bit weird, Harry remarked. Amadeus expressed a degree of agreement. Spider-Man, after all, was a hero who primarily moved by swinging on webs. Putting the base underground was not only a hassle for others to enter and exit, but it also didn't quite fit Spider-Man's style. One could hardly say that Spider-Man and the sewers were a perfect match. That's the beauty of it. No one would expect an Avenger to put their base underground like a villain, which is why it's even safer here. Peter didn't care whether his base was above or below ground. The three walked up to an iron door that looked like it couldn't be cut even by a pair of giant bolt cutters. Peter placed his hand on the lock, and the entire wall surface quickly descended, revealing an elevator leading downward. Besides, there's an extra benefit to underground construction. What benefit? Peter smiled as he answered Harry's question, plenty of space. As the elevator descended, the doors eventually slid open to reveal a vast space nearly 7 or 8 meters high. Various pieces of Spider-Man's equipment were stored inside, and there were over a dozen rooms of various sizes, making the place look incredibly spacious. Harry couldn't help but gape, asking back with a hint of disbelief, how on earth was all this done in just a few months? The answer is, it wasn't completed in a few months. This place used to be a Hydra underwater laboratory at the bottom of the Hudson River, not far from the pier warehouse. So, an elevator was installed to lead directly here from there, and some renovations were made along the way. It was hard to imagine that so much time had passed since Hydra had conducted human experiments at the bottom of the Hudson River, yet no government officials had come to take over the place, leaving it abandoned. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had the capacity to take it over, but they had better locations in New York, so they simply abandoned this dump. It wasn't until Peter's old base was rendered useless that Norman fixed the place up and transformed it into the new base. Compared to the old base, which was only the size of a top-floor storage room, the new web base covered an area of over 2,000 square meters. As a former Hydra experimental base, despite the damage, the overall foundation remained intact and was still usable after being refurbished. Equipment like the Spider Mobile and Spider Cycle could be kept here without hesitation. In the future, once Peter learned how to pilot a flight craft, he might even be able to park a spider plane here. Are you Spider-Man or Batman? Spider-Man, I guess. If it had been you who was bitten by that spider, Harry, it would have fit the Batman persona much better. Though Harry's personality bore no resemblance to Bruce Wayne's. Normal people's parents don't usually die in an alleyway, so normal people don't become Bruce Wayne. Truth be told, even people whose parents die in an alleyway find it hard to become Bruce Wayne. Because the new base was so massive, everyone was momentarily unsure what all the rooms were for. Well, Peter didn't really know either. It was large enough to provide a dormitory for every Spider-Man-related character he knew with room to spare. If Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Connors are both at the web base. Amadeus noticed something and asked with slight confusion, then who exactly is in charge of their original work? Peter spoke the man's name with a knowing smile. His name is Miles Warren, another student of my father. Of course, this man had another identity in the Marvel Universe, the Spider-Man villain known as the Jackal, a master of cloning technology. In the comics, his cloning skills were so sophisticated that he could pull the souls of the deceased back into cloned bodies, triggering the Clone Saga event and creating the first Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly, and the second, Kane Parker. However, Peter didn't mind letting the men try his hand at it. Besides, if the men didn't take any action, how could Peter lure him out? Furthermore, could he even pull it off? Back at the New York headquarters, Miles Warren was attempting to work on the Brute Force project, the research for an animal-based super soldier serum. After taking over the research results of Jonathan Drew and Curt Connors, Miles Warren's project shifted toward studying the compatibility between mammalian abilities and humans. According to Oscorp's own official statements, they had discovered that the DNA gap between humans and both insects and reptiles was too large, leading to the failure of the super soldier serum research. However, given the series of successful results like Spider-Man, Silk, Spider-Woman, Scorpion, the Lizard, Electro, and Ultimate Octopus, Miles felt that Oscorp's conclusion was incredibly bizarre. So, since such mature research samples already existed, why go through the thankless effort of researching new enhancement protocols? Thus, Miles Warren confidently brought out the materials. These items were left behind by a master who was equally passionate about cloning technology and had once attempted to use it to achieve immortality, Otto Octavius. Specifically, they were hair samples left behind from Spider-Man's early battles with Scorpion and Mysterio, his defeat by the Sinister Six, and his final showdown with Otto. With these samples, I will surely be able to clone the perfect super soldier. Beep. As the results from the analytical equipment came out fresh, Miles excitedly hurried to the computer, only to reveal an expression of disbelief, incomprehension, shock, and total chaos. What on earth is this? Why were the 3 test results for Spider-Man different? All 3 DNA sequences were distinct. No, what is this? This DNA is a total mess. Is this gene sequence even legal? Staring at the chaotic DNA sequences, Miles Warren attempted a clone. Then, as a cloning expert, he discovered for the first time that cloning equipment could explode so quickly and directly. It's not like Spider-Man gets bitten by a new mutant spider every other day, causing him to stitch too much random junk into his DNA, right? Chapter 646, Chapter 646, New Semester, New Atmosphere. Speaking of which, have you guys found dates for homecoming this year? Once they snapped into work mode, Harry brought up a crucial, if somewhat awkward, question. Peter's response was to feign ignorance and continue his patrol, swinging between the skyscrapers of Manhattan. Amadeus, on the other hand, had no such reservations, largely because he was in a different boat than Peter and Harry. He didn't even have a candidate in mind. I haven't made any progress. I'm just hoping to find someone before the dance starts. You sound pretty unsure of yourself, Amadeus, Harry remarked while using a spider drone to scan the area for analysis. Lately, the frequency of dangerous incidents in New York had begun to drop exponentially. Of course, they hadn't vanished. This was New York, after all. But at the very least, the kind of emergencies that prompted a call to the police were becoming fewer and farther between. Correspondingly, what about the dangerous incidents where no one called for help? Those were the targets Spider-Man was looking for. So, Peter, what about you? Oh, wait, you probably aren't lacking for homecoming dates. Harry made a pointed remark, to which Peter Parker could only offer a dry chuckle. He swung into Harlem, a predominantly black neighborhood. While discrimination based on skin color and stereotypes are fundamentally wrong, there are reasons why such patterns form in the first place. Without delving into the deep-seated socioeconomic roots, it is a reality in America that crime rates in certain urban communities are higher than in others. On the flip side, the level of solidarity in these communities often exceeds that of others. So, what exactly emerges from a community that is both tight-knit and struggling with high crime? Those gang members I investigated last time, I put trackers on all their cars. I plan to dig through the layers to find out who's really behind them. It looks like the legwork is mostly done. These cars don't frequent many places. If I check them one by one, I should find plenty. So we can wipe out these gangs in one fell swoop. That depends on your definition of one fell swoop. Eradicating a single gang. Sure. The problem is how to stop new ones from growing and taking their place. A better mayor. A better president. Or changing the whole country. If Cap decided to run for office, he might actually have a shot. Peter used his webbing to swing toward the first target location, but he kept his second thought to himself. Captain America had no interest in participating in an election. Steve Rogers always felt a sense of detachment from this era, believing he shouldn't interfere too deeply in its direction. He avoided unnecessary publicity stunts, let alone running for office. Currently, the activities he participated in most were charity, veteran affairs, and anti-invasion efforts. He had no intention of stepping into anything else. As for the others, well, you couldn't exactly expect Tony Stark to run for president, could you? Best not to even think about it. Besides, if you're hoping that busting one or two labs making enhancers will wipe them out, forget it. As long as there's money to be made, someone will always do it. And the biggest issue is that the cops don't seem to care about this either. Ugh, that smell. Peter activated his suit's air filtration system. The biggest downside to enhanced senses was being acutely aware of every unpleasant detail, smells, sounds, and sights. Sometimes, doing the superhero gig really required a strong stomach. Peter navigated through a building's ventilation ducts, lost in thought, when he suddenly sensed something wrong. His targets had ceased all movement, appearing stationary on his HUD. Peter let his cameras apply a mosaic filter to the footage before jumping down, letting out a helpless sigh. The people he had been tracking, this entire gang den and manufacturing center, consisted of 7 or 8 people. Every single one of them was dead. Peter. What are those mosaics? Help me contact the NYPD. Someone beat me to the punch, and they did it like this. Was it an anti-hero? Amadeus's question made Peter shake his head as he analyzed the scene via his computer. This wasn't Frank Castle's work, nor was it Logan's. These bodies had their throats slit or chests pierced with surgical precision by a sharp long sword. Whoever did this was incredibly brazen. A vast amount of cheap chemical equipment and unfinished enhancers were left untouched, as if the perpetrator's sole purpose was killing. Peter narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings until he confirmed the point of entry. The door had been sliced clean in half. Someone very skilled with a blade. Looking at the bullet holes, these gang members clearly tried to fight back, but it was useless. Did the attacker dodge everything? No, wait. The number of shell casings on the floor didn't match the number of bullet impacts. While many bullets hit the floor or embedded in the walls, the count was off. The bloodstains were wrong, too. Even Logan would bleed if he were hit, but there was no extra blood here. Skilled with a blade, no blood. Undead ninjas of the hand. Peter froze for a moment, feeling confused. If it really was the Hand, why would they go around killing other gangs? Did they have nothing better to do? According to previous intel, they were supposed to be operating secretly in Hell's Kitchen. Why would they show up in Harlem? Peter. Buddy. Why are you so quiet? Did you find something? Yeah. I have a rough idea of who killed these gang members. It's an evil organization, but far more dangerous than common thugs. Hang on, I'm going to check the other gang outposts. Hopefully, this was just an isolated incident by the Hand and not a large-scale offensive. This time, Peter's worries didn't manifest. The other gang locations were operating as usual. After a brief skirmish with Peter, those thugs were knocked out, disarmed, and surrendered. Only that one unlucky spot had been hit by the Hand. There was no telling how they had offended them. But it's quite strange for the Hand to suddenly pop up like this after being quiet for so long. I wonder how the Defenders' investigation is going. I should go talk to Matt and the others. They might know what the Hand has been up to lately. These guys aren't world-ending threats, but it's better to deal with them sooner rather than later. Chapter 647, Chapter 647, Shadow of the Hand. The night belongs to Daredevil. This demon, who strikes terror into the heart of Hell's Kitchen, emerges only under the cover of darkness to deter everyone here. Mainly because Matt Murdock has to work during the day. With a brutally violent flair, he smashed a mobster into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Then came the second, and the third. Following a series of intense close-quarters exchanges, Matt had floored every single gangster henchman. He then turned a weary gaze toward the window, though, in truth, he could not actually see. Are you just going to stand out there watching me fight without any intention of stepping in? You looked like you were handling things quite easily, so I didn't want to interrupt. The figure hanging upside down outside was, of course, Peter. He flipped into the room, casting a brief glance at the defeated thugs. Almost all of them have broken bones. You certainly know how to measure your strikes. I have to maintain constant control over my strength. I need to ensure they learn a sufficient lesson, but I also have to ensure I don't kill anyone. Matt glanced at the fallen men before offering a suggestion. I'll take what I came for, and then we can talk on the rooftop. What about these guys? Don't we need to call the police? This is Hell's Kitchen. Trust me, this beating is more effective than any police officer. Besides, the police in Hell's Kitchen don't even respond to calls at this hour. Having explained the reality of the neighborhood, Matt leaped out the window. He fired one end of his baton upward, retracting a steel cable to swing away. Peter looked at the miserable group, added a layer of webbing to bind them, and likewise jumped. He fired a web line backward to stick to the ledge, then used his arms to slingshot himself onto the roof. Matt, having just finished a battle, sat on the edge of a ventilation unit to rest while inquiring about Peter's visit. What wind blew an Avenger here? Has something monumental happened in New York? Maybe, maybe not. While dealing with some gangs, I heard the name, The Hand. I learned a bit about them from Logan afterward, and finally, I discovered a gang in Harlem that had been wiped out by some undead ninjas. So, I wanted to come to you for information. Peter could clearly sense Matt's breathing heavying at the mention of the Hand. Matt followed up with a question of his own. How much do you know about them? What I just told you is basically all I know. I also know they worship something called the Beast. Oh, and they might be collaborating with Hydra. Matt fell silent for a moment. After confirming that Peter wasn't lying, he shook his head. I don't know an extraordinary amount, the story is quite long. Do you want the detailed version or the short one? The detailed one. I have plenty of time. Matt let out a long sigh and began to tell his story. Matt Murdock was the son of a boxer. He grew up in poverty, abandoned by his mother at a young age. His father, Jack, supported the family as an underground prizefighter. While saving an elderly man from being hit by a car, Matt's eyes were burned by radioactive materials that spilled from the vehicle. He lost his sight, but his hearing became unnaturally acute. Relying on this gift, he became the disciple of a blind martial artist. Everything I know, I learned from that old man. Anyway, let's skip over the irrelevant bits and get to the Hand. Stick comes from an ancient organization called the Chaste. The Chaste and the Hand were born almost simultaneously, with only a few decades between them. The Hand was originally founded in Kyushu, Japan, by a blind ninja named Kajinobu Yoshioka. Born during Japan's Sengoku period, this ninja organization's initial purpose was surprisingly peculiar and simple, to oppose Western missionaries and the subordinates they brought with them. They earned the trust of the Kyushu daimyo. Subsequently, the organization expanded rapidly across Japan, specializing in the assassination of missionaries. However, as their power grew, the Hand's control over its subordinates began to wane. With the passing of the original founder, the organization fell into rapid corruption. A faction of ninjas known as the Snakeroot seized a dominant position within the Hand, leading the members to worship a mysterious entity called the Beast. They became fully embroiled in the chaos of the warring states. The Hand transformed into an organization that sold ninja expertise and performed assassinations, continuously expanding its influence and followers. Furthermore, the Hand acquired terrifying dark magic rituals. They could use the dark side of a person's nature to brainwash them into becoming loyal assassins, and they could even turn dead ninjas into undead thralls to be controlled. Upon discovering that the Hand was becoming increasingly sinister and spreading beyond Japan, one of its elders, a ninja master named Izo, fled across the sea under the cover of night. He found local warriors and heroes and informed them about the Hand. Thus, in the mysterious ancient land of the East, an organization to oppose the Hand was born, the Chaste. Wait, so you're saying the Hand has an evil god, brainwashing rituals, and undead ninjas behind them, but the Chaste across the sea is just, a martial arts organization? Matt nodded. Even if the power gap sounds lopsided, that is the case. Didn't the Iron Fist of Kuinelon or anyone come to help? There were warriors who went to Kuinelon to train, but none of them obtained the power of the Iron Fist. They were all ordinary people. Fair enough. Since the Chaste has been fighting the Hand for centuries, those heroes must have devised ways to handle things, showing no fear toward those undead ninjas. I was supposed to join the Chaste, but I didn't pass the test. Or rather, they required me to kill evil men, and I refused. I prefer for these people to face the judgment of the law. If the courts and the law fail, only then should other means be used to bring them to justice. Clearly, I didn't fit their mold. Matt shrugged as he finished, then went silent for a moment before adding another remark. I've clashed with them a few times, Spider-Man. Their influence in New York is expanding. We cleared out many gang leaders over the past year, which ironically allowed these guys to expand without restraint. And Peter looked at Matt, waiting for him to finish the thought, but Matt shook his head. What he wanted to say was personal, so he kept it to himself. That was the fact that his college classmate and first love, Elektra, had already been brainwashed by the Hand and made one of their own. Of course, Peter had known this for a long time. Chapter 648, Gorgon. Daikon Akihiro returned to New York because he heard that the current leader of the Hand had arrived in the city. In his life, he had 3 enemies: the father who abandoned his mother, Logan the Wolverine, the Hydra assassin who killed his mother, the Winter Soldier, and finally, the Hand, the ones who cut him from his mother's womb before he was even full term, hoping to turn him into one of their killers. And now, it was time to make them pay some interest. He caught the nauseating scent of the Hand's undead ninjas and stealthily infiltrated their ranks. After killing a few low-level genin, he slipped into their stronghold. Almost as soon as his feet touched the floor, Daikon sensed something unusual and immediately leaped backward, narrowly evading the strike of a female assassin clad in red. Then, Daikon felt a slight sting in his mind. He let out a soft chuckle. Since when did you rats start keeping telepaths among you? Finally, all noise settled for a moment. There is much you do not know, Akihiro. That name is interesting, at least it sounds much better than Daikon. The speaker was Japanese, and he spoke in his native tongue. Daikon understood exactly what the word meant. Others might think Daikon was just part of his name, but a Japanese person knew better. In Japanese, that word represented his true meaning, mongrel. That was the very name he had been given years ago while within the Hand. Daikon narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, looking toward the direction of the voice. As candles were lit, dim light filled the spacious, Japanese-style room. The man, the leader of the Hand, sat upon his seat. Surrounding him were 4 individuals, 1 man and 3 women, none of whom were Hand assassins Daikon recognized. However, the leader was an exception. I see you found yourself quite a few new curs, Tommy Shishido, Daikon sneered. The man sitting above him was Tommy Shishido, a mutant and the Jonin leader of the Hand. He wore a white Japanese kimono and had his eyes covered with a red cloth. Those eyes were the source of his mutant power. He could petrify others with a gaze, much like the Gorgon of myth. It was for this reason he took the codename Gorgon. Gorgon had no intention of entertaining Daikon's nonsense. He knew perfectly well that Daikon had returned for revenge. He simply stood up and issued orders to his subordinates: Elektra, Lady Bullseye, keep Daikon busy for a moment. Typhoid Mary, use your telepathy to interfere with him, though it likely won't do much. Finally, Gorgon looked at the men who had remained silent, clad in white samurai armor. Silver Samurai, finish him. I want to see if he can still heal without his head. Daikon let out a cold laugh. He didn't care what new lackeys the Hand had recruited. He charged forward, engaging the 2 female ninjas. As for the telepath, telepathy of that level couldn't stir up a single ripple in his mind. Thanks to his long years of assassin training, Daikon quickly parried the attacks of the 2 kunoichi, but his attention remained fixed on Gorgon in the distance. Unable to control his power, Gorgon kept his eyes covered year-round, making him little different from a blind man. Consequently, Gorgon's hearing was incredibly sharp, and he was a master of ninjutsu and dueling. He possessed physical prowess equal to Dakin's own, making him the only opponent in this line of work that Dakin truly feared. As for the samurai whose opening move was so broad and sweeping that his own teammates scrambled out of the way, Dakin wondered if Gorgon had lost his mind, recruiting a samurai into a ninja organization. Dakin smiled, meeting the opponent's katana with his own bone claws. He could already envision the scene, the look of shock on the man's face as his katana was severed, followed by his head being lopped off. In the next instant, clink. Dakin saw it. In the reflection of the opponent's eyes, he saw his own expression of shock as his claws were sliced clean through. Then, he felt a sudden sense of vertigo, the world spinning wildly. Oh. My head is flying. The son of Wolverine, Dakin Akihiro, was decapitated in a single strike by the Silver Samurai. This was the Silver Samurai's ability. He could generate a special energy field and attach it to his weapon. This field could disrupt molecular bonds, resulting in an all-severing effect. Whether it was adamantium claws or Captain America's shield, as long as it wasn't bolstered by magic, any solid substance would be sliced through in a single blow. You have done well, Silver Samurai. You have proven your worth. In the coming battle against the Wolf Samurai, your strength will be necessary. Gorgon strode forward and picked up Dakin's head. Even with only a head remaining, the man still had a faint breath, though his consciousness was fading. At that moment, the Silver Samurai voiced his doubt. Expanding this quickly, won't it alert the Avengers? There is no need for concern. The Avengers are busy saving the world. With the Wild Hunt about to invade this realm, Hydra only needs to create a little chaos, and they will go running off to play hero. We will take this time to expand bit by bit, swallowing our enemies, the defenders, the chased, one bite at a time. Every dead enemy is a victory for us. By the time the Avengers realized their home base in New York was spinning out of control, it would be far too late. The shadow of the beast would already cover the entire city. As for the Hand members who died, to be blunt, as long as the 5 people in this room remained alive, it didn't matter how many foot soldiers were lost. Finally, the Silver Samurai asked about the only variable. What about Spider-Man? He's an Avenger, but he's the one who meddles in New York's business. Gorgon paused, giving no answer. Rikers Island Prison. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Aaron Davis, the Prowler, Kingpin frowned. The expansion of this suddenly rising hand was getting faster and faster, and they were on the verge of controlling all of Hell's Kitchen. And those heroes, they didn't realize just how critical the situation had become. Contact a lawyer for me. I want a private meeting. No, not a lawyer from Fisk Industries. Contact Matt Murdock. It's time to ally with an old enemy. Chapter 649, Who Dares to Cause Trouble at Midtown High? Are you all right? The next day at school, Gwen looked at Peter with a hint of concern. Peter quickly assured her he was fine. In truth, it was nothing major. After his conversation with Matt the previous night, the two of them had decided to search for traces of the hand on the spot and immediately teamed up to head out. They spent the better part of the night sweeping through a dozen gang hideouts in Hell's Kitchen, but there wasn't a single trace of those undead ninjas. Peter had even scouted the sewers, yet found nothing. It was as if the hand had vanished into thin air. Later, upon returning home and checking the Avengers' communications, he learned that Odin, before entering his slumber, had made a trip to Nornheim to beat the 3 Norns and seize a large quantity of Norn stones. He had also visited Svartalfheim to crush the Wild Hunt army. Unfortunately, the members of the Council of Realms had already fled, so Odin failed to capture them. With Loki among them, his illusions were sufficient to prevent even Heimdall from tracking the location of those scoundrels. Furthermore, as Odin had been fighting consecutively, he required a much longer Odin sleep to recover his strength, forcing him to let them go for the time being. Thor was destined to be away from Earth for a long time, and the clues regarding the Council of Realms had gone cold, leaving only rocks and energy, which Tony was tasked with investigating and handling. By the time all of this was finished, it was already the early hours of the morning. I stayed out a bit too late last night, so I'm just a little sleep-deprived. It's nothing. Hearing this, Gwen simply nodded. She knew Peter had been busy lately, but she hadn't been involved in many of those affairs. Sometimes she wondered if her powers had some kind of side effect, otherwise, why was such a useful ability never called upon for these incidents? Could it be that everyone had truly forgotten her? In reality, the reason Peter didn't call Gwen for many of these events was precisely because her powers were difficult to account for in a strategy. Many times, especially in battles like the one against Carnage or the War of the Realms, there were massive area of effect attacks flying everywhere. If Gwen participated, let alone the enemies, even her allies wouldn't be able to find her. With lasers, missiles, divine power, and magic exploding in every direction, it was hard to say if Gwen could dodge them all even with her current spider sense. Moreover, considering Gwen's ability was an active one, if something truly happened while she was using it, it was unknown if she could deactivate it. If things went south, she might die somewhere and no one would even remember she existed. The thought sent a shiver down Peter's spine. He waved to Gwen and headed toward his classroom, only to find that Harry's complexion looked even worse than his own. "Why do you look like you haven't slept at all?" Peter asked curiously, omitting the worse than me part. Did Harry have some reason to pull an all-nighter as well? Oh, I just stayed up too late playing video games. I'm fine, buddy. Right, shouldn't have asked. Peter, who had genuinely thought something was wrong, shrugged helplessly. Soon, class began. As he sat through a boring math lecture, spinning a pen in his hand, Peter suddenly felt a jolt from his spider sense. He looked around and realized immediately, something was about to happen. "Everyone, get down." Peter Parker's sudden shout confused everyone, but the ensuing explosion proved him right. Following a violent blast, an entire wall by the window was blown open. A figure Peter vaguely recognized flew in on a hover disc, drifting inside at a leisurely pace. "How many times have I told you, Claw? Don't be so crude. What if you hurt our guest?" Peter knew this person. It was the tech wizard, Bentley Whitman, the wizard. However, the last person using that name had clearly been a puppet for Dr. Octopus. Why had another one popped up? Did Otto steal your account, or did Otto show up in person? And who is this guest? Could it be me? Under Peter's watchful gaze, the wizard floated over and tossed an anti-gravity disc toward him. It latched onto Harry. Harry, who hadn't even recovered from the shock, began to float. The wizard then tossed him toward another person, a very tall, robust woman. Her muscular build was terrifying, making her at least 2 heads taller than Peter. At this point, not only was Harry dazed, but even Peter was stunned. Then, he finally realized what was happening. Is this a kidnapping? Subconsciously, Peter prepared to turn invisible and strike, but he hesitated and stopped. He watched as Harry was hoisted up by the woman, staring back at Peter with innocent eyes. Shortly after, a flying car drove into the campus, and the woman tossed Harry inside. Then, Claw, who had blasted the wall with sonic weapons, the tech wizard posing for the crowd, the muscular woman, and the driver stood together atop the flying car, making their criminal debut announcement. They even had equipment ready for a live broadcast. "Listen up, everyone. We are the Frightful Four. We have me, the wizard, the indestructible master of sound, Claw, the Herculean warrior, Titania, and Trapster, the king of snares who can freeze any foe. Now, go tell Norman Osborn that his son is in our hands. Deposit $500 million into this account immediately, or his son is dead meat. Are you serious? You're kidnapping someone at Midtown High. And aren't at least 2 of you escapees from the raft? Instead of finding a hole to hide in, you came to New York for a kidnapping." Looking at Harry's face, he didn't even look scared, he looked like he was trying not to laugh. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Cindy had moved to Peter's side, ready to go. Peter shook his head and shrugged. "Nah. I'll just rescue Harry in a bit. I just need to make sure he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. There's definitely someone else coming to deal with these guys." Cindy tilted her head in confusion, feeling this wasn't quite Peter's usual style. "I just hope they don't jump out too fast, or people might realize they're students here." Before Peter's words had even finished landing, a young man wearing a gold star-crested helmet and high-tech armor descended from the sky, slamming the wizard directly into the ground. Nova, Richard Rider, grinned broadly. "Huh. The Frightful Four. Never heard of them. Also, your helmet is way too ugly." Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Nova raised his head happily, listening to the excited calls of his fellow students. "It's Cloak and Dagger." "Huh." He turned around and saw a pair of heroes, one in black and one in white, already somewhat famous, charging toward the scene. As for Nova, evidently, no one had ever heard of him. Chapter 650, Midtown High turns into a mess. 3 superheroes had appeared on the scene, the somewhat famous Cloak and Dagger, and Nova, who had no fame to speak of at all. Facing them were the Frightful Four, a group that claimed to be the rivals of the Fantastic Four in this universe, but in reality, possessed neither the threat nor the renown. These 2 factions were currently brawling right in the middle of the Midtown High courtyard. "Hey, Harry, over here." Harry, currently stuck on a hovering vehicle, heard Peter's voice. He wasn't surprised, merely whispering back a question. "You aren't planning to step in?" "I've been stepping in this whole time. I'm in charge of making sure they don't wreck the school's landscaping, and more importantly, that they don't hurt anyone else." Peter added an explanation as to why, for people like this, controlling the radius of their battle is actually harder than pulling them apart. As Peter spoke, he deactivated the anti-gravity discs on Harry. Without needing a hint, Harry slipped away on his own, while the 7 people locked in combat didn't notice them at all. Nova, relying on his superior raw stats, chose a direct frontal assault. After knocking down the wizard, he charged toward Titania, who was clearly the strongest of the lot. The problem was that Cloak's target was also Titania, and he was a step faster. He transformed into a massive shroud, engulfing Titania and temporarily trapping her in the dark force dimension. Nova, unable to react in time, slammed directly into Cloak. The two went tumbling away, inadvertently releasing the trapped Titania in the process. Then, both of them were promptly glued to the ground by the trapster. Haha. These days, anyone thinks they can call themselves a superhero. Superheroes? You lot. Let me tell you, I've fought real superheroes. Ever heard of Spider-Man? I went 800 rounds with him and I'm still here strutting my stuff. Can any other villain say that? Of course, the trapster was Peter Petrusky, formerly known as Pastepot Pete, the man Peter had once defeated in a single move. However, if one were to look at resumes, perhaps Claus was more illustrious. He had been captured in Wakanda by the entire Avengers team. For some reason, though, Claw remained silent. Is that so? How come I didn't know about that? An abrupt voice rang out. The trapster turned around and let out a shrill, panicked shriek, Spider-Man. What arrived was, not Spider-Man, Peter sighed helplessly. Logically, most people in the school knew him, so they knew that since he hadn't made a move, they shouldn't rush in either. But there was always one exception, Flash. This, Agent Venom, was being anything but an agent as he swaggered out into the open. To be fair, there was a significant difference between the Agent Venom suit and Spider-Man's black suit. It shouldn't be that easy to mistake them at a glance, right? The trapster, however, clearly hadn't figured that out. He immediately nearly wet himself in terror. Claw, on the other hand, instantly aimed his sonic gun at Agent Venom and opened fire. I would have had this settled if it weren't for these guys. You know, I actually know a place that's perfect for you. I don't mean that a restroom needs your bucket head, though that would fit, I mean somewhere else. Peter looked at Richard Rider in the sky. You can take them all on your own. Fine, guys, make way for our flying friend and let him put on a show. To his surprise, Nova saw that Agent Venom, Cloak, and Dagger actually stepped back. He broke into a grin, hands glowing with energy as he charged the frightful four. His energy beams were a hair's breadth away from hitting them, but Titania stepped in front of the other three and tanked the hit. Then, Claw and Trapster opened fire on him. Nova nimbly dodged the sonic waves and the glue, and then... You can't hear the sound of my gravity discs flying, can you? The wizard appeared suddenly behind Nova. Two gravity discs began pulling at Nova from above and below with immense force. Regrettably, he didn't get to experience much of that tearing sensation, because Peter pulled him out with a web line just in time. Chapter 651, merely men offering their heads for sale. To be fair, the Nova gear isn't actually bad. Although his origin copies Green Lantern and his powers are essentially a budget version of Superman's, superhuman physique, flight, and energy projection, from a pure numerical standpoint, the Nova helmet is a truly powerful piece of equipment. But precisely because of this, its user can be even more dangerous. Peter didn't want to play the seasoned veteran and criticize Richard Rider's capabilities. He knew lack of experience was natural. Not everyone is like Spider-Man, grinding hell mode dungeons every day to push their experience points so high. Everyone starts as a novice. Back when he first fought Shocker, hadn't things been a mess too? However, that didn't mean Peter intended to do nothing. On one hand, these young heroes were indeed inexperienced, and their battles sometimes easily harmed innocent bystanders. On the other hand, a significant number of so-called heroes, especially those who appeared later, shared a common problem. They didn't actually know why they wanted to be superheroes. With the constant increase of superpowered individuals in the world and the subsequent rise of superheroes, a celebrity effect had formed. A vast number of powered individuals chose to become superheroes, but if you asked them why, they couldn't give an answer. Or rather, the reason they became superheroes was simply because they discovered they had powers, much like how someone who finds they are good at sports or acting becomes an athlete or an actor. It had become a mindless trend and a pursuit of fame. But the issue lay in the fact that the essence of a superhero is a vigilante, not a star. In reality, many participants would soon realize one thing: they gained nothing. In fact, all they would receive is public condemnation and verbal abuse, regardless of the reason. The superhero business is actually quite thankless. When a massive influx of powered people enters the fray wanting to be heroes, only to find that people aren't grateful but instead complain about their actions, what happens? So I have to ask, why exactly did you decide to come out and help? Peter, who had lunged forward to catch Nova and set him aside, inquired, I noticed you looked quite disappointed when no one called out your name. Are you a superhero for the applause? Of course not. Then you must have a reason. Even an absurd one will do. Nova seemed to suddenly realize something, but as Spider-Man officially joined the fray, the frightful four shifted their tactics. First was the wizard, who threw out dozens of gravity discs. These disks scattered through the air, releasing gravitational forces with completely different directions and intensities, constantly shifting their orientation. He intended to prevent Spider-Man from utilizing his mobility, using this chaotic gravity field to trap him completely. Peter drew a sling ring portal. In the next instant, a deluge of water from Atlantis swept away all the gravity disks, returning to the ocean through another, larger portal. Floating in midair, the wizard's expression stiffened, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. What was this? How did Spider-Man make all his high-tech gear vanish in a flash? Flash Thompson, on the side, cheered, though Peter suspected Flash didn't understand it either. Nova watched for a long while before finally firing back a question, "Aren't you Spider-Man?" Firstly, yes, I was bitten by a magical spider. Secondly, I know what you want to ask, but I don't have time to tell you right now. As for why, it's because a guy everyone calls Trapster, but who actually hasn't said a single word, is silently aiming at my back. Four mechanical claws emerged from Spider-Man's back, firing lasers that pierced through Trapster's prosthetics. Then, Peter continued to question Nova, "So why do you come out to do this thankless work? I mean, being a superhero and all. You seem to have a fairly happy life, no tragic past. I don't mean anything by it, I'm just curious." Richard Rider opened his mouth, realizing he truly couldn't answer. He couldn't help but ask in return, "What about you then? Why do you do this? Why are you Spider-Man? Watch out." Titania had already charged forward. This burly woman, strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the Thing, lunged at Spider-Man with a speed that even Nova found unbelievable. Yet, the men in front of him seemed oblivious. "Me? I'm quite pitiful. I do this entirely because I have a psychological disorder." A psychological disorder? Richard still hadn't processed that, but Peter had already performed a backflip into the air. His wrist fired a web, netting Titania mid-flight and tripping her flat onto the ground. A very serious psychological disorder. An obsessive-compulsive need to help whenever I see someone in trouble, otherwise I feel sick. How about you? Do you have OCD? In that moment, Richard Rider suspected Spider-Man was messing with him, but he suddenly realized it might not be the case. He looked toward the others, only to be preempted by Peter's rebuttal. "Don't look at the others. I know them better than you do. Cloak and Dagger were human test subjects for an evil organization. Out of hundreds of subjects, only 4 survived, and even then they nearly drowned in that base. Agent Venom is a bit of an outlier, but he was a man willing to stand up for others even when he had no powers at all. So, what about you? Do you have a reason? Are you here to ask me for my reasons? No, I'm just telling you that if you don't have a reason that keeps you in this line of work, you definitely won't last, friend. Our job isn't as glamorous as you think. If you do poorly, people curse you. If you think you've done well, people still curse you. Some people don't care how many you save or how terrifying an enemy you stop, they only care about the ones you didn't save, or the losses you didn't prevent. Like J. Jonah Jameson. Like J. Jonah Jameson, sort of. As Spider-Man spoke, he fired a web behind him and yanked hard. He then heard Dagger's surprised cry, only to turn and see the Trapster had stepped on his own super adhesive. It had conflicted with the webbing, the man was yanked over, but his pants remained stuck to the glue. The perception of the noir Spider-Man suit still had some flaws, for instance, it couldn't sense superglue on the floor. Peter sighed, webbing the Trapster up to the side, and turned back to Nova. "So, shall we talk? Buddy. Like I said, I know a place that's perfect for someone like you right now." Richard Rider finally gave an answer that wasn't a question. "Where?" "Up there. SWORD, my friend." Chapter 652, Avengers Academy. No one likes a long-winded lecture, Peter understood this perfectly. However, sometimes it was crucial to let young people know exactly what they were going to face. Some believed that young superhumans simply needed training, experience, and instruction. But Peter felt it was more important for those aspiring to be superheroes to understand the risks involved. Just as every firefighter knows that their job requires rushing into burning buildings and carries a risk to their life, it was necessary for everyone to know the stakes and the kind of path they were embarking upon. Oh, and aside from that, one had to remember to attend school. So, Peter told Nova that he would take him to SWORD after classes were over. As it turned out, we were let out early because Harry was kidnapped. I even had to pretend I was rushing over from outside, which caused a bit of a delay. Peter was at SWORD headquarters, explaining what had happened to Tony and Captain America. Not far away, Nova was shouting nonsense like, "Oh my god, I'm actually in space." Had this kid not even realized after getting the Nova helmet that it allowed one to breathe in space? Superheroes these days were getting worse with every generation. "So, you thought these little runts needed some exercise and dragged us up here?" Looking at Nova in the distance, Tony mostly felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill. He even brought up Cap's old argument from years ago, and keep in mind, not everyone wants these kids getting trained. Some people believe children shouldn't be on a battlefield. Cap gave Tony a somewhat speechless look before turning to Peter. I agree with your views on superheroes and responsibility. I also know the consequences of what happens when a soldier doesn't know what they're fighting for. In my time, the veterans had PTSD because they wondered why they were the ones who survived and wanted revenge for their comrades. Veterans today just feel like executioners. So, I want to hear your take. How exactly do you see this? It's simple, Cap. At first, I just intended to see how these youngsters would handle things. But when I discovered Richard Rider's situation, I suddenly realized that no one was teaching them about the risks they would encounter, the consequences they would bear, or their responsibilities. If we, who recognize this, don't do something, the result could be catastrophic. Peter explained his perspective, but that's not even the most troublesome part. These people might get discouraged while being superheroes and choose to quit, or even become villains. If we step in, all of that can be avoided. Classic Spider-Man logic, Tony remarked. If we do something, we can avoid something bad. If we don't, things will get messy. Cap paused for a second or two before asking, how messy? If we don't do it, then others might. The Pentagon, S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the HYDRA lurking in the shadows. Peter hadn't even finished the name Hydra before Tony caught on instantly, looking toward Cap. You know what, Cap? I think the kid is right. Can you imagine what would happen if the White House or Nick Fury trained these kids? Oh wait, Nick Fury is already doing it. Tony had a considerable lack of trust in the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D., actually, no one really trusted them, but Tony was particularly severe on this point. Thus, once he understood Peter's reasoning, he immediately offered his support. Cap, meanwhile, continued to deliberate. If the White House or S.H.I.E.L.D. were to train these new superhumans, would they tell these recruits exactly what kind of situations they would face at every moment? And the Avengers have the reputation to stop all that. As long as we announce that we're starting to train young, new Avengers, all the kids looking to get into this business will flock to us. No one will care about Nick Fury's mess anymore. Tony continued to whisper in Cap's ear. And we have the space, Cap, don't forget our plan, this fits perfectly. Plus, the new Avengers base. Plan. Peter didn't quite understand what Tony was referring to. He knew Tony was building a new Avengers base in New Jersey, a massive facility with usable space dozens of times larger than Avengers Tower. But what was the plan? The Greenwich Initiative, also known as the 24-Hour Project, Cap took over the explanation. A project Tony and I discussed together. It was originally called the 50-State Initiative, to find corresponding superhumans in all 50 states, train them to be superheroes, and assemble them all as an army to face enemies when necessary. Tony picked up the thread. And very quickly, we chose to expand the plan further. We hope to cooperate with superheroes worldwide, striving to ensure that every time zone has an excellent and powerful superhero team. A massive organization that set aside national animosities to stand united when Earth faced a crisis, a plan to ensure that no matter which corner of the globe was attacked, someone would respond immediately. This plan was named after the standard time zone, Greenwich. I agree. After listening to Peter and Tony, Cap nodded. We may not need these children on the battlefield, but we do need to guide them. We cannot leave this matter to anyone else, not the White House, and certainly not S.H.I.E.L.D. We will establish an academy. It might be like a police academy or a military academy. We won't just teach them how to fight, we will guide them toward what is right. Once Cap finalized the decision, he looked back and forth between Tony and Peter. What do you two think of the name, Avengers Academy? It was pretty good, if a bit blunt. As Peter thought this over, he heard Cap say with some excitement, so, where do we begin? Let's start with Nova. We happen to have a very suitable teaching aid right here. Just as Peter finished speaking, an unpleasant sound came from behind him. He turned to see Nova, with the bucket-like helmet on his head, being slammed into a wall by some unknown force. But the real trouble wasn't that he went flying, it was that in his panic, Richard Rider released energy from both hands, searing a hole right through the SWORD warship. Peter and Tony looked at Cap simultaneously. Cap lowered his head and let out a sigh. Too late, sorry. Chapter 653, Nova. The time rewinds to a few minutes ago. I did not expect to see a Nova Corps helmet on Earth. And looking at your armor, you have inherited the gear of a Centurion, those are the high-level leaders of the Nova Corps. Marvel looked with considerable surprise at the young man Spider-Man had brought along, who was clad in Nova equipment. He then frowned and questioned Richard Rider, where did you pick up this helmet, young man? At first, Richard had been listening with interest to this light blue-skinned alien's rambling, but upon hearing this, his face dropped as he replied, I didn't pick it up, sir. One night while I was fixing my bike in my backyard, this helmet just flew over on its own. Hearing this, Marvel found it even harder to maintain his composure. Richard was curious and wanted to ask something else, but Marvel's next sentence made him go on high alert. Can you let me see your helmet? Question mark. What you said is likely true, but if it belonged to a Centurion, he would absolutely never discard his helmet without reason. Even in the entire Nova Corps, Centurions are the most elite and outstanding individuals. The entire Nova Corps consists of only 500 members, in other words, there are only 5 Centurions. The Nova, who had been wary and hesitant, became quite shocked upon hearing this. Only 500 people. Yes, because the power of the Nova Corps is drawn entirely from the world mind, the central computer of the planet Xander. Such immense power cannot be mass-produced. They maintain a roster of only 500, every Nova is a hand-picked, elite warrior with a heart of justice from across, in Earth terms, the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies. So, it is very strange to me why a Centurion's helmet would be here. And more crucially, what kind of crisis could bring a Nova Corps Centurion to Earth? And a very vital point, who was he hunting, and has the person already entered Earth? Hearing this, Richard took off his precious helmet and handed it to Marvel. Marvel wasted no time and led Richard into the laboratory. Using Kree Empire technology and his knowledge of Xander, he began to reverse engineer the Nova helmet. Then, the scene Peter and the others witnessed occurred. The Nova helmet, detecting the cracking program, forcibly flew onto Richard's head and began attacking the opponent. Thus, the kid went flying haphazardly all over SWORD headquarters, knocking things over left and right. Finally, he was swatted out of the sky by the captain's shield. Calm down, soldier. You are the one in control of the weapon. Captain America looked at Richard, who was sprawled on the ground and seemingly unable to control himself, speaking with concern. Control it, do not fear it. Deep breaths. Don't force it, just feel where the firing point is. I think Cap is trying to say, put your finger on the trigger but don't pull, except this helmet doesn't have a trigger. Peter whispered a critique from behind. Tony, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Yeah, it would be great if every weapon could be perfectly controlled just by pulling a trigger. But some guns can't even manage that, there are even bolt-action rifles called assault rifles. Captain ignored the banter behind him and pulled Richard up. Richard took several deep breaths before finally calming down. He took off his helmet and realized the person in front of him was actually Captain America. Oh my god, it's Captain America. And Iron Man, oh my god. Richard took another deep breath. I saw it. I saw the message left for me by the owner of this helmet. It's important. You guys have to see this. Calm down, son. Let's head back to Marvel's lab, and you can tell us everything. Captain led the boy back to the lab. Marvel was currently using a broom to clean up the mess. Seeing them, he hurried over. He watched as Richard placed the helmet on the table. The star emblem on the helmet projected the image of a man. He looked very similar to a human, except his skin was somewhat pinkish. This is Nova Corps Centurion Roman Day, a famous hero of the Nova Corps. I've seen reports in war briefings about him entering combat zones to rescue civilians. A Kree. Roman Day looked at Marvel, appearing somewhat surprised. According to my intelligence, I thought this planet had not made interstellar contact. I am merely a scientist here for observation, not a diplomat. And your intelligence is a bit outdated, Commander. Marvel introduced Captain and Tony to the Centurion. They are the guardians of this planet. They previously stopped a war involving a Chitauri attempt to invade their world via a man-made spatial wormhole. The Centurion gave Captain and the others a Xandarian military salute. Although he hadn't seen it before, Captain nodded in response. At this moment, Richard asked with a hint of hope, Are you still alive? Regrettably, no. I am merely an artificial intelligence replicated from Roman Day's thought patterns. To warn Earth of a potential threat, I came here. I was mortally wounded while wiping out a gang of space pirates. The leader of this pirate gang, Zor, has escaped to Earth, but unfortunately, I no longer have the means to track him down. Peter remembered Nova's origin. After all, it was identical to Green Lantern's, but he really wasn't very familiar with villains from Marvel's cosmic side. When Roman Day provided an image, Peter didn't recognize who the blue, burly man was. He seemed a bit was he like Yondu or a Kree? No, neither. To be honest, he looked more like Nebula. One of Nebula's kin. A Luphamoid. They are indeed a notorious race of pirates. What did they do that would cause a Centurion of the Nova Corps to fall in battle? Marvel looked toward Roman Day, waiting for an answer. Luphamoids were indeed troublesome, especially as pirates under Thanos, but they shouldn't have been enough to cause Xander such heavy losses. If Thanos himself had acted, then Xander should theoretically be out of commission. Roman Day provided a very vague answer. The Luphamoids found a weapon. This weapon was extremely powerful, capable of siphoning the geothermal energy of an entire planet and destroying the planet itself. The Nova Corps paid a heavy price to destroy that weapon, but the leader himself escaped to Earth. Note, Roman Day was the Nova commander on Xandar in the MCU's Guardians of the Galaxy. The origin of Nova remains a modification for this story. This Thor isn't actually important and is a mere extra, but he has been assigned a very interesting foreshadowing. Chapter 654, Responsibility. An interstellar pirate had discovered a planet-killing weapon. To be honest, the Avengers present entered a combat-ready state almost instantly. Nearly everyone subconsciously assumed that the Nova Corps had failed to stop the enemy, and that Earth was now forced to face such a terrifying foe. However, the reality was much better. By sacrificing their own without regard for loss or casualty, the Nova Corps had successfully destroyed the terrible weapon. Afterward, Roman Day, a centurion of the Nova Corps, had pursued the damned pirate leader while wounded. In the end, after cornering the enemy on Earth, his own life force had finally burned out. After listening to Roman's story, Captain America remained silent for a moment before asking Roman a question. "Is there anyone still waiting for you to come home?" Roman's artificial intelligence fell silent for a brief second. Or rather, Roman still has many comrades, as well as a wife and daughter waiting for him to return. Richard Rider looked at Roman's AI, then shifted his gaze to the Nova helmet. "Then perhaps I should give this thing back." "No. The priority is Zor. Although this space pirate has lost almost all external aid and has landed on this world alone, he is dangerous." Roman's AI looked at Richard. "Richard Rider, you were calculated by the world mind to be the person most suitable for this helmet. I trust its judgment. I have told you everything because I need you to save your world." In that instant, Richard suddenly understood what Spider-Man had told him earlier. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a lucky kid who found a helmet that gives people superpowers into a successor to the legacy of a noble warrior. A hero had died and, as if it were a casual matter, had dropped his power and responsibility onto Richard's shoulders, pressing down with a weight that made it hard for him to breathe. "You can also leave it to us, we also share the responsibility of protecting this planet." The captain's words caused Richard to fall into a deeper silence, but Roman's AI broke it after a short pause to provide Richard with more specific details. "The helmet contains the last records regarding Zor. It might be possible to find where that fellow is located." Richard silently picked up the helmet and placed it on his head. The projection naturally deactivated. He remained silent for a dozen seconds, then took a deep breath and charged out without saying a word. The issue of Nova was settled. His further communication with Roman would only make him more aware of his responsibilities. Roman was a great man who did not hesitate to burn through his own life and leave behind his lover and daughter just to hunt down a criminal. Such a man believed that Richard Rider could become his successor. From this moment on, responsibility was inextricably linked with Nova. He would never again be that carefree young superhero preoccupied with fame. It seems he didn't even need us. He's more than capable of understanding what kind of responsibility he needs to bear on his own. Watching Nova charge out, Tony Stark didn't seem to mind at all that the boy had left without a word. However, as a Kree, Marvel knew better than anyone what Richard was about to face, and what a successor to a Nova Corps Centurion truly had to endure. Taking a step back, even if Richard returned the Nova Corps helmet after this was over and was accepted by the Corps as a regular recruit, the responsibility he would bear and the pressure he would face would be immense. And Marvel had seen Richard's face when he took off the helmet. That's just a child. The situation he has to face is far too complex. I'm not entirely sure if this is a good thing. Hearing Marvel's words, Tony quite dismissively patted the shoulder of Peter, who was talking with the captain. "What's wrong with being a kid? We Avengers have the finest young people in the world. Look at Parker, look at how much he's done in the year since he joined the Avengers." Marvel. He felt that if every young person's year was as colorful as Spider-Man's, then Earth might as well hurry up and be destroyed. With a rhythm where New York was destroyed once a week, the world was threatened once a month, and a global catastrophe happened every 6 months, he sometimes wondered how Spider-Man even managed to hold on. The matter of the Avengers Academy needs to be put on the agenda. Nova is a good example, and an even better role model. He shows us how many young people aren't ready to truly be superheroes, and how many still think this is just playing house. The captain continued speaking with his usual gravity. The Avengers understood most of the intel regarding the other wasteland world, including the Civil War. Deep down, perhaps the captain and Tony still hadn't reached a total consensus, but they were certain of one thing. They had to let these young people know what they were doing, lest young superhumans, for the sake of fame and vanity, start live streaming their attempts to catch criminals, only for the enemy to explode and kill hundreds of people. That kind of thing had to be stopped. "Tony, please go look after that kid. I don't think he'll lose, but just in case, and to prevent that space pirate from causing further casualties, I need to trouble you." "No problem. I'm actually quite curious about space pirates. I'm wondering if a space pirate has to have missing limbs and attach a hook to themselves." Tony was already wearing his battle armor. After Peter opened a portal for him, Tony stepped through. Afterward, the captain let out a long breath and looked toward Marvel. Marvel, I know you might not like discussing matters regarding combat, but I might really need to ask for your advice. Spider-Man and I did an analysis, and we found that Roman might have hidden some things. Marvel asked back, not quite understanding. Hidden? Hidden what? Hidden the true level of terror of that planet-killing machine. Simply put, for a high-precision piece of equipment, making it crash isn't actually that complicated because its calculations are too fine and easily interrupted. Peter provided his own analysis, and as the enforcers of EWO massive galaxies, the combat power of the Nova Corps should be exceptionally outstanding. It feels a bit strange that a weapon capable of destroying a planet could withstand such a massive volume of attacks. Initially, Marvel didn't find it strange, but he reacted quickly. With the strength of the Nova Corps, why would dismantling a weapon salvaged by a space pirate result in such heavy casualties? But this has nothing to do with the mission Richard has to perform, so it doesn't matter if it's left unsaid. The captain finally reached a conclusion and looked at Marvel. What we want to ask is, which civilizations do you know of that are capable of manufacturing such a powerful weapon? Chapter 655, and so, we return to our ordinary lives first. The task of hunting down the alien Zor was left to Nova. Whether according to Roman Day's account or the nature of the suspect's race, it was confirmed that the individual's solo combat capability was limited. Otherwise, Roman Day wouldn't have believed that Richard, a high schooler without formal training, was capable of defeating him. Consequently, this matter had little to do with Peter and the others. However, they still faced one question: what should be done once the culprit was caught? Logically speaking, the fact that this fellow had hidden on Earth hadn't triggered a crisis, and the only reason to arrest him was Richard Rider's status as the successor to a Nova Centurion. Yet, Earth had no extradition treaties or similar agreements with Xander. They didn't even have a way to contact the Xandarians. Fortunately, while humanity had not yet truly entered the interstellar era, they did have interstellar friends. When the Guardians of the Galaxy left, they had left behind a pager to call them, which was currently being kept by SWORD. They had already sent a call out to the Guardians. When the time came, whether it was the remains of the Nova Centurion, the wreckage of the ship, or the wanted criminal, everything could be handed over to them to take back to Xander. However, upon hearing the name, Guardians of the Galaxy, the expression on the face of Roman Day, a highly decorated Centurion, became quite strange. Peter clearly noticed this and asked, "Do you know them?" Peter Quill's team. How could I not? The illegitimate son of the Emperor of the Spartax Empire, who ran off to become a thief, and stole an Infinity Stone, no less. It's a stroke of luck that nothing disastrous happened in the end. He and that bunch of rabble actually managed to save the entire galaxy, otherwise, we would have had to lock him up first. Despite his words, Roman Day seemed to acknowledge them to a certain extent. He also realized that half of Peter Quill's heritage came from this very planet. From that perspective, the Guardians of the Galaxy were a reliable choice. Thus, the situation here drew to a close. By the next day, Richard Rider had requested a leave of absence from school, while Peter attended his classes as usual. Harry hadn't realized that his involvement in a robbery case could spawn so many stories, nor had Peter told him about it. At this moment, the boy's attention was entirely focused on the Avengers Academy project, which hadn't even begun yet. You mean the Avengers intend to centrally train and educate a new generation of young heroes? That is so cool. My God. The project is indeed very attractive, Amadeus analyzed calmly. At least in America, once the Avengers announce they are opening an academy, no one will bother with the White House or S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. A massive number of young people will apply with the mindset of, I'm going to be a reserve Avenger, or, I am the next generation of the Avengers. Amadeus analyzed the benefits of the Avengers Academy with cold logic, though he didn't seem particularly interested himself. Harry, on the other hand, nodded in agreement repeatedly. Seeing Harry's excitement, Peter knew exactly what he was thinking. If you're wondering if you'd be selected, I doubt it, Harry. The Avengers Academy is only responsible for training those who have the potential to be superheroes and have already chosen that path. It took Harry a moment to process what Peter meant. He was a bit like the previous Nova. The reason Harry wanted to be a superhero, like trying to get Toombs to make him a pair of wings, was simply because he thought it was cool. But Harry had one good quality: he really did just think about it. He knew exactly what kind of high-stakes situations Peter dealt with daily and the kind of enemies he faced. That was why he had given that vial of serum to Peter instead of using it himself. Of course, because he was mostly just talking, no one held it against him. Life seemed to suddenly settle into the mundane routine of daily studies. Of course, there were still things worth mentioning. For instance, Harry instantly became a celebrity at school. The secret that he was Norman Osborn's son could no longer be kept. Fortunately, since his relationship with Norman had long since been mended, it didn't cause any issues to have it known now. Instead, it became a symbol of his approachable nature, in a place like New York, the son of a billionaire had given up the chance to study at a private school to attend a public one, even using a pseudonym to avoid causing trouble. Naturally, some people liked him more for it, while others disliked him for the same reason. What? You say you forgot that Harry used the name Harold Lyman at Midtown High. That's fine, consider this a quick reminder. Alright, it's time for dismissal. I have something I need to take care of first. When school ended, Peter stood up and grabbed his backpack to leave. Seeing this, Harry and Amadeus assumed something was wrong. After checking that the people around them were at a distance, they hurriedly asked, "Did something happen somewhere?" "No, nothing." "Why would you think that?" Peter blinked, looking at his startled friends. Amadeus was speechless, while Harry asked back in confusion, "If nothing's wrong, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Oh, remember those photos I took last year of characters like Rhino and other villains that got into the Daily Bugle? The school's photography club found me and asked if I could join to help them out. They just reached out a day or two ago, so I have a bit of business. I'm off." As they watched Peter leave, Amadeus muttered in disbelief, "I can't believe it. Peter Parker actually has time to participate in 2 clubs. Where does he get all that time? I suspect his sleep schedule is less than half of a normal person's, or maybe he has an extra 4 hours in his day." Harry agreed with a nod. The two of them whispered to each other as they packed their bags. Harry then turned to Amadeus and asked, "What about you? Do you have anything you need to get busy with?" "Unfortunately, other than going home to play video games, I have absolutely nothing to do." Hearing this, Harry froze for a second before a sudden smile spread across his face. He looked at Amadeus. "Speaking of which, since Spider-Man isn't heading out anyway, why don't we go to the web base? The computers there are top-notch, the gaming experience will definitely be amazing." Amadeus hesitated for only a single second before returning the smile. "Great idea." Chapter 656, An Incredible Alliance. Matt Murdock arrived at Rikers Island Prison. He was genuinely surprised to have been invited here, especially since the invitation had come specifically from Wilson Fisk. It was more than a little strange. Fisk knew his secret identity, yet he had gone through with this anyway. That meant Fisk wasn't looking for the blind lawyer, Matt Murdock, he was looking for Daredevil. "I'm requesting a meeting with my client." "Thank you." After speaking with the guards, Matt was led to a visiting room. He wondered if it was intentional when he found Fisk already sitting there, calmly slicing into a steak. "Ah, you've finally arrived, Devil. I was wondering how long I'd have to wait for you." Fisk spoke while forking a piece of meat into his mouth. Matt sat down and said coldly, "Is this what your prison life looks like, Fisk? It seems quite comfortable." "Rikers has never been the most comfortable of prisons, Devil. I heard things are going well over at the mansion." Fisk chuckled at that. "I am not like them, Devil. Neither Hammerhead nor Tombstone are mere humans. They took advantage of their superhuman status to secure certain privileges, and now is simply the time to pay the price." No matter how one looked at it, Fisk was a regular human being. He wasn't suited for a place like the mansion, a prison specifically designed for powered criminals. Furthermore, his reason for seeking out Matt today had nothing to do with debating which prison he belonged in. The Hand. "I know you and your friends are investigating them. As it happens, I know a thing or two about them myself. It might be of some use to you." Matt frowned. He hadn't realized Fisk had any ties to the Hand. However, his instinct was to refuse. "Whatever you're planning, Fisk, your schemes are going to fail. I'm not collaborating with you." Fisk didn't resort to threats. He simply finished his steak with practiced patience, signaled for the plate to be taken away, and continued. "Is that so, Devil? Will you let the Hand's next move go unchecked just for the sake of your little sense of justice? Someone might be dying at their hands at this very moment. Perhaps if you knew their movements and their traits a bit sooner, you could save them. Or perhaps." Fisk trailed off with a small smile, then offered a preliminary piece of intelligence. When the Hand first entered New York, they used several companies associated with Hydra as covers. For instance, Viper Security and AIM. They've scrubbed themselves clean now, but that doesn't mean they haven't left a trail, Devil. AIM had long since been dismantled, and Viper Security had been exposed as a Hydra front during the purge in Budapest and subsequently driven out. However, their real estate and other assets couldn't be liquidated overnight. So, what happened to them? They were shuffled through shell companies and sold off at bottom-of-the-barrel prices, straight into the hands of the Hand. From Fisk's words, Matt could draw a few conclusions. First, the Hand likely wasn't using those facilities anymore, they had embedded themselves deeper into society, with everyone serving as hidden sleepers. Because of this, the original locations had become liabilities and were likely abandoned. Matt silently considered a second possibility. Fisk's confidence that Matt wouldn't walk away empty-handed suggested that Fisk knew there were still clues to be found near those abandoned sites. Fisk likely already had evidence in hand. That may be true, but it's not something I'm willing to consider right now. Matt made a show of saying goodbye. He intended to verify Fisk's claims himself. If they held water, he would try to investigate on his own without being beholden to the men. Of course, he would need to call in reinforcements. It would be best to get the entire Defenders involved. As for Fisk, he simply wore a smile. He was, without a doubt, waiting for Matt to return. A few days later, the scene was the same, and so were the players. It seems you've reached a conclusion, Devil. I assume you now understand the situation you're facing. Fisk greeted him with a smirk. He didn't have access to real-time news, but Daredevil's reappearance meant the hero's independent investigation into the hand had hit a wall. In reality, Matt's situation was even more troublesome. The enemy had repeatedly cut off his leads and had even sent Elektra to harass him. Meanwhile, the other members of the Defenders had made absolutely no progress. It was as if the hand was fixated on him specifically, ignoring everyone else, yet they vanished the moment he tried to pin them down. What truly worried Matt was what they were stalling for. With every passing day of failure, he found himself drawn back to Rikers, back to Fisk. Tell me what you want, Fisk. If you're willing to work with your enemies to stop the hand, what's your price? A reduced sentence. You're overthinking it, Devil. All I want is the destruction of the hand, nothing more. Fisk continued slicing his steak. I grew up in Hell's Kitchen. That place is my home, my base, the symbol of everything I am. I will not allow a group of Japanese outsiders to lay a finger on it. Matt remained silent for a moment, then asked skeptically, that's it? That's it. Matt knew Fisk had to be after more than that. His sightless gaze turned sharp as he listened to the rhythm of Fisk's heartbeat. After a long silence, he gave a joyless nod. I look forward to the help you can provide. I hope you can actually help us find them. I will, Devil, believe me. You might find it hard to credit, but I have one natural advantage over the hand that allows me to find these people who love to hide in the shadows. I am intimately familiar with every single corner of Hell's Kitchen. For some reason, the statement made Matt think of Peter Parker. He wondered if New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man was just as familiar with every corner of the city. Chapter 657, Meeting a Blind Lawyer on the Road. Peter had truly found himself with little to do lately, or rather, in the week or so since Harry's kidnapping. He continued his usual patrols and investigations into the hand, but they remained eerily quiet. Even underworld activities had been suppressed to a standstill. Aside from a few common thugs, there was almost no one to catch. This was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. However, as long as the storm hadn't broken yet, life, naturally, had to go on. He had indeed received an invitation to join the photography club. After checking it out, however, Peter eventually declined. Compared to the detective agency, the photography club's schedule was exhaustingly packed. Besides, you don't necessarily need to join a club to take photos, right? With the internet being what it is today, I don't get why they act like you aren't an official photographer if you don't join, Peter said, snapping a photo of the girl in front of him. Cindy, taciturn as always, merely nodded in response to Peter's thoughts. After taking her picture, Peter asked casually, you weren't at school these past 2 days. Did you go to S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. has some new arrangements. They seem to be planning a sweeping operation across the United States. The target is Hydra. Ever since the strike on the underground Hydra city in Budapest, the Hydra propaganda machine had been operating at full capacity, claiming that Hydra had been eradicated, was no longer a threat, and asking if people didn't trust Captain America. Such nonsense might fool ordinary citizens, but it wouldn't work on the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, the Budapest incident had its benefits. It was now possible to discuss Hydra matters openly. Nick Fury certainly knew that Hydra still possessed many hidden strengths. The problem was that Fury also knew S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a sieve. It wasn't even a matter of Hydra planting spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore, it was more like the spies had planted a shield inside Hydra. This was why Nick Fury was training a new generation of superhumans like Cindy, Jessica, and their senior, and why he had established a specialized bus team with level 8 clearance, equivalent to a regional director, that could intervene in anything despite only consisting of a single small squad. And why would he organize the Thunderbolts, a team he knew was almost entirely composed of double agents? The answer, quite obviously, was that he was convinced everyone inside S.H.I.E.L.D., including his deputy Maria Hill, was untrustworthy. Only outsiders, organizations formed without long-term premeditation like the Avengers or the Defenders, or pure rookies who gained powers by accident, were reliable. So why was he starting a grand cleanup now? Thinking of this, Peter put his camera away, and the two continued chatting as they walked. Peter activated the audio filtering function of his nanotech suit, wanting to hear more about the situation from Fury's end. I feel like Fury is doing this on purpose, Cindy said, sounding puzzled. Deliberately and loudly telling Hydra that he knows they still have many people and resources hidden away. I don't quite understand it, because while beating the grass to startle the snake can eliminate some Hydra agents, it will only make the rest hide even deeper. Peter was about to say something when he suddenly remembered a detail. He recalled Nick Fury mentioning that he had eyes inside Hydra as well, a spy who might have even climbed to a fairly high position within the Hydra hierarchy. Perhaps it's because he's certain they won't dare stay in the shadows forever that Fury is doing this. He must have obtained information through certain channels and made an inference. Just like back during the Kang Dynasty, when Baron Zemo showed up with that unfinished cosmic cube. Wait, if Hydra could create an empty shell of a cosmic cube, would they be thinking of creating a complete, brand new one? Peter considered the possibility with uncertainty, then shook his head. No, it's unlikely. Even if Hydra planned to build a second cosmic cube, they shouldn't have any way to tear open a passage from the physical universe to the beyond realm. Even Kang had to rely on future technology to achieve that. If they had that level of tech, they would have struck long before the Avengers were even formed. Or had they recently discovered a way to solve that problem? Peter was still pondering this when he saw an acquaintance walking toward them. It was a young man in sunglasses, appearing to be in his early 30s. Peter, of course, recognized him. It was Daredevil, or rather, the professional Hell's Kitchen lawyer, Matt Murdock. Cindy clearly didn't recognize Matt. She simply watched as Peter, who had been talking to himself, suddenly narrowed his eyes at the approaching blind man. However, her spider sense didn't tingle, meaning the man wasn't an enemy. I didn't know I'd offended anyone enough to have the most famous lawyer in Hell's Kitchen come looking for me, Peter joked as Matt approached. He then shook Matt's hand. Hello, Mr. Murdock. I'm Peter Parker, just an ordinary high school student. Matt raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, then smiled as he returned the handshake. Hello, Mr. Parker. I do indeed have some business with you. Oh, and this is my friend, Cindy Moon. Rest assured, she's very reliable, even if her boss, Nick, isn't necessarily so. Hearing this, Matt nodded understandingly. He then looked around warily, though Peter wasn't sure what a blind man was looking for. Afterward, Matt looked back at Peter. Can we talk, Mr. Parker? Oh, sure. Let's talk. I'm quite curious to know what this is about. After Peter gave Cindy a hand gesture, she obediently departed. Peter walked side by side with Matt. As they walked, Matt heard the sound of the girl leaving and asked Peter curiously, Mr. Parker, you don't seem surprised that I recognized you. For a blind man, I imagine his hearing is sharp enough to distinguish a person by their footsteps or other subtle cues. It should be possible. Matt gave Peter a meaningful look but said nothing more. He felt that, perhaps, Spider-Man really could lead him to the hand. Chapter 658, Where is the Hand? A few minutes later, Daredevil and Spider-Man appeared simultaneously in the skies over New York. The two landed on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Peter knew full well that Matt seeking him out meant there was finally a lead on the hand. Sure enough, Matt's first sentence concerned them. Kingpin reached out to me. He wants us to join forces to deal with the hand. Hearing this, Peter felt a flicker of surprise. He didn't doubt that Kingpin was capable of collaborating with superheroes. After all, the big man was someone who knew how to yield when necessary and possessed significant foresight. Ever since Peter had visited Kingpin in prison, the investigations into his secret identity had ceased entirely. So, if faced with specific circumstances, the big man would indeed choose to cooperate with heroes. What Peter found strange, however, was that he had decided to seek Matt's help specifically regarding the hand. Is the hand really that big of a threat? Big enough for Kingpin to choose to work with you? Matt hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, his brow furrowing. I'm not sure. From my perspective, though the hand has appeared several times and attacked me repeatedly, they haven't actually displayed any unexpected levels of threat. As a superhero, Matt evaluated the hand primarily through the lens of combat effectiveness. He didn't feel that their martial prowess was exaggeratedly powerful. Looking back at the villains he had faced, including Kingpin himself and Bullseye, the hand didn't seem particularly formidable. If that was the case, why did Kingpin believe he needed help? In other words, from his perspective as a crime lord, Kingpin has seen something unusual, Peter noted. Matt agreed with Peter's assessment, remarking with a sigh, but the question is, what is it? Matt fell into silence while Peter scratched his head. I don't know either. I've asked several people lately if there's anything strange happening in the gangs or similar circles. While there are many oddities, and most seem linked to the hand, there's no way to connect them to the hand's actual location. Matt looked toward Peter, waiting expectantly to hear what the spider had discovered during this time. Peter's information sources were twofold. On one hand, there was FEAST, where Aunt May worked and where Martin Lee was located. He could gather news regarding the Chinese community there. As a member of the Defenders, Martin had certainly been doing his part. Beyond that, Peter relied on the many ordinary people he knew, as well as individuals like Shocker's mother, whom he had made an effort to get to know recently. During this period, New York had indeed undergone some dramatic changes. First, the volume of enhancers has dropped rapidly. Although it's not a full-scale offensive, the Hand has wiped out several gangs and killed a lot of people, and they have absolutely no intention of occupying those ecological niches. These gangs had originally filled the void left by Kingpin's territory, so their disappearance created a temporary vacuum in the underworld. These vacant areas were quickly invaded and occupied by FEAST to reclaim ground from the criminal element. Martinley still organized a Inner Demons group, but now the entire gang was responsible for maintaining order as a proactive social organization. This was the only solution Peter and Martin had arrived at after their discussions. If they simply defeated the gangs and locked them up, new criminals would eventually replace them. It was better to rely on FEAST and Martin's influence to displace the gangs entirely. Though for the current state of New York, this was still treating the symptoms rather than the cause. Many issues were not just structural but ideological, and having FEAST maintain order in a few neighborhoods couldn't solve everything. However, during this process, Peter discovered something peculiar. You mean, the Hand isn't involved in selling the drugs? I thought it was strange at first, too. They don't seem like the type to sacrifice profit for morality. And you have to remember, whether it was the Germans or the Japanese during World War II, they used enhancers as military supplies. Peter offered a conclusion that was entirely speculative but lacked evidence, so, either the Hand plans to supply their own goods, offering some unprecedented new enhancer, and thus needs to dismantle the existing sales network. Or they are stockpiling these enhancers on a massive scale to prevent them from entering the market, Matt realized. He shook his head. Peter's logic made sense, but it still didn't help them pinpoint the Hand's location. He finally understood what Kingpin meant by knowing Hell's Kitchen like the back of his hand. It wasn't just about knowing the geography, it was about understanding the operational logic of the underworld. He could spot the Hand's movements through the shifts in that ecosystem. Matt took a deep breath. Was it truly necessary to rely on Kingpin to find these ninjas? I tried to track down the suppliers for these dealers before, but unfortunately, once I reached a certain level, the Hand had already stepped in to cut the ties. That makes me even more certain they are trying to sever the original supply chain. If they were actually trying to reduce the influence of drugs, it would almost be a good thing. Even as he said it, as mentioned before, Peter had no intention of trusting the Hand's moral compass. So, he had thought of another way. Fortunately, we have extra help. A friend who went off to look for his daughter has returned. He can help us with this. He knows where to find the Hand. Matt looked at Peter skeptically. Peter shook his head. The ally he found couldn't provide direct intelligence on the Hand, but he possessed a unique advantage. He had fought the Hand before and remembered their scent. That man was Logan. As an old adversary of the Hand, Logan didn't even need to investigate. As long as he caught a whiff of that specific scent in the vicinity, he could rapidly determine their position. With this edge, Peter believed they could successfully track the Hand down. Hearing this, Matt felt a surge of excitement and began considering other factors. Then I'll talk to Kingpin and agree to the cooperation, but we need to ensure his actions stay under our surveillance and don't interfere with us. Peter added a final thought. Also, we need to figure out exactly what he's planning in this situation. I have a hunch that Kingpin's goal isn't just to take down the Hand. Chapter 659, Searching for Ninjas. 2 days had passed since Peter and Matt's conversation when Logan finally found the time to come to Manhattan. He had previously discovered some leads regarding X-23 and went to investigate, only to come up empty-handed. Forget finding X-23 herself, finding a reliable witness was proving difficult. It's actually quite similar to those ninjas you mentioned. They all appear and disappear like ghosts. I remember those living corpses from the Hand didn't used to be able to mask their scent, but that was decades ago. Logan arrived at the rendezvous point with a cigar clenched between his teeth and began conversing with Matt. Matt nodded thoughtfully and then asked about another matter. Is the lady who came with you also an ally for this mission? No, but her presence might be of some help, and there's no harm in it. Logan glanced into the distance at Shadowcat, who was chatting with Spider-Man. In truth, Kitty had requested to come herself after learning that Peter Parker was involved in the operation. Beyond the fact that it was unlikely for Kitty to take any damage in a battle of this level, Logan simply hadn't the heart to refuse her. Since the professor's return, he felt as though the burden on his shoulders had lightened considerably. Many matters could now be handled by Cyclops or the professor, allowing him to settle back into his role as a lone wolf. Currently, Logan had no needs other than finding his clone daughter, X-23. His memories had returned, the X-Men were rebuilt, the professor had been resurrected, and he even had a daughter whom he might be able to care for, someone who, with proper guidance, might not turn out as twisted as Dakin. Aside from the fact that Jean was dead, Logan had very few regrets left. Alright, so it's here, right? The people who died inside were taken care of by those undying freaks. As he spoke, Logan pulled on his mask and pushed open the door. The stench of blood and chemical enhancers rushed out, strong enough to overwhelm the sense of smell of any police dog. However, Wolverine's nose was far more acute than any hound's. He could even use sense to reconstruct the flow of a battle. In this room, where only the victims had left traces and the killers had left no evidence, he caught a few familiar whiffs. Without a doubt, this was the scent of the hand. Logan paused for a brief 2 seconds, then turned to leave, passing between the chatting Peter and Kitty. "I've found them. You'd better keep up. That fast." "Yeah. The scent isn't very strong, but luckily this happened today, so the trail is still fresh. Move it." Logan walked down the stairs as he spoke. Peter, who had just been catching up with Kitty on what they had been doing lately, shrugged and followed. Matt followed quickly as well, and the four of them stepped into the elevator. "Wait, the hand takes the elevator." They likely stopped on top of the car and climbed through the elevator shaft. After explaining this to Kitty, Peter opened the trapdoor at the top of the elevator and climbed up. However, even after scanning the area, he found nothing. But there are no footprints here. They've undergone special training to leave no footprints during their movements, but you can't mask a scent. After another sniff, Logan dug his claws straight into the wall and climbed rapidly. He pried open a ventilation duct entrance and crawled inside. Matt followed swiftly, using his grapple to catch up. Peter looked into the air, then glanced back at Kitty. "Can you get up there yourself?" No." Ignoring the questioning tone in her voice, Peter wrapped an arm around her waist and brought her to the duct entrance before continuing the pursuit. Logan crawled ahead with incredible agility until he found another elevator shaft, then leaped down, landing directly at the bottom of the pit. The others followed immediately. Above them was an elevator that could descend to the underground parking garage at any moment, yet there were no anomalies here. Matt specifically tapped the ground, confirming that it wasn't hollow beneath them. At that moment, Kitty dove directly into the ground. A moment later, a massive slab of rock over a meter thick was shifted aside, revealing a pitch-black passage. Peter let the spider emblem on his chest light up, then jumped down first, looking at the surrounding tunnel. Man, they didn't even use New York's existing sewer system. They even installed such a thick barrier. No wonder we couldn't find them. Peter looked up as Matt and Logan jumped down one after the other. His voice echoed through the tunnel, which appeared to have been excavated entirely by hand. Logan ran his hand along the rock wall and let out a curious drawing everyone's attention. "What is it?" These walls were cut with katanas, more specifically, nodachi. But katanas are famously fragile among bladed weapons. Using them to cut through rock is practically unbelievable. This had nothing to do with the hardness of the metal. Even with his adamantium claws, cutting a tunnel like this would likely dull the edge, let alone a regular katana. This was why he was perplexed. Maybe it's some Esper's superpower? Peter suggested as he moved forward. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Logan. Speaking of which, Dakin's mother was killed by the hand, right? That's right. What of it? If that's the case, Dakin must have been trained by the hand. They should be well aware that you can smell them, Logan. Dakin's abilities were nearly identical to Logan's, so whatever Logan could do, Dakin certainly could as well. In other words, the hand had always known that Logan had the ability to track them. Matt quickly understood Peter's point. So, there's likely a trap ahead. A trap specifically designed to deal with Logan. After all, Logan was generally a lone wolf, so this was likely a trap set for him alone, or perhaps it was a trap for all of them. The group was silent for a split second before they couldn't help but chuckle. They certainly weren't afraid of the hand. To put it bluntly, if there really was a trap ahead, they would be more than happy to walk right into it. Aside from Kitty, the other three were actually more worried about what they would do if the hand had already fled. Kitty watched the three of them laughing in the hollow tunnel and felt a bit uneasy for some reason. Matt finally restrained himself after they finished laughing. Regardless, let's keep moving. I hope there really is a trap ahead. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing what the hand can cook up. Chapter 660, Ninjas are unprepared. In reality, Peter and the others had overthought the situation. Their group was advancing with extreme caution, searching for the hand's whereabouts while remaining on high alert for a potential ambush. But the hand hadn't set an ambush at all. Or rather, the hand hadn't had the time to prepare one. After taking down Dakin, they had been preoccupied with a ritual to erode his will, intending to brainwash him into becoming a killer for the hand. Once that was done, they planned to release the news, knowing that the wolf warrior, Logan, would certainly come to investigate. Then, they could seize the opportunity to kill Logan and use similar methods, perhaps using Elektra to lure Daredevil in, picking them off one by one. Since the brainwashing process wasn't yet complete, they hadn't planned on making a move. They had no idea they had already been rooted out. Even more unbelievable was that Matt's group wasn't the only one coming for them. On the other side, Bullseye and the Prowler had already geared up and entered the tunnels from a different direction. Once Wilson Fisk realized that Matt had no intention of collaborating with him, he had deduced several things. He immediately launched his own plan, sending those two to handle the hand first. Thus, completely oblivious, the hand was perfectly poised to take a beating. Wait a second, something's wrong. There are enemies ahead. Halfway through the tunnel, Peter switched off his light and signaled for everyone to stop. Matt listened intently for a moment. There was no heartbeat, no sound of breathing, no footsteps, not even a hint of movement. For a split second, he even wondered if Peter was mistaken. Fortunately, Peter hadn't come alone. Beside him, Logan gave a sniff and confirmed Peter's claim. The kid's right. The hand is just ahead. Peter was so certain because he had previously gained the shadow sense of Spider-Man Noir. Although he didn't fully understand the mechanics of the sense, it allowed him to construct a mental model of his surroundings. Logan's method was even simpler. He could smell them. Matt, on the other hand, was effectively blind in this situation. The hand's roster was practically designed to counter him. These undead ninjas had no heartbeats, no breath, and moved without a sound. To anyone else, they were dangerous assassins, but to Matt, they were completely invisible. How was he supposed to fight them? This was a major reason why Matt had wanted the entire Defenders to help. Peter and Logan didn't have this problem. They could even anticipate the hand's strikes, preventing the enemy from utilizing their stealth tactics. I'm going to go ahead while invisible to scout. There might be an ambush. If the coast is clear, we'll move in. Peter made the suggestion, and neither Matt nor Logan objected. Only Kitty asked in a low voice, "Do you need my help?" I shouldn't think so. If only your invisibility could extend to me. We could solve a lot of problems that way. Kitty muttered this while casting occasional glances at Peter. Peter, of course, understood what was on her mind. After calculating Kitty's survivability, he immediately took her along, using his nanosuit to grant her invisibility. The two moved quickly, bypassing the hand ninjas standing guard and phasing through rock walls. They rapidly approached the hand's base and slipped inside quietly. There are so many of them. Hearing Kitty's whisper, Peter nodded. The space here was massive, filled with a multitude of ninjas wrapped tightly in their gear. They stood there motionless, lined up like hanging carcasses. However, Kitty's next remark nearly made him break character. It's nothing like Naruto at all. Peter almost tripped. Kitty turned back to look at him with some embarrassment. What's wrong? No, I just didn't realize you were into that sort of thing. Kitty hesitated. In truth, she hadn't cared about those things before. It was only after receiving the memories of herself from another universe, giving her a clear understanding of Peter's interests, that she had specifically started watching it, hoping to have topics to discuss the next time they met. But, there was no need to tell Peter that. What should we do? Should we take out these ninjas now? Having steered the conversation back to the task at hand, Kitty seemed quite eager to engage the hand. However, this simple wish was checked by Peter. We're only here to confirm the hand's presence. If we're going to attack, we need to bring Logan and Matt in. Come on, let's go. Peter and Kitty quickly returned to the rendezvous point and informed Logan and Matt about the hand. The two of them immediately surged forward. This might not be the hand's main headquarters in New York, but now that they had found it, they weren't going to let anyone leave. As it turned out, an unexpected development occurred. When they arrived, they realized they weren't the only guests. The Prowler and Bullseye had already charged into the horde of monsters, carving a path. For the two of them, a crowd of undead was the perfect place to unleash unrestrained violence. Peter's group froze for several seconds before they could react. After taking a closer look at the battle, Peter was fairly certain that this pair wasn't actually a match for the hand. Or perhaps, they never expected to take down the hand with just two people, unless Peter being there was part of their plan. What's the play? Do we help these guys beat up the hand first, or do we hit everyone at once? Peter asked Daredevil's opinion, feeling uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Matt chose to help Fisk's men fight the hand first. And so, the heroes charged in. At that moment, the Prowler, who had been struggling against the hand, let out a remark of exasperated relief. Damn, you guys finally showed up. Any later and I was going to bail. Sorry to disappoint, Prowler, but you're also on my list of people to send to jail. Peter landed on a hand ninja, and after confirming the enemy was incapacitated, he moved on to strike the next one. Facing Spider-Man's provocation, the Prowler simply shrugged. He didn't buy it for a second. After all, this operation had been personally orchestrated by Wilson Fisk. Chapter 661, Hand Ninjas Feel No Pain. Undying Ninjas, the low-level super soldiers of the hand. Each possessed physical strength and speed far surpassing that of an average human. Every one of them was essentially an immortal, or rather, an undead being. They possessed extraordinary power and agility, and because they were already among the ranks of the Undying, they felt no pain whatsoever. They really don't feel a thing, they won't even let out a grunt. Peter snapped the arm of a hand ninja and was surprised to find that the men remained absolutely silent. This was far more authentic than any super beast. Swinging the ninja like a club, he slammed him into a group of others while striking up a conversation with Matt. Don't they realize that if they were living people, we might actually hold back a little? I'm afraid their usual opponents aren't vigilantes like us, but types like Bullseye. Matt thrust his baton into the abdomen of a ninja, pulled out the segmented staff, and used the connecting wire to garrote another ninja before decapitating him. The benefit of fighting these undying beings was that you could dismantle them without the slightest psychological burden. The downside was that if you didn't remove their heads or limbs, they would simply keep running around. And besides. Having said his piece, Matt glanced in Logan's direction. Though he couldn't see Logan, he could judge exactly how Wolverine was fighting based solely on the sound of limbs hitting the ground and the rhythm of the man's movements. Even among superheroes, there were those who played by no rules at all. That being the case, there was no reason for the hand to train living ninjas just to benefit from a hero's mercy. Those living ninjas with special abilities were better saved for more valuable targets. As the battle raged on, the group noticed something amiss. There were hundreds of gen in here, but they were all undying ninjas. There wasn't a single mid-level officer, and even after fighting for this long, no one like Elektra or any other hand executive had appeared to help. It was strange. Had they all fled, or was this place merely a nest for the undying? Kitty. Forget those ninjas for a second. Realizing this, Peter was glad Logan had brought Kitty along. Could you please go and see what's actually happening here? Check if there are any other hand executives or facilities. If there are, we can't afford to waste any more time here. Kitty turned and phased into the rock wall. Moments later, Peter's spider sense flared. He lunged to the side, narrowly dodging a grappling hook thrown by the prowler. The men actually had the nerve to offer a deadpan explanation. Sorry, the light was too dim, didn't see you there. You could always hang a flashlight on your chest, pal. Honestly, I've been curious for a while, what exactly is that high mobility gear of yours meant for? Peter accidentally hurled a hand ninja at the prowler. After the prowler scrambled to dodge the projectile, he provided an answer. Before I got into this line of work, I was a window washer. This gear is what I used back in my window washing days. Really? The answer was a lie. This equipment had been custom made by Kingpin back when Otto Octavius was working for him. Kingpin had felt that, in an era where superheroes were everywhere, he needed to bolster the combat effectiveness of his subordinates. However, Otto had mentioned that the inspiration for the gear indeed came from a certain worker who washed windows on the exterior of skyscrapers. Furthermore, that individual harbored a deep-seated hatred for Spider-Man. Every time Spider-Man patrolled the streets, he would ruin the man's hard work. Employers didn't care that web fluid dissolved automatically after 2 hours, they only cared whether the glass was clean when the job was handed in. Those webs became the greatest source of the man's fury towards Spider-Man. Thus, when he heard someone wanted to buy his window washing gear to deal with Spider-Man, he unhesitatingly sold his self-designed prowler mantle, along with the blueprints and prototypes, to Otto for $20,000. Peter, however, didn't know any of that. He genuinely believed Miles' uncle was a former window washer who had fallen on hard times and was about to chat more. Suddenly, however, the ninjas seemed to receive an order. They swiftly sheathed their blades and began sprinting toward a single direction. The group exchanged glances, certain that something had happened on Shadowcat's end. Peter tried to contact Kitty, but found that the communication link was dead. Something might have gone wrong over there. We need to catch up, fast. Peter switched his suit to high-speed mode and dashed into the tunnel before the hand ninjas could fully flood it. He surged to the very end of the path. There, a blue energy vortex was slowly closing, while Kitty was nearby, clutching onto something to prevent herself from being sucked in. Peter. Hold on. Peter leaped forward, feeling the powerful suction of the vortex. He jumped to Kitty's side and grabbed her, firing a web line with his other hand to anchor himself to the far wall. Mechanical claws then deployed from his back, digging into the rock as he tried to pull them both out. At the same time, he had to ask what had happened. What's the situation here? Why did a portal suddenly open? I don't know. I saw the ninjas guarding a stone, so I planned to steal it and show it to you guys. But the moment I took the stone, this gate opened. Kitty clung to Peter with one arm and pulled out the stone with the other. The moment Peter saw the object, he shuddered instinctively. A Norn stone. You recognize this thing? Look out. Logan's roar echoed from the distance. Instinctively, Kitty activated her powers, phasing herself and taking Peter with her. The result was that the web line slipped through his hand, and the claws could no longer grip the surrounding rock. Simultaneously, a throwing knife whistled across hundreds of meters, accurately striking Kitty in the forehead, only to pass straight through her body. Even without her phasing, Peter could have intercepted it. Instead, because they were now intangible, they lost all points of support and were instantly pulled into the blue vortex. Confident in his skill, Bullseye, who had thrown the knife, grabbed the prowler and made a swift escape. When Matt and Logan rushed onto the scene, they found only an empty clearing and a single stone lying on the ground. Matt sniffed the stone carefully, his expression turning grim. "You know where those two bastards are, don't you?" "That's not the priority right now," Matt said, quickly changing the subject. "They were teleported away by this stone. I heard their conversation. Spider-Man recognized this object. I think the Avengers might know exactly what this is." Chapter 662, The Savage Land. Bullseye's original intention, of course, was not to send Peter and Kitty away, or rather, that sending away he had planned was of a much more permanent nature. Since Otto had already provided Kingpin with sufficient intelligence regarding Spider-Man, Kingpin knew that Peter possessed a supernatural perception that allowed him to sense danger. Consequently, Bullseye's target was Kitty. He had already deduced that Shadowcat's intangibility required conscious activation. Thus, as long as he caught her off guard, there was a chance to eliminate her. However, Peter's spider sense had long since evolved. Even if Bullseye had actually thrown something, it wouldn't have been an issue. The problem lay in the fact that Logan spotted Bullseye's movement in time and let out a roar, causing Kitty to instinctively activate her powers. As a result, both she and Peter were sucked into a place they couldn't begin to identify. The two of them suddenly appeared high in the sky, hurtling toward the ground. Peter first attempted to open a portal using his sling ring, but it failed. He stuffed the ring back into his pocket and looked straight down. Below them was a dense forest. Quick as a flash, Peter lunged toward Kitty, catching her in midair. He then toggled his suit into its armored iron spider mode, relying on the anti-gravity system to land safely on the ground. "I thought you'd be screaming halfway down." "I was a little nervous, but the training scenarios in the danger room are much scarier than this." After Peter set her down, Kitty brushed back her disheveled hair and looked around, seemingly realizing what had happened. "That portal brought us here?" "Yeah. The hand uses Norn stones for teleportation. Those stones are a specialty of Nornheim in Asgard. Now it seems that even if we can't confirm Hydra's involvement yet, Roxxon energy is definitely connected to the hand. After all, they'd need to collaborate with Malekith to get their hands on Norn stones." It was no wonder Peter and the others hadn't been able to find the hand's base. Their headquarters could easily be located outside of New York or completely isolated physically. They only needed that device to activate the Norn stones, and the hand, or rather, Hydra, could link up with any location in the world. Kitty hesitated, her words caught in her throat. She knew that their accidental arrival here was entirely because she had reacted to Logan's warning by choosing to phase through the attack. Otherwise, Peter would have been fully capable of pulling her out of harm's way. Yet, Peter didn't mention it at all. Taking the hint, Kitty chose to move past it as well, turning her attention to the lush forest surrounding them. The trees here were unnervingly tall, unlike anything she had ever seen. "Where are we?" "I don't know. I originally thought we'd end up in some ninja village or a secret Hydra base, but this looks like a deserted island. Plus, teleportation magic is failing, and I can't reach the Avengers satellites." Considering the rumors surrounding Norn stones, Peter briefly wondered if he and Kitty had been transported to another universe. However, his multiverse travel watch, now integrated into the storage unit of his nanosuit, indicated they were still in Universe 616. This meant there was a high probability that this was simply one of Hydra's secret sites. Given the way the portal had opened, it likely wasn't a trap intentionally set by Hydra either. There was no need to worry about the Avengers side of things. Since he was missing, they could simply ask Cindy. Cindy would be able to sense if he was still alive and whether he was still in this universe. If the distance wasn't too great, she might even sense his exact location. Therefore, they certainly knew he was alive, and by extension, they likely knew Kitty was safe as well. As for our general location, it shouldn't be too hard to deduce. We just need to analyze the vegetation to determine our coordinates. Peter stopped mid-sentence. Kitty, who had been surveying the area, noticed his pause and looked over curiously. "What's wrong?" "These trees, these aren't actually trees. Or at least, not what we consider trees. These are woody ferns, and they aren't the Cyathea species currently found on Earth." Peter glanced at a tree nearby. Its height reached over 60 meters, far exceeding the normal height of modern ferns. Not only that, but the other surrounding plants were equally peculiar. For a moment, Peter suspected he and Kitty had traveled back tens of millions of years. But the problem was, his suit's sensors showed that the oxygen levels were perfectly normal. The era shouldn't have changed, and he had never heard of Norn stones having the power to traverse time. "Then we're in." "Wait a second. I need to find some high ground to get a look. I'll climb up and check." Peter quickly swung up to the canopy using his webs. From the very top of the tallest tree, he scanned the horizon and spotted a massive mountain peak in the distance. The entire peak had been carved into the shape of the Hydra insignia. Well, this godforsaken place is a Hydra base. Regardless of whether we've traveled back millions of years, as long as we punch our way through these Hydra goons, we'll definitely be able to go home. As Peter spoke, he began observing the surrounding area. He realized his initial estimation of the region's size was completely wrong. According to the suit's measurements, the land stretched over 100 kilometers in every direction without a visible coastline. In other words, this place was at least a massive island continent. Peter had a general idea of where they were, but he needed more evidence. His suit continued its scans and analysis, finally picking up a distant roar and capturing clear visual proof. Is it because of low oxygen? That dinosaur is only about 4 meters tall, much shorter than I imagined. Muttering to himself, Peter dropped back to the ground. Kitty rushed forward to ask for an update, and Peter told her everything, integrating the other pieces of intelligence he possessed into his analysis. This continent should be the legendary Savage Land. It escaped the cataclysm 65 million years ago completely unscathed, preserving the world as it was back then, dinosaurs, plants, and all. Peter didn't get to finish his explanation because Kitty had already started cheering. It turned out dinosaurs were quite popular after all. Wait, then why hasn't anyone discovered this place? Hydra must have hidden it. Teleportation magic fails here, signals are cut off, and with that Hydra mountain in the distance, I'm basically certain now the hand works for Hydra. It was no wonder Hydra had been able to rebuild its strength so rapidly after World War II. It turned out they had an entire continent serving as their logistical supply base. Well then, it looks like it's time for us to explore this savage land. Chapter 663, Why does a saber-toothed tiger appear in the Cretaceous? After the collapse of the Third Reich, because Hitler's body was never found, the topic of Hitler might still be alive remained a hotbed for conspiracy theories. Among the most widely circulated conjectures were the Third Reich's secret Antarctic base and the Third Reich's secret lunar base. On Earth 616, while Hitler was indeed dead and gone, Hydra was not. Much like the underground city in Budapest, Hydra had discovered a closed ecosystem on the Antarctic continent, the kind seen in A Journey to the Center of the Earth. This vast region had remained unaffected by the KPG mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. Furthermore, with just a bit of technology and magic, it was theoretically possible to keep it completely sealed off. Thus, the Third Reich's secret Antarctic base naturally and logically existed. So, this place hasn't changed at all since the meteorite hit. Peter had carried Kitty to the top of a tree, where she stared at the tall, long-necked herbivorous dinosaurs in the distance. But aren't they a bit, too short? How tall do you think a dinosaur should be? 30 or 40 meters? 30 or 40 meters wouldn't be a dinosaur anymore, that would be heading toward Godzilla territory. Peter complained inwardly, but he conceded to one of Kitty's points. The savage land indeed hosted many dinosaurs, but these creatures were significantly smaller than the general perception of them. For instance, Peter saw a dinosaur that was likely a tyrannosaurid, but its total height was only about 3 meters. Compared to the massive skeletons in museums, it was roughly half the size. And that was already the largest dinosaur Peter had seen so far. Hydra's secret base is right here. It's completely shielded from technological signals and avoids magical teleportation other than through the Norn stones. It seems Hydra's magic department is much more formidable than I thought. As Peter spoke, he looked toward the massive Hydra mountain in the distance. And it looks like we won't be able to get out unless we deactivate the barrier. Deactivating the magic barrier set up by Hydra, or finding the Norn stones, wasn't essentially about running away. Given such a golden opportunity to wipe out a Hydra branch, likely a major one, the plan was obviously to kick open a door and immediately drag the Avengers in for a full-scale raid. They had expected to bust a street-level villain like the Hand, but they had ended up poking a Hydra hornet's nest. We need to find a way over there, preferably without being spotted by any Hydra surveillance equipment or personnel. They definitely don't know we're here yet. Peter discussed the situation in a low voice while looking around, then looked at Kitty with a hopeful expression. Can you take me directly into the interior of their base? Through the ground. Kitty looked at the massive Hydra mountain, which was roughly dozens of kilometers away, with a troubled expression. I mean, I can move underground, but I still have to breathe. Why haven't we seen a single Hydra person after being here for so long? Peter was listing reasons that discouraged Kitty, but then he suddenly stopped. He had actually spotted a person. To be precise, it was a wild man. His appearance was undoubtedly that of a Homo sapien like Peter and Kitty, but he was dressed like a primitive man. He was accompanied by a saber-toothed tiger that looked neither modern nor Cretaceous. Armed with a spear, he was launching an attack on a dinosaur that was roughly the size of an elephant but resembled a brontosaurus. Peter had a slight impression of this character, remembering him as one of the starter card characters from a Marvel card game. What was his name again? Khazar. Kitty let out a wow and tilted her head in confusion. I'm pretty sure there were neither primitive humans nor saber-toothed tigers during the Cretaceous period, right? Then it's obvious they aren't original products of this place. It's unlikely Hydra is kind-hearted enough to settle a primitive tribe here. They might be experimental subjects, or their very existence is an experiment. Looking at the primitive men before them, Peter harbored no expectations regarding their intended purpose. Of course, from that perspective, they weren't necessarily bad people. In fact, there was a high probability they could be recruited as allies. However, if they truly needed to recruit primitive-level warriors to join the fight, it would mean the situation they were facing was far too exaggerated. They watched as the robust primitive warrior finished off the miniature brontosaurus and hoisted the thing up alone to carry it back. This gave Peter a fresh appreciation for this Marvel version of Tarzan's strength. Then, he narrowed his eyes. If these primitives were placed here by Hydra, then there must be Hydra personnel monitoring them. If we follow him, we might find a way into the Hydra base. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Savage Land. Hooray! That bastard Korvac fixed my face. And I'm out on parole. By the way, where is this again? A certain red mercenary, who had finally been released from his mansion prison, had run out in high spirits. He intended to use his teleportation belt to go out and have some fun, but the belt malfunctioned, resulting in him arriving on this strange continent. Wade Wilson looked left and right, confirming one thing: he had probably traveled back to the Cretaceous. Well, I guess Spielberg's greatest contribution was making Jurassic Park, where a ton of the dinosaurs aren't even from the Jurassic, so I can recognize these bastards. Speaking of which, aren't these dinosaurs a bit on the small side? Deadpool walked on in confusion until he spotted firelight in the distance. Squinting, he walked toward it and saw a tribe of primitive people. They were holding some sort of ritualistic ceremony, and placed upon the altar was a head. A handsome, zombified head belonging to me, Wade Wilson. Chapter 664, Deadpool and Headpool. Deadpool, having unexpectedly arrived in the Savage Land, discovered a primitive tribe in the middle of a ritual, sacrificing to a god, which was, without a doubt, his own head. Specifically, it was a zombie version of his head. Deadpool spent a long time thinking about it, but he couldn't fathom why a zombie version of his own head would appear here. Ultimately, he could only chalk it up to the heavy hand of the author. Regardless of the reason, he was absolutely certain about what he had to do next. And that was to kill that damn head. How dare something that ugly show up in front of him? At that thought, Deadpool instantly drew his twin swords and charged toward the altar. He lunged straight for Headpool in the center of the ritual. Upon seeing Deadpool rushing toward him, Headpool hesitated for a moment, stunned, before his face split into a wide, overjoyed grin. That's the guy. Cut off his head and offer his body to me. Don't be so impatient, pal. There's a long line of people who crave this body, you're going to have to wait your turn. Deadpool didn't care whether these tribesmen were innocent or not. He waded in with his katanas, carving through the primitive warriors like he was dicing vegetables. However, these primitives weren't entirely helpless. First, there were a lot of them. Second, they possessed plenty of ranged weapons. After Deadpool easily cut down several men, countless bows were aimed at him, and they all opened fire simultaneously. No. Deadpool described the scene with over-the-top exaggeration, acting as if his death were certain. In reality, though he was instantly turned into a pincushion, he didn't lose consciousness for a second. Instead, he stayed down, deciding to play along with the primitive tribesman's performance to see what would happen next. As for Headpool on the other side, perhaps because he was just a head or because he had been without a healing factor for too long, he didn't see a problem at all. He simply laughed uproariously and waved his followers forward to decapitate Deadpool. Come on. Cut his head off. I'm finally going to have a body again. Hearing that they were going to chop off his head, Deadpool finally prepared to move. But at that moment, he heard other voices. Was that report about abnormal spatial signals nearby true or false? I think it's fake, Bob. Think about it, we've been here for decades. Who could possibly break in? Two Hydra soldiers walked over, chatting casually. The primitives here viewed them as gods, and they didn't anticipate any danger, until they walked in and saw a talking zombie head and Deadpool lying on the ground. The two Hydra grunts instantly began to stammer. DDD, Deadpool. ZZZ, zombie. Hey, you guys are actually quite rhythmic. Wade, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. Taking advantage of the primitive's distracted state, he made a beeline for the damn zombie head. Then, he was promptly hit by a burst of gunfire from the Hydra grunts. The mid-air pounds ended with Deadpool face-planting into the dirt. There really is a zombie. This is definitely going to be a huge merit. Who knows how this zombie head got here? Maybe it can help us develop cross-dimensional technology. One of the Hydra grunts walked over, laughing. After a few words with the primitives, he picked Deadpool up by the hair, intending to take him back for a promotion. But Deadpool had no intention of going to a lab. Using one of the only two muscles he had left that still worked, his tongue, he forcefully shifted his position. Then, he took a savage bite out of the damn Hydra grunt. Meat. Fresh meat. Ha ha ha. Watching this, Bob, the other Hydra grunt, nearly lost control of his bladder. But Deadpool, having recovered, stood up and walked over to Bob, throwing an arm around his shoulder. You know, pal, generally speaking, the next step is for the infected guy to get back up. Sure enough, after the grunt had been gnawed on for 30 seconds, the corpse began to stir. The primitives, having no idea what was happening, began to prostrate themselves before this miracle of resurrection. But the Hydra zombie didn't care about followers. There was only one sound in his mind: meat. More meat. He lunged onto a tribesman instantly, beginning to feast. Terrified by the sight, Bob grabbed Deadpool. You, aren't you going to do something? I'm waiting for the zombies to get a little payback on these Planet of the Apes primitives before I do anything else. Unfortunately, someone didn't give Deadpool that chance. A spear thrust directly through the head of the Hydra grunt zombie, sending him to meet his maker. However, the person who had been bitten still woke up as a new zombie, only to have his head pierced by Khazar, thoroughly putting an end to the resident evil. Deadpool was left a bit stunned by the scene. But he wasn't the only one, another group was equally dumbfounded. Namely, Peter and Kitty, who had followed behind Khazar. Peter had initially been curious about the gunfire and the chaotic commotion, so he had rushed over. He found Deadpool there, for some reason, currently slaughtering his way through the area. But Deadpool's presence wasn't the biggest shock for Peter. The biggest shock was the thing on the altar. That was a freaking zombie head. What was going on? A Deadpool and Deadpool story. But the zombie universe, Earth 2149, was supposed to have been blown to bits by Doom. How could Deadpool show up here? Even if he suspended all disbelief, given how powerful the dimensional barriers of the current 616 Prime universe were, how did Deadpool break in? Peter's mind was flooded with questions and the constant ringing of his spider sense. He had a premonition that if this wasn't handled correctly, it truly would turn into a Resident Evil event for Earth 616. Kitty, who had been watching Peter, noticed his mounting anxiety and quickly asked, "Is something very troublesome happening over there?" Peter explained the situation regarding Deadpool and the zombie universe to Kitty. She was stunned by the revelation, realizing just how terrifying this situation was. It looks like I have to step in personally. Deadpool isn't going to figure this out on his own, and I have things to ask him anyway. Thinking of this, Peter realized another crucial point: how did Deadpool get in? If they could figure that out, maybe they could bring the rest of the Avengers in to clear the field. Chapter 665, Where did the severed head come from? The scene at this moment was as follows. Bob, a Hydra grunt, was pinned in place by this terrifying spectacle, his legs trembling, not daring to move. Deadpool was watching from the sidelines. After seeing the zombie head bite a Hydra grunt to death followed by several primitive men, he was simply loafing around. Khazar, as the warrior of the primitive tribe, had finished off those few zombies and was now eyeing the zombie head, which was currently gnawing on a corpse, with hostile intent. Zombie head was busy chewing the fresh meat in its mouth. The primitive people were bowing in worship to these miracles, having decided that the immortality the zombie head spoke of was the real deal. And then there were Peter and Kitty, who were following behind and hadn't had a chance to intervene yet. The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid. Deadpool put his arm around Bob and asked, "So, when exactly did you Hydra guys stumble upon time travel technology? You can actually build a base in the Cretaceous period and bring in primitive men and saber-toothed tigers. Ah, there's no time tech. This is the savage land. Dinosaurs have always lived here, they never went extinct." Deadpool let out an "oh," his disappointment palpable. He had truly thought he'd traveled to the Cretaceous and could play with dinosaurs. To his surprise, that wasn't the case. Oh, wait. Even if he hadn't reached the Cretaceous, he could still play with dinosaurs. Speak. Does Hydra train any dinosaur cavalry? Or pterodactyl cavalry? Looking at the sword Deadpool had pressed against his neck, Bob was utterly bewildered. Why would Hydra bother with something so utterly impractical? But for the sake of the blade, maybe he should just tell a lie. Of course holy crap, my communication device just got hacked. Meanwhile, Khazar didn't have time to worry about the two idiots on the other side. After muttering a bunch of gibberish to his tribesmen, he raised his spear and aimed it at zombie head, preparing to strike. Just then, a strand of webbing stuck to Khazar's spear, and Peter dropped down between the head and the warrior. Upon seeing Peter, Deadpool was instantly overjoyed. Spider-Man. My dearest friend. My brother in arms. Are you here to play too? And why did you bring an X-Men chick with you? I'd like to know how you got here too, but that's not the point right now. Peter turned toward the fierce-looking Khazar. Sorry, but first, I need to know where this thing came from. Otherwise, there's a good chance more of his kind will keep pouring in. Deadpool yawned. Buddy, the caveman can't understand what you're saying. You know what this monster is? Khazar barked out in fluent English, shocking everyone present. Only Bob, held at sword point by Deadpool, shrugged without surprise. We taught them English so we could better observe and research their development. Deadpool was stunned. Shouldn't you have taught them German, Japanese, and Italian? I didn't say we didn't. Ignoring the antics on the side, Peter answered Khazar's question. Yes, I know, or rather, I might know. But first, I need to test its multiversal resonance frequency. Earth, it really is 2149. Peter frowned. Theoretically, Earth 2149 had been blown up by Doom and no longer existed. Logically, the loop should have resulted in a different zombie universe. However, the existence of this head proved that he truly came from a universe that had theoretically been destroyed. So how did he get here? Could there have been a temporal shift during the crossing? Did he actually arrive here before the explosion of Earth 2149, even though nearly a year had passed for Peter in the interim? Peter couldn't provide an answer yet, so he crouched down, staying about 2 or 3 meters away from the head. Hey, zombie head, how did you get to this world? Why should I tell you? If you let me take a bite, maybe I really will tell you. Or maybe that little girl behind you. If you don't tell me, I'll rip off your mandible, crush it, and toss it into a fire. And I won't kill you. I'll make sure you never have any way to chew anything ever again, and no way to die. Zombie head's eyes widened, and he spat out a curse. What a vicious bug, the Spider-Man of our universe was much more moral than you. Morality isn't for zombies, friend. What's wrong with being a zombie? Don't zombies have rights? This is racial discrimination. Careful, or I'll post this on Insta and Twitter and ruin your reputation. Everyone will know Spider-Man is a racist jerk whose love interests never include a black person, a plus-sized woman, a gay man, or a gender minority. I'll cast you into eternal ruin. Zombie head chirped and cursed so much that even Deadpool let out an exclamation. My God, that's a low blow. Spidey. Take him out. I support you. Peter simply stared at the head. After a moment of silence, Zombie head let out a series of dry chuckles. Fine, whatever. It's no big deal. Before I came here, I was at war with another group of Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. They ran into our universe's Latveria and made a huge mess, then suddenly, Latveria's shield collapsed. We were rushing over there, and then the entire surface cracked open, erupting with massive amounts of magma. It blew up. In truth, the nexus of all realities doesn't dump a traveler directly into another universe, instead, it leads into a space outside of the universes, allowing the traveler to choose which one to enter. Someone is definitely pulling the strings here, though I can't determine who yet. Hey, I've told you so much already, can't I just have one bite? Even just a finger would do. Headpool was quite agitated in his demand for payment, but Peter shook his head. Originally, Deadpool and Headpool were supposed to have an adventure of their own, but Peter had no intention of going along, nor did he want to risk leaving any of the hunger virus in Universe 616. He turned to look at Deadpool. Are you interested in keeping this thing? Why would I want to keep a Deadpool this ugly? Deadpool didn't even give Peter the chance to think further, he finished Headpool off with a direct headshot. Once Peter let out a sigh of relief, he turned his gaze toward the Hydra grunt. If the previous zombie incident had scared Bob half to death, the appearance of an Avenger inside the base was enough to finish the job. He looked at Peter in utter panic. Don't come any closer. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Peter opened his mouth to speak, then turned to Kitty with a look of speechlessness. Am I really that scary? Villains always find heroes terrifying. Khazar. Could you please incinerate all the corpses bitten by the zombies? That's the only way to ensure safety. I still have some things to ask our prisoner. After a few words with Khazar, Peter walked toward Bob, who was sitting on the ground in a state of panic. At the same time, he looked at Deadpool and asked with curiosity, by the way, how did you end up here? It's a long story. Because I helped you guys out quite a bit, I was released after serving my time. Then, I was playing with my teleportation belt at home, and poof, I ended up here. Peter remained silent for a good while. Realizing Deadpool wasn't going to say anything else, he couldn't help but ask, that's the long story? Yeah. That was only 2 sentences, never mind. Peter sighed and crouched down to face Bob. Alright, first of all, how many Hydra personnel are here in total? Over 3,000. They're responsible for maintaining the entire base. Over 3,000. There were only 3,000 Hydra members in the entire Savage Land. Looking at it that way, the numbers were smaller than he had expected. He felt Hydra should have more people than that. Peter frowned, then followed up with another question. What about the hand? The hand. They're just passing through. Usually, they stay in Japan. This guy really did have an answer for everything. Peter hadn't expected to find a Hydra member who was so much of a slacker. He gave Bob a surprised look before deciding to ask a more critical question. Where did the primitive people and the saber-toothed tigers here come from? The dinosaurs can be explained, but what about the other creatures? Did you guys research and create them? At first, Peter didn't expect a particularly surprising answer. He just wanted to know if there were Hydra biological research facilities here. To his surprise, Bob actually gave him a shock. Oh, no. The creatures here weren't deployed by Hydra. We just leased the site and the environment to someone else. These creatures were actually placed here by the High Evolutionary. Oh, the High Evolutionary. The High Evolutionary. Hearing the name, Peter suddenly realized something and quickly pressed further. Tell me, who exactly is this person? Supposedly he's a biologist, researching evolution-related bioweapons. He's cloning prehistoric creatures and trying to recreate the process of human evolution to figure out why humans have superpowers. So, he evolved a batch of primitive animals and released them into the savage land. Setting aside how Bob knew so much in such detail, this news alone was enough to make Peter sink into thought. Shield, the Hand, Roxxon Energy, and now the High Evolutionary. Some of these groups were Hydra subordinates, while others were collaborators, but once again, the sheer scale of Hydra exceeded Peter's initial perception. If even the High Evolutionary was collaborating with Hydra, didn't that mean Hydra actually had access to a massive army of modified biological creatures? Seeing Peter deep in thought, Deadpool didn't seem to care. He stepped up and slapped Peter on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. As long as we work together, there's no enemy we can't take down. It's just one High Evolutionary. Let's get him. Peter thought of something else and turned back to Bob. How does the High Evolutionary get in and out? Technological signals and magical energy are blocked in this place, and the outside world hasn't been able to find you for decades. How does he contact you? Peter remembered the counter-Earth that Norman had discovered. This might be an excellent opportunity to study the High Evolutionary. Furthermore, he didn't quite believe the High Evolutionary was a member of Hydra. As a collaborator, the High Evolutionary's method of entering and exiting the savage land was highly intriguing. True to form, Bob didn't disappoint and immediately spilled the High Evolutionary's secrets. It relies on entering teleportation coordinates for point-to-point transport. As long as we have the coordinates on our end, we can receive people from anywhere in the world. Conversely, if we input the coordinates, we can send people anywhere. Peter's eyes lit up. This was it. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, My severed head has killed its way back. After listening to Bob's explanation, Peter had only one thought, a teleportation beacon. How could such a good thing be left in the hands of Hydra? It definitely belonged in the hands of the Avengers. There might even be a complete database of Hydra's records here, which would allow the Avengers to discover all of Hydra's bases at once and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Furthermore, as long as other locations sent coordinates to the teleportation point, combined with the Norn stones, people could be teleported back to headquarters from anywhere. Meanwhile, the headquarters could use the Norn stones' teleportation capabilities to send personnel to any location. Was this Hydra's teleportation system? No, it wasn't. This was the Avengers' future rapid response mechanism. As for the matter of the High Evolutionary, now that he knew the High Evolutionary was collaborating with Hydra, things were much easier. Given the recent events involving Nova, they had already been in contact with the Guardians of the Galaxy. All they had to do was tell the Guardians about the High Evolutionary, and they would definitely help. Rocket surely couldn't stand that bastard. Bringing the Guardians in to fight the High Evolutionary would be equivalent to cutting off one of Hydra's heads, making the enemy weaker and weaker. Peter's eyes gleamed with excitement at these thoughts. He couldn't help but look at Bob and ask, "We plan to enter that Hydra base in the mountain. We need you to take us in." Take you in? Bob was struck with terror upon hearing this. That's impossible. If I take you in, I'm a dead man for sure. Unlike you guys, you're superheroes. Cough, cough, let me interrupt for a second. Deadpool squatted down, looking at Bob who was sitting on the ground. He took out a small knife and began twiddling it in front of Bob. You need to understand something. They are superheroes, but I'm not. I'm just a mercenary. Believe me, if you don't agree, you'll be dead very soon. Bob looked nervously at Peter, while Kitty whispered, "We won't actually let Deadpool kill him, right?" Of course not, but we still need to infiltrate the Hydra base. It's fine to let Deadpool scare him a bit. Besides, we can't protect him every second. There's no way to predict when Deadpool might strike. After all, he's Deadpool. Hearing this, Bob actually wet himself in fear. Fortunately, the Hydra combat suit had an internal circulation system that would quickly filter and convert it into drinking water, so it wouldn't be exposed. He immediately began nodding his head frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Okay, I get it. I'll just take you in. Peter then looked at the primitive tribespeople. After years of interaction with Hydra, these primitives already understood that firearms were divine weapons. However, just as they completely failed to comprehend the existence of the severed head, they also couldn't understand this wall-crawling Spider-Man, and began to bow down and worship Peter. Looking at this group of primitives, Peter scratched his head. But he soon had no time to worry about them because he heard the sounds of battle and Khazar's war cry. Realizing what was happening, he sprang up and began swinging through the dense jungle on his webbing, rushing toward the battlefield. Deadpool looked back and forth between Bob, Peter, and finally Kitty. All right, kiddo, keep a close eye on him. This is a major contribution. Kitty blinked, then looked at Bob. Bob sat on the ground looking quite innocent. He wanted to do something, but the problem was that his legs were a bit weak. So, who, or rather, what, was Khazar fighting at this moment? The answer was a zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex over 3 meters tall, and a mumble-mouthed severed head, the second generation, latched onto the T-Rex's neck. That's it, bite him. Bite him hard. The head biting the zombie T-Rex's neck was directing it to ambush Khazar. However, as the foremost warrior of the primitive jungle, Khazar dodged nimbly through the dense forest. There was no chance of him being hit. It wasn't until a laser beam struck the zombie T-Rex squarely in the body, punching a large hole through its abdomen and causing it to collapse, that Khazar finally got a chance to rest. Then, Peter snagged the zombie T-Rex's head with a web line and yanked it off with a forceful pull, bringing the battle to a close. He looked quite perplexed as he used a web to snag the severed head and toss it onto a nearby tree, then looked at Khazar. What's going on? How did he come back to life? I was following your instructions and burning these cursed corpses, but then there was a flash of white light, and a complete cursed person appeared. He tried to lunge at me, but a T-Rex smashed his body to pieces. Then his head landed on the T-Rex and bit it hard, and then it ended up like this. Peter looked at the severed head in disbelief. And what's your story? Hey. Spider-Man over there, let me have a bite. Peter realized something, so he repeated the same threat he had made to the previous head. Subsequently, this second head recounted a story that was exactly the same. He came from the Shattered Earth, 2149. Except for the thing that smashed his body being different, every detail was identical. Peter couldn't help but frown. At that moment, the sprinting Deadpool finally arrived. My God, why can't I swing on webs or fly? This makes me feel like Batman. First, you're not as rich as Batman. Second, you're not as handsome as Batman. Third, your gear isn't as cool as Batman's. My God, Spidey, you're really breaking my heart. Deadpool struck a heartbroken pose, kneeling on both knees as if he were about to perform a scene of utter despair. However, as soon as he knelt, he saw the severed head hanging in the tree. He shuffled on his knees until he was directly under the head and asked in total bewilderment, "What is going on here? I'm not entirely sure. I need you to do me a favor, Wade." Upon hearing this, Deadpool somehow leaped and, refreshed, behind Peter, patting his chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, brother, just leave it to me." "What do you want me to do?" "Kill it." "You got it." Wait, before the severed head could say anything, the second generation was shot dead by Deadpool. Deadpool then blew the smoke from the barrel of his gun. "Anything else?" "Dispose of the zombie remains, and wait a moment." "Wait for what?" "Wait for the next severed head to arrive." Sure enough, accompanied by a flash of white light, a zombie Deadpool charged out. But before he could say a word, he was smashed to bits by a passing, enraged Triceratops, leaving only a head staring at them. Khazar was stunned. Is this truly a miracle? Or a curse? Peter looked at the severed head and directly webbed its mouth shut. No, it's an invitation. That white light just now was light released from the Beyond Realm. I saw it at the moment Kong created the cosmic cube. In other words, the person sending the severed heads came from the Beyond Realm. The identity of that person was now obvious. It was the Beyonder who had collected the fragments of Earth, 2149. And this was an invitation to the Secret Wars. Chapter 668, Infiltrating Hydra Mountain. Peter speculated that the one who had intervened to preserve the fragments of Earth, 2149 was the Beyonder. However, he couldn't be certain which one it was, or rather, which iteration of the Beyonder's lore was in play. In different continuities, the Beyonder's power varied wildly. In some scenarios, he was terrifyingly powerful, virtually peerless across the entire multiverse. In others, he might struggle to defeat a single cosmic cube. But considering the immense power this Beyonder had already demonstrated, Peter estimated he needed to take the matter seriously. It was highly likely that this wasn't just any ordinary Beyonder, but the pre-retcon Beyonder. However, what did that have to do with Peter's current situation? The Beyonder might be orchestrating a secret war, planning to handpick individuals from across the multiverse to participate in his little game of house. But a very realistic problem was that Peter was currently quite busy, he didn't have the time. Even if I finish what I'm doing, I might not necessarily go, unless there's a truly unavoidable reason. Besides, this didn't necessarily look like an invitation for him. If the Beyonder really wanted to invite him, why send the zombie head over? For all he knew, it was an invitation for Deadpool. As Peter thought this over, he tossed the zombie head, which was wrapped tightly in webbing, to Deadpool. A gift for you, presumably. Damn, why are you dumping it on me? Leaving Deadpool to deal with the zombie head, Peter led the group back to the primitive altar where they had been earlier. Bob was still standing exactly where they had left him, looking for all the world like a well-behaved little boy. Peter walked over and questioned him. If we intend to infiltrate Hydra Mountain, what preparations do we need? Bob looked up with a face full of feigned innocence. Ah. What preparations? Codes, passphrase, passwords. Don't tell me you Hydra people don't have any of that. Peter frowned at Bob, but after a 2-second silence, Bob simply shook his head. The thing is, we actually don't need those things. Let me explain, sir. You see, we've been living quite comfortably in this godforsaken place. In decades, we've never encountered a single intrusion. This just proves the place is safe as houses. Since it's so secure, there was obviously no need to implement any software-level security measures. Bob's words seemed to hold some logic. After listening, Peter keenly picked up on a specific detail and pressed further. You say there are no software-level security measures. So, conversely, there are hardware-level measures. In that moment, Bob felt his mouth had betrayed him, creating unnecessary trouble for himself. After some stammering, he reluctantly pulled out his Hydra pass. No matter who you are, you must carry this to enter the interior of our base. Otherwise, it's a no-go. At this point, Bob seemed to suddenly remember something and unhesitatingly sold out his former comrade. Even though our population here isn't large, the administrative planning is a total mess. Don't worry, you can just take that other guy's card. It'll pass the scanners just fine. No one will notice that you aren't actually the person on the card. In other words, inside the Hydra Mountain base, they didn't even bother to verify if the person matched the information on the card. As long as you had a card, you were in. For a moment, Peter found it hard to believe this was true. He began to suspect Bob was intentionally baiting him into a trap. However, after thinking it over, he felt that Bob's current behavior was more like a clown than a Hydra soldier. But Peter was more focused on other matters. That's not what I'm asking. I want to know about Hydra Mountain's defensive layout. What other detection methods do they have? Can they see invisible characters and such? Essentially, Peter wanted to know if he could infiltrate using his invisibility, and if Kitty could enter smoothly using her powers. As for Deadpool, no one cared whether he could get in or how he would enter Hydra Mountain. He would inevitably just respawn at a random location anyway. However, these questions exceeded the limits of Bob's knowledge. He was completely clueless. Seeing Bob's blank stare, Peter could only sigh. So, we still haven't gathered intel on their detection methods. If we had that, we might have found a way to circumvent them. Without intel, we're just relying on luck. Peter sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Deadpool, having finally pacified the zombie head, couldn't care less about such things. Only Kitty spoke up. I might have an idea. It's just not exactly conventional. Just as Peter was about to answer Kitty, Khazar walked over and asked, You intend to challenge these terrible people? Your so-called Hydra, our creators. Hearing Khazar's words, Peter looked at him and asked in return, So, you also feel there's something wrong with Hydra? Khazar fell silent. As part of the High Evolutionary's experiment to restudy human evolution, Khazar had lived in the savage land for a long time and had begun to doubt the divinity of these so-called gods quite early on. Furthermore, he was the first to discover that these gods could bleed and die. He had seen the corpses of Hydra soldiers, he knew they were not invincible and that they merely viewed his people as pets. And now, a group of outsiders had arrived. They seemed remarkably capable, knew the true face of the gods, and were their mortal enemies. This was the ultimate opportunity to rescue his tribesmen. There is a small path that leads directly to the vicinity of Hydra Mountain. However, it's still some distance from the main gate. If you intend to go deep inside, you will certainly encounter a major battle. You need me. Khazar knew ways to get as close to the main gate as possible, while Peter looked thoughtfully at Bob's identification card. Nanobots rapidly converged, forming a new card that looked virtually identical to the Hydra ID, save for the face. There's another card on the body of the other Hydra soldier. Give that one to Kitty. Additionally, these might serve as substitutes. Peter was referring, of course, to the counterfeit cards he had fabricated with nanobots. We have to test them first. If there are no issues, we can all infiltrate Hydra Mountain together. Peter looked at the makeshift team before him and nodded. When that time comes, we shall liberate the savage land. Chapter 669, Chapter 669, where is your equipment? Pass checked. Alright, you're good. Head on in. Just as Bob had said, the security check for entering Hydra Mountain was unbelievably lax. The guard at the gate merely glanced at the magnetic keycard before letting them through. Thus, Peter and Kitty, dressed in Hydra uniforms, slipped inside just like that. Peter's Hydra uniform was a disguise created by nanobots working in tandem with anti-Venom, and the pass had been handcrafted on the spot using nanobots as well. Even so, Hydra failed to notice anything amiss. Kitty was wearing the clothes taken from the dead Hydra grunt and using his card, she encountered no issues either. If it weren't for needing to be wary of the internal security sensors, we wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. After successfully infiltrating Hydra Mountain in such a bizarrely smooth fashion, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Kitty followed behind him and asked, "So, do you know where we're going?" "I gathered some intel on Hydra Mountain from Bob earlier. I have a general idea of where the teleportation room is. However, it seems this low-level Hydra soldier didn't know the full extent of the base's defensive strength, so we need to move cautiously." Once Peter finished speaking, Kitty thought for a moment before looking at him. "Should we split up?" "What? Split up? Exactly. Wouldn't that be more efficient? I'll go to the armory or somewhere similar to cause some destruction. I'll draw their fire and buy you some time. After all, you have a lot on your plate, contacting the Avengers, opening the teleportation channel, disabling the signal jammer. It will be dangerous." But Kitty seemed to have already anticipated Peter's objection. "Don't worry. When it comes to staying alive, few people are better at it than I am. And don't let the fact that I'm only 16 fool you, my combat experience isn't half bad." Possessing all the memories of Shadowcat from the days of Future Past timeline, Kitty could certainly be considered among the more experienced X-Men. Peter still felt uneasy hearing this, but Kitty simply turned and walked away. After a moment of hesitation, Peter chose to stick to the original plan. On the outside, Deadpool would be leading Headpool and Khazar to bring chaos to Hydra. Peter was quite confident that Deadpool could cause plenty of trouble, though he was slightly worried about Headpool. He didn't want a full-blown zombie identity crisis breaking out in the Savage Land, or they'd have to call in SWORD's planet killer cannons to glass the place. With Kitty causing a secondary wave of chaos from the inside, they should be able to ensure everything went smoothly even without knowing the enemy's full strength. As Peter was thinking, a roar suddenly came from the distance. "You over there. What are you doing? Get your ass over here, now." Peter blinked, only realizing after a second that he was being addressed. He looked over to see a burly Hydra warrior standing at the entrance of a facility, beckoning him. He walked over, pretending to be a legitimate Hydra agent. The men didn't suspect Peter was an imposter and immediately demanded, "Where's your pass? Let me see it." Feeling slightly tense and ready to fight at any second, Peter handed over the pass. He heard the men mutter, "Ben Riley. Never heard the name. Are you the new recruit they just transferred in?" "Ah, yes." Yes. Sir. Don't call me sir. I'm just like you, just trying to earn a paycheck here." "You idiot. You can call me Sergeant, or Sergeant Wildholt, understood?" For some reason, Peter's nerves instinctively tightened, and he snapped to attention. "Yes. Sergeant." "Good. Now, soldier, tell me. Where is your power armor?" "Power armor? What power armor?" Peter asked tentatively. "No one issued me any power armor." "Fantastic. Those idiots in logistics, they want me to lead troops but won't give me equipment or supplies. Now, double time it to logistics and get your power armor. Do you hear me? Right face. Forward march." For a split second, Peter seriously considered whether he should just take this guy out right now. However, he then realized that Hydra power armor was a field he had never explored, so he immediately complied and jogged forward. As for where logistics was, it was quite easy to find. Hydra had been kind enough to put signs on every door. "Reporting. The sergeant ordered me to collect my power armor." The recruit from Hydra Island got here that fast. The Hydra clerk managing the logistics desk was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He casually tossed Peter a key. "Go to Warehouse 7. Just grab any suit of power armor and put it on." For a moment, Peter Parker doubted if he was actually at a Hydra base. In his several encounters with Hydra, this was the first time he had seen them so relaxed. From Bob to the gate guard to the sergeant and the logistics staff, not a single person doubted his identity or thought to conduct a thorough check of the personnel coming and going. This version of Hydra was truly beyond ridiculous. Once he reached the power armor warehouse, Peter found it wasn't as easy to blend in. These Hydra power armor suits actually required biometric authentication. However, looking at the bulky suits, Peter performed a quick scan and reached the following conclusions. First, these suits couldn't be hacked. It wasn't that hacking was impossible, but rather that once he hacked them, the entire Hydra system would respond instantly, and his intrusion would be discovered immediately. Second, the design of these suits was very similar to Tony's early Iron Man armor. No, to be more precise, they were closer to the Ironmonger armor mentioned in the Avengers files. However, the power source wasn't an arc reactor but another type of device that Peter didn't recognize, which was very suspicious. Alright, I'll do some prep work here first, then get ready to disable the signal jamming. When the time comes, I'll deploy the spiderbots to activate all the power armor and let them run wild inside the Hydra base. As Peter spoke, he released the spiderbots within the warehouse. He then shifted his Hydra uniform into the Spider-Man stealth suit, vanished into invisibility, and rushed toward the teleportation room. Regardless of what Hydra was hiding in the Savage Land or what their conspiracy was, they were finished today. No one was going to stop that. With that thought, Peter arrived at the entrance of the teleportation room. Then, he saw Baron Zemo walking out. Zemo? Didn't he die in the battle against Kong? Chapter 670, Open Sesame. In Peter's memory, Baron Zemo should have already been killed by Kong. There was no logical reason for Korvac to have resurrected him. Or could it be that the person present at the scene back then wasn't the real Zemo? Watching Zemo walk out of the teleportation array, Peter hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to follow. Although tailing him now might yield a significant amount of intelligence, the more critical information was undoubtedly within the teleportation hub itself. Thus, he did not follow. As Zemo stepped out of the teleportation room, he paused and looked back. He walked a few more steps, then paused again. Dr. Faustus, the high-ranking Hydra official in charge of the Hydra Antarctic headquarters, looked at Zemo with some confusion. Is something wrong, Baron? No, it's nothing. Zemo shook his head. He had initially suspected someone was following him, but after walking a short distance and confirming there was no tail, he continued his conversation with Faustus while they walked. I am perfectly safe now. That group of so-called superheroes hasn't noticed in the slightest that their teammate is actually Zemo of Hydra. It's truly laughable. In that case, it seems our experiments are indeed progressing smoothly. Since the chameleon's mask is so effective, why don't we manufacture more? How about creating a large number of disguised soldiers? Dr. Faustus offered his suggestion. Upon hearing it, Zemo glanced at him. It was a good idea, but the prerequisite was finding enough secure and trustworthy people to undergo the procedure. Hydra is short-handed, Doctor. We don't have that many reliable soldiers. The birth of modern Hydra originated from the remnants of Hydra after World War II. At that time, the population of the remnants was quite limited, yet they had to maintain the operation of several large bases. If they relied solely on internal marriage, the population count was destined to be insufficient. Furthermore, the gene pool wasn't large enough. As time went on, the resistance of the Hydra grunts to diseases would only decrease. The number of people suitable for super soldier augmentation would also certainly dwindle. Of course, theoretically, Hydra wasn't without a solution. The simplest method would be to recruit outside populations. However, considering the inherent nature of Hydra, the struggle for such outsiders to gain security clearance and enter the major bases would theoretically be an arduous one. Well, theoretically. As for why Spider-Man was able to cause trouble here so easily, no one knew. Just as Baron Zemo and Dr. Faustus were discussing their plans, a change occurring outside Hydra Mountain put the entire facility on high alert. Hearing the news, Zemo asked with an unchanged expression, "What happened?" Report. There is an attack by primitives outside. Additionally, Deadpool is there. Originally, upon hearing it was just primitives, Zemo had no interest at all. But at the mention of Deadpool, Zemo narrowed his eyes, intending to go and join the fray. He was very curious about where exactly this Deadpool had come from. This provided Peter with sufficient time. By this moment, Peter had already knocked out the Hydra soldiers in charge of the control room and begun operating the console. Initially, Peter was worried that the Nornstone console might be extremely difficult to operate, but to his surprise, it was actually quite straightforward once he got his hands on it. Alright, let's see how many secrets Hydra has buried in this teleportation array. First, the teleportation coordinates for other locations. The headquarters isn't here. Peter first targeted the coordinates of other Hydra branches, but he found that there were only teleportation requests sent from the Antarctic base toward Hydra headquarters, with no reverse data. In other words, even with the Norn stones, Hydra was still concealing the traces of their headquarters. This piqued Peter's curiosity, but he first made sure to record the coordinates of all other branches. Simultaneously, Peter discovered another fact: this teleportation system used by Hydra had actually been in operation since the 1950s, shortly after the end of World War II. What did this imply? It meant that Hydra had discovered Norn stones in the last century, or more deeply, that Norn stones existed on Earth. If this were true, Peter was certain that creating a teleportation hub for the Avengers themselves would become much easier. That's about it. Next is considering how to disable the electronic signal jamming and the forced lockdown of the teleportation array. I don't know how to clear the former yet, but the latter is undoubtedly linked to the Norn stones. Once the Norn stones are adjusted, it will be synchronized and released, or perhaps. As Peter was thinking about how to activate or deactivate the Norn stones, he discovered some special experimental logs. These experiments explained in detail how to trigger the Norn stones and also informed Peter of the related experimental objectives. Hydra was attempting to obtain supplies provided by another universe, which meant that Hydra had discovered the multiverse one step ahead of the Avengers, established contact with a certain universe, and intended to open a passage between the two. Peter was quite certain that the other universe wasn't a good guy universe, otherwise, Hydra wouldn't be chatting so happily with them. But the good news is, as an experimental report, these contents have listed all the steps to activate the Norn stone. Simply wanting to disrupt the Norn stone sequence isn't that difficult. Wait, huh? Soon, various incidents began occurring within the Hydra base. Peter keenly realized that Kitty must be providing cover for him, so he immediately activated the spider bots to hack into Hydra's power armor, causing a massive disturbance. This bought Peter even more time. Alright, according to the procedure, I just need to try injecting a large-scale energy burst into the Norn stone. An intense laser struck the Norn stone. In just an instant, the stone erupted with a violent blue light, and everything was sucked into the resulting vortex. Peter tentatively drew a sling ring portal, confirming that teleportation was now possible here again. Then, he stepped toward the vortex. If his calculations were correct, the other side of the vortex would be Avengers Tower. Peter successfully passed through the vortex and returned to the roof of Avengers Tower. The Avengers, who had gathered there to discuss the problem of Spider-Man's disappearance, were stunned. Tony, who was in contact with Cindy Moon via long-range communication, confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Peter, then asked in astonishment. "Hey, kid, where did you come from?" Facing Tony's question, Peter pointed to the vortex. "A secret Hydra base. Baron Zemo is inside, along with Norn stones and other things. This vortex won't hold for much longer. Are we all going in?"